Renyi awoke to find himself transported into an absurdly privileged yet ostensibly ordinary world, beneath the protection of the Alliance. Everyone lives free from worry, with a bright future ahead. He had believed he would spend his life peacefully alongside his only relative from 2 lifetimes past, his autistic older brother. Yet a single professional allocation test shattered his entire worldview. His brother confided that, within the Alliance, there are no true humans, including themselves. Everyone is but a strange entity cloaked in human skin. But its Alrethis remains a good world. Only. The full name of the Alliance is the Pan-Galactic Alliance of the Strange. Only. The guaranteed job upon graduation is to become a dungeon boss. Only. The way they protect the world is by becoming the most terrifying legends across the myriad realms. That's all. Thus, the story begins here. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Cheers erupted as the shutter clicks melded into a continuous chorus. Renyi, alongside his high school classmates, threw their graduation caps skyward, watching them spin in the sunlight. For a moment, his gaze grew distant. In the blink of an eye, he had spent many years in this world. This world differed from his original homeland, unified early on and governed by a polity called the Alliance. Owing to long-lasting peace, social welfare was almost unbelievably generous. Every individual enjoyed free education through university, followed by guaranteed job placements. Even orphans benefited from a comprehensive care system. The bad news. Renyi had become one among the myriad orphan travelers. The good news. He was not relegated to an orphanage, but raised by his brother, who was over a decade his senior. Beyond that, this world was ordinary and mundane, whether this was fortune or misfortune to a traveler. He could not tell. Hey, bench. A hand suddenly landed on Renyi's shoulder. Renyi turned around, somewhat exasperated, to see who it was. Old Lu. What ridiculous nickname have you come up with this time? The man chuckled, based on chair. I meticulously crafted the nickname, Bench, for you. No, thanks. The man was Renyi's close friend, Lu Zihantha, very same, my Zihan. Lu ignored Renyi's displeasure and forcibly pulled him along. Bench, have you prepared for the professional test? So even our old Lu gets nervous sometimes. Renyi rolled his eyes mercilessly, struggling in vain. The professional allocation test was one of the greatest differences between the Alliance and his previous life. The Alliance guaranteed fair education for all, naturally abolishing determining entrance exams. But human energy was finite, and choosing a major remained a challenge. To this end, the Alliance developed the professional allocation test, aiming to recommend the most suitable major via brainwave detection. Lu Zihan smiled awkwardly. Hey, don't expose me like that, aren't you nervous too? Renyi shrugged. Not really. They don't force you to accept the recommended major. Lu's spirit immediately deflated. My parents definitely won't allow a change. As for you suddenly recalling Renyi's family situation, he added, you might have a chance. The two chatted casually as they walked toward the school gate. Bang! Suddenly Renyi heard a muffled thud nearby. The sound was close, like a bag filled with viscous liquid falling from a great height, splattering upon impact with an indescribable wetness. Renyi halted abruptly, his heart pounding inexplicably as if startled by the sudden noise. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, yet those nearby seemed oblivious. Students were bustling about after school, and the distant janitor swept mechanically, unfaltering. What's wrong? Lu Zihan stopped beside him, puzzled. Didn't you hear that? Renyi shook his head left and right, surprised by Lu's reply. Lu shook his head blankly. Renyi frowned deeply. It could not be a hallucination. The sound was far too distinct. Following his intuition, he looked toward the dormitory building, not far away, where a circle of people stood, each taller than them by half a head. They were university students. Why are the university students here? Lu Zihan asked, confusion thick in his voice. Aren't they supposed to be in closed military training? The Alliance's premier academy offered a full education system from kindergarten through university, so students of all ages were visible on campus. Still, something was off. Renyi's heartbeat quickened. The summer sunlight was dazzlingly white, but where it touched his skin, there was no warmth, only a strange coolness. He touched his chest, inexplicably fixated on that earlier sound. He tugged Lu Zihan's arm. "Let's go check it out." But before they could approach, the university students noticed them first. "What are you looking at?" The tallest male stepped forward, eyes fixed sharply, voice brusque. Renyi's gaze swept past him, scanning the crowd's center. Nothing where he had imagined something should be. The marble floor was so polished it mirrored their reflections. Not a single stain, silently mocking his startled reaction. Renyi twitched his nose. It itched as if irritated, yet he smelled nothing. "What are you doing here?" Lu Zihan bristled at their rudeness. "Sneaky and secretive, don't want us to see what's going on." The commotion drew the attention of the other university students. For some reason, upon seeing Renyi and Lu Zihan, they seemed slightly tense. Renyi pulled Lu, signaling him to retreat. He was merely curious about the loud noises' origin, but the group's reaction felt off. They had the professional test tomorrow. Starting a conflict now was akin to fighting the day before the college entrance exam. No reason to drag himself and Lu Zihan into trouble. Yet, as he lifted his foot to leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Something grasped his ankle. Sticky, yet faint. He reflexively kicked backward. Looking down, Renyi noticed his shoe had been soaked by something, with several long streaks of moisture on the surface, tracing the wet marks. He saw a slowly spreading puddle beneath the university students, trickling through the floor's seams toward his feet. But if it was just liquid, why the strange tactile sensation earlier? Before he could ponder further, a stern female voice rang out. "What are you all doing surrounding my students?" "Teacher Zhang," Lu Zihan exclaimed with delight. Renyi turned to see their homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, standing behind them, her usually smiling face now icy cold. Of course, this chill was not directed at them. Ms. Zhang quickly glanced at the floor, then turned to the university students, her tone instantly hardening. "It's training time. What are you doing here? Who is your instructor?" Under the teacher's imposing presence, the once aggressive university students wilted instantly. "These two kids came up to us first," muttered the leading male. "My students are all still not grown-up good children. They wouldn't cause trouble on their own." Ms. Zhang's voice rose sharply, pausing heavily on grown-up and good children. Renyi hid behind Ms. Zhang, somewhat touched by her unwavering defense. Yet, was she always this formidable? "Sorry, teacher." A girl in black-rimmed glasses stepped forward from the university group. "I'm the discipline committee member. Just now, a student, tried to escape dorm inspection by jumping from the second floor, damaging the water pipes here, which is why everyone gathered to handle it." The explanation felt somewhat abstract. Renyi felt his nose itch even more. Mr. Zhang, however, seemed to accept it, adjusting his glasses as his tone softened somewhat. "Since you are the discipline committee member, then it falls to you to organize this, clean up this place thoroughly, arrange for the water pipes to be repaired as soon as possible, and leave no trace behind." Having spoken, he didn't even glance at the group of college students, but instead grasped the wrists of Renyi and Lu Zihan, briskly leading them toward the school gate. Renyi cast a backward glance and saw those college students crouched on the ground, fervently scrubbing the polished floor. The sticky, seeping water had vanished at some unknown moment, leaving only a few damp patches that evaporated visibly under the sunlight. "You two." Mr. Zhang's voice interrupted his thoughts. "The professional test is tomorrow. Why aren't you going back to rest properly? What are you making a fuss here for?" Under the old class teacher's imposing presence, Renyi and Lu Zihan could only repeatedly acknowledge. Mr. Zhang escorted them all the way to the school gate, and after a few careful reminders about the test, finally let them go. "I saw your brother came to pick you up. He'll be off now," Lu Zihan said, patting Renyi's shoulder. Good luck with the test," Renyi waved in return, but couldn't help stealing another glance at the school gate. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, composed himself, and turned toward the roadside. There stood a somewhat slender young man, dressed in a white shirt, leaning against an electric scooter. The youth stared straight ahead, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. "Brother," Renyi called out. The youth was Renyi's brother in this lifetime, and indeed his only kin across 2 lifetimes. Ren Man. Hearing the call, Ren Man's gaze slowly focused. He looked down at the approaching Renyi, his previously confused expression settling into a calm warmth. "Xiao Yi," he replied softly. Renyi was used to Ren Man's somewhat absent-minded demeanor and automatically took the helmet from the scooter and put it on. It was only when he mounted the bike that he noticed Ren Man had not moved. Renyi paused, followed his his brother's gaze and slowly looked down at his own shoes, though he had only stepped in it once. His shoes were completely soaked, bringing an unpleasantly sticky sensation. Just as Ren Yi was about to explain, Renman averted his eyes and got on the bike. They rode slowly into the traffic flow. Putting the recent incident behind him, Ren Yi began to recount school matters to Renman. Anyway, the old class teacher said, my scores were exceptionally high. Professional allocation will definitely prioritize me. Oh, and old Lou said his uncle's escape room shop is short-staffed. I plan to work there as a summer job with him. Renman remained silent, and Ren Yi had grown accustomed to his brother's quietness. He said that Renman listened. Their interactions had always been this way. After finishing talking about school, Ren Yi suddenly recalled something and asked, brother, did you go see the doctor today? Renman nodded ahead. Ren Yi understood this meant I went. And Therese, no problem. On the surface, Renman appeared to be a man of few words. From a diagnostic perspective, Renman was a mild autistic and obsessive-compulsive individual, just on the cusp of independent living. The Alliance provided a mature support system for such vulnerable groups. For example, Renman's job was organizing books and documents in the library. Tomorrow Renman suddenly spoke. Ren Yi was startled. It was rare for his elder brother to initiate conversation. Xiao Yi, the test is coming, Renman said slowly. Don't worry, brother. I've studied it thoroughly. Ren Yi reassured him with a light tone. The Alliance guarantees the test will not cause any physical harm, but the mental burden is considerable. You may need a few days to recuperate. Sometimes. He seemed more like the older one between the brothers. As for mental strain, Ren Yi was not concerned at all. Though not expressive, Renman's life skills and caregiving abilities were exceptional. The only thing to worry about was whether, if he stayed in bed a few more days, his brother would end up feeding him 3 pounds heavier. Xiao Yi, you're growing up. Renman's tone was full of pride. His voice was soft, as if long awaited. Ren Yi suddenly understood. The Alliance did not mark adulthood by the 18th birthday, but by passing the professional allocation test. That was the true passage into maturity. What Mr. Zhang repeatedly emphasized today was likely the same meaning. Yes, brother Ren Yi answered earnestly, memories of this lifetime flashing through his mind. An elder brother is like a father was no empty phrase for him. Because Renman was different, he had to put in even more effort in this regard. Unexplained, Ren Yi responded earnestly. I'm going to grow up. Returning home, Ren Yi went to bed early to prepare for the test the next day. At dawn, the clatter from the kitchen roused him. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, threw off the covers, and changed clothes. When the door opened, the warm steam and the aroma of cooking wafted over. Renman stood by the stove, flipping eggs. His movements were clean and precise. The stove was spotless, and even the steam seemed confined beyond an invisible boundary. Breakfast was simple noodles as Ren Yi sat down. The brothers immediately began to eat, slurping the noodles. Ren Yi marveled at his brother's culinary skills this lifetime. He truly had never suffered in the matter of food. Brother, the test will take about 3 hours. When it ends, the sleep pod will sound an alarm. If I don't wake up, then just put me to bed. Renman nodded, holding the bowl and chopsticks, looking at him steadily. Facing his brother's gaze, Ren Yi gave a confident smile, then rose and left. Entering the room, he saw by the bedside a device that resembled an advanced gaming pod from movies of his past life. Ren Yi muttered, providing all graduates with advanced sleep pods. The Alliance really is flush with money. He lay down in the sleep pod. The door closed, and an electronic screen appeared before his eyes. 14 minutes and 27 seconds remain before the test begins. Please read the exam information carefully. Ren Yi's eyes moved, and his transcript instantly appeared on the screen. The Alliance's educational system was vastly different from that of his previous life, with primary subjects divided into 3 categories: physical education, science, and light. According to the Alliance's educational philosophy, all subjects revolved around practical content. For example, physical education included wilderness, survival, and combat. Science covered common knowledge and electronic repair. Life included cooking and first aid, all rigorously practical. Ren Yi's scores were 90, 99, and 100 respectively, according to Mr. Zhang. He could rank in the top 3 of the entire grade. Ren Yi closed the transcript, and a page of exam information popped up before him. 1. About the test itself. The test is one of the most core public institutions of the New Era Alliance, designed to help each new citizen find the most suitable development path. The test will be completed through a deep sleep network pod. You only need to relax and follow the prompts to enter sleep. 2. About the purpose of the test. The test will activate your most important future talents. You do not need to understand how the test works. You only need to trust that it will make you better. 3. After the test, upon waking from the sleep pod, you may experience mild aftereffects. Some citizens may feel temporary mental fatigue, dream confusion, or distorted sense of time during the test. Please do not worry. This will not affect your physical health. Rest well. The after effects will dissipate within 7 days. We look forward to your growth. After carefully reading all the information, Renyi checked the acknowledged box and waited quietly. The countdown swiftly reached 0. And the next moment, Renyi felt as if something gently switched off his consciousness. Snap, the whole world extinguished like a candle snuffed by a finger. He sank into utter darkness. Renyi was awakened by the sleep pod's alarm. Unaware of how much time had passed, he felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, his head swimming in a heavy haze. The hatch had already been opened, with a faint red power warning flickering in the corner. Renyi slowly sat up, rubbing his temple. Is it over, brother? He fought against the buzzing in his head, powered down the sleep pod, and gradually edged out of the room. The living room was enveloped in silence. Slanted rays of reddish-purple light streamed through the window, suggesting dusk had fallen. Brother, there was no response. Renman must have taken leave specifically to look after him. Could he have gone out to buy groceries? Renyi shook his head lightly, but the dizziness only worsened. The floor in the living room seemed to tilt at an angle, threatening to send him sprawling with the slightest misstep. Renyi sat by the dining table for a while, fumbling to call Renman. The number you have dialed is out of service area. Please try again later. The number you have no signal. He continued calling classmates he knew, including Lu Zihan, only to receive the exact same message. Has the signal base station been destroyed? Renyi wanted to make a sarcastic comment, but found no humor in the situation. An icy wave of unease washed over him. Something was amiss. He glanced around, his gaze finally settling on the window. The sunset, since leaving his room, sitting to catch his breath, and making over a dozen calls. Nearly half an hour had passed, yet the light streaming through the window appeared frozen in time, utterly unchanged. Renyi looked outside. Their balcony faced east, and at dusk, the sun should not be visible. The balcony overlooked a lake, its waters painted a purplish hue, shimmering gently, seemingly undisturbed. Renyi stood, took a few steps, and slowly moved toward the door. The door was unlocked. He pushed it, only to find it seemingly blocked by something. Fortunately, the obstruction did not weigh much. Summoning every ounce of strength, Renyi finally managed to wedge the door open halfway. Their home was part of an exterior corridor-style building, with the front door opening into an open hallway. Beyond the door, he finally beheld the sunset. A colossal black-purple fissure stretched across the sun, as though the sky, a vast curtain, had been torn asunder. Black liquid poured inward from the rift, cascading down like immense ebony waterfalls. Beneath the torrents lay the community he knew, now reduced to ruins. Renyi finally understood why the floor seemed tilted, not because of his dizziness, but because their entire building was leaning precariously against the adjacent one, teetering on the brink of collapse. Renyi's mouth fell open. He had woken to find the world transformed into a surreal apocalypse. No, those details mattered little. What truly mattered was brother. His cry was cut short, as if strangled in his throat. His peripheral vision caught sight of the obstacle that had blocked the door moments before. A pair of legs extended from behind the door. Renman lay there slanted and still. He should have been propped against the door, but had toppled over as Renyi pushed it open. Brother. Renyi's voice trembled. He hurriedly supported Renman's body. Sunlight falling on his skin lent Renyi the fleeting illusion of warmth. There were no wounds on Renman's body. He appeared to be asleep. No, this was an illusion. Renyi thought, if this is a dream, I should be waking up soon. Alas, his prayers were in vain. From afar came the rumbling roar of the black waterfalls striking the ground. Apart from that, there was only silence. It seemed as though he was the last living soul on this planet. Looking around, All escape routes had long since been severed. Renyi felt a profound weariness and solitude. He sat beside Renman, waiting for the sun to sink entirely into that violet-black chasm, waiting for the two artificial moons of this world to rise and shatter before him, waiting for the world to be engulfed in utter darkness. Long, long after, the black tide slowly crept upward. The building they occupied could bear no more. With a dull roar, it collapsed into the inky sea. Renyi met his end on this day. Ren-yi abruptly drew in a sharp breath, as if a drowning man had been forcibly hauled ashore. His chest heaved violently, and his throat seemed to still carry the lingering taste of dust and blood. He was stunned for several seconds before realizing he was lying within a sleep pod. The general indicator light above flickering once. The pod's cover slowly ascended. Professional allocation test has concluded. Results will be uniformly announced 7 days henceforth. Please relax. All that has transpired was part of the test. Breathe deeply, calm your mind, and exit the sleep pod promptly. Go out, enjoy some delicious food. Embrace your loved ones, and may your life be joyous. Ren-yi lay quietly for a moment until the hallucinations faded. Then, it dawned on him what he had just heard. Damn it. He felt a pang in his heart, nearly cursing aloud. So, everything that had just happened was a fabrication. Some perfect union of welfare, some most comprehensive educational system. Rennie now only wished to land a fierce punch on the architect of it all. Wait a moment. So does Big Brother know what is going to occur? He should, presumably, since the Union S education is universal, whether intellectually disabled or autistic. Everyone probably has to endure this ordeal. Thinking this, Ren-E's anger flared further. He suddenly leapt out of the sleep pod, only to stumble, which made him aware of his physical condition. He felt dizzy, even more so than within the hallucination. Fortunately, after taking a couple of steps, he confirmed the floor was level, no purplish-red light outside the window, nor any black waterfall descending from the sky. The air felt tangible and weighty, the world gently spun. His limbs were drained of strength, as though hollowed out. His temples tingled intermittently. Bro? He whispered. The only response was the rhythmic clatter of spatulas from the kitchen, steady, familiar, and measured. At that moment, Ren-E's mind caught up, realizing he was truly grounded. Everything that had just transpired slowly dissolved like a mirage, categorized by his brain as mere hallucination. He greedily savored the reality around him. The adjacent sleep pod emitted a soft hum, as if a breeze gently tousled his hair. The sensation beneath his feet was oddly strange, like stepping upon a cloud. Water sparkled as it danced in the frying oil. Sunlight spilled noisily onto the floor. White currents swirled languidly. The lake outside resembled a block of tofu. Speaking of tofu, tonight's dinner seemed to include pan-fried tofu. I must tell Big Brother I'm awake, then settle accounts with him and the Federation for deceiving me. Ren-E slowly made his way toward the living room. A faint scent of cooking oil lingered in the air. The kitchen's frosted glass door was closed, revealing only Renman's shadow busily moving within. Ren-E reached out to pull the door open, but his peripheral vision caught something. His own shadow appeared to writhe slightly upon the wall. He froze, turning his head to look. On the wall, his shadow danced with unusual vivacity, as if freed from the confines of flesh. Its edges undulated ceaselessly, nearly forming waves. It resembled an amorphous cloud struggling to confine itself within a human silhouette. Yet the human shape was too incongruous with the form of a cloud. So it merely danced disco within the skin. Ren-E, is he still dreaming? He felt his breathing quicken. No, wait. He suddenly realized he ought to be breathing. But had he actually been breathing just now? He slowly looked down and saw a tentacle composed of viscous white mist. Good, so I'm no longer human. Ren-E stepped back. However, just as a person becomes conscious of their breathing and cannot revert, the humanoid form he had subconsciously constructed collapsed with a crash, the flesh and blood instantly melting into a mass that struck the floor. His senses were in chaos. It felt as if he depressed his ears against the ground, one eye staring directly at the ceiling, the other enveloped in a white haze. As if inside his own abdomen, his mouth seemed to have something salty lodged within, and his nose collided against the table corner as he shifted. A harsh creak sounded as he recoiled, knocking over a chair. When he realized it, the chair was shattered into fragments beneath him. The noise startled Renman in the kitchen, and immediately after, Rennie's ear pressed against the floor caught a muffled call. Xiaoyi? No, no, no. If Big Brother saw him now, it wouldn't just be autism. He might be scared into madness. Ren-E's heart raced. Unfortunately, his limbs were no longer limbs. At this critical moment, he could only resort to the most primitive mode of movement and roll beneath the dining table. Clatter! The kitchen door swung open. Top, top. Ren Man stepped out, then halted, presumably shocked by the pitiful wreckage of the chair. As Rennie rolled, his ears shifted from being pressed flat against the floor to facing sideways, now directly toward Ren Man. The bad news was that the eye on his body's exterior also rotated halfway, from facing the ceiling to facing the sofa, turning its back to Ren Man. Silence filled the room for a moment. Footsteps sounded again, followed by the bedroom door opening and closing. He realized Big Brother had entered his room to check. Before Ren Man returned, he made a flying leap, squeezing into the narrow gap beneath the sofa. Fortunately, his current form could be compressed and stretched at will, barely fitting into the less than 4-inch high crevice. However, the space beneath the sofa was low and cramped, forcing him to flatten himself until the tiny shadow under the sofa was fully occupied. Fortunately, he had finally begun to grasp the nature of his body. This flattened shape further helped him locate his various organs. Thus, he began painstakingly searching for his sensory organs. When he finally managed to gather one eye and 2 ears, he sensed an unusual stillness in the surroundings. By rights, Big Brother should have already noticed he was no longer in the sleep pod and that the dining chair lay shattered. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person might yell loudly or call the authorities. No, wait, an ordinary person might, but Ren Man perhaps would not. He recalled some psychology he had studied in a past life. In such situations, autistic individuals might become increasingly unable to vocalize their distress. He grew anxious, struggling to find his mouth while shifting the eye he had found toward the outside of the sofa. Yet his progress was slow. After much effort, he could only glimpse a corner of the gap with his peripheral vision. In his panic, he tugged at his eye and was astonished to find his field of vision stretching and expanding from the original 90 degrees in front of him to 120, then 180 degrees. At last, his vision encompassed the gap facing outward from the sofa. Outside was pitch black. In the brief time since sunset, the last vestiges of twilight seemed to have vanished. Why isn't the light on? Has Big Brother fainted? Then he realized that even in complete darkness, he could see with crystal clarity down to every splinter of the broken chair. He clenched his teeth but found none to bite. Ultimately, he resolved to physically roll toward his own room to ascertain the situation. Fortunately, he finally retrieved his other eye. This eye appeared on the back of his current form. Mimicking the first, he elongated it and immediately gained a 360-degree field of view. Yet suddenly, his movement froze. This eye faced the back of the other eye, that is, toward the narrow 2-centimeter gap between the sofa and the wall. By all logic, this eye should be seeing the pitch-black surface of the wall. Yet at this very moment, a pair of eyes hovered there, silently fixed upon him, their gaze lingering for an indeterminate span. He stared stiffly at those eyes. 3 pairs of eyes confronted one another. The dust suspended in the air seemed frozen by this eerie stillness, each particle's rotation and descent chillingly distinct. He should never have seen so clearly. Human vision had never been so keen. This unfamiliar perception felt like a cold needle piercing the nape of his neck, tightening his skin. Both sides adhered to the first principle of enemy engagement. If the enemy does not move, I do not move. As if competing to see whose eyes would dry out first. At last, those eyes closed with a hint of helplessness, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Before he could react, he felt a sudden release above him. The sofa was abruptly lifted, and Ren Man's figure filled his sight. Ren's body involuntarily tensed, all the strange sensations converging upon Ren Man. He attempted to speak, but emitted only a low, viscous, and unfamiliar murmur. Damn it! He had forgotten his mouth had yet to find its voice. The absurdity and panic mingled, twisting his thoughts into a chaotic mess. Inappropriately, he even thought that compared to a monster who could not speak, a monster who could speak and claim to be his younger brother was more likely to drive a person insane. Yet now, he could not even manage to be a speaking monster. He struggled to shift those 2 eyes higher, aligning their gaze with Ren Man's, as if awaiting a final verdict. Ren Man's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He did not scream, did not retreat. Not a trace of fear marred his face, only a near gentle calmness. As if having picked up his own brother from school countless times, he softly called out, "Shout-e." That single word nearly blanked Ren's mind. The unease still churned in his chest, but this familiar call acted like a sedative, slightly calming his turmoil. He watched Ren Man slowly crouch down, bringing his eyes level with his own, fingertips stretching out gently. Don't be afraid. The tone was so familiar it induced a ludicrous illusion that the one insane was not himself, but the world. He gazed blankly as Ren Man extended a hand and placed it upon his current form. The instant they touched, Ren-Es vision blurred abruptly, as if dragged violently underwater. The already faint light stretched into distorted lines. The air trembled. Ren-Man's silhouette slipped from human shape, revealing a shadow Ren he could not comprehend. Enormous, silent, like a thundercloud about to unleash a storm. Ren-Es body convulsed violently. What was this? Instinctive terror seized him. He wanted to flee, but found himself utterly immobilized. Suddenly, Ren-E realized the sky was not dark. Something had silently filled the entire room, blocking the sunlight and enveloping him completely. Ren-Man's voice pierced the darkness, carrying a familiar warmth. You've just grown up. In the next moment, the darkness contracted sharply. Immense pressure surged from all directions. Ren-E felt as if he were being forced into a narrow mold. His bones, muscles, facial features, and internal organs, those components once lost, hurriedly scrambling to find their places under the strain. Did it hurt? It seemed not. Only a powerful sense of distortion and discordance. Then the darkness receded, and bright light flooded his eyes. Ren-E forgot to blink for a moment, tears streaming involuntarily. Ren-E blinked slowly, adjusting to the light, then looked down at his hands. Smooth skin, distinct fingers, feet firmly planted on the ground. The human body belonging to Ren-E had returned. Even the clothes were exactly as before. The dizziness and fatigue vanished without a trace, and his thoughts cleared considerably. Yet he knew clearly that none of this was a dream. Those alien, sharp perceptions had not vanished, but were merely blocked and concealed by something. He sat on the sofa, Ren-Man beside him, brows slightly furrowed, eyes full of concern. Brother? Ren-E ventured, his voice trembling slightly. Alive, warm, without strange shadows or eerie outlines, at least for the moment. But the suffocating sensation from before still lingered in his memory, preventing even a flicker of resistance. He wanted to question, to press for answers. Countless doubts crowded his mind, yet words failed to pass his lips. The perceptions freshly freed from chaos. The massive silhouette that instinctively terrified him, Ren-Man's worried gaze, all melded together, blocking his inquiries. The meal's ready. Eat something. Ren-Man's voice interrupted his struggle. Ren-E's body stood almost instinctively, following Ren-Man toward the dining table. The human reason within him screamed wildly. No, you must not obey so easily. You should collapse, flee, uncover the truth. Yet instinct repeated to Ren-E ceaselessly. You are home. You are safe. Be a good child. This split sensation tormented him. Yet he was powerless to resist, until he reached the table and glimpsed the empty corner. There had once been a chair there, the one he usually sat in. Now it was gone. His suspended heart finally died. Accompanied by a certain despairing resignation, Ren-E's gaze fell upon the dishes on the table. Fine, he thought. I'll eat first. At least filling my stomach will give me strength to think of other things. Ren-E abandoned his struggle, picked up his chopsticks, and began to devour his meal. The braised beef, pan-fried tofu, garlic stir-fried lettuce, seaweed egg drop soup, all his favorites, tasting just as good as ever. He ate with enthusiasm, but failed to notice that the food melted on his tongue and vanished into his stomach without any sense of fullness. Only after clearing all the plates did he belatedly freeze in realization. Embarrassed, he lifted his eyes to Ren-Man and found him not touching his chopsticks, merely sitting opposite, quietly watching. Brother, aren't you eating? Ren-E asked, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible probe. Ren-Man shook his head. I don't need to. Very well. It seemed there was no pretense anymore. Seizing the moment during his meal, Ren-E's chaotic thoughts cleared somewhat. First, I don't seem to be human. Obviously, my brother isn't either, and he knows full well that neither of us is human. Were we? Some kind of monster lurking in the shadows of the world? No. Why did I become like this after the professional allocation test? The professional allocation test is one of the core public institutions of the New Era Alliance. So was I transformed by the test? Each truth behind these questions was enough to shatter Ren-E, yet beyond the initial panic, he felt no overwhelming emotion. Why? Was it because Ren-Man's calm had infected him, or because the instincts within his body had long accepted this reality? Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, the ringtone sounded from the bedroom, breaking the silence of the living room. He glanced at Ren-Man, who showed no reaction, only slightly turning his head, his gaze falling outside the window. That was his habit when pondering, but to Ren-E, it seemed like a deliberate avoidance. Ren-E rose and walked to the bedroom, picking up his phone. The ringing had ceased. The lock screen displayed a missed call labeled Old Lou's Son. Immediately, several message notifications popped up. Haha, benchwarmer. I'm out of that damn sleep pod. Whoever designed this test, I want to punch him. Phew, the after effects are intense. My head is so heavy, buzzing all over. My parent told me out, gotta go now. Remember to hit me up when you're out. Bro, I need to rant about this test. Ren Es fingers paused, a complex tide of emotions swelling within him. Lu Zihan is fine. It seems he merely suffered the ordinary aftereffects of the test. But is the elder Lu even human? Are only he and Renman special? Or is it that Lu Zihan, like the version of himself just now, has yet to notice his own abnormalities? Instinctively, he typed out, "Don't go," his fingertip hovering over the send button, hesitating. He was unsure whether the elder Lu's world was the same as his own, and uncertain if those words might frighten him. In the end, he deleted those few characters and simply replied, "I have already come out." After sending, he noticed that Lu Zihan's profile picture had already dimmed. He returned to the living room, clutching his phone, and found that the dining table had been meticulously cleared. The plates and chopsticks were nowhere to be seen, and the tabletop gleamed as if freshly polished, without a trace of grease. Renman sat on the sofa, his posture exactly as it had been when he left, as if he had never moved. He instinctively sat down beside Renman. The moment he drew near, an inexplicable sense of ease welled up from deep within, and the anxiety and fear he had felt earlier softened considerably. Rennie increasingly felt certain that he must have gone mad. Yet the body's reactions could not be deceived. He watched as Renman reached for the remote and turned on the television, where dull advertisements flickered across the screen, and finally summoned the courage to ask, "Brother, are there many like us?" Renman's gaze shifted away from the television, a faint and barely perceptible confusion flickering in his eyes. "What?" Ren's voice grew quieter. "I mean like us, not human. Are there many more in the Alliance?" Renman turned his head. His tone is flat, as if stating the most mundane fact. "There is no one in the Alliance." "No one?" Ren's face went blank. "Then all my classmates, like Lu Zihan, and Teacher Zhang, and Aunt Du the neighbor Renman nodded, confirming his terrifying suspicion, then, as if recalling something, added with meticulous precision, "They just look a little different. Different shapes, my foot." Rennie struggled for a long moment before managing to say, "Brother, could you please explain more?" Renman tilted his head, a little conflicted. Having spoken so much today was indeed somewhat taxing for him. Then, as if recalling something, he switched the television to an Alliance channel and gestured for Ren E to watch. The news program had just begun. A stirring yet faintly distorted and crackling melody played as the screen displayed a deep blue planet orbiting 2 moons. Wait, was the news broadcast opening like this before? As Rennie puzzled over this familiar yet strange image on the screen, 2 news anchors appeared. The male anchor had a standard square-shaped face, but where his features should have been, instead there were mouths of varying sizes, all opening and closing in unison, stitching together a steady yet somewhat hollow voice. "Good evening, dear viewers." The female anchor sported a neat black bob, with 6 luminescent blue eyes symmetrically arranged on both cheeks, all turning synchronously toward the camera as she spoke gracefully. "Good evening." Ren rubbed his eyes hard, but regrettably, the image remained unchanged. Male anchor: Today is the Alliance calendar S July 14th, Wednesday, and the Erie calendar S April 4th. Welcome to the Erie News broadcast. Female anchor: Just now, the new round of the Bizarre Cub Awakening ceremony concluded successfully, with 2,726 newborn compatriots joining the Alliance. Male anchor: This awakening ceremony involved 2,726 children, all successfully awakening as cubs, setting a new record for a single ceremony. Female anchor: This ceremony was hosted by Nightmare and employed the latest emotional guidance method, effectively reducing the risk of energy backlash during awakening. Their relatives are accompanying them, actively guiding the newborn Erie beings to integrate into the Alliance family. Male anchor: Here, we also address the cubs watching this program. We know you may feel confused, anxious, and frightened now, but please do not worry. The Alliance will always be your strong support. Female anchor: If you have calmed down, please promptly check your Erie account, formerly your student account. The Alliance has sent messages to all of you. Male anchor: A special reminder, cubs, please find your families as soon as possible and remain strictly within their bodies or within a 10-meter radius. If this is impossible, you may call the helpline at 440-40044. Male and female anchors in unison: Do not worry, you have merely grown up. Ren stared at the television, feeling his eyes weighted with lead, struggling even to blink. The male anchor's face, composed entirely of mouths, professionally switched to the international map. The female anchor's 6 eyes never once left the camera. The background music remained stirring, but to Ren's ears, it was unbearably grating. He had seen news broadcasts before, and he was even very familiar with the anchors. If only this male anchor would restore his facial features, and this female anchor would merge her eyes back into one. Only now did he truly grasp the meaning behind Rinman's words. There is no one in the Alliance, not a single soul, including himself. Rin's mind felt as if gently pressed beneath the surface of water, his breathing steady, the water warm. Thus, he had no time to suffocate, only to be forced into acceptance. Until the news said, "Cubs, please check your Eerie accounts promptly," and his phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw a notification flashing on the screen. "You have one new, unread message." He felt a ludicrous impulse to tell the phone, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." But the phone was utterly unyielding, and the message began to unfold rapidly. "Very important," Rinman murmured beside him. The phone vibrated again, fittingly. "Please read promptly." Urgent. Threatening. Caring. He took a breath and opened the message. A letter from the Alliance to the newborn Eerie beings. Dear Renyi, greetings. By the time you read this letter, you should have grown up and observed the world for the first time with your own consciousness. We hereby congratulate you. Welcome to the Pan-Galactic Eerie Alliance. Perhaps you still feel confused. Please do not worry. Every Eerie being experiences similar turmoil at the dawn of awakening. What you're experiencing is merely a small pang of growing pains, no matter what kind of existence you will become. As long as you abide by the Alliance's rules, the Alliance will recognize, respect, and protect you. Please note carefully the following instructions, as they constitute important guidelines for your life ahead. Attachment 1. Basic Code of Conduct for Alliance Citizens. All Alliance citizens are obliged to remember and strictly observe the following rules. 1. The Alliance, formerly known as the Pan-Galactic Eerie Alliance, is the home, support, and sanctuary for all Eerie beings. Please refrain from any actions that undermine Alliance unity. 2. All purposes of the Alliance revolve around the world, rules, and continuity. Please do not question any Alliance decisions. 3. Cherish and maintain your Eerie account. Do not casually discard, conceal, consume, or alter your account. If your account name changes spontaneously, please cease all actions immediately and await rescue in place. 4. The family is the fundamental unit of the Alliance. Your family members are absolutely safe and trustworthy. Maintain good family relations. Do not leave home without permission, abandon family members, replace family members, damage family members, or create counterfeit family members. 5. Children and cubs hold the highest priority within the Alliance. Their growth is planned uniformly by the Alliance. Any attempts to extract, enhance, weaken, prematurely awaken, forcibly regress, or independently cultivate cub abilities are major violations. He suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, a dull ache born of forced acceptance. So, this world has never truly been abnormal. The one who is abnormal is the version of himself who traversed through. To sum up, the Pan-Galactic Eerie Alliance, that very world in which he had lived for more than a decade, was in truth a society inhabited by a congregation of bizarre entities masquerading as humans. Those classmates, teachers, neighbors once so familiar to him were all, much like himself, merely beings of different forms. Children were unawakened Eerie creatures. The younglings were the awakened, immature forms of these entities. The good news was that he was no longer human. He had become a youngling, and thus was now under protection. The bad news was that, considering himself to have lived 2 lifetimes, his mental state was somewhat fracturing. Actually, all children within the Alliance were raised under the guise of humanity. So it was likely that every youngling now bore a similarly fractured psyche. This realization fell upon him like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through his chaotic thoughts and evoking a sense of bewilderment born from severed familiar cognition, accompanied by an indescribable, dust-settling relaxation. He fixed his gaze on the words growing pains displayed on the screen, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing as he couldn't help but silently scoff. That sensation just now, when he lost control over his own form and his senses were utterly disoriented, was called small growing pains? The Alliance's choice of words was truly euphemistic. He promptly opened the second attachment. As he clicked it open, a sudden sensation seared his eyes. The border of the second attachment was adorned with whimsical cartoon flowers and plants. The entire document tinted a soft pink, resembling a fairy tale book. Attachment 2. Youngling Guidelines. 1. Please do not be afraid. You are safe. Trust your family and the Alliance. Everything is normal. Welcome to growing up. 2. Your family is absolutely safe and trustworthy. If you feel scared, seek your family. If you feel confused, ask them. If you cannot communicate for the time being, they will patiently wait. 3. Newborn younglings require nourishment from their family. Within 7 days of awakening, do not leave home without permission. And do not stray more than 10 meters from your family. Instinctive dependence on your family is a normal phenomenon. 4. Please learn as soon as possible how to maintain a form within human cognitive parameters. Your family will provide assistance. 5. You may now explore this world through your Eerie account. Due to anti-addiction restrictions, younglings may only log into the game between 4 and 5 o'clock in the early morning on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Are free to access forums and social media accounts at any time. 6. Please do not face mirrors or bodies of water alone. If you must look in a mirror, do so accompanied by family. Rennie carefully reviewed both attachments several times. What stood out most was the Alliance's pervasive protective attitude toward the younglings. Moreover, both sets of guidelines emphasize the importance of family. As for the admonitions against running away or distancing oneself from family, Rennie recalled the floating eye suspended in the void, the violently upturned sofa, the fleeting glimpse of dark clouds. Laughable, there's no escaping anyway, right? With that thought, Rennie exhaled slowly, as if expelling the last ounce of rational human logic from his lungs. He lifted his head and glanced once more at the host on the television, whose 6 eyes remained fixed on the camera. One even seemed to notice his gaze and blinked. Rennie immediately shifted his eyes away, focusing instead on the screen of his phone. Several mentions of the 7-day mark appeared throughout the documents. What significance did this period hold? Even this youngling-esque guideline seemed merely a 7-day survival manual. What would come afterward for him? No. He resolved to leave worries about the 7 days to his future self, forcibly pulling back his wandering thoughts to concentrate on the present. Shock and confusion were futile. Rather than sit idly, he ought to organize his thoughts. The foremost matter was his body. He needed to acquaint himself with this new form and gain control. He had no desire to endure the previous loss of control again. He couldn't perpetually rely on his elder brother to shape him. Secondly, he must examine the contents of this Eerie account. The letter specifically instructed him to cherish and maintain it, attaching basic rules, which indicated that the account contained a wealth of crucial information. The Alliance's regulations, the nature of the Eerie beings, and those unfinished cautions were surely all within. Lastly, there was the professional test. He had not forgotten that the announcement at the test's conclusion stated that the results would be uniformly released 7 days later. Thus, beyond frightening them into awakening, did the test serve other substantial purposes? Perhaps to collect their information and abilities? Or maybe the original function of the professional test, to assign them roles? Rennie felt a slight reassurance at last. He hesitated briefly, attempting to glean more from Renman. How do you see me now? Renman, who had been scrolling on his phone nearby, looked up, appraising him from head to toe before concluding. You're too small. He added seriously, too small. You need to eat more to grow. Rennie replied, thanks. That answer is not only useless, but also unsettling. He pressed on, unwilling to give up. But you just said I've already grown up. So what then? Renman fell silent, successfully stumped by his brother's nitpicking. After a long pause, he finally said, why do younglings care so much? What on earth? Was this the parental catchphrase of the Eerie world? Why do kids care so much? He nearly lost his composure. He realized that, for Renman, the only option was to raise his younger brother. This raising was not merely about Eerie awakening, but a longer, more immeasurable process. Renman had never contemplated what it meant for a youngling to be considered grown or what should follow thereafter. And the Alliance? How much did they know? And what were their intentions? Rennie suppressed the anxiety about the future within his heart. He lowered his gaze to the letter, to those overly tender words. They were not written for adults, nor were they addressed to cognitively mature beings. They were a welcome letter to newly born outliers, encouraging them to adapt to the world and preventing them from harming themselves, others, or the Eerie entities. A parenting letter for the Eerie. Suddenly, he recalled the professional assignment test. Perhaps it should be called the awakening ceremony, the damned illusion designed to frighten them awake. The shattered world, the black tide sweeping across the land. Bateman is corpse. Would he wish to witness such a scene? No, he would not. The answer came instantly. His memories, like elusive mist, drifted back to his prior life in the orphanage, where he had floated like a ghost adrift on societal rules, rootless and unanchored. In truth, if the Alliance had not superficially resembled his previous world, he might have almost forgotten it. So this was no difficult choice. He had merely moved house and needed time to acclimate. The atmosphere quieted for a few seconds. Then Rennie took a gentle breath and, as if rebooting himself, straightened his back. Very well. Since the world was thus, he must summarize his current situation. In a word, eat well, drink well, remain confined for 7 days, and leave all other matters to family and the Alliance. He silently committed this to memory and swiped the screen upward. The content on the next page startled him completely. Name, Rennie. Rank, F. Rules and abilities, none. Family, Renman. Occupation, youngling. Status, energy unstable, form collapse countdown, 5-4. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Brother? I think I'm about to transform? Rinman glanced at him, his tone as casual as discussing today's meals. Manage yourself. I won't help you anymore. Immediately afterward, darkness enveloped his vision. It was over. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the early rising biological clock, cultivated over 2 lifetimes, summoned Ren awake. Almost by reflex, he propped himself up from the bed, only to realize he had no hands. Memories flooded back as Ren began to recall the cataclysmic worldview he had experienced yesterday. After his elder brother mercilessly rejected his plea for help yesterday, it took only a few seconds before he completely collapsed again, then suddenly fainted with a snap. The clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen sounded exceptionally clear in his newly sharpened perception. After several minutes of gathering his thoughts, Ren resolved to go out for breakfast first. Incidentally, he had many questions to ask Rinman. However, he suddenly realized that in his current state, limbless and helpless, the bed, originally only half a meter high, now seemed an insurmountable chasm. Reflexively, he intended to call out to Rinman for rescue, but only emitted a muffled whimper. Damn it. His mouth was nowhere to be found again. Creak. As Ren struggled, the sound of the door opening reached him. His 360-degree vision clearly captured Rinman entering, carrying a steaming breakfast. Come, eat, Rinman said with a gentle tone. How's he supposed to eat like this? Ren tried to control his body to sway, shift, or make any sound, but having just woken, his physical form was a tangled mess. He could only drag his gaze toward Rinman again and again, desperately seeking help with his eyes. Rinman placed the breakfast on the bedside table and looked down at his oddly shaped younger brother. He understood. Then he said calmly no. The silence was so profound it was unsettling. Ren even began to suspect that perhaps Rinman had temporarily switched off his human empathy. Amidst this eerie quiet, Ren's phone rang. His perspective instinctively shifted toward the sound, as if the room were equipped with a surround camera system. The experience was so bizarre it made his scalp tingle, but he no longer had the strength to panic. A video call. Old Lou's son. Rinman glanced at Ren's obvious attempts to answer, then sighed softly. He picked up the phone and, following Ren's wildly moving perspective, intuitively placed the phone beside the bed at an angle that absolutely concealed Ren's current appearance. Hello, came the voice of Lu Zihan from the phone. Rinman looked at the phone, then at Ren, suddenly realizing he might be getting involved in something. Just this once. He said this while feeling around Ren's body, and with a snap, a mouth module automatically appeared on Ren's face. Like an electronic device suddenly plugged in, the organ switched from an unusable state to activated. Ren inhaled sharply, nearly startled by the sudden breath that emerged. You two talk, Rinman said, then retreated and gently closed the door. Using his current perspective, Ren secretly glanced at the phone from an impossible angle. The screen was black, but the camera's light indicated it was on. Hello, Border? My phone camera's broken, came the voice on the other side. Very fake. Ren needed inyarti. If you want to sneak a look at my current state, dream on. He tentatively said, my screen seems stuck, it's just the ceiling. Never mind. How is the test going, old Lu? Lu Zihan paused for a second, then replied in a feigned casual tone. Ahem. Not too well. My parents messed me around. You know how they were yesterday. Haha, what about you? Me? Ren glanced down at himself and decided to be somewhat honest. I got beaten up by my brother. Oh. Lu Zihan expressed sympathetic understanding. Me too. My parents practically twisted my head off. Oh, Ren responded flatly, knowing Lu Zihan couldn't really hold back. Sure enough, Lu Zihan soon lost his composure. So, Border, you've seen the League's letter, right? Ren decided not to tease anymore. Alright, if I hadn't seen it, my parents and my brother probably wouldn't have allowed us to call. So what do you look like now? Show me. If Ren still had a head. He'd be rolling his eyes. Well, then open your camera first. Aha. Lu Zihan laughed awkwardly, then shifted tone, somewhat confused. Border, you always have ideas. What do you think we should do? Ren was silent for a while before replying. I don't know. I'm not much better than you, old Lu. But I trust my brother. The voice on the other end responded slowly. I trust my parents too. But then Lu Zihan's tone suddenly grew bitter and grinding. Border, you don't know. Yesterday, my parents put on a big show in front of me. My mom turned into a monster, lost control of her body, crying while trying to eat my dad. I tried to help my mom, but found myself, well, anyway. They were still mocking me this morning. That suggests you have a pretty lively family atmosphere. Ren thought, silently offering a candle for his best friend as plight. Wait, no. He suddenly realized. So those eyes, the things blocking the sunlight, the news he was made to watch. Surely it wasn't just his brother teasing him. Was it? The more Ren pondered, the more he felt his entire being. No. Even the word eerie no longer sufficed. He briefly recounted the story to Lu Zihan, who responded with a voice full of pity. Looks like we're both brothers in hardship. Enough of the depressing stuff, Border. Have you been surfing online? Lu Zihan instantly reverted to his carefree self. Rin's heart stirred. What? You've already seen it? Yeah. Hurry up and check it out. The stuff up there is super interesting. Lu Zihan said excitedly. You think I don't want to? Rin moved miserably again. But then he suddenly realized something. Old Lu's damn form probably had hands. No comparison, no pain. He was jealous. They chatted briefly more, and sensing Rin's impatience, Lu Zihan quickly ended the call. Oh, right, Lu Zihan said, just before hanging up, my mom asked me to tell you that I'll still be taking the summer job at my uncle's place. She left a spot for you. You should ask your brother if he wants to come check it out. Wait, isn't the pace of returning to normal life a bit too fast? Or is this just part of returning to normal? Rin's thoughts stirred. I'll ask my brother. Please thank your mom and uncle for me. No problem, bye. The call ended. During the conversation, Rin finally managed to tidy himself up. He extended 2 tentacles to pick up the phone and breakfast. Today's breakfast was a hand-grab pancake. It seemed Rinman had considered Rin's current condition. If it had been something like plain porridge or simple noodles requiring complex tools, Rin would have been helpless. Rin opened his mouth and bit into the corner of the pancake. The scene was so bizarre, even he felt like calling the police. A grotesquely shaped life form, using a structure that defied physics to grasp food and swallow bit by bit. Even stranger, this life form was scrolling on his phone with tentacles. The browser icon remained unchanged, but all the familiar apps had transformed into WeirdWho, WeirdBah, WeirdStation, and WeirdBlog. He realized his altered perspective likely affected more than just his vision. He first opened WeirdBlog and saw that the top trending post was, Understand the weirdness classification in 5 minutes. He clicked on the post and habitually glanced at the comments. Why is this trending again? Didn't this summary go viral a while back? Every awakening ceremony it trends, all the little cubs and their families come searching. Oh wow, little cubs, where are you? Come out and let the uncle see. A friendly reminder, although we're hard to kill, anyone who dares harm the cubs will be severely punished by the League's rules. Bones crushed to dust, souls scattered. Why say so much? This is a walking 500,000. You weirdos sure are trendy. Rin turned his attention to seriously reading the educational content. Hello everyone. I am the League's officially certified science editor. Today, I will quickly guide you through our classification system of the weird. The Alliance, emulating the classification systems of most technological worlds we have encountered, categorizes our anomalous beings according to their level of danger in a straightforward manner as FS class. As everyone knows, we anomalies are entities centered on rules and employ abilities as means. Therefore, the grading principles are rather intricate, involving factors such as rule activation conditions, the number of rules, ability strength, and scope of influence. But there is no need to worry. The anomaly network uniformly assesses each of your situations and displays a digital indicator following the grade. Screenshot. Grade E, progress 1100. Note that newborn fledglings do not have this indicator. It will be revealed after your awakening ceremony's evaluation results are announced, showing your designated sustenance. Rin's fingertips paused momentarily. Sustenance. The placement of this word here felt unnaturally jarring. The grading introduction follows. F class. Anomalies recently awakened after emotional trigger. They possess no abilities, cannot control form or senses, rely on their family for survival, and can be freely squeezed, rolled, or flattened. This state lasts only 7 days. After the first feeding post 7 days, they will be upgraded to E class. E class. Anomalies endowed with special abilities and the first rule. Upon upgrading, their form stabilizes and their core has a certain combat capability. Note, this does not imply that you must fight using your core. Please judge according to your own abilities. D class. Core combat strength increases, influence area expands. Upon upgrading, one rule or ability can be strengthened. The above 3 tiers are collectively known as fledglings. C class. An additional fundamental rule is acquired. The core undergoes an essential transformation, such as becoming untouchable or indestructible. Additionally, C-class anomalies can possess their own instances and actively summon participants into them. For details, see this post, link, Understanding Instances in 5 minutes. B-class. Abilities and influence range continue to strengthen. Anomalies can have an energy form anomaly domain. For details, see this post, link, Understanding Anomaly Domains in 5 minutes. A-class. Possess physical manifestation and anomaly domains existing in alternate spaces. Can establish instances within their anomaly domains. S-class. Gain an additional fundamental rule. Rin read with great interest. The Alliance-esque grading system was quite simple. The higher the grade, the briefer the anomaly's description. It was unclear whether the author was unfamiliar or if the officials deliberately concealed information. He continued flipping through and discovered the explanation was not yet complete. So far, the ordinary anomaly grading introduction is finished. How simple is that? Haha, but the editor still has some heavyweight material saved for last. Have you all heard of the calamities? Calamities are also anomalies, the most powerful anomalies. They are difficult to describe in words. To put it another way, in certain cultivation worlds, calamities are referred to as apocalyptic cataclysms. Do you know why every time we open an instance in the world, there's some auxiliary rules outside the instance? Sometimes it requires killing enough participants, sometimes inflicting enough pain, sometimes converting enough puppets. These auxiliary rules are actually defined against the world as calamities to fulfill the conditions of the current calamity as apocalyptic rule. The existence of calamities poses an overwhelmingly powerful threat to the world, so these big shots cannot enter the world directly. When these auxiliary rules are executed enough times, the calamity countdown begins. Essentially, we are substituting for the calamities, opposing the target world as defensive mechanisms until a stable gateway is opened for them. When the calamity descends, our work is done. Once the apocalyptic conditions are met, the world is downgraded to a canvas painted over by the calamity, a docile orchard waiting to be harvested. At that moment, whether it is captive breeding or annihilation rests solely on their whim. By the way, since many fledglings might be reading this post, I'll say a few more words here. Fledglings, do you feel that we are cruel, mad even for treating other worlds as food, for destroying worlds at a whim? Fledglings, the world is merciless. The illusions you experience in the awakening ceremony may differ, but they all end the same way. The sun torn apart, the black tide surging back, the world collapsing. Regrettably, that is not merely an illusion. That is the appearance of our former world, now shattered. Were it not for the Alliance-S establishment, neither you nor any of this would have had a chance to come into being. And the culprit is precisely those victims you have just pitted. They may be weak, may be ignorant, but they are never innocent. So grow up quickly, little fledglings. May you soon become executioners and guardians. The post ended here, and Run-E's gaze lingered for a long time on the final lines. That illusion, it actually truly happened? He murmured softly. The imagery of the awakening ceremony resurfaced, and his chest tightened faintly. Undeniably, the awakening ceremony had become the worst memory of Ren-E's 2 lifetimes. A psychological shadow. Of course, he had not forgotten his wish. From the previous news broadcast, he had learned the name of this enemy. Someday, he must land a punch on the one called Nightmare. Ren-E muttered to himself. Very well. He smiled wryly. He had thought he would become the great villain, but instead, he was the great victim. Ren-E, at least at this moment, still retained a trace of the 21st century idealistic youth-s values. This explanation allowed him, who had resolved to integrate into this world, to find a reason to soothe himself. Was this truly what had happened, or merely a carefully crafted narrative by the Alliance? It no longer mattered. He only had to ensure it would never happen again. Satisfied, Ren-E put down his phone, only to meet a pair of familiar eyes. Ren-Man, brother? Ren-E was startled. When did you come in? How much of what I just said did you hear? Wait, I have 360-degree vision. So why didn't I see you enter? Then he realized, although he had 360-degree vision, it was not without blind spots just now. Ren-Man had been obscured by the phone. Phones can be treacherous. Like a parent who had caught a child secretly playing on their phone. Ren-E's peripheral vision caught sight of his own distorted form, and inexplicably, he felt guilty. Brother, but I just saw that the Form 1T completely stabilized until after 7 days, Ren-E said weakly. Ren-Man did not linger on the matter, withdrew his gaze, and once again placed his hand on Ren-E's body. The familiar pressure followed, and this time, no strange things appeared in Ren-E's vision. Lowering his head, he saw his own hands. The human body had condensed once more. Then Ren-Man uttered a sentence that made Ren-E's eyes widen. We're going out. Ren-E's vision had just been adjusted upward and felt a bit disoriented, but hearing those words instantly cleared his mind. Brother, but the Alliance said we must not leave home. Mainly, we cannot leave family. Ren-Man corrected him. Some family is home. Therefore, there is that rule. He enunciated carefully, explaining to Ren-E that this sentence was a complex one for him. Do not be afraid. He said seriously, thought for a moment, then added with effort. If I'm not here, it's forbidden. It was a bit difficult to grasp, but Ren-E understood. Some fledgling's family is home, a house, or certain range, so they cannot leave, and the elder brother is not a bound spirit, so he is not subject to this restriction. He only needs to ensure he remains within a certain distance from his elder brother. And the final sentence was a typical parental admonition. This time I'm here, so we can do this loophole thing. When the child is alone, no. Brother, are some anomalies not human? Rennie asked, then realized his question was a bit odd. Yes, other forms. As long as they do not exceed human cognitive forms, it is permitted. So what are we going out to do? Is it about the chairs? Yesterday's events were so overwhelming that Ren nearly forgot. Ren Man is someone with autism compounded by severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. There were originally 4 chairs at home, but yesterday he broke one himself, and the fragments of that chair were scattered somewhere unknown by Ren Man, leaving only 3 now. And these 3 chairs were asymmetrical. So, Ren Man probably suffered discomfort throughout the night. Immediately thinking of this, he hurriedly changed his clothes. Just as he was about to put on his shoes, his movement suddenly halted. Those shoes were originally a pair of white sneakers, but at this very moment, their soles were stained with a dull red. It was from the day of the graduation ceremony, when Ren had stepped into a puddle. Without further pondering what exactly had fallen from upstairs that day, Ren nonchalantly finished putting on his shoes. Before stepping out, Ren Man handed Ren a small note. Public Conduct Guidelines. 1. Children require growth in a stable social environment and cognitive framework. Please refrain from exhibiting behaviors, knowledge, or abilities that exceed the threshold of human cognition in public settings. If you're unable to maintain your physical form, please venture out accompanied by mature family members. 2. If you observe a child exhibiting signs of cognitive abnormalities, maintain vigilance and immediately contact the nearest Alliance personnel. Do not intervene without authorization. 3. Please safeguard your work tools, food, and portals properly. It is strictly forbidden to leave these items in public areas. 4. Do not enter areas clearly marked as prohibited or temporarily closed. The area owner reserves the right to deal with intruders as they see fit. 5. Guardians must fulfill their supervisory responsibilities and ensure accompanying young ones fully understand these guidelines. Should negligence in guardianship lead to public disorder, the guardians will be held accountable accordingly, with severe cases resulting in revocation of guardianship rights. Ren Man waited silently until he had memorized the note before opening the door. They lived on the 8th floor. Outside the door was an open corridor, and not far away stood the elevator. Just as Ren Man locked the door, there was a chime. The elevator doors suddenly slid open. Hey, you instinctively ducks behind Man. Brother Rennie, a small figure leapt out of the elevator and was blocked by Ren Man in the narrow corridor, preventing him from colliding with Rennie. Xiao Long, come back here. A slightly plump middle-aged woman hurried out from the elevator, pulling Xiao Long back by his ear. Then she turned warmly to Ren. Oh, it's little E. Have you finished your professional placement test already? Why are you out so soon? Shouldn't you be resting properly? It was Aunt Du from next door and her son Xiao Long, due to Ren Man's taciturn nature. He had to bear the social burden with the neighbors. With his sweet tongue and good grades, he had earned the affection of various uncles and aunts nearby. But right now, he glanced at Aunt Du's smiling face, then couldn't help but sneak a look at her belly, where a gaping mouth smeared with lipstick was stretched wide open. Turning his gaze, he met his elder brother's urging eyes. Hello, Aunt Du, Rennie said, bracing himself. Hey, Aunt Du looked delighted, her mouth and the bloody maw on her belly both curving into a smile. Good child, why so shy? You used to be so outgoing. Mom, it hurts. Xiao Long struggled, protesting as his ear was pulled. Und du smiled vanishtanstoni. She turned to scold Xiao Long. You brat. Your brother, he just finished an important test. Don't disturb him. She then gave Ren Man and Ren a pair of apologetic smiles. One big, one small, and swiftly dragged Xiao Long back inside her apartment. Watching the neighbor's south door close behind them, Ren and Ren Man bolted for the elevator as if fleeing. The elevator descended floor by floor. Ren covered his face and muttered, Aunt Du is way too enthusiastic. Yes, he understood that there was no such thing as a normal person in this world. Indeed, there were no people at all, but he still needed some time to adjust. Ren Man looked down innocently and said, she did it on purpose. Wait, brother. He suddenly realized something. Xiao Long hasn't awakened yet, right? Peyton nodded. If that's the case, didn't Aunt Du just violate the rules? Ren asked, recalling the guideline. Children require growth in a stable social environment and cognitive framework. Please refrain from exhibiting behaviors, knowledge, or abilities that exceed the threshold of human cognition in public settings. Ren Man appeared somewhat puzzled, but naturally replied, it's humanoid. No, brother. Humans absolutely do not grow a mouth as large as a basin on their bellies, and then paint that mouth with lipstick. Ren Man saw the helplessness in his younger brother's eyes, and then seemed to catch Ren's train of thought. Alliance protection. Invisible. Before Ren could fully grasp this phrase, the elevator reached the first floor. The doors slowly opened, allowing Run E to peer outside. The sun shone brightly. It was the hour for going to work and morning exercise. Ren immediately spotted several faceless elderly gentlemen, grandmothers with hair strands as thick as chopsticks spitting phlegm, and office workers whose lower halves ended in a pair of hooves walking past the entrance. Good heavens! They call all these bizarre forms. One head and 4 limbs. A humanoid, huh? At the same time, he realized that the Alliance must have imposed some form of restriction, thereby obscuring part of the perception of children, including his former self. Is it a rule? So if the humanoid form is destroyed, does that rule become invalid? If you like, you can show a bit too, Rinman murmured beside him. Rin was startled and quickly replied, No, brother. I'm perfectly fine like this. He looked up and saw Rinman beaming with happiness. Rinman led Run E toward the parking shed. Though it was only a few steps, Ren E felt the journey stretch interminably. The street was filled with people, and as he walked, he had to greet neighbors who seemed vaguely familiar, like a numb human recognition machine, far worse than a child returning home for the new year. At least those children received red envelopes, and didn't he have to shatter and reconstruct their worldview repeatedly? Only when he sat on the back of their little electric scooter, watching the scenery blur past on both sides, did Ren E's taut expression gradually relax. His worldview had collapsed so utterly that he no longer had the strength to remain terrified. With a reckless attitude, he regarded the scenery within the residential complex, which held a peculiar charm. The destination was not far. When the complex was first built, a cluster of furniture stores had opened nearby. After fierce competition, only one remained, monopolizing the furniture market in the area. Upon arrival, Ren E was surprised to find the furniture store bustling with people, mostly families accompanied by unawakened children, quite unlike its usual desolate appearance. Why are there so many people? Ren E looked at Rinman, shook his head, signaling that he did not know. Ren E hesitated. He did not want to go anywhere abnormal, especially not to places where even Rinman was unaware of the anomalies. Because of school entrance exams, a voice suddenly spoke nearby. Rinman tilted his head slightly and said, Lin. Ren E circled around Rinman and saw a young doctor wearing glasses. How did he know he was a doctor? Because amidst the bustling street, he wore a pristine white coat and a stethoscope, seemingly emphasizing his medical profession deliberately. Another acquaintance, or rather, a familiar oddity. Hello, Dr. Lin. Ren E continued his role as the unfeeling human calling machine. Dr. Lin was the community doctor responsible for their neighborhood. He handled Rinman's monthly follow-ups and Ren E's annual guardianship visits. Oh, already heading out? Bold of you. Dr. Lin adjusted his glasses and appraised Ren E with interest. What does the little guy look like now? Show me when you transform back. Dr. Lin's casual attitude was hardly that of a typical physician. Ren E glared at him with deadpan eyes, but he did not notice anything inhuman about Dr. Lin. In fact, the man appeared refined and almost like a cultured scoundrel. Ren E then worriedly glanced at Rinman brother. You can't agree to such an absurd request, can you? In response to Dr. Lin's demand, Rinman calmly and sparingly retorted, Get lost. Dr. Lin's hand froze mid-adjustment of his glasses, as if trying to salvage some dignity. He quickly added, Even if you disagree, it won't matter. From now on, as long as he comes to me for treatment, I will definitely be able to see him. Sensing the rapidly dropping temperature around them amid the eerie standoff between the two, Ren E hastened to mediate. Dr. Lin, what did you just say about schooling? The temperature rose again. Dr. Lin glanced at Ren E with a hint of helplessness. The next batch of kids renting houses to attend school, of course. The university is a residential campus. After your class graduates, the families renting will have to hand over their houses to the next class. If the kids don't have schools to attend, it's a huge problem. Your family doesn't need to worry since you own property. So even the eerie ones have to scramble for school district housing? Catching an opportunity to indulge in a lengthy explanation from an eerie being was rare. Ren E was about to ask why there would be no school to attend, when he suddenly recalled a detail he had nearly forgotten from previous news. A total of 2,726 children participated in this awakening ceremony. That number seemed roughly equivalent to their entire cohort at school. Do all children have to attend the Alliance number 1 comprehensive education school? What about students at other schools? Ren E shifted his tone to inquire. Smart kid. Dr. Lin revealed a charming smile. The Alliance only has one school. You 2,726 little ones are the entire class. So, do you realize how precious you all are? Ren E was stunned and countered. But the Alliance has so many residents, doesn't he? In his memory, it was at least comparable to the planet he had lived on in his past life. That's just a small number. We generally don't die. The number only increases, so it's always this amount, Dr. Lin said matter-of-factly. But I've definitely heard of many schools outside. Ren E realized another blind spot. Dr. Lin curled his lips disdainfully. They're all empty shells, built just to fool kids. Later, the Alliance, to avoid wasting land, created replicas. Now, school replicas are everywhere, utterly devoid of novelty. Well, you sure put a lot of effort into deceiving kids. Ahem. Rin Man suddenly coughed twice. Following his gaze, Rennie noticed a little girl nearby, staring intently at them. As if eavesdropping. There are too many kids here. I'll explain slowly another time, Dr. Lin shrugged. Let us go. I'll accompany you inside to take a look. They entered the store. Fortunately, although crowded, it was still navigable, though the shoppers looked somewhat bizarre. The furniture appeared quite ordinary, nothing like the specially modified versions adapted for peculiar anatomies that one might expect. Rennie felt a bit disappointed. Soon, they found chairs on the shelves identical to those at home and called a shopkeeper for checkout. The shopkeeper was a burly middle-aged man, his face covered with a bushy beard. Only instead of hair, it was composed of twisting, entwining tentacles. How are you planning to take these back? He asked Rin Man thought for a moment, then pulled Run E behind the counter, placing the chair onto his own shadow. In the next instant, the chair silently sank out of sight. Huh. Rin E's eyes widened. He glanced around at Rin Man, then down at the utterly ordinary shadow on the floor. He shot a look that silently begged, "Brother, perform that trick again," only to receive a sharp tap on the head in return. Still rubbing his head in disbelief, he continued staring at the shadow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small object covered by cloth behind the counter. A breeze lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a small vanity mirror. Come to think of it, they didn't have a mirror at home. Ren E had always assumed it was because they were poor and usually used the school restroom mirror. So, this was the first time since his awakening that he saw his reconstructed appearance. He seemed a few centimeters taller and somewhat more handsome. Brother S's craftsmanship is pretty good. Should I ask him to buy this mirror for us? Just as he was thinking this, the reflection of Ren E in the mirror appeared to move suddenly. Huh. He frowned and leaned in to confirm, but a foot suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Bang! Rin Man kicked the mirror to shards and swiftly pulled Ren E away from behind the counter. What is going on? Doctor. Lin was startled by the noise of the shattering mirror and peeked over. Ren E yolted. Damn it, he couldn't look at mirrors now. Though he had memorized the rules flawlessly, the instant he saw the mirror, his mind seemed to freeze. He couldn't recall why he wasn't supposed to look. Meanwhile, Dr. Lin glanced at the broken fragments on the floor and immediately understood what had transpired. Here were two kids, one with partial mutism and autism, and he felt an immense sense of responsibility. Dr. Lin took a deep breath and decided to scold them. What do you mean by this? How dare you place a mirror in a public area? It's extremely dangerous. Look, the child just saw it. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded, his tentacle beard flailing wildly. I kept it well hidden. If you parents can't control your kids, that's on you. Tell me, is this a public area or not? Is there a risk? Pay up. Rin Man ignored their bickering and thoroughly examined Rin E to ensure he was unharmed before turning away, his expression tinged with anger. Rin E stepped back 2 paces, his heart pounding, not from physical discomfort, but because the scene in the mirror had left him shaken. Horror novels don't lie. Mirrors really are not good things. While lost in these thoughts, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning, he saw the little girl who had been watching them outside the furniture store, timidly clutching his sleeve and looking up at him shyly. Rin E was momentarily stunned. By all rights, this little girl should still be a child. He glanced around. Dr. Lin and the shopkeeper were on the verge of coming to blows. Rin Man was watching intently nearby, and the crowd around them was growing, yet no one was paying attention to them. What is the matter, little sister? Lost your parents? He crouched down and asked as gently as he could. The little girl shook her head and pointed at the shopkeeper, whose tentacles had turned red with anger, stammering Daddy. So she was the shopkeeper's daughter. So it's all because of me? Rennie felt a bit awkward. Well, I'll go try to calm things down. Just as he was about to stand, the little girl gripped his sleeve tightly. No, brother. Her voice cracked with tears. Daddy-s so scary. Everyone-s so scary. Wah. As if some long-suppressed emotion had burst forth, the little girl broke into tears. Hearing her words, Ren E was taken aback, a flicker of unease stirring within him. She had seen it. That was why she sought out someone who looked relatively normal like him. So, the reason she had been staring at them all along was because he, Rin Man, and Dr. Lin looked more human. At that moment, Ren E sensed a sudden hush around them. Looking up, he realized the quarrel had ceased. Rin Man, Dr. Lin, and the shopkeeper had all turned their heads, staring fixedly at them. No, it was everyone surrounding them, gathered in circles, their faces expressionless as they twisted their heads at various angles, silently gazing at them. More precisely, at the little girl before Ren E. As a chill ran down Ren E's spine, Dr. Lin was the first to break the silence. Let us see who is worse at taking care of children. He sneered. The shopkeeper's tentacles exploded outward. What are you trying to do to her? Step aside. I'm the community doctor. Dr. Lin strode directly toward the little girl. The closer he got, the weaker her sobs became. The fear in her eyes seemed to be drained away swiftly, replaced only by bewilderment. Meanwhile, Rin Man pulled Rin up, signaling him to step aside. Brother? Rin looked at Rin Man with a questioning gaze. It's my job, Rin Man explained calmly. Doctor. Lin crouched down to meet the gaze of the dazed little girl. Snap. He snapped his fingers. The little girl shivered and rubbed her eyes as if just waking from sleep. Dr. Lin gently rubbed the little girl's head and said, There, big brother won't quarrel with your father anymore. Hurry home and get some rest. Don't fall asleep here in the shop. At that moment, the crowd that had been frozen in place gradually withdrew their gazes and dispersed as if nothing had occurred. Dr. Lin glanced back at the shop owner. Later, the Alliance's Parent-Child Education Association will come to speak with you. Don't wander around these next couple of days. The owner quickly stepped forward, scooped up the little girl, and examined her from head to toe before letting out a long sigh of relief. I apologize. Please explain to the child, Dr. Lin said, his tone tinged with impatience. The owner was momentarily stunned, then looked toward Run behind Rin Man. I'm sorry. Before Rin could respond, Rin Man pulled him along toward the exit, with Dr. Lin trailing closely behind. Rin realized that his elder brother still seemed somewhat upset. The clatter of the rolling shutter door, closing, echoed behind them. After ushering all the customers out, the furniture store owner promptly shut the shop. What will happen to that owner? Randy looked back at the descending shutter, unable to help but ask. He might attend 1 or 2 dungeon training sessions. But if he still fails, I suppose that little girl will need a mother. Dr. Lin caught up from behind and replied in a light, somewhat ingratiating manner. At work? Rin Man stopped in his tracks and glanced back at Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin forced a stiff smile onto his face, his tone a bit obsequious. Aha, I'm in charge of this area. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily flicked toward Run, standing beside Rin Man, before quickly darting away. Rin Man's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds before he spoke again. Is it over? Huh? Dr. Lin was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. Yes. I'm done here. The only thing left is to wait for the Parent-Child Association to take over. I'll be going now, right away. That's good. Rin Man's voice remained calm and unruffled. Yet Run keenly sensed the atmosphere around him had grown noticeably colder. The next moment, Rin Man released Run's hand and gestured with his eyes for him to step back 2 paces. His tone steady to the point of coldness. I'm going to hit you. Rin belatedly realized that the low-pressure aura Rin Man had been emitting was not directed at the shop owner, but at Dr. Lin. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly rang out. Rin's vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, Dr. Lin, who had been standing upright just moments before, was now sliding down onto his knees with a thud. I was wrong, big brother. I just thought something was wrong with the child here. I had no idea it was because someone had carelessly shown her a mirror. If I had known, I wouldn't have let little near that area for anything. Rin Man lowered his eyes, towering over him, furrowing his brows as if contemplating where to begin the beating. After a long pause, he turned his head to look at Rin. Hit him once. Huh? Rin was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape as he instinctively glanced at his own hand. Yes, still human, 5 fingers clearly defined. With his slight frame, there was no way he could cause any harm to the formidable Dr. Lin. So, his brother meant just a token hit? He then turned to look at Dr. Lin on the ground, who was already weeping bitterly, sniffling uncontrollably. But when Dr. Lin lifted his head and looked at Rin Man, the latter was silently staring back as if urging him to get over with. Rin hesitated for a moment, stepped forward, and landed an ordinary punch on Dr. Lin's shoulder. Rin Man watched the punch, which was so weak that even an ordinary person probably wouldn't feel it, and nodded in satisfaction before kicking Dr. Lin away. Scram. Got it, big brother. Dr. Lin seemed to have been granted a pardon. He instantly stopped crying, scrambled to his feet using his hands and feet. Didn't he even brush off the dust on his clothes, and dashed away. Rin stood dumbfounded, watching as Dr. Lin disappeared around the corner at an astonishing speed, leaving several afterimages in his wake. He even suspected that Dr. Lin had just used a speed not belonging to any ordinary human. Hey, you look right, man. Feeling a strange sense of absurdity, as if they were playing house. On this outing, encountering a sudden ability to see the little girl and witnessing Dr. Lin's exaggerated reaction, a flood of unanswered questions surged within him, countless as the tides. Rin opened his mouth, about to voice his doubts, but noticed Rin Man slightly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling up faintly, as if smiling. Do you know his name? Rin Man looked at Rin and asked. He was momentarily stunned and instinctively shook his head. He suddenly realized that he had always called the man Dr. Lin, never once considering asking his name. After all, in human customs, it is habitual to address professionals like doctors or teachers respectfully by their surname plus their occupation. Lin Xinyan. Ren did not tease him, but stated the name straightforwardly. He repeated the name quietly and instantly fell silent. If this Xinyan is indeed that Xinyan. He clenched his fist, the same one he had used to hit Dr. Lin moments ago, his face full of regret. Big brother, I was wrong. If I had known his name, I would have hit him much harder. It's fine, consider it on me this time. You can hit him next time. Ren said calmly, as if comforting him. Brother, I might not have been able to handle him without you. He looked mournful, feeling he had missed a prime opportunity to thoroughly thrash his enemy. Brother, let us go home. It's dangerous out here. He leaned close to Ren and whispered. After what had just happened, he was keenly aware of how fragile he still was. From the conversation among the monsters, it seemed that things like mirrors posed threats only to cubs like himself and children like the little girl. Ren nodded silently, said nothing, and pulled his hand as they headed toward the electric scooter parked by the roadside. Once seated on the back of the scooter, he finally found the chance to voice the questions swirling in his mind. Brother, I heard on the news that we were awakened by the Xinyan hosts. So, is Dr. Lin responsible for the awakening ceremony of our entire generation? He was still unaccustomed to the term cub, so he deliberately used everyone instead. Man drove the scooter steadily and shook his head. There are many Xinyan. Oh, Ren Yusudendli understood. So, Xinyan is a kind of eerie species, not just one individual. Then does that mean they're S. Wang Xinyan, Zhao Xinyan, Ouyang Xinyan, Shangwan Xinyan? But you were right to hit him, Ren added. Ignoring his brother's provocation, Ren's thoughts continued to wander. Brother, then what are we? He asked curiously. Since Dr. Lin and the others are Xinyan, surely he and Ren must have their own species name. Ren's body stiffened, and he fell silent. He sensed that this question had caught him off guard. The scooter moved smoothly, trees along the roadside rapidly receding behind them. After a long while, Ren finally murmured, only us. After another pause, he added, you name it. Suddenly entrusted with the right to name their species, He was utterly bewildered. Then, brother, what about when you were a cub? Who were your family? I grew up on my own, Ren answered with remarkable calmness. He was stunned for a moment, feeling a slight constriction in his chest. Grew up on his own? Was the first individual of their species forced to grow up alone? What about the Alliance? Didn't they care? He wanted to ask more. How Ren had grown up, why their species consisted of only the two of them, what abilities they possessed. But Ren seemed resolute, sealing his lips completely and refusing to answer further questions. All right. Realizing his brother had no intention of telling him more, Ren gave up pressing and switched topics. What about the mirrors? Why are cubs attracted to them? Curiosity of cubs, Ren replied succinctly. No, it's really not that. I'm the victim. The mirror attracted me on its own. Fortunately, Ren seemed to sense his grievance and soothingly added, you won't feel that way once you grow up. Then was that little girl just now also seeing because of a mirror? Ren inquired further. Maybe she saw her father using a mirror. So your great anomalies can use mirrors? Ren silently took note. As for what they used them for, Ren simply replied, you'll find out soon enough. Ren recalled what Dr. Lin had mentioned earlier and continued to ask. Dr. Lin said that little girl might have an additional mother. What does that mean? Not in our family, Ren said calmly and resolutely. Our family only has you and me. Ren fell silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to ask, then how did we come into being? He had wanted to ask this for quite some time. Since they were not human and had no parents, surely there must be some way they were born? Ren answered, we popped out of stone. Brother, could you be a bit more serious? Ren was helpless. He was clearly asking a very serious question. I'm serious, Ren said. Ren sighed, realizing he wouldn't get any more answers. He leaned against Ren's back, and though many questions still lingered in his heart, an inexplicable sense of calm settled over him. It seemed that some things could only be understood when one grew up. After returning home, perhaps out of guilt over the mirror incident, Ren let lie around all day. In the following 5 days, Ren's anomalous growth was rapidly accelerated along a strange developmental trajectory. On the first day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he shattered. Not a bone fracture, but his entire body split from the chest into pieces, drifting in the air like dispersed smoke. Ren said nothing. Gathering the floating fragments of he scattered everywhere. Ren realized once again that maintaining human form was truly a technical feat on the second day. Building upon the first, Ren learned to float. Yes, the ability to fly which in various fantasy novels is attained only after at least 3 major stages, was awakened in him immediately. Unfortunately, he could only hover like a cloud, moving at a painfully slow pace. Meanwhile, the main plan to transform into human form still made no progress. On the 3rd day, feeling the looming deadline, Ren-Y finally managed to maintain a half-human form. His upper body resembled a person, but the lower half looked like incomplete data, falling apart below the knees with a series of plopping sounds on the ground. Ren-Man held him like a bundle of sacks, saying, "Try again." Fortunately, Ren-Y rapidly developed a spider leg technique, using 8 tentacles to move. Not bad. It was much faster than 2 legs. On the 4th day, he could finally maintain a complete human shape, like a white silhouette with blurred features, barely discernible contours. He tried pinching his face, but it was soft like jelly. "Brother, my face fell off. Perfect for a haunted house," Ren-Man remarked indifferently. By the way, Ren-Y had previously relayed Liu Zihan's summer job invitation to Ren-Man, who magnanimously said, after reaching a level, he can do as he pleases. On the 5th day, Ren-Y perceived himself through his senses. No longer a chaotic mass of limbs or a fragmented outline, but a delicate human youth with soft features and bright, spirited eyes. Although his ears remained slightly pointed, and a faint, almost imperceptible white mist rippled when he breathed. Ren-Y took a deep breath and looked at Ren-Man beside him. "Brother, I've succeeded." Ren-Man hummed in acknowledgement and reached up to ruffle his hair. The air was quiet. Today was the day the awakening results would be announced. Ren-Y sat on the sofa, somewhat bored, repeatedly refreshing his phone. "Brother, what kind of food do they usually have?" A previous informative post had explained that F-level hatchlings only needed to feed once to ascend to E-level and gain abilities, but each anomaly-S food was different. Certain energies, Ren-Man said from beside him. He seemed in a good mood and a bit more talkative, but the items he listed only matched Ren-Y's imaginings of anomalies more and more, following certain rules generating energy. Common ones are fear, pain, or transforming flesh and soul. However, the Alliance collects them. Ren-Man tilted his head and added, "First time, no need to worry." So, the Alliance actually collects such abstract energies to feed the anomalies? Ren-Y's mouth twitched, realizing the Alliance's technology tree was probably more twisted than he had imagined. Ren-Y was about to ask more when suddenly his chest felt as if gently touched by something, a swelling sensation spreading throughout his body, like a breath of warm air being poured in. Ren-Y was stunned. "Brother, I feel a little strange." Ren-Man was pouring water and looked up at him upon hearing this. Ren-Y stared at his hands for a while, but found nothing abnormal. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly opened the anomaly network. Name, Ren-Y. Level, E. Progress 100%. Rules and abilities, not recorded. Family, Ren-Man. Occupation, hatchling. Status, advancement, energy overflow. Ren-Y's eyes immediately caught the glaring E, and he froze for 3 seconds. "Brother, I think I leveled up?" Ren-Man leaned in to look at the screen, and the 2 brothers fell into silence. Indeed, Ren-Man scrutinized Ren-Y for a long time and then slowly asked, "What did you eat?" "I didn't eat anything. I didn't do anything." Ren-Y protested. "Brother, you're really accusing me wrongly. I only spoke. I didn't move my mouth at all. Maybe you accidentally ate something," Ren-Man concluded. Wait a moment, the results. Sure enough, the test results would be available soon, and they would know what he had accidentally ingested. Ren-Y continued refreshing the results page. According to the official announcement, the release time was supposed to be 10 o'clock. However, it was already 10:01, and the interface still displayed, results generating, please refresh and try again. 10:05, 10:01, 10:15. The interface was even more stable than Ren-Y's human form. Huh, was that analogy appropriate? Ren-Man took out his phone and operated it. Ren-Y saw the 3 characters Dr. Lin on the screen. Ren-Man put the call on speaker. After a few prompt tones, a sharp click signaled the call had been answered, and Dr. Lin's unusually anxious voice came through immediately. Ren-Man, calm down first. Listen to me." Ren-Man glanced at his phone, then at Ren-Y. "I'm calm," he replied, from his brother's steady voice. Ren-Y detected a subtle trace of confusion. Good. I know there's a problem with little ES test results, but don't be anxious." "I'm not anxious." Ren-Man looked even more bewildered. "In short, I'm at the clinic. The hospital is closed today. You should bring him here right away." Dr. Lin spoke rapidly, seemingly not hearing the other side's response. "Oh, Peyton responded. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get him to E-level." Dr. Lin loudly vowed on the other end. Ren-Y was a bit fed up and said to the phone, "Dr. Lin, but at that moment, a busy tone sounded. E-level. The call was completely disconnected, leaving the 2 brothers staring at each other in bewilderment. Something big must have happened at Dr. Lin's end. He means, you're in big trouble. Rinman summarized, surveying Ren E from head to toe, making him feel uneasy. Let's go check it out. Rinman quickly withdrew his gaze and stood up, motioning for Ren E to prepare to leave. He looked somewhat perplexed. At least, we need to figure out what you ate. The two brothers soon left, riding the small electric scooter once again. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Dr. Lin's clinic. The glass door was half ajar, and inside was deserted. After knocking with no response, Rinman skillfully pushed the door open and stepped inside. The brothers searched through 3 rooms before finally finding Dr. Lin looking helpless among a pile of bottles and jars. Upon seeing Rinman, his face, initially filled with bewilderment, gradually morphed into a profound despair. He cast a fleeting glance at Rinman, as if pricked by a needle, then swiftly averted his gaze and focused on Run E instead. Little E, Dr. Lin said, his face drawn and sorrowful. I truly am sorry to you. Run E responded with a hint of exasperation. That's an exaggeration. I'm already at E rank. Huh? Dr. Lin was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Ren E up and down before springing to his feet with a somersault. No, it's true. How did you manage that? It shouldn't be possible. I was just waiting for the test results, then suddenly, inexplicably, I leveled up, Ren E explained, reflecting on this fantastical process of leveling up. He felt a bit speechless. It was hardly different from leveling up by simply lying down. Impossible. At that moment, Dr. Lin suddenly exclaimed loudly, the Alliance can't possibly have your energy crystals. Just then, Rinman, who had remained silent all along, spoke calmly. Little E, what is your food? Dr. Lin jolted, hesitated briefly, then said to Ren E, Little E, you go outside first. I need to have a word with your brother. Ren E's mouth twitched. Dr. Lin, what else with that expression as if you've been diagnosed with a terminal illness and need to talk to the family alone? At that moment, Ren E sensed the temperature around them drop slightly. I'm really going to hit you now, Rinman said softly. Ren E saw Dr. Lin tremble as if recalling some deeply unpleasant memory. All right, I'll talk. Little E, you know what our bizarre food is, right? Energy born from following certain rules. Ren you repeat. Correct. Our bizarre strength is built upon adhering to inherent rules, roughly categorized into several major types. Dr. Lin nodded, clearly getting into a stride, and proceeded to elaborate extensively. The first type, and also the most numerous, consists of rules-triggered anomalous tales. To give a few simple examples, some anomalies have a behavioral pattern where anyone who looks directly into their eyes gets their throat slit. Others punish unfaithful people by causing them to die from a ripped-out heart. Some powerful individuals are struck by lightning. Wow, what is this? A lightning calamity. Their characteristic is that the rule's power only applies to those who trigger it. For this type of anomaly, triggering the rule counts as feeding. Each successful execution counts as 1 feeding. The disparity between the weakest and strongest in this category is vast. Weak ones are easily handled, while the strong are utterly unreasonable. Ren E listened with great interest, so much so that he failed to notice a trace of resentment in Dr. Lin's tone. The second type we call ammunition-based. Simply put, when they fulfill a rule once, they gain a piece of ammunition to use their ability. This ability need not be executed immediately, and the target can be freely chosen, not limited to the individual who triggered the rule. Let me give you some powerful examples. If someone lies to them once, they accumulate an opportunity to rewrite reality. Learning a secret can erase an object, a living being, or even a concept. Notably, ammunition capacity is limited. This type of anomaly-s food is essentially their ammunition. For instance, those two just mentioned consume lies and secrets. You can think of replenishing ammunition as feeding. These anomalies have fascinating abilities, but aren't very efficient. They generally handle worlds with powerful individuals. Dr. Lin offered a casual critique. The third type involves rules tied to time. I like to call them punch-in anomalies. For example, some can only act at noon, but may kill freely during that entire time. Others, like those active during the Ghost Festival, can only operate once a year, but do so for a whole day. For them, essentially, each person killed counts as 1 feeding. Ren E was surprised to find that hearing about killing caused no emotional reaction. He instinctively felt it was only natural. That's about it. There are some miscellaneous rules and abilities classified as the fourth type, others, but you probably want to encounter those. Oh, and by the way, the above rules only apply outside the anomalous domain. Inside, the rules expand and get even more chaotic. You'll learn about that in college. Ren E hesitated. You've said so much, but what exactly is my ability? Listen to me first. Dr. Lin waved his hand impatiently. The abilities of fledglings are generally weak and come with stringent conditions. You can tentatively regard your ability as an illusion. Oh, how ordinary. Ren E felt a tinge of disappointment. But what do you mean by regarded as? He asked. Does that mean it won't be an illusion after evolving? Why be disappointed? If used well, it's quite powerful, Dr. Lin retorted, glaring at him. But your problem isn't with the ability itself. It's with the rule trigger. Despite the many rules, the energy sources are always similar, killing people, specific negative emotions, or abstract things like lies. In any case, they must fit our anomalous label. That's why the Alliance generally collects such energy crystals for fledglings. Briefly, Rinman, who had been patient for a very long time, spoke in a voice so cold it could cut ice. Ahem, your ability belongs to the second, ammunition-based type, but your rule is probably positive emotions. Ammunition types sound strong. But what do positive emotions mean? Rinny asked, puzzled. For a fledgling, it means if you make someone happy, you can cast an illusion on them once, Dr. Lin said, throwing in the towel. Oh, that is not bad, Rinny replied. Pretty good, Rinman concurred. Dr. Lin sighed, well, it's not very weak. But the problem is that the kind of emotional energy crystals you need are hardly prepared by the Alliance. Or you two, just saying. Dr. Lin looked at the two brothers before him, doubting his own ears. Ren tilted his head in thought, while Rinman's furrowed brow finally relaxed into a serene expression. So, your body is perfectly normal, Rinman explained calmly. I'm happy with the food. I'll figure out a way. I think it's pretty good, too, Rennie said as he opened his phone and checked his panel. Besides, my food doesn't seem to require the Alliance's energy crystals. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. Dr. Lin decided to dampen the mood further. You're still just an E-rank fledgling. Under these circumstances, your ammunition capacity is limited, understand? Basically, your clip can hold only one round. That means you have only one chance to use your ability. After using your illusion once, you must make someone happy before you can use it again. And it has to be because of you that they're happy. Our anomalies usually run horror scenarios. How do you plan to make people laugh in a horror dungeon? Run nodded in agreement. That does sound a bit challenging. See, Dr. Lin said, so it's unlikely for you to find food on your own. Your brother and I will think of ways to help you. Before he could finish, Rinny interrupted, I have a few questions to ask you. First, about my leveling up, I think I understand now. My first feeding must have been my brother providing me with positive emotions, so after my energy stabilized this morning, I leveled up directly. Ren, showed Dr. Lin his phone screen. Name, Ren E. Level, E progress 1100. Rules and abilities, not recorded. Family, Rinman profession, fledgling. Status, energy stable. Just now, after my brother said he was in a good mood, my level progress increased again. So, compared to energies like fear, which can only be gained in so-called dungeons, positive emotions can also be sourced from us anomalies themselves, right? Dr. Lin stared at the screen, silent for a moment. Given the current situation, you're right. Dr. Lin quickly composed himself and pondered seriously. His expression, combined with the white lab coat, made him appear thoroughly professional. However, according to the Alliance's research, emotional energy cannot be repeatedly extracted from the same individual upon each promotion. Previous experiments have demonstrated that repeatedly drawing fear or pain from a single entity is ineffective. Therefore, with each level up, the amount of energy you can obtain from your brother is limited to this small portion. I understand, Rennie nodded. Now, for the second question, what are the duration, consumption, content, and effects of this illusion ability? Is it possible for someone sufficiently powerful to resist it? Could one consciously awaken from it through sheer willpower? This time, Dr. Lin did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment, as if a halo of light flickered in his eyes. I have reviewed the worlds we have encountered so far. I believe that, at your current level, among the participants you're likely to meet, there is no one capable of actively breaking free from such a rule-based ability. Therefore, once you use your ability on a target, its duration is indefinite, and the possibility of resistance or escape is nil. However, the content and effect depend entirely on your own imagination. At the E rank, you should only be able to influence vision, possibly just a portion of it. I suggest you integrate the illusions with the real environment when deploying your illusions. I see. So, his ability is essentially about planting seeds of illusion. For each target, it can only be used once, but once successful, he can manipulate the scenes before the target's eyes at will. However, each use requires reloading. I understand your meaning. Then, there's one last question. At that moment, Rennie glanced at Rinman brother, Dr. Lin, and I have something to discuss. Could you please step outside for a moment? Rinman looked at the two of them, said nothing, and quietly stepped out, closing the door behind him. This is quite interesting, little Rin E, Dr. Lin said with a look of keen interest. Do you know what you've done? What kind of fascinating question are you about to ask that you need to send your brother away? Rennie grinned and smiled broadly. This question might be surprisingly dull for you. Could you teach me the method of weaving illusions, Dr. Lin? Oh, Dr. Lin stretched lazily. After Rin Man left, the previously disheveled and flustered aura suddenly shifted, becoming cold and sharp. Honestly, before your brother left, I might have been more willing to answer you. But now, things are different. You will answer me, Ren, he said earnestly. If I threaten you directly with my brother, it's actually still asking a favor. My brother might be too embarrassed to actually hit you. He would only give you a warning like before. Dr. Lin's expression stiffened. Ren acted as if he hadn't noticed. But if I tell him that at the awakening ceremony, you scared me by threatening to kill him, he would really hit you. So this is a threat. Dr. Lin's expression froze completely. What happens in the awakening environment is normal and necessary. You are right, but my brother will hit you. You can't even prove whether what I say is true. Can you? You are right, but my brother. All right. I get it. I'll teach you. From now on, when you go to sleep in the sleep capsule at night, I will come to find you. After Ren left the clinic, he immediately saw Rin Man quietly waiting by the door. Brother, Dr. Lin agreed to tutor me in the sleep capsule at night. Okay, report completed. Safety seems assured. Ren stepped closer with a playful glint in his eyes. Brother, now that you know my rule in the spirit of fairness, should you tell me one of yours? Rin Man thought for a moment and replied, dirty things need to be cleaned up. Renyi. Is that even a rule? A flash of his brother's meticulous desk, eternally gleaming floor, and merciless suppression of any hint of untidiness instantly crossed his mind. I see. A rule-level obsession with cleanliness. So, brother, you're the kind of rule-trigger type Dr. Lin mentioned? Renyi persistently inwideth. Unfortunately, no matter how much Renyi pressed, Rinman only repeated those few words back and forth, and eventually, Ren gave up entirely. At that moment, Ren suddenly remembered something. Since his food could be provided by his elder brother, then brother, before we go home later, let us stroll around the neighborhood. Since my awakening, I haven't greeted the uncles and aunts here yet. The following week, Ren's summer vacation remained fulfilling. Familiarizing himself with his strange body during the day and attending to his studies at night was indeed more exhausting than school, until he received a message from Lu Zihan. Bench, meet me tomorrow at my uncle's shop. Don't forget. Ren quickly responded with an emoji showing acknowledgement. After several days of rapid surfing through information, Ren had come to understand exactly what this summer job entailed. Brother, tomorrow I'm going on an internship mission with Lu Zihan. The escape room shop is just a facade. The so-called internship mission is a remedial class prepared for newly awakened anomalies. Having these anomaly cubs, who might lose their human form at any moment, play ghosts is indeed professionally fitting. When Ren first learned this, an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind from a wildlife documentary in his past life. A lion catching a live antelope cub, but not eating it. Instead, tossing it to the lion cubs to play with. In fact, the situation of the participants in the internship mission might be even worse than that of the antelope. After all, the lion might only want to fill its belly, but the anomalies desire far more than mere sustenance. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Ren was punctually delivered to the mall by Rin Man. The sign for the Endless Game Pavilion was tucked away in a corner, surrounded by a dazzling array of escape room, script murder, and board game posters. The lighting was bright and colors vibrant, utterly devoid of the eerie, terrifying atmosphere Ren had imagined for the entrance to the mission. Bench this way. Upon entering, Ren immediately heard Lu Zihan's robust call. Turning his head, he saw Lu Zihan sitting on a nearby chair with a beautiful woman. Lu Zihan looked the same as a few days ago, seemingly no different from school life. Though for some reason, he appeared somewhat restrained and upright, as if wanting to stand but not daring. The beautiful woman had brown curly hair and wore a black lawn dress. Upon seeing Ren, she immediately revealed a dignified smile. Hi, Zihan and Aunt Lu. Ren greeted unusually politely. This beautiful woman was Lu Zihan's mother, Lu Qing, who, in Ren's impression, was a woman of considerable presence and took great care of Ren. Little is here. Did you come alone? Lu Qing asked gently. Yes. My brother dropped me off downstairs and left. Ren answered honestly. Your brother trusts you. Lu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Come, sit down. Your brother probably hasn't told you anything about the mission, so I'll tell you and Zihan together. Pei Ni obedient Lu sat beside Lu Xian, and the two of them sat upright, listening attentively as Lu Qing lectured. The mission is our hunting ground. You've probably seen some popular science online. Our world was once destroyed. Lu Qing's tone was gentle, yet her words made the two boys' spines straighten slightly. Some powerful anomalies rescued a portion of their kind from the ruins and barely managed to establish the current Alliance world to sustain the continuation of the species. However, this created world is unstable. its rules fragmented, and its origin incomplete. Therefore, we must harvest energy from other worlds to continuously repair our world and sustain the survival of the next generation, like yourselves. Seeing the nervous expressions of the two youngsters before her, Lu Qing smiled warmly. Don't worry, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. You two don't need to concern yourselves with too much. Just know that we must fight together to protect the world. Now, back to what you will face. Lu Qing leaned forward slightly. To repair and sustain this world, we need energy. Where does the energy come from? From harvesting other worlds. The specific process involves our world's rules or powerful anomalies invading first, anchoring the world's coordinates. Then began the tug of war. The opposing world's would incessantly repel us, expose our rules, establish regulations favorable to them, bestow talents or items, and so forth. Thus, a set of dungeon rules emerged that were relatively equitable for both sides. And our mission, she paused for a moment, her lips curling into a graceful yet chilling arc, was to crush their resistance and eliminate all participants. Once their opposition weakened to a certain degree, that world would be designated as a pasture. Subsequently, whether to continue extracting resources or to allow a more formidable anomaly to perform the final harvest depended on decisions made at a higher echelon. You need not delve too deeply. Today's dungeon was established using Uncle Zihan's venue, linked to a pasture world, serving as a training ground for you. Remember, although the pasture's rules generally cannot directly aid participants within the dungeon, the basic fairness of the dungeon remains intact. Moreover, the participants themselves should not be underestimated. Lu Qing paused, speaking with profound significance. Do not underestimate humanity. Ren Yi and Lu Zihan listened attentively. At that moment, a somewhat haggard middle-aged man emerged from the inner room. He was Lu Zihan's uncle, Lu Zi. Since it's about time, let them in. Once they go through the process, they understand the specifics. All right, you two go prepare, Lu Qing instructed cautiously. Be extra careful. About 70 to 80% of the practice dungeons are successfully cleared each time, so don't feel pressured. Ren Yi and Lu Zihan took a deep breath and pushed open the door leading to the small, dark inner room. As they entered, Ren Yi noticed that Lu Zihan's demeanor was unusually composed today. He held his head high, his gaze piercing straight ahead, and his stride was as steady as a statue gliding forward. Once out of Lu Qing's sight, Ren Yi could not help but nudge him lightly with his elbow. Old Lu, what is up with you? Why so serious? Unexpectedly, despite Lu Zihan's tall and robust frame, he stumbled slightly from the gentle touch. Then, thud, a round object dropped directly to the ground, rolling twice under Ren Yi's astonished gaze. Don't touch me. My head, came a loud shout. Yet the voice emanated from the ball on the floor. It was Lu Zihan's face, etched with embarrassment. You snickered. Ren Yi held back for 3 seconds before finally bursting into uncontrollable laughter. If you saw a talking head on the ground, you might scream in terror. But if that head belonged to your closest friend, you couldn't help but laugh. No laughing. Help me pick it up, you jerk. Lu Zihan's head emitted an indignant voice. Meanwhile, his body flailed on the floor like a headless chicken, frantically searching. Truly a head-hunting scene on the floor. Suppressing his laughter, Ren Yi quickly scooped up Lu Zihan's head and carefully set it back onto his neck. The moment they touched, the severed flesh writhed as if alive, reconnecting and healing swiftly until it gleamed as if new. What is going on with you? A flying head mutant? Ren Yi's lips twitched again. Laugh again. Lu Zihan growled fiercely, cautiously rotating his neck as if adjusting a newly installed part. Ha! Ren Yi laughed even harder. Once he finally regained composure and Lu Zihan had straightened his head, Ren Yi marveled and asked, Are you okay? No problem. Lu Zihan shrugged. Just a bit heavy-headed. After transforming into humanoid form, it's unstable and tends to fall off easily. Mom said once I level up and strengthen, it'll be fine. Oh, Ren Yi dragged out the sound, curiosity fully piqued. So, what does your original form actually look like? Give me a hint. Lu Zihan shot him a cold sideways glance. Want to see? Fine, let us transform together. No problem. Ren Yi readily agreed. I'll count to 3 together. 3, 2, 1. They simultaneously released their hold on their humanoid forms. Within Ren Yi's vision, Lu Zihan's figure rapidly expanded and morphed. His skin turned a dark iron blue hue. His height skyrocketed to nearly 10 feet, muscles bulging on his limbs. 2 massive, menacing bone blades erupted from his elbows, shimmering with a cold light like the scythes of death. Most striking was his head, entirely encased in a sharply contoured metal mask, with only a narrow red visor slit for his eyes, within which 2 fierce lights flowed like blood. Inuzi Hansa Perception. Ren ES location was replaced by a sudden surge of pale mist, continuously shifting in pattern. From the fog hung countless indescribable, soft, and eerie tentacles, silently writhing as if alive. At the core of the mist, something faintly pulsated, emitting an instinctively dizzying and unsettling aura. Immediately, two anguished outcries rang out simultaneously. Damn, how can you fly? God damn it, you really have hands. The two youths, meeting each other as true forms for the first time, were shocked yet quickly sensed a subtle, stylistic sense of defeat from the other's distinctive appearance. After entering the dungeon, let us not speak, Ren-E said earnestly after a moment of silence. Agreed. Lu Zihan's voice echoed muffledly from inside the helmet. With that, Ren-E straightforwardly opened his panel and faced Lu Zihan. All right, we've seen each other as true forms, so let us be honest from now on. Name, Ren-E. Level, E, Progress, 37,100. Rules and abilities, ammunition type. After absorbing positive emotions originating within oneself, can cast illusions. Ammunition capacity, 11. One successful ammo refill counts as one feeding. Family, Renman. Profession, Cub. Status, energy stable. The rules and abilities section had already been registered by Dr. Lin. As for the surplus progress points, they were credited to Ren-E's tireless community work over the past 2 days, chatting and assisting the elderly neighbors. He had managed to accumulate a full 36 points of positive emotion. Unfortunately, before the next upgrade, the same unit cannot provide progress repeatedly, and Ren-E's social connections had been completely exhausted. Otherwise, he felt he might ascend to rank A in no time. Wow. Your rule is meant to make participants laugh in the dungeon? Does the Alliance have such a category of energy crystals? Lu Zihan first frowned, then exclaimed, wait. How is your progress so fast, you beast? Although my rule is rather abstract, it upgrades quickly. Ren-E shrugged in his anomalous cloud form, then urged, yours? Hurry up. Lu Zihan reluctantly revealed his panel. Name, Lu Zihan. Level, E850. Rules and abilities. Rule trigger type. Those who refute die. Within a 50-meter radius centered on the true form. If an individual refutes, can instantly teleport behind them and decapitate. Successful decapitation counts as one feeding. Family, Lu Qing. Zhou Sun, Lu Zi, Lu Ying, Lu Hong, and 37 more family members omitted. Profession, Cub. Status, energy stable. Ren-E's gaze was initially overwhelmed by the extensive family list. The Lu family was indeed flourishing. He searched for a while before locating Lu Zihan's rules and abilities. So, you're a professional contrarian? He raised an eyebrow shaped like a white tentacle. At the same time, he noticed that Lu Zihan's total progress requirement, 50, was lower than his own, 100. Was it because the rule was more dangerous and harder to execute? As for the 8 progress points, Lu Zihan's ability certainly could not be performed within the Alliance. It must have been gained by absorbing rule crystals. In recent days, he had also learned that a rule crystal must be forged through multiple feeding sacrifices by anomalies of the same rule. For the peculiar younglings, apart from the initial meal which the Alliance provides free of charge, all subsequent sustenance must be supplied by their families. Old Lu truly is an invisible second-generation wealthy heir. Make this clear. As long as someone objects, I can strike them down. Lu Zihan declared defiantly. You look like you can't disguise yourself among the participants in your current state. Can you? Ren-E glanced at Lu Zihan's head and inquired. Lu Zihan hesitated. If I shout a few more times, they might object in their panic. But what if you encounter someone who just keeps saying, yeah, right? Won't you be doomed then? Well, I could just strike him down directly. Lu Zihan tapped the back of his helmet with the knife in his hand, producing a dull clang to demonstrate his strength. Ren-E looked at the towering 3-meter steel figure opposite him. Indeed, even without the rules, physical elimination was quite reliable. You have to be careful, he reminded. We're corporeal now, though our physical strength is somewhat enhanced. If we run into a fantasy world with concepts like fighting spirit or immortals, this won't be enough. Then you just go up and insult him a bit. Make him object. You're just going in circles again. Though he said this, Ren-E thought to himself, old Lu's rules are really powerful. He felt a twinge of envy. 2 small peculiar creatures were noisily bickering when Lu Zihan's uncle, Lu Zi, pushed open the door and entered. All right, little ones, he said with a weary yet gentle smile, get ready to enter. Once inside, you'll have an hour to prepare. The world's rules will provide prompts. You can discuss specific tactics once you're inside. He pulled aside a nearby cloth, revealing a mirror about as tall as a person. Following Lu Zi's direction, Ren-E and Lu Zihan stepped through the mirror. In a flash, they found themselves inside a room. The room was elongated, roughly the size and shape of two basketball courts placed lengthwise, adorned with sculptures and oil paintings, resembling an exhibition corridor. So the younglings are drawn to the mirror because they instinctively want to enter the instance and work. Ren surveyed the surroundings. Before they could fully take it in, a series of prompts appeared before their eyes. Welcome to the escape room instance. The difficulty has been temporarily reduced to novice level. This instance is a ranch hunt with no special objectives or auxiliary rules. Restriction. For the first 20 minutes after the instance begins, participants must remain in a designated spot and cannot move freely. Your primary task is to ensure that no participant escapes. Number of participants, 10. Instance start countdown, 005959. Why is there still a restriction? Lu Zihan rubbed his head in displeasure. It's the resistance of the opposing world's rules, Ren replied. After all, it's called an escape room. Participants need time to solve puzzles. Let us see what this instance has in store. The Guardians were completely hands-off, offering no information about the instance layout, the ranch world's intelligence, or anything else. The two released their senses. Invisible ripples swept through the entire space like a tide. Under their peculiar perception, every detail became vividly clear. It was a simple linear maze composed of 5 consecutive rooms of identical shape. Each room contained some minor traps or arrangements designed to distract participants or delay them. Overall, the first room held a clue pointing to a key in the third room, which could be used to open the door of the fifth room to escape. The partitions between rooms were thick iron-barred gates. When the two touched them, a new rule appeared in their minds. Once closed, the gate must remain shut for 10 minutes before it can be destroyed. But I remember you can teleport, right? Ren looked at Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan nodded. Yes, as long as someone objects. Ren nodded. Is your teleportation passive or active? Do you have to strike as soon as someone objects? No. Lu Zihan shook his head. It can be delayed, but the objector must be within 50 meters of me. If they object from beyond 50 meters or escape beyond that range, the lock is lost. Ren did the math. That was roughly the length of one room. Lu Zihan could strike someone in the second room from the first, but not beyond that. How about you? Lu Zihan asked Ren. I can bypass that limitation by transforming and slipping through. According to my plan, this door might not even be necessary. Ren glanced at the gap between the bars of the security door, wide enough to fit an arm, and replied. So what is the point of this door then? Lu Zihan stared at the seemingly useless gate and, after a moment of silence, voiced his soul-esque question. No idea. Probably just to deceive the participants. Ren shrugged. Maybe to make them feel like they're in an escape room? Time quietly slipped by. Half an hour had passed. The two briefly discussed their plan and returned to the restricted position, a display stand in the first room. So I have to stand here like a statue for 20 minutes? Lu Zihan glared at the stand, his tone dripping with reluctance. It's a safe zone. You're invincible up there. Ren smiled and patted his shoulder, mainly to scare off the new participants. Besides, can't we still chat using the peculiar web? That's unfair. Lu Zihan clutched his head. Why do I have a position and you don't? Why don't you have to be a statue? Don't worry. I'll be your accessory, Ren replied. Then, to Lu Zihan's puzzled gaze, he transformed back into his true form. A massive, twisted white cloud slowly gathered and condensed in the air, shifting from semi-gaseous to solid. Finally, Ren transformed into a white jade pendant about the size of half a palm, hanging from Lu Zihan's wrist. A simple cartoon mouth appeared on the surface of the pendant, grinning and saying, I'll stay like this from now on. Your portable companion, always by your side. In recent days, besides striving to shape his humanoid form, Ren had discovered some of his racial traits, shape-shifting being one of them. However, he was currently limited to transforming into simple objects, far from the special ability to disguise as another person. The two bickered a bit more as the countdown entered its final minute. Lu Zihan took a deep breath, his form beginning to swell and mutate. His steel blue skin appeared, towering 3 meters tall, with menacing bony blades at his elbows, and that iconic fully enclosed angular mask. He struck a pose he considered dignified and stepped onto the display stand. The jade pendant on his wrist gently swayed. They began communicating through the peculiar web. Lu Zihan, how is this pose? Ren, don't speak. Stay cold and aloof. You're the instance boss now. You need style. As the countdown hit 0, they felt a strange constraint settle over them, fixing their movements. But it didn't matter. Ren, didn't need to move. And in fact, he planned to remain still until the instance ended. Instantly, a halo of light flickered, and 10 individuals dressed differently appeared in the room. 7 men and 3 women in total, wearing modern but tattered clothing. Their faces were pale and gaunt, as if they had just crawled out of ruins. Their bodies covered with indelible dust and sweat stains. Ren, Yi, and Lu Zihan's eyes immediately locked on the three of them. They communicated through the peculiar web. Lu Zihan, guns, benches. Damn, it's my first time seeing a machine gun. So cool. Ren, Yi, don't get excited. It won't kill you. Though he said so, Ren, Yi couldn't help but feel some concern. Their younglings' true forms were still physical bodies. Although Lu Zihan wouldn't be killed by bullets, the wounds inflicted by a machine gun could certainly delay him for a while. The three individuals donned identical camouflage combat uniforms, clearly well-trained. The middle-aged man at the forefront carried a heavy light machine gun on his back, while the other two had bulging holsters at their waists, evidently armed with pistols. Upon awakening, they swiftly gathered together, their eyes warily scanning the other 7 participants and a motionless steel behemoth displayed on the nearby pedestal. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence. The other 7 participants roused, and a few timid ones screamed upon seeing Lu Zihan, scrambling and curling up in the corner until they realized the 3-meter-tall monster sculpture was utterly still, trembling as they finally halted. The 10 exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. A woman appearing to be in her early 30s was the first to speak. She wiped the grime from her face and hoarsely said, "I was asleep in a shelter in the lower city just last night, and now I've woken up here. Everyone, have we entered that place?" Lu Zihan, they know about the Eerie trial. Ren Yi, they come from a ranch world, one that has endured previous invasions. Knowledge about the Eerie is probably widespread there. Most likely, replied a young man whose face bore a sickly flush and an unhidden excitement. He continued, "Everyone, since we've entered the Eerie trial, we should cooperate fully. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lin Feng. I was clearing mutant carcasses outside the city when I suddenly found myself here. I am Chun Feng." The woman who spoke earlier added her name in turn. The others followed suit. 2 cleaning crew members, a nurse, a cook, and a trembling youth cowering in the corner. Soon, the 7 had introduced themselves, and all eyes shifted toward the 3 armed men. Chun Feng tentatively asked, "Sirs, may I ask who you are?" "You can call me Old Deng," replied the man wielding the machine gun at the head of the group. "These 2 are Lu Rui and Chu He. We're the Holy City Resource Collection Team." He deliberately paused, surveying the grimy faces before him. "Judging by your attire and condition, you're not from Holy City. But doesn't matter. Since we're in the trial together, we're all grasshoppers on the same string." He patted the machine gun in his hands, the metallic clang piercing the stillness of the room. "Our collection team is professionally trained and familiar with some basic knowledge about the trial. Therefore, I expect everyone to follow orders and not act on their own." His gaze lingered a moment longer on Lin Feng's excited face. "I know some see this trial as a chance to change their fate. But let me be clear. Anyone who acts rashly and endangers the team won't blame me for being harsh with my weapon." Several nodded their agreement to Old Deng's command and began searching room 1, though none dared approach the half of the room where Lu Zihan's imposing presence loomed. Ren Yi and Lu Zihan listened with quiet amusement to the conversation. After all, time was on their side. "Ren Yi, sounds like they're from a post-apocalyptic world? A resource collection team?" "Lu Zihan, that's not the point. What does Old Deng mean by a chance to change fate? That reaction seems off." "Ren Yi, I still don't understand what the predecessors did to this world. Post-apocalyptic or modern day?" Ren Yi pondered silently, adjusting his plan. "This wouldn't do." Just then, Old Deng spoke. "From what I know, the trial is safe during the initial phase. We must seize this opportunity to quickly find the trial's requirements. You several, go search for clues over there." The few indicated, including Lin Feng and Chun Feng, glanced at the machine gun in Old Deng's hands and wordlessly moved in that direction. Lu Zihan, why don't they challenge him? Normally, some troublemakers would stand up and object, and then Old Deng would brandish his gun to assert authority. No one triggered the rules, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "Ren Yi, in a post-apocalyptic world, fools tend to be scarce." The group edged toward the exhibition platform where Ren Yi and Lu Zihan stood. Lin Feng lagged a half step behind. By the time he arrived, the others had already quickly chosen their directions. Finding no space, he scratched his nose awkwardly and finally approached Lu Zihan's monstrous sculpture. Lin Feng cautiously reached the statue, seeing no sign of movement, and bravely extended his hand to touch the blade held by the creature. A cold, stabbing sensation shot through his hand, startling him into withdrawing it quickly. Suppressing his fear, he circled the platform and suddenly noticed a card lying on the floor behind it, inscribed with the words, "Escape." The key is in the 3rd coffin. Lu Zihan, bingo, he has found a clue. Ren Yi said nothing, contemplating whether to activate his ability now. After all, the rule prohibited movement, but his power required no physical action to deploy. At that moment, Lin Feng glanced upward, catching sight of something white with his peripheral vision. It was a white jade pendant, suspended by a thin thread from the wrist of the monstrous sculpture, cradled in the creature's massive palm, entirely concealed from the front view. His heart stirred. Seizing the cover of the statue's bulk, he stealthily reached out and took the pendant down. Suddenly, a line of words flashed before his eyes. System bound. What are you doing? Old Deng's voice sounded, as if noticing Lin Feng lingering too long. I found a clue, Lin Feng hurriedly exclaimed, stepping out of the blind spot. Hearing this, the others quickly gathered around Lin Feng's position. He stepped back a few paces, ostensibly to let everyone see the clue, but actually to conceal his pounding heart. Strange, yet inexplicably comprehensible words kept refreshing before him. System activated. Greetings, host. The invincible contrarian system is at your service. Containing his overwhelming joy, Lin Feng whispered in a voice only he could hear, System, what functions do you have? It was done, unseen by anyone. A strand of positive emotional energy from Lin Feng's pocket was absorbed by the white jade pendant. The system, Ren E himself, sensed the recently spent ability charge replenishing instantly, affirming the success of his plan. He then continued to unleash his illusionary powers, flooding Lin Feng's vision with messages. This system is named the Invincible Contrarian System. The host must play the role of a contrarian. Gaining others' rebuttals earns system contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for items in the system store. Open system store, Lin Feng murmured. Rennie promptly fabricated a store menu and tossed it over, listing items like a Nirvana pill costing 99,999 contribution points, an Invincible Heavenly Thunder Talisman at 99,998 points, and a God-slaying Heaven-cleaving sword priced at 99,997 points. Of course, Lin Feng could not afford any. It was not that the system lacked such items. Watching the faint smile slowly spread on Lin Feng's lips, Ren E sighed inwardly, wondering why a single unit could not provide positive emotional energy repeatedly. Judging by this boy's delight, who knew how much positive emotion he could generate, Lin Feng soon realized his utter poverty, his expression darkening swiftly. System, are there any cheaper options? Ren E immediately presented the prepared menu. Breath Concealment Talisman, Mental Activation. Select a target. Provided the Erie's fatal rules are not triggered, the Erie will not prioritize attacking the chosen target. Duration, 5 minutes. Price, 1 contribution point. Target Transfer Talisman, Mental Activation. Select a target. The Erie will prioritize attacking the selected individual. Price, 1 contribution point. Ren E's plan was straightforward. Since he couldn't move during the first 20 minutes, he would let the mobile participants lead the way, effectively infiltrating the trial as one of them. How else could one interpret an eerie entity sneaking in among the participants? Since my illusion ability consumes no energy once triggered, I disguised myself as the system and, while gathering some positive emotional energy, I casually incited the participants to turn on one another, sparring with biting remarks. He obtained food, Lu Zihan followed the rules, and the participants experienced joy. It was truly a win-win-win scenario. As for the functions of the items in the shop, I would simply inform Lu Zihan when the time came, letting him help act them out. I cast another glance at Lin Feng, who quickly concealed his expression and was thoroughly pleased before retreating back into my pocket. Young man, the next phase is yours to command. At this moment, all the participants had finished reviewing the clues, each wearing an expression tinged with apprehension. So, the implication is that we must escape this room, but it also says the key is inside the third coffin. Where are the coffins here? Chun Feng's face paled slightly as she looked around, questioning the others. Lin Feng's tone turned eerie as he said, there are no coffins, but there are people. If 3 people die, wouldn't there need to be 3 coffins? What kind of logic is that? Actually, the third coffin just means the third room. It was veiled that way to cultivate a spooky atmosphere. Lin Feng truly was a character. He even managed to conceive a perspective that no one else had thought of, even when attempting to be unsettling. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out. Don't spout nonsense. In a novice dungeon like this, there won't be any rules requiring people to die to succeed. The person scolding was Chun Rue, holding a handgun. He seemed to be trying to stabilize everyone's nerves by speaking out against such dark notions. Lu Zihan, he objected. This kid is formidable. Lin Feng's purpose in telling a horror story was evidently to provoke dissent. Ren E hurriedly sent Lin Feng a contribution .1 via illusion to respond within the Eerie network. Ren E, old Lu, once you are able, kill this Chun Rue immediately. Chun Rue was armed, clearly a greater threat. Eliminating him would also weaken old Deng's faction and potentially fracture the participants' unity. Lu Zihan. No need to wait for you to gather the food on him, got it? Run. He. No need. Our top priority is ensuring their total annihilation. We're rookies ourselves, better not to underestimate them. At a time like this, greedily snatching a bite wouldn't be nearly as productive as doing some community service in the afternoon. Just then, a sharp click sounded. Suddenly, an iron gate appeared behind the participants, startling them. It seemed this dungeon contained more than one room. Discovering clues would automatically unlock the next chamber's door. Old Deng frowned. How do you know that? Lin Feng retorted, ever the contrarian, but Old Deng merely glanced at him without a word. Ren, he checked the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since the dungeon began, and they still had 10 minutes before they could act. He sighed inwardly. This novice dungeon was far too lenient on the participants. Once assured of safety, all participants entered the second room, leaving the poor Lu Zihan behind. Close the door. Old Deng commanded. That monstrous statue continued to unsettle him. After confirming the iron gate was securely locked, he turned his attention to the room. This chamber was roughly the size of 2 vertical soccer fields, with the door to the third room wide open at a glance. Yet, at its center lay a vast, bottomless pit. Between the 2 doors stretched a narrow wooden plank bridge, about 30 centimeters wide, appearing extremely fragile and ready to collapse at any moment. After observing for a while, Old Deng directed, there should be no other dangers here. Chen Fang, you cross first. Everyone else line up and cross one by one. Don't stand too close to the ground. Chen Fang's expression changed, but she obediently stepped forward as the first to cross. This room likely wouldn't hold the participants for long. Ren Yi worriedly thought this and resolved to take some action, sending Lin Feng another message. System task issued. Become the sole leader of the team. Reward. Double contribution points. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he still dutifully followed the others onto the bridge. Ren Yi had initially wanted to write a command to eliminate Old Deng or have Old Deng argue with him, but he feared exposing himself or Lu Zihan's rules. So he refrained. After the first few crossed, Old Deng found no issues and quickly crossed himself. There was a minor mishap. The perpetually timid boy nearly stumbled and fell from the bridge, clutching it and trembling for a long moment before, urged on by those behind. He finally got up and crossed. At that moment, time was up. He felt a certain restraint lift from his body. Unfortunately, his main form lacked combat strength. Being swept by a machine gunfire burst would take him half a day to recover. Otherwise, he would have charged into the crowd and wreaked havoc immediately. By now, 7 participants had crossed the bridge. Among the remaining 3 was Chun Rue, whom Ren Yi had earmarked as the prime target. Suddenly, a grinding sound echoed. Through the gap in the iron gate, the participants heard a bone-chilling noise. The once motionless monster slowly turned its head, narrow slits in its helmet revealing bloodthirsty red light. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. Lu Zihan stepped before the door, his blade striking it fiercely, carving a half-finger-width slit. He was quite skilled at crafting a terrifying atmosphere. Screams erupted instantly as the remaining participants scrambled toward the wooden bridge. Just as the first nearly stepped onto it, a gunshot cracked, and a bullet struck the ground beside his foot. Old Deng stood on the other side of the bridge, holding his machine gun, smoke rising from its barrel. Ahoy, you come over first, he said coldly. The rest don't be afraid. The door is sturdy. That monster 1T get in so quickly. Clang, clang. The piercing metallic clangs continued. The boy who had been trembling finally broke down, screaming with heart-wrenching desperation. Chun Rue hurried onto the plank bridge. Inside Lin Feng's pocket, Ren Yi's simple drawn mouth on the jade talisman slowly curled into a smile. This was the moment he and Lu Zihan had been waiting for. When Chun Rue was halfway across, he suddenly felt the bridge shudder beneath his feet. Then, the boy's terrified screams grew louder beside him. Be behind! Behind! What's wrong? Did the bridge break? Chun Rue asked anxiously, about to turn his head, but the scene before him spun wildly. Roar! Lu Zihan's massive form appeared on the bridge, emitting a deep, furious roar. The plank beneath him groaned under the unbearable weight. Before him, Chun Rue's headless corpse collapsed lifelessly, plunging into the abyss. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Old Deng opened fire. Bullets slammed into Lu Zihan, spraying a mist of blood. Lu Zihan staggered back in pain, but quickly regained his footing. Move out! Old Deng ordered decisively. Realizing the gun was ineffective, he shouted further. But no reminders were needed. The remaining participants had already surged through the gate. Were it not for Chu He guarding the door, they might have already shut the iron gate. Old Deng quickly secured the iron gate after entering. With no further interference, Lu Zihan steadily walked across the plank bridge. When he reached a small clearing by the door, the bridge behind him finally gave way, collapsing into the abyss. Two terrified participants remained on the other side, huddled together with nowhere to flee. Clang! Another blow struck the door. Outside, the monstrous figure loomed grotesquely. Inside the third room, the remaining participants paled. Outside, Lu Zihan's heavy chopping resonated, pounding the tense air of the third chamber. Meanwhile, within the eerie network, the two instigators exchanged gleeful banter. Lu Zihan, haha, I'm amazing, right? Teleportation decapitation, 1/1 kill. Renee, so cool, old Lu. Why is your main form so powerful? How's your wound? Lu Zihan, it's nothing, already healing. But the location's tricky. That old dang deliberately shot my foot, so my speed might be a bit affected for a while. Ren, hey, it's alright. You focus on breaking down the door slowly. I'll figure out the rest. Lu Zihan, what about the other two in room 2? Renee, ignore them for now. They're done for. Once we finish here, we'll go harvest them. At this very moment, chaos reigned inside room 3. It's over, it's over. Did you see that? That monster can teleport, and not one of us can escape. The young man, whose face had been pale with terror, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, mumbling incessantly, completely broken. Enough. If it could teleport continuously, why didn't it just teleport straight in? There must be some limitations. Old Deng scolded sharply. His expression darkened as they had just lost a comrade. Everyone be quiet. An unexpected voice emerged. It was Chun Fong. What she said next in a chill threw everyone present, including Renee. I might have figured out that bizarre movement pattern. Her words immediately drew all eyes upon her. We all know the Eerie One possesses special abilities. Her voice was low yet articulate, each word clear. However, her powers require triggering conditions. Especially with beginner-level dungeons, the rules are usually simple, direct, even brutal. She paused, ensuring everyone caught what she was about to say. Remember how that thing moved? At first, it didn't teleport immediately, but spent some time breaking down the door until it looked toward the terrified youth slumped beside it. Only after that kid screamed did it teleport directly behind the man who had just been there. Since the kid kept muttering to himself, the monster didn't come inside. I suspect its ability teleports it toward the loudest sound. Among the others, the nurse trembled as she asked, "So, if we don't shout, we'll be safe?" Without hesitation, old Deng lowered his voice and commanded, "Everyone from now on, speak as little as possible, and only in whispers. Anyone who dares to shout, argue loudly, or scream, don't blame me for being ruthless." Phew, lucky guess. Ren exhaled softly, having been eavesdropping. Never underestimate humanity. Aunt Lu Qing's words echoed in his ears. He had indeed been slightly complacent. After sharing the intelligence with Lu Zihan, he remained silently vigilant. Though these survivors from the ranch seemed feeble, their wisdom and resilience in survival were not to be underestimated. Yet, Chen Fong's accidental insight had caused them considerable trouble. Now, all participants spoke as little as possible, making it even harder to provoke any contradiction. The sound of chopping outside was the sole background noise, urging the survivors onward. Room 3 had been transformed into a strange children's realm. Colorful foam blocks scattered across the floor, grotesque dolls grinning mockingly at the intruders. The door leading to the 4th room was secured with a combination lock, adorned with 3 shapes: a circle, a square, and a triangle, each paired with 2 numbers beneath. A very simple puzzle. Participants needed to swiftly gather the blocks matching each shape in the room, find the corresponding quantities, and input them into the lock. The search proceeded amid an eerie silence, broken only by exchanged glances, hand gestures, the rustle of clothing, and the clinking sounds in the background. Ren's mind raced. He had only one illusion charge left, which had to be used wisely. To continue employing it, he needed to garner positive emotions from others. Ideally, he could kill and simultaneously gain positive feelings to chain combos continuously. Old Deng was undoubtedly the priority target, but ensuring that single strike was lethal required careful consideration. Just then, Rennie noticed Chun Fong, holding a pile of blocks, seemingly approaching Lin Feng casually. "What is up?" Lin Feng asked warily in a low voice. "I have something to discuss with you." Chun Fong arranged the blocks in her hands, and without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she whispered just loud enough for the two of them. "I have some insider information. These beginner dungeons often limit the number of players who can clear them." Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, shaken by the news. He lowered his voice in return. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" "Form an alliance." Chen Feng's words were concise. "I don't know how many slots there are in total, but Old Deng and the others will definitely take 2. The rest who have no slots must die." Her voice flickered with a hint of murderous intent. "Moreover, we both know how the Holy City treats us outsiders. Keeping us alive is only to use us as cannon fodder to test the path. When a final door opens, Do you think the gun in his hand will be aimed at the monster or at our backs? What slots? Ren E, still listening within the Jade token, was slightly taken aback. As the temporary dungeon boss, how could he not be aware? He had seen the door to the 5th room as well. Anyone could run as many as they wanted. There was absolutely no slot limitation. Chun Fong was lying. As for her purpose, it was probably for reward. I think you're no ordinary person. Chun Fong continued, cooperate with me and prioritize taking them out. As a gesture of goodwill, I can share a key piece of information first. Lin Fong barely hesitated. All right, he agreed decisively. Who would he promise and be words? Besides, the system task was still active. Becoming the team leader was part of the process. Forming an alliance with Chun Fong was precisely one of the steps. Huh. Chun Fong seemed to see through his perfunctory response and merely smiled faintly, unconcerned. Take a good look at the shape of this room. What does it remind you of? Lin Fong glanced around. All the rooms were identical in shape, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts connected lengthwise. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, a coffin? Exactly. Chun Fong nodded. The clue from the 1st room, the key, is in the 3rd coffin. Coffin refers to the room. The key must be in the 3rd room. And those dolls on the floor. Her gaze swept over the toys with their stiff smiles. They have nothing to do with the combination. I suspect the key is hidden among them. Let us split up and search. I'll go left, you go right. Don't get noticed. An intriguing development. Ren E suppressed the urge to intervene. He wanted to see how far these 2 schemers, each with their own agenda, could carry this charade. He even kindly and subtly adjusted Lin Feng's vision, making a teddy bear in a certain corner particularly conspicuous in his peripheral vision. While collecting blocks, Lin Feng casually ran his hand over the dolls on the floor. Suddenly, one teddy bear seemed oddly conspicuous. When his fingers touched it, he felt an unusual hardness beneath. He paused, turned sideways to shield everyone's view, and deftly tore open the seam on the back of the doll. Sure enough, a key lay quietly inside the doll's chest cavity. Lin Feng pocketed it, clutching the key and the white jade token symbolizing the system. Feeling a little more at ease, the participants regrouped, and Lin Feng gave Chun Fong a knowing glance, signaling that the key was with him. All right, everyone, let us tally the quantities of the blocks we VE collected. Old Deng resumed command. One by one, the participants reported their findings. Soon, they deduced the combination and unlocked the iron gate. At this moment, Lu Zihan was still 2 minutes away from opening the iron gate on the opposite side. The iron gate had already been hacked to create a large breach, but unfortunately, the opening was not big enough for Lu Zihan to enter. Just then, Lin Feng stepped forward and stood before the gate. All eyes turned to him. What do you mean by this? Old Deng frowned, staring coldly at him. Old Deng, while we have this chance, I have something to ask you. Lin Feng smiled, baring his teeth in a seemingly harmless grin. Yet his words struck straight to the heart. You never intended to let the rest of us actually clear this, did you? Madman, move aside. Old Deng spoke coldly, directly pulling back the bolt of his rifle. What's the rush? I've heard that you people from the Holy City often accidentally wound those of us from the outer city while scrambling for resources in the dungeons. Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned icy, like a serpent flicking its tongue. Answer me, yes or no. The final words landed with undeniable weight. The nurse and the cook exchanged anxious glances, uneasy murmurs spreading silently among them. Of course not, Old Deng replied, enunciating each word deliberately as his gaze swept over the group, attempting to quell the rising unrest. At a moment like this, to believe in divisive whispers, does he want us all to perish together? As for you, his gun was steadily aimed at Lin Feng. Any last words? Clang. Lu Zihan's motion of chopping at the door faltered slightly. His conditions had been met once more. Contribution point 1. Ren E faithfully embodied the identity assigned by his system. Inside the Jade token, Ren E's brow lifted ever so slightly. He had originally chosen Lin Feng because of that blend of ambition and adolescent zeal, as well as Lin Feng's unreserved acceptance of the system. Yet now, Lin Feng's behavior seemed to transcend mere adolescent posturing. Was his excitement toward the strange dungeon born of ignorance? Or did it stem from absolute confidence in his own hidden cards? Old Deng wasted no more words, pressing his index finger hard against the trigger. Yet the trigger remained immovable, as if fused in place. No matter how hard he tried, it did not budge an inch. A chilling coldness suddenly crept up Old Deng's spine. The scorn on Lin Feng's face finally broke free from concealment. He casually raised his hand. In the next instant, the firearms in Old Deng and Chu He's hands seemed to spring to life. They trembled violently, emitting a low metallic hum. Violently breaking free from their owner's grip, hovering in midair, their jet-black muzzles pointed at their former wielders. Esper, Old Deng's voice was dry. Within the Jade token, Ren E silently observed the two floating guns, his heart utterly unmoved, even somewhat inclined to mock. All right then, Esper. His worldview had long since been repeatedly crushed and rebuilt over recent days, now as solid as bedrock. Not to mention gun control. If someone claimed they could transform into a giant of light right now, he'd probably just coolly reply, "Oh, and then what? Lu Zihan bench. What is all that racket inside? I can teleport now. Want to come in?" Lu Zihan was growing impatient without any fresh developments. Ren, hey, hold on. Let us see what he intends to do. Ren, he quickly gave Lu Zihan a verbal update on the situation. Then Lin Feng made his move again. Lin Feng basked in the fearful gazes of the others, his tone cold and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. You two, step back. Everyone else, keep your distance. He paused, then added, I've lacked a sense of security since childhood. If these guns go off accidentally, don't blame me. Under Lin Feng's pressure, everyone began to retreat in panic. Chen Feng hesitated but stayed close beside him. Lin Feng gestured, pulling the machine gun into his embrace. While the pistol belonging to Chu, he hovered in midair, closely following the group's retreat. When they reached the center of the room, no one dared to step back any further. It's about to come in. The nurse looked toward the doorway behind them, terror in her eyes as she glanced at Lu Zihan outside. Indeed, the upper half of the iron door's grill had been completely split open, wide enough for Lu Zihan to push his upper body through. The lower half was shattered, looking as though a few more strikes would utterly break it apart. Don't worry. Lin Feng suddenly smiled cryptically. This door won't break. Before he finished speaking, the pistol suspended in the air abruptly rotated, aiming at the ceiling. Bang! The pistol fired a shot into the ceiling, the sound deafening. The remaining survivors scattered in fright, fleeing in all directions. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly whispered, System, exchange for me a target transfer talisman. Use it on old Deng. Goodness, it's right here waiting. Ren E was speechless. He understood exactly what this kid intended. According to Lin Feng's plan, they wouldn't need to do anything and would ascend to godhood directly. Truly a divine teammate. Ren E resolved to comply. He immediately acted, sending the activation command to Lu Zihan while flashing a prompt before Lin Feng's eyes. Exchange successful. Contribution point 1. Item target transfer talisman has been used on target, old Deng. Outside the door, Lu Zihan, having eaten and drunk his fill, was eager to act. His crimson vision flared with murderous intent. Old Deng felt the light above darken. The aura of death poured over him like ice water. He roared and lunged forward, his survival instinct erupting to its peak. Yet his movements were no match for Lu Zihan's blade. The bone blade's piercing whistle and the muffled crack of vertebrae sounded almost simultaneously. Old Deng's body, propelled by inertia, continued forward, but his head remained where it was, his face frozen in a rictus of ultimate terror and unwillingness. I'll go down fighting. A voice filled with grief and fury rang out. Chui's eyes reddened as he stared fixedly at Lin Feng, watching old Deng's demise. Meanwhile, Lin Feng coldly admired his handiwork. In the center of the room stood the towering iron monster, dripping blood from its bone blades. The survivors screamed and fled like headless flies, utterly collapsing. Everything had unfolded as he predicted. The monster's teleportation was indeed triggered by high decibel sound. The system's item was indeed effective. Lin Feng's heart settled as he retreated to the door. Let us go. He issued a brief command to Chen Feng, whose face was pale and trembling. He turned the handle to the door leading to the next room. Chen Feng, drained of color and terrified, shakily stepped through the doorway. Clang! The iron door locked behind them, cutting off Lin Feng and Chen Feng's figures, sealing off any escape for those still left. At this moment, Lu Zihan's towering, terrifying form stood at the center of the room, bone blades dripping with blood, a dreadful and eerie aura radiating outward. Within the eerie web, the atmosphere was entirely different. Lu Zihan, not the bench. What is going on? I only chopped one person, and they shut the door themselves? Beneath his steel mask, Lu Zihan's thoughts were filled with simple bewilderment. He had barely begun to exert himself when the enemy suddenly charged forward and fired a few shots at their own people. Ren, maybe this is what it means to be human. He didn't know either. He had only subtly assigned Lin Feng the role of leader. His new plan hadn't even started when Lin Feng took the initiative, pushing the plot in an unforeseen direction. Lu Zihan, so what do we do now? Ren E, you control the pace and kill slowly, try to drag it out. At the end, I might have a way to get them to trigger our rules willingly. Lu Zihan understood. I'll play with them for now. Elsewhere, Lin Feng frowned. He turned to Chen Feng. I'm the leader between the two of us now, right? Of course. Chen Feng forced a smile in response. Ren, he rolled his eyes, and swiftly popped up a golden glowing prompt in Lin Feng's vision. Phase task established, leadership completed. Contribution points 2. Upon receiving the system's notification, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and swaggered into the fourth room. Compared to the carefully arranged previous chambers, this room was practically barren. So empty it induced unease. Ren, he had privately scoffed during his initial reconnaissance. This was probably what they called budget constraints. He suspected that Liu Zihan's uncle had originally designed a more spectacular kill move, but it was temporarily replaced to fit the novice difficulty, leaving only this seemingly simple yet lethally effective trap under certain conditions. Lin Feng and Chen Feng advanced cautiously and soon reached the next door. A blunt instruction was plainly written on it. Press 3 buttons simultaneously to open the door. 3 bright red buttons were lined up on the pale wall, spaced 5 meters apart. The intent was clear. 3 people had to press the buttons at the same time to pass. Ren, he silently tagged Liu Zihan's uncle as a psychological torment enthusiast. He clearly enjoyed designing plots where one misstep led to eternal regret. First, the crucial key was concealed within the third room, a place from which one could never retreat. And then, at the final moment, a threshold was imposed based on the number of participants. Should one fail to heed the initial room's hint, or if too many were lost before the last stage, the contestants could do nothing but pound their chests in regret and despair. Could it be that this Uncle's rules demanded the extraction of remorseful emotions? Ren felt as though he might have inadvertently uncovered the truth. In any event, now it was his turn to personally take action and bring matters to a close. Chen Feng's complexion turned ashen. It's over. We're down to just 2 people. Why panic? Lin Feng replied calmly. Press this button on the left. Leave the other 2 to me. The light machine gun cradled in his arms began to levitate on its own, steadily flying to the button on the far right. With the cold metallic muzzle, it clicked the button down. The lock on the door responded with a sound and swung open. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, swiftly mounting a nearly obsequious smile upon her face. Your abilities are truly remarkable. In a place like this, they're nothing short of divine skills. Not worth mentioning, Lin Feng said as he recalled the machine gun, his tone indifferent. Against mutated beasts, guns are of little use. But against ordinary people, they are more than sufficient. Chen Feng continued to flatter him, and the 2 proceeded into the final chamber, one following the other. Oh! Ren, he lightly curled the corner of his mouth as he observed Lin Feng's pocket. The 5th room was equally barren. Its sole focus a heavy wooden door at the far end, adorned with an antiquated brass padlock, as if silently awaiting its matching key. Without further words, Lin Feng strode directly forward. At this moment, the jade pendant in his pocket trembled ever so slightly. Just as he was a few steps from the door, Chen Feng behind him suddenly noticed the levitating light machine gun abruptly pivot its muzzle without warning, the dark barrel firmly locking onto her. She sighed softly. By the way, which city are you from, Lin Feng? Before he could finish speaking, an abrupt anomaly occurred. He felt a cold, slick sensation spread across his face, as if instantly enveloped by a transparent film of water. The liquid seeped everywhere, flooding his mouth and nose with frantic urgency. The icy suffocation clamped his throat like iron pincers, robbing every breath from his lungs. Handsome young man, a chilling voice whispered almost against his ear, do you know? I nearly decided to let you go. Lin Feng's eyes widened in terror. From the corner of his vision, he barely glimpsed Chen Feng's form dissolve into a flowing, semi-transparent liquid. Her hands liquefied entirely, resembling the most supple yet lethal leeches, clinging tightly to his face. She was also a psychic. The rewards for this novice dungeon are fixed, divided equally among all who clear it. The water formed Chen Feng's side. Her voice laced with feigned regret. You're so capable. You cleared out all my competitors at once. I was worried about how to deal with them. Lin Feng struggled frantically, only able to produce muffled sounds as the air was squeezed from his throat. I saw that you had quite a few cards up your sleeve. I was even considering a peaceful parting. But why did you have to point a gun at me? I didn't see. Lin Feng roared inwardly. Bang, bang, bang. The hovering machine gun suddenly opened fire, tongues of flame spitting forth as bullets rained down upon the humanoid water mass. Yet how could bullets truly harm water? The projectiles passed through the watery form, stirring only ripples and scattered droplets before falling to the ground with a crisp clatter. The machine gun emptied half a magazine in vain before exhausting its power and clattering to the floor. No, I have psychic powers and a system. I haven't left this strange dungeon yet. I haven't slain my enemies. I haven't become the strongest in the 3 cities. System. Yes, system, save me. He cried desperately in his mind, beseeching the sole golden finger. However, the System S subtitles never reappeared before his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes bloodshot and bulging. The last oxygen in his lungs transformed into futile bubbles. His struggle gradually weakened. He died. The water enveloping him slowly receded, reassembling into Chun Feng's damp figure beside his now cold corpse. She fished the key from Lin Feng's pocket, weighing it in her hand before spitting disdainfully. Nothing at all, pauper. Almost at the moment her words fell, a piercing whistle shattered the silence. A grotesque bone blade materialized out of thin air, piercing through Chun Feng's neck with thunderous force. No anticipated spray of blood erupted, only a muffled thud and splashes of translucent water. At the last moment, her neck liquefied into water, yet the terrifying impact still sent searing pain and numbness through her cervical spine. Damn it! The gunfire attracted that freak. Her soul shattered. She no longer cared about anything else. Her entire form instantly collapsed and elongated into a swift, transparent torrent, rushing toward the final door. The moment the key slid in, the door slowly opened, revealing a warm, inviting, and safe pure white light. Ha ha ha! Ecstasy surged like a tsunami, sweeping away all reason. Chun Feng charged into the light, reforming into human shape within it, overwhelmed by the joy of escape. At that moment, she faintly heard a muffled gunshot, as if echoing through a thick layer of water. Chun Feng froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to plunge deeper into the light, but an invisible barrier seemed to block her path within the white glow. Then, that hopeful white light abruptly extinguished like a lamp losing power. Startled, Chun Feng realized that before her was not an escape route, but a cold, rough concrete wall. The door stood 2 meters to her left, yet that 2-meter gap felt like an insurmountable chasm. Pain struck her chest. She slowly turned around. At the far end of her vision stood a dark-haired youth with delicate features, who had appeared beside Lin Feng's corpse without her noticing. In his hand was the very light machine gun, which should have been empty. A wisp of blue smoke gently curled from the barrel. That freak? This was Chun Feng's final fragmented thought before her consciousness plunged into eternal coldness and darkness. He stepped forward, expressionless, and fired several shots into Chun Feng and Lin Feng to confirm they were beyond any hope of revival. Only then did he transform into a white mist, passing through the iron door and returning to the previous room. Within the third room, Lu Zihan was diligently fulfilling his role as the terrifying boss. Though he deliberately slowed his pace, toying with him leisurely like a cat playing with a mouse, only 2 survivors remained in the room. Chuhi sat pale and bloodless, curled behind a pile of blocks, listening as heavy, slow footsteps prowled nearby. At that moment, a line of softly glowing text suddenly appeared before his eyes. A participant has cleared the dungeon. You may now choose to teleport out directly. An almost dizzying wave of ecstasy instantly overwhelmed him. He was saved. He could live. Yet the next moment, another line followed. Do you choose to remain inside the dungeon? No, no. His survival instinct burst forth. But no sooner had he spoken than he saw in horror that the tall, grotesque figure in the center of the room abruptly turned toward his hiding place. Its crimson visor beneath the mask seemed to lock onto him. Chuhi's heart nearly leapt from his throat. Immediately, from all corners of the room, a chorus of desperate voices arose. No, let me out. Don't leave me. Absolutely don't leave me. Even from the abyssal depths of the second room, the cries of the trapped, pleading and sobbing with joy, could faintly be heard. The creature Lu Zihan portrayed appeared confused by the sudden outburst of voices from all directions. It clumsily rotated its steel head, as though trying to discern which voice deserved attention. The next moment, it seemed to receive a clear command. Its massive form paused briefly, then vanished into thin air. The end. Is it over? Chuhi's taut nerves suddenly slackened, his body going limp, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. A profound sense of relief, born from surviving a calamity, enveloped him. At that moment, an icy, sharp chill stealthily brushed against the nape of his neck. Bonjour, quickly tell me, what exactly happened in the 2 rooms behind? You mean that woman was also a supernatural ability user? Lu Zihan, having reverted to human form, leaned over to Run with a face full of curiosity. They were seated on the foam cushions of Children's Room number 3, watching as the surrounding scene of carnage was gradually consumed and erased by the replica. Nothing much, Rennie shrugged. Lin Feng, that's the one who can control metal, pressed the button with a gun, and the 2 of them quickly passed through room number 4. Then that woman, I think her name was Chun Feng, said something quite interesting. He paused, a faint, amused curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. What did she say? Lu Zihan, ever the excellent straight man, prompted eagerly. She said dealing with ordinary people was more than enough for her. That's when I realized she might also be a supernatural ability user. So I used my illusion on her, making her believe Lin Feng intended to kill her. He spread his hands helplessly. But before I could really guide her, she reacted astonishingly fast. She suddenly erupted, turning her body into water and suffocated Lin Feng alive. In the end, my system barely had a chance to kick in. They stole the whole show. Not at all. Lu Zihan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. If you hadn't said become the leader, wouldn't Lin Feng have obediently gone to be the mole? That's hilarious. Laughing, he suddenly seemed to recall something, propping his chin with a thoughtful expression. But that woman could turn into water. That ability kind of counters mine. Would my bone blade work on water? Not for long. He shook his head. She only maintained her water form during combat or escape. The moment she relaxed her guard, she immediately reverted. When they were fighting, I slipped out of Lin Feng's pocket and, taking advantage of her momentary lapse, picked up the gun. He made a gesture as if pulling a trigger. He glanced down at his own hands. Watching Lu Zihan casually dispatch enemies like slicing vegetables earlier, he had admired his comrade's mental fortitude. Yet when it came to pulling the trigger himself, he felt no turmoil whatsoever. Isn't that's supposed to be different in novels? Shouldn't the protagonist feel disgust, tremble, and doubt themselves the first time they kill? So it's some eerie instinct affecting me? He quickly dismissed the thought. And what about the rest? What did you do to them? Why did they suddenly all start shouting no? I just showed them 2 fake replica prompts, told them they could exit the replica, then asked if they wanted to stay. I was worried they'd be too desperate and break my combo, but luckily they all gave me positive energy. Rennie shrugged. That ability sounds so much fun. Lu Zihan's eyes sparkled, his face screaming I want to try too. Just then, a familiar full-length mirror silently materialized before them. Wrap it up. Rennie rose, brushing off non-existent dust. Passing through the mirror felt like slicing through a thin veil of water. Blinking, he found himself back in the little black room before entering the replica. He opened his panel to check his progress. Name, Ren-E. Level, E. Progress, 47,100. Huh, why did it increase by 4 points? Ren-E Jaljulatit. Apart from the 4 people Lu Zihan had directly cut down, the remaining 6 had all provided him with positive emotions, yet the total increase was 10 points. Beside him, Lu Zihan was also surprised. Bonjour, I gained 4 progress points. The replica recycles the dissipated energy of participants for secondary conversion. Lu Qing and Lu Zi approached gently, explaining. Typically, the Alliance takes 20% as a venue fee, and the rest is divided among you administrators. You can have your cake and eat it too. Ren you it. Some rules are particularly tricky and hard to trigger, so this guaranteed income is what we rely on. Lu Zi added with a tone tinged with the sympathy of one who has been through it. He was indifferent to this. After all, the gains from the replica paled in comparison to the progress he had arduously earned in the neighborhood just days ago. How was your first replica experience? Lu Qing smiled gently, her gaze shifting between the 2 youths. These participants were not to be underestimated. Rennie thought for a moment. On reflection, the participant lineup was quite impressive. The armed firepower of the old Deng trio, Lin Feng's metal controlling ability, and Shen Feng's physical immunity as a water being. On the eerie side, the parents were relieved. No information about the opposing world was revealed, leaving the 2 little eerie ones almost clueless about the ranch world before entering. To be honest, He was somewhat surprised when Lin Feng revealed his ability. Had the system not bound him to Lin Feng initially, things might have gone badly. Mainly because, in the middle of the fight, the enemy suddenly fired a shot at his temple. Lin Feng, the MVP of the entire session. He silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Lu Qing nodded approvingly, looking quite pleased. You must be tired too. Go rest. Shall we? Do you want Annie to send you home? No. My brother said he'd come pick me up. Ren-E replied obediently. I see. Then be careful on your way and prepare well once you get back. Lu Qing chuckled softly, covering her mouth. If I'm not mistaken, you'll have a big task in a few days. After bidding farewell to the Lu family, Ren-E stepped out of the mall and immediately spotted the familiar figure. Ren-Man, as usual, leaned against the small electric scooter, eyes vacant, staring off into some unknown distance. Brother, Peyton gently pets Hangman his shoulder, climbed onto the scooter, and, as always, began chattering about today's experiences. As usual, Ren-Man listened quietly. The vehicle stopped at a traffic light. Ren-Man slightly turned his head and briefly commented, Shout-E impressive. Yet Ren-E felt a sincere, warm thrill bubbling up from within. Still so reliant on family. He found his own feeble reaction somewhat amusing. Oh right, brother. Ren-E recalled Lu Qing's last words. Seeing her so mysterious, He had refrained from asking out of politeness. Andy Luching said we do have a big task soon. What does that mean? Rinman fell silent for a few seconds, seeming to gather his thoughts. The Alliance has hit a snag. One world lost, too many resurrections. He explained slowly. You guys eat too much. Energy isn't enough. Wait, Run, he immediately protested. Eat too much. I haven't touched a single energy crystal. I'm not taking the blame for this. He quickly organized his thoughts. So you mean some world invasion failed, and the resurrections of fallen Erie consumed a huge reserve, causing a shortage of food to feed this batch of newborn cubs? What does that have to do with us? Ren Yipide sit. Is the Alliance going to conscript us child laborers to the front lines early? Not child laborers. Rinman Estone was a bit embarrassed, as if feeling his explanation was unclear. In short, harvesting. Taking you all to the scene. Oh, so the Alliance was preparing a large-scale world harvesting operation, directly collecting energy from a certain ranch. And these cubs were like children taken by their parents to a high-end buffet, free to scavenge on site. Indeed, a big task. What kind of world is it? Rennie's curiosity was piqued. Ranch. Rinman's reply was succinct. The one you encountered today. Ren you Bidinkit. From the participants' exchanges earlier, he had roughly grasped the world they inhabited. The participants secretly called it the Three Cities world. It appears that only 3 vast human cities remain across the globe. The rest of the territories have been overrun by mutated beasts impervious to conventional firearms. Among humanity, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities have arisen to confront these threats. Concurrently, this grim world continues to suffer from bizarre invasions. Ironically, according to the survivors, the emergence of these anomalies has paradoxically breathed new life into the civilization teetering on the brink of collapse. These incursions have transformed into perilous zones where scarce resources can be obtained, thereby delaying total annihilation. It does not sound like a hospitable place. Ren-E leaned against Rinman's back, quietly lost in thought. The car swiftly carried them home, where Ren-E flung himself onto the sofa. Exhaling deeply, he sighed in relief. Home was still the most comfortable place. He sprawled out in utter relaxation, his body almost losing its human shape from the sheer ease. Rinman placed lunch on the coffee table, and the two brothers ate while watching the news. On television, a male host with a face full of mouth was precisely discussing the topic they had just been talking about. Male host, we now bring an important announcement. In response to recent incidents of insufficient energy reserves in cub nurturing, the Alliance has deliberated and approved the 37th Special Harvest Plan. Female host, the core content of the plan is as follows. The Alliance will initiate comprehensive energy harvesting operations in the 3 cities marked as pastures. Eligibility is restricted to lawful guardians possessing fully developed dungeons, along with the new generation cubs under their care. This harvesting operation aims to foster the new generation's understanding and adaptability to the world's harvesting procedures through practical observation. Male host, the Alliance emphasizes that this operation prioritizes energy harvesting and educational practice. The world's resistance has fallen below the threshold. The harvesting process is expected to proceed smoothly and efficiently, making it an ideal large-scale real-world experience for the new generation's inaugural operation. Female host, registration will open at 12 o'clock tomorrow noon, simultaneously at city administrative centers and the Erie network. Guardians must submit their qualifications and cub information for review in advance. Male host, the Alliance wishes all Guardians a successful harvest and hopes our new generation will gain valuable first-hand pasture experience in a safe and orderly environment. Female host, next, we have the following news. Run-E paused mid-motion, his chopsticks suspended in midair, blinking. The terminology in this news report, energy harvesting, pasture practice, truly managed to reframe the act of raising cubs for sustenance into something fresh and refined, forcibly packaging it as a socially meaningful educational activity. Then, his eyes brightened. Brother, so your dungeon. You promised to go with Aunt Lou, right? Rinman's tone was calm as he spoke, simultaneously picking up a morsel and placing it into Ren-E's bowl. Huh? Ren-E instantly vetoed. Why? Can't you take me with you? Rinman put down his chopsticks, seeming a bit troubled, yet earnestly explained, I can't go in. I don't have the qualifications. He paused and added, it's safer on Aunt Lou's side. After a moment's thought, he awkwardly added, I'll come pick you up when it's over. Oh. Ren-E obediently nodded, forcing himself to rally. Still, qualifications? How could such a thing exist, even in this eerie world? Well, one could only say the Alliance certainly put on quite the convincing facade. He had heard that when anomalies open dungeons, it's akin to opening a shop. They require upfront investment, atmosphere setup, and emotional output. Perhaps his own brother managed his dungeon too meticulously, not frightening enough, resulting in lower ratings and returns? Pondering this, Ren-E appeared contemplative. It seemed he would have to assist his brother in designing it better in the future. The next day, after confirming arrangements with Lu Qing and Lu Zihan, Ren-E submitted his information. Shortly thereafter, a reply message from the Alliance arrived. 3 Cities World Entry Application Receipt. Esteemed Ren-E, your application has been approved. Please find below the relevant details regarding your upcoming entry into the 3 Cities World. It has been confirmed that this world has entered an irreversible terminal phase. Apocalyptic conditions have been met. The Alliance will execute the harvesting operation according to established procedures and maintain necessary auxiliary regulations. This operation consists of 2 phases, the dungeon phase and the incarnation phase. During the dungeon phase, you will join a large dungeon designated by the Alliance as a member to assist in maintaining its normal operation. You must achieve at least 1 valid kill to obtain eligibility credentials for the incarnation phase. After fulfilling this condition, you must continue to participate in dungeon maintenance until the dungeon concludes. The incarnation phase is a unique reward segment of this harvest. Having obtained the eligibility credentials, you will enter the world in your true form. No mandatory tasks will be imposed during this period. You may freely engage in hunting. Upon the world reaching the final harvesting node, you will receive a unified evacuation order. Please ensure immediate relocation to the designated extraction point once the order takes effect. The Alliance thanks you for your cooperation and wishes you fruitful gains in this practice. File number 001. Classification: Ammunition type anomaly. Danger level E. No direct lethality observed. Prone to cognitive distortion. File status: archived and continuously updated. Last update: host, escape room, dungeon observation. 1. Appearance and physical characteristics observation record. 1. Basic form. The entity primarily manifests as an irregular, white cloud-like floating mass, approximately 1,235 meters in diameter, volume self-adjustable. Numerous translucent white tentacles extend from its surface, each tentacle measuring 315 meters in length, soft in texture, lacking discernible skeletal structure. No active offensive behavior from the core body has been observed. 2. Shape-shifting ability. It can autonomously alter its volume and form, preferentially transforming into visually appealing inanimate objects. Typical camouflage forms include luminous jade pendants, exquisite cloud-shaped ornaments, and white crystals. Multiple observations confirm the entity cannot change its fundamental white coloration nor mimic any living being's form or behavior, including humans or animals. Post-transformation, its mobility significantly diminishes, often remaining stationary or drifting slowly, incapable of active pursuit. 3. Physical properties. The body's physical structure is loose, with weak impact resistance. When subjected to medium or higher intensity energy strikes, it fragments into several irregular white pieces, each approximately 520 cubic centimeters. These fragments exhibit autonomous homing behavior and, absent external disturbances, will reassemble into the complete form within 10 to 30 minutes. After reassembly, its floating speed and tentacle activity frequency markedly decrease, indicating a weakened state. Supplementary hypothesis. Repeated high-intensity energy impacts may induce a temporary dormant state. This hypothesis remains unverified and requires further observation and data. 4. Visual effects. Uncontaminated individuals who gaze directly at the core for over 3 seconds experience persistent dizziness and blurred vision, which naturally subsides within 5 to 10 minutes after averting their gaze. Duration correlates positively with exposure length. 2. Core ability mechanism analysis. 1. Energy collection method. The entity's core energy derives from positive emotions generated by other individuals. Confirmed effective emotional types include hope, affection, and surprise. Such positive emotions are converted into a unique energy carrier termed a seed, serving as the fundamental ammunition for subsequent ability activation. Supplementary hypothesis. The entity appears to quickly lose interest in individuals who have already supplied energy, suggesting a limited capacity for absorbing energy from a single source. 2. Ability characteristics. The entity's abilities manifest through the implantation of seeds. Seeds are intangible, formless energy carriers lacking physical presence, which the entity can actively manipulate and implant within targets. The entire implantation process leaves no conspicuous physical traces, and targets cannot detect it through normal sensory means. The targets implanted with seeds have their vision manipulated by 001. At present, no signs of seed failure have been observed. Additional speculation. The illusionary scenarios arranged appear to exhibit a high degree of coherence and orderliness, suggesting that 001 possesses intelligence at least on par with that of an average human. 3. Ability constraints. Each time 001 releases an illusion seed and manipulates the target's vision, a significant depletion of 001's energy occurs, necessitating the induction of new positive emotions to replenish it. Without any energy reserves, the ability cannot be activated. 4. Typical induction behavior. 001 preferentially transforms into inanimate objects of special value, subtly enhancing its rarity through faint illusions, thereby enticing passersby to pick them up. Once a target picks up such an object and experiences extraordinary positive emotions toward it, this counts as a successful energy collection. 3 days later, in Lu Zihan's living room. Before the commencement of the simulation, Ren Mang decisively left Run E in Lu Zihan's care. The orange tea on the table steamed gently, while freshly baked finger biscuits gleamed golden, their aroma rich and inviting. "Here, Xiao, you have a taste of this," Lu Qing said with a warm smile, offering the biscuit. "Thank you for taking care of my Zihan in the previous simulation." Lu Zihan blushed beside them, mumbling, "Mom, I'm actually the eldest brother among us." "Auntie, it's clearly Zihan who has been taking care of me," Ren E hurriedly chimed in. All right. My Zihan is the most capable," Lu Qing chuckled, ruffling her son's hair. Lu Zihan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he did not pull away. Lu Qing picked up the orange tea, gently blowing on the rising steam. "You've seen the receipt. This time, the situation is indeed rather special." She took a light sip before setting the cup down with a crisp clink. To put it simply, the alliance was a bit rushed this time, streamlining the process greatly to give you little ones an extra helping. Lu Qing's tone was as casual as announcing a half-price sale on eggs at the supermarket. She continued in a relaxed manner. Guiding a pastoral world toward its end is like pushing a boulder already perched at the cliff's edge. It still takes some effort. Normally, everyone would painstakingly prepare the groundwork, loosening the foundation bit by bit, waiting for it to roll down naturally. But this time, someone must have triggered a rule, because the boulder has already started falling. The countdown to the calamity began even before your mission started. As she spoke, a subtle trace of envy flickered across Lu Qing's expression. "Who?" Ren E caught the deliberate vagueness in her wording. "Are you talking about the calamity?" Lu Zihan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked boldly, "Mom, is there a calamity coming? Which calamity is it?" He was evidently fascinated by these legendary entities. Lu Qing hesitated briefly, but decided to explain. "It's not entirely clear, but among those the Alliance can currently mobilize, there are only a few," Lu Qing answered seriously. "Heart Knight, Raymond, Shadowmancer. Enko is unlikely. It doesn't seem to be responsible for the harvest." "Heart Knight?" Ren E recognized the name and grew curious. "I heard there are many Heart Knights. So, is the Calamity Heart Knight the strongest one among them?" Hey. Lu Qing pressed her slender fingers to her temple, half amused, half exasperated. Such youthful recklessness. And only just, when you say their names, they can sense it. When they strike, your little bodies stand a chance. "That's not fair," Lu Zihan mumbled, covering his mouth. Ren E wisely mimicked, zipping his lips shut. "Were we?" Lu Qing glanced at them and lowered her hand. The countdown?" Lu Zihan had forgotten. "So, our mission is?" Ren E tentatively asked. "To eat." "Oh no. Observe and practice," Lu Qing winked playfully. "That world constructed a massive rule barrier to resist us. We used to open simulations there, summoning their participants inside. You can think of it like poking a hole in the ice and fishing through it. But this time, the Alliance plans to shatter the ice completely, draining the pond dry. Before the net closes, they're sending you little hawks down to peck around. How much you can eat depends on your own skill." "That sounds like a picnic," Lu Zihan interrupted. "A picnic isn't this lavish. At least call it a luxury buffet." Lu Qing shook her head. "In the first phase, you have to work part-time in this buffet hall, completing at least one job requirement to earn an admission ticket. Think of it as paying a deposit before the meal." Rennie nodded. "This matches understanding." "And the second phase?" "Once you have the ticket, the second phase is free reign." Lu Qing spread her hands. "You can descend directly into the world. Before the calamity, the world's rules become more active and fragile. That's when it becomes a time buffet. You can roam freely to make the most of it. The Alliance will transport you back at the appropriate moment." As she spoke, Lu Qing's expression turned wistful, and she lightly licked her lips. "Alas, the Alliance only allows you little ones in. They're really stingy." Ren E keenly noticed a crucial point. "Aunt Lu, what about the auxiliary rules? Were they this time? If the calamity has already started, why are there still auxiliary rules?" Lu Qing's expression suddenly grew distant. After a brief silence, she slowly spoke. "Well, the auxiliary rules are a manifestation of the calamity. You can think of them as the world's death throes, or the echoes before the calamity's arrival. She continued calmly. They are an inevitable sign preceding the calamity. They exist and will intensify. Getting you familiar with this environment ahead of time will be very beneficial for future simulations. As for what the auxiliary rules specifically are, she paused, her gaze drifting toward the window. We'll only know once the simulation begins. Rising, her skirt traced a crisp arc. All right, theory class is over. Now, let me show you the practice ground, my simulation. Lu Qing led them into a storage room. Contrary to expectations, it was not cluttered, but resembled a small private gallery, adorned with various cheongsams, Western dresses, wide-brimmed hats, and jewels that shimmered faintly against velvet backdrops. A little personal hobby. Lu Qing coughed awkwardly and proceeded toward the back, sweeping aside a heavy curtain of hanging garments. An antique full-length mirror, coated in a thin layer of dust and intricately carved, quietly revealed itself. She smiled back and stepped into the mirror. The surface rippled like water, swallowing her figure. Rennie followed closely. The moment he passed through the mirror, the light and atmosphere shifted completely. He found himself standing on the second-floor corridor of a wooden, traditional Chinese building. The air was filled with the scent of old books, wood, and sunlight. Before him was an open carved wooden door leading to a small suspended balcony. He instinctively stepped outside. The afternoon sun poured down without restraint. He leaned on the gently warmed wooden railing, looking downward. Beneath his feet lay a tranquil, verdant garden. Emerald vegetable plots lay in neat rows like a chessboard. Tall trees cast deep shadows. A mulberry tree's branches stretched to the balcony edge, its clusters of reddish-purple mulberries hanging almost within reach. He reached out a hand. Suddenly, with a rustle, a skylark burst forth from the mulberry leaves, soaring straight into the sky, leaving only a few trembling leaves behind. His gaze instinctively followed the fleeting shadow beyond the garden wall. Outside stretched endless fields, rolling with lush green watermelons. Beyond, crisscrossing waterways shimmered under the sunlight, dotted intermittently with whitewashed walls and dark tiles. A pastoral scene so serene it seemed almost frozen in time. Welcome to my simulation, the Liu family's courtyard. Welcome to the Liu family courtyard simulation. This simulation is of the harvesting type. Calamity conditions have been met. No special objectives. Auxiliary rules are still generating. Restriction: please be mindful of your identity within the simulation. Your objective is to ensure that no participant escapes. Number of participants: 100. Countdown to instance commencement: 115,959 seconds. Ancient times? Ren-yi gazed at the surroundings, but soon dismissed the notion, for he noticed a plump maid pedaling a bicycle into the courtyard below. It appeared to be modern times. He was about to confirm with Lu Qing when a puzzled voice came from behind him. Lu Zihan spoke. AMU? Wait, Mom, is that AMU? ISNT, she our family's housekeeper? How is she inside the instance as well? Although AMU was an anomaly, she belonged to my instance. Lu Qing explained with a gentle smile. Ren-yi's mind stirred. He had heard before that some instances contained NPCs. These NPCs could be anomalies of a rank lower than the instance's boss, or participants who had been recruited during the progression of the instance. As for how they were recruited, don't ask. They descended the stairs as AMU entered, carrying a wooden basin filled with fresh vegetables. She appeared to be about 50 years old, slightly plump, with a kind countenance, and the corners of her eyes bore deep lines, as if she was perpetually smiling. Upon seeing Lu Qing, she immediately revealed a sincere and respectful smile. Madam, you have returned. The water celery is particularly tender today. I prepared it cold for you and the young masters this afternoon. Peyton-yi covertly glanced at Lu Zihan, casting him a look of envy masked as disdain, as if to say, "You're still a young master, huh?" Lu Zihan scratched his head innocently and asked AMU, "Why do you call me young master? You could just call me Zihan like before." AMU chuckled honestly, her curious gaze lingering briefly on Run-yi. Young master. Within Madam's instance, one must remember one's identity. Here, I am the elderly domestic helper of the household. My maiden name is Chun, and I have served Madam for many years. Both young masters may simply call me AMU. AMU carried the basin and smiled again at the two young masters before striding briskly toward the kitchen quarters. Watching her figure vanish beneath the corridor, Lu Qing withdrew her gaze and turned to Run-yi and Lu Zihan. Just as AMU said, identity is paramount in my instance. Every anomaly, NPC, and participant must act according to their designated role. Lu Qing stated, participants will no longer enter inexplicably or descend with jarring identities, such as explorers or investigators. Instead, they will be introduced as short-term laborers or temporary servants. Servants? Lu Zihan raised an eyebrow, somewhat bewildered, evidently still unaccustomed to his role as a young master. Yes, they might be rough laborers recommended by the town as foremen, or refugees seeking a meal, and so on. What matters most is the identity. Lu Qing smiled. Additionally, all instances this time will be broadcast live within this world. Therefore, you must be cautious not to mention matters from our world or display high-tech items like mobile phones. Of course, within the instance, the spiritual network provides direct mental connections and is exempt from this rule. Lu Qing's eyes twitched as if recalling something amusing, and she said to Run E, Zihan has no choice. Due to my influence, his identity in this instance is fixed as a young master. But you, Xiao E, may choose freely. How about it? Would you prefer to be the second young master, a distant nephew, or a page boy? You could also select the roles of our butler or tutor, though those would require some disguise. Huh? Rennie was momentarily taken aback. They all sound quite interesting. But Aunt Lu, I don't yet know how to portray these identities. I was too hasty. Lu Qing paused and said, Come, I will show you the structure of our instance. Lu Qing led Lu Zihan and Run E on a tour. The instance was not vast. At its center stood a wooden house of 3 stories. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen, the second the study, and the third the chambers of Madame and the young masters. To one side of the house were the firewood shed and a bungalow where the servants resided. Behind the house lay a small courtyard planted with various flowers, grasses, and trees. The mulberry tree they had seen earlier grew there. The courtyard appeared modest, yet as Rennie focused on it, a vague and disorienting sensation overwhelmed his mind. In front of the house stretched a melon field, encircled by a river, with a dirt path leading into the distance. Across the river lay a private school and marketplace beyond the bounds of their instance. This time, there would be no opportunity to visit them, though perhaps in the future they might drop by. At some point, Lu Qing had picked up a fan, using it to point toward the distance. She guided Run E and Lu Zihan around, introducing various scenic spots of the instance, but refrained from divulging more detailed information, explaining that revealing too much would spoil the fun. How is it? Upon returning to the wooden house, Lu Qing smiled behind her fan and asked, Have you any thoughts about your identity now? Actually, I recommend you choose the young master role, as it offers more freedom. Alternatively, being a nephew or distant relative is also acceptable. Ren, he lowered his head in silence. Suddenly, a bold plan took shape within his mind. Auntie, before that, I'd like to ask about the live broadcast. How exactly does it operate? Why is such a rule in place? He looked up. Oh, that is nothing much. Lu Qing snapped her fan shut. Sometimes, when the world's rules clash, phenomena like this emerge. It's the world's struggle and attempt to acquire information. From the perspective of the natives in this world, they understand that the death of participants within these instances causes anomalies to manifest directly, but they are unaware of the precise nature of the conflict between world rules. This rule ensures they understand the consequences of death clearly. Is that what you call the world's final care? You'll see even more interesting things after more instance runs. Lu Qing chuckled and gave an example. Sometimes, in worlds with tense internal relations, competing rules arise, producing things like national war instances or civilization instances. Participants there slaughter one another, and sometimes the drama unfolds to the point where they end up destroying themselves. Ren E fell silent for a moment, inexplicably recalling his first instance. Sometimes, it seemed no competitive instance was needed. They would self-destruct on their own. I made up my mind, Andy, Ren E declared promptly. I want to choose to be a servant. Lu Qing's hand holding the fan paused, her brow furrowing. Xiao E, as I mentioned before, identity is crucial in my instance. Even I am bound by the rules within it. The assistance I can offer you is essentially limited to your choice of identity. She looked down, only to find Run E's eyes shining brightly. No, Annie, what I want is not just the servant identity within the instance. What I desire is the identity of a participant. A participant? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, and the corners of her eyes curved into a smile. So that's your plan. I want to make an attempt, Rennie nodded, to see whether my rule can be triggered not only by participants, but also by those outside the instance. Ren had always felt that his abstract rule had significant loopholes. Other anomalies derive their power quite directly, either by generating fear or other emotions within the instance, or by deceiving and refuting through lies and abstract energy. In any case, they had to be in the same space as their energy providers, and their targets were basically limited to the instance as participants. But his rule was to make others feel happiness. That range was ambiguous. To be honest, when Ren E first saw this rule, he thought of television comedians, bringing ample joy to others without ever leaving their homes. He had asked Dr. Lin, Are there anomalies that can transmit emotions over a wide range through some medium without direct contact with the target, thus completing the harvest? Dr. Lin's answer was affirmative, but he added, don't even think about it. With your current little body, focus on near goals first. The principal challenge of this notion lies in how to disseminate such intrinsically positive emotions on a grand scale. The most straightforward approach would be through television and the internet. Yet not every world possesses such mediums. Ren once pondered whether, upon becoming sufficiently powerful in the future, he could create a large-scale illusion that induces happiness and joy, thus initiating a direct positive feedback loop. Unexpectedly, the opportunity arrived sooner than anticipated. Within this second replica, the experimental conditions seemed to have aligned perfectly. Ren recounted his idea to Lu Qing. As Lu Qing listened, her eyes gradually brightened, occasionally casting glances at Lu Zihan, whose expression betrayed a barely contained frustration akin to stern disappointment. Auntie, if it doesn't work out, it's all right, Ren said, feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze. You can simply assign me the role of an ordinary servant. Even if I gain nothing this time, I can accept it. The main thing is to test this line of thought. No, this idea is quite intriguing. Lu Qing's lips curved into a slow smile, tinged with amusement. And he's also curious. Your request, I can fulfill. She lightly tapped her palm with the fan's ribs as she paced back and forth. The real difficulty lies in how to have you replace one of the participants and become one of the protagonists on the live broadcast. However, she paused, her eyes shimmering faintly. You're in luck. Annie happens to have a method for that. But there is one thing that must be made clear in advance. Suddenly, her smile vanished as she turned to Ren with a serious tone. You know that the replica is governed by rules from both sides. Even if you infiltrate as a participant, there will still be rules generated specifically against you. I can help you conceal and mislead, but I cannot make them vanish entirely. You'll have to cope with them yourself. I understand. Ren nodded. Good. Lu Qing snapped her fan shut. Early tomorrow morning, once the participants are in position, we will begin. After all matters were settled, Ren and Lu Zihan enjoyed Aunt M's rustic home-cooked dishes, spending a joyful afternoon immersed in the simplicity of rural life. They idled about teasing birds, chased the big yellow dog at the gate, and poured water into the ant hills in the yard. In short, for the small creatures within the replica, they had finally endured until nightfall. Around the early hours, Lu Qing led Ren and the curious Lu Zihan, who had come to observe, into a small side room by the courtyard designated for servants' quarters. Ren had been curious all day about how this modest single-story building, roughly the size of 2 classrooms, could possibly accommodate a full 100 participants. Initially, he had assumed it was magic, but now it seemed more like sheer compression. Inside the building were densely packed compartments, resembling horse stables. Each compartment barely fit a single bed, leaving hardly any room to turn over. Originally, they intended for the participants to sleep on the floor. Lu Qing explained as they walked, but to avoid detection of our operation tonight, we slightly improved their conditions and converted them into single rooms. Ren inquired with some curiosity, Annie, what do you plan to do? Is your ability ammunition-based? Or can you ensure that the moment they enter the replica, the rules trigger? Neither. Lu Qing smiled mysteriously and removed a hairpin adorned with hibiscus flowers from her hair. We use this. Mom, is that a prop? Lu Zihan's eyes lit up. Props are what the participants call them. We usually refer to them as trick devices. Lu Qing corrected him, then glanced at her son with some exasperation. Don't even think about it. You're not suited for this. You wouldn't seriously want to behead someone with a hairpin, would you? He scratched his head sheepishly. As for Ren, all he could do was let tears of envy trickle silently from the corners of his mouth. Lu Qing casually opened the door to one compartment. There's a brief interval between the participants' arrival and the official start of the replica. We need to complete everything within this time. There is no chance to slowly select someone. We'll just pick one at random and see how lucky Xiao Yi is. Hey, is it possible to get a girl? Lu Zihan's eyes brightened. What are you hoping for? Ren glared at his close friend in silent disbelief. The countdown ticked away second by second, and at the moment it reached 0, a mysterious silhouette abruptly appeared before them. Before the participant could fully take in the scene, a sudden pain struck the back of their neck, and their entire body stiffened in place. Lu Qing, holding the golden hairpin elegantly with one hand, slowly drew it downward from the nape of the participant's neck. The participant's skin peeled away like a banana's peel, yet not a drop of blood was shed. Just as Ren thought Lu Qing intended to strip the participant's skin and wear it himself, she flicked the hairpin, and the participant melted into a stream of blood that merged seamlessly into her own skin. Then, the skin rapidly shrank in Lu Qing's hand. Using the hairpin as a needle, She jabbed it several times until the skin finally transformed into a protective talisman about half the size of a palm. Ren Yi and Lu Zihan watched the horrifying spectacle before them with composed expressions. What a pity. It's a boy, Lu Zihan said with slight regret. Remember, you must wear this at all times and never let the participants snatch it from you. Lu Qing handed the still-warm talisman to Ren Yi. He noticed that the luster of the hairpin in Lu Qing's hand had dulled considerably. He barely managed to say, "Thank you, Annie," before Lu Qing pushed him into the small compartment. Ren Yi closed the door behind him, then stood at the very spot where the participant had appeared. He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes vacant, perfectly replicating the bewilderment and helplessness of someone newly entering the replica. Just as he composed his expression, a sudden sensation of being watched arose, and an onslaught of notifications flashed before his eyes. For some unknown reason, the participant's prompts flickered intermittently, as though to heighten the eerie atmosphere. Welcome to the Lu family courtyard, participant Mr. Mo Ming. You will survive within this replica for 3 days. Remaining rules and conditions are to be explored independently. Attention! This replica contains a special auxiliary rule. Do not suffer pain alongside others. Good luck. The prompt was shorter than expected. Were all replica prompts this brief, or had this world ceased to provide participants with more assistance? Ren pondered silently, lingering on the name Mo Ming, firmly imprinting this temporary identity in his mind. The only subsequent piece of information was this: do not suffer pain alongside others. These words were blood red and punctuated by 3 full exclamation marks. Ren Yi inexplicably sensed an emotion called panic emanating from the phrase. At a thought, he summoned the trick web interface. As anticipated, the previous message indicating the auxiliary rule was still generating had vanished, replaced by a freshly minted line. Auxiliary rule generated. Do not suffer pain alongside others. The message was identical. The trick web offered no further explanation. Ren Yi frowned it. It was somewhat peculiar. The phrasing of this rule subtly adopted the perspective of the participants who must abide by it. If they were supposed to utilize or actively propagate the auxiliary rule, wouldn't it be more like let participants share pain together, causing them to perish in the same agony? Could it be that the auxiliary rule also applied to our own side? He quickly dismissed this notion. Neither Alliance regulations nor the experiences shared by senior tricksters had ever mentioned auxiliary rules inflicting direct harm on oneself. Theoretically, there was no need to worry. Perhaps the rule itself could only manifest as this sort of inverse warning. More crucially, this rule was overly vague. How should together be defined? Was it spatial proximity or emotional synchronicity? Would sharing pain over the phone count? And what constituted pain? Mental anguish such as anxiety and fear, or physical torment like stabbing and burning? If the former, then broadly speaking, all negative emotions could be considered pain. If the latter, would stabbing 2 people each once and binding them together violate the rule? Ren Yi shook his head, setting these doubts aside for the time being. The auxiliary rules were merely supplementary regulations, not an immediate mortal threat, and how to utilize them could be deliberated upon in due course. The most pressing matter at hand was to convincingly assume the identity of Mo Ming, one of the participants. He lifted his head and only then noticed a yellowed note affixed to the door panel. Reaching out, he peeled it off and saw that at the very top, the number 17 was inscribed in digits, beneath which, in faded blue-black ink, densely packed rules were written. Code of conduct for the Lu family servants. 1. You are a servant of the Lu family. Be mindful of your status and refrain from any actions unbecoming of it. 2. The Lu family has 3 masters. The masters are supreme, the servants subordinate, and the lowest rank is the menial servants. Those of lower rank must obey the orders of those above. 3. Menial servants shall faithfully fulfill their duties. Never defy any orders from their masters, nor dispute any decisions made by them. 4. Menial servants are humble and nameless. Do not sully the ears of the masters with your name. Among yourselves, you may address one another by code names. 5. Menial servants must not be frivolous or cheerful. They have no right to feel happiness. 6. Menial servants are forbidden from leaving the Lu family estate. Your activities are confined solely to the household and designated workplaces. 7. Menial servants must be diligent and exert their utmost effort to complete their tasks. Failure to do so shall result in punishment. 8. Menial servants should take pride in serving the Lu family and must not damage any property belonging to the masters. Each rule, on the surface, seemed drenched in disdain and malice toward the servants. Yet to Ren Yi, they represented a covert manifesto of resistance against these strange masters. Never dispute the master's decisions was obviously a rule aimed at Lu Zihan. Menial servants have no right to feel happiness, clearly targeted himself. As for menial servants are nameless. That was probably a regulation concerning any Lu Qing. Furthermore, the second rule, mentioning the Lu family having 3 masters, was likely a hint born after he infiltrated the participants' ranks. At present, it bore no obvious flaws, but might, combined with other clues, eventually point toward himself. The road ahead was arduous and long. Ren-yi exhaled softly, fingertips unconsciously caressing the talisman in his pocket. He had not forgotten the hard mandate he bore, the imperative to personally kill one participant. At that moment, a rough voice exploded outside the door, rattling his eardrums. Everyone up! The hour of Mao is approaching. You new menial servants, daring to slack off on your very first day? No sooner had the voice fallen than a chorus of rustling sound arose from the surrounding rooms, followed by the sequential opening of numerous doors. He straightened his clothes and stepped out with the crowd. Outside, the throng was already bustling. At first glance, a palpable aura of wasteland desolation hit him. The most conspicuous among the crowd were several men and women clad in faded camouflage uniforms, carrying massive military backpacks. They stood erect, eyes sharp and scanning their surroundings with an intensity that starkly contrasted with the rest. The majority, however, wore tattered clothes and bore weary expressions. Wrapped in cloaks or coats stained with grime, carrying bulging woven bags or old backpacks, tightly gripping makeshift tools such as crowbars and machetes of various kinds. The air was thick with low murmurs and heavy breathing. Ren-yi's glance swiftly detected 6 or 7 concealed firearms hidden beneath garments or within backpacks. Yet, his experience from the previous instance told him that compared to these firearms, the true menace lay in the psychics lurking among the crowd. He did not conceal his scrutiny, letting his gaze slowly sweep through the assembly. Approximately half the people stood alone in corners, maintaining a detached distance, while the other half clustered into 3 distinct groups, quietly conferring in 2s and 3s. These participants mostly displayed calm countenances and steady movements, clearly not novices encountering this eerie instance for the first time. Ren-yi felt no anxiety. After all, he did not have to single-handedly eliminate all the participants here. According to Lu Qing, if the sky were to fall, there would be tall men to hold it up. Ren-yi had confidence in the adults on his side, while maintaining a veneer of peace within the instance. Ren-yi knew that their images were being broadcast to another space beyond his view. So this was what the instance looked like. Its architecture resembled that of the Eastern lands before the apocalypse. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, a voice cautioned. These wooden houses look flimsy at a glance. I'd say it's more like a jungle style. This live stream even lets you freely choose the perspective. Let me see. The participant we're viewing is called Mo Ming. I checked. This participant is from the Holy City. Holy City dogs, not watching anymore. Hope he dies early. As the chat room descended into chaos, inside the instance, a moo made her move. Her expression was no longer the gentle and benign one previously seen. Facing the crowd of participants, her face revealed utter disdain and impatience. This batch of servants is really poor quality, she muttered. Yet her voice carried precisely to every participant's ears. She then began calling out assignments by number, 1 to 40. Your task is to weed and water the melon fields. 40 to 60, you're assigned to kitchen assistance. 60 to 80, you clean the front yard. First and second floors. Remember, pay attention to etiquette if you encounter the masters. 80 to 90, you organize the books in the second floor study. 90 to 100, you tend to the herb garden in the backyard. Finished. She turned sharply and returned to the wooden building without sparing the participants a single glance. Ren-yi's number was 17, so his designated workplace was the melon fields. The other participants exchanged glances, and the faces of some small teams that had been broken up were not particularly pleased. He tried to shift his mindset into that of a participant. For them, the most perilous tasks would certainly be cleaning the wooden building and the study. These were the places most likely to confront the masters directly. Ren did not believe Lu Zihan could resist coming out to play. Next in danger was the kitchen, where they would likely encounter a moo and other servants. As for the remaining melon fields and herb garden, there were too few clues at present, and he had not observed any anomalies in those areas yesterday, so he was unfamiliar with them. He glanced at the hesitant participants and then turned toward the courtyard exit. This time, his target was not these participants. Aside from the hard target of killing one person, he did not even intend to interact with them. His true objective lay beyond the instance. As for how to harvest joy from beyond the instance, what could possibly delight these viewers more than witnessing the participant representing their side wreak havoc? Children, let me show you what speedrunning truly means. Leading the way, Ren-yi strode out of the courtyard. At this very moment, the horizon was only faintly tinged with the pale light of dawn. The weak morning light fell upon the melon fields, revealing numerous shadowy black spherical shapes nestled among the vines, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. The melon fields were neatly divided by ridges into relatively independent square plots, each marked by a crude wooden sign, roughly inscribed with numbers in ink. Rennie looked around. For an adult male with normal human eyesight, if all participants stood in the center of their respective plots, they could barely see the shadows of those in adjacent plots. He soon located his own, plot number 17. Beside the sign sat a bucket, a short sickle, and a steel pitchfork. The first two were easy to understand. The bucket was for drawing water from the nearby irrigation canal, and the sickle was for weeding. But what was the steel pitchfork for? Rennie recalled Amu's instructions and confirmed she had not mentioned any tasks requiring a pitchfork. There was unlikely to be completely useless equipment within the instance. So was it simply not needed at present? He lowered his gaze to the watermelons in the field, lush green and round, with dark stripes clearly visible, each about the size of a basketball. Speaking of which, the Alliance was currently enjoying summer vacation, the perfect season for eating watermelons. Judging by the appearance of this watermelon, it seems like a special product from the dungeon. Perhaps I should ask Aunt Lu Ching if, after the dungeon ends, I might be allowed to take 2 melons home to eat. My elder brother would probably enjoy them as well. Rennie's thoughts drifted as he turned the watermelon over. At that moment, the once tranquil watermelon suddenly rolled without any warning, adjusting its position. Gradually, rough but vivid facial features emerged on the smooth green rind. Caught completely off guard, Rennie found himself locked in a gaze with the watermelon. The watermelon rolled once more and offered Rennie a coaxing smile. Rennie better not. Elsewhere, participant number 22 trembled as he arrived at his assigned field. This participant hailed from Exion City, one of the 3 cities, but had neither awakened any supernatural abilities nor undergone formal training, let alone possessed firearms. During the first dungeon, he survived purely by sheer luck, clinging to a formidable ally. Number 22 had a remarkably clear self-awareness. He knew that relying solely on himself meant no chance of surviving the next dungeon. To live, he had to continue holding on to powerful allies. Thus, he lingered among the crowd, observing. When he saw Rennie boldly step out of the courtyard, he felt a glimmer of hope. This was the one. Such poise, such decisive action. This was undoubtedly someone with confidence. He hurriedly chased after him, only to see Rennie enter his own plot of land without so much as a glance back. Soon, number 22 also noticed the numbered sign in front of his field. Damn it! This task requires independent action. Having successfully clung to an ally to survive the first dungeon, number 22 was hardly foolish. After entering the dungeon, he had read the rules and dared not violate the clause stating that your activity is confined to the Liu family estate and your designated work area. Resigned, he could only pound his chest in frustration and slink into his own field. Within the field, number 22 was consumed by profound dread. His eyes immediately locked on the most intimidating pitchfork, which he hastily clutched to his chest. Trembling, he stepped into the field, nerves frayed to the breaking point. Even the distant sound of the water wheels stirring the river sent his heart into spasms. The rustling of the watermelon vines in the breeze seemed to mock him. Hee. No, wait, where was that sound coming from? In terror, number 22 spun around, only to see a watermelon behind him rolling on its own, revealing human-like facial features as it slowly turned toward him, grinning brightly. The plump watermelon even performed a human-like throat-clearing gesture. Then the watermelon's piercing, shrill scream tore through the night sky like countless fine needles stabbing directly into number 22's eardrums. His mind exploded with a deafening buzz, and the fragile calm he had maintained shattered instantly. Panic surged like a breaking dam, flooding every limb and sinew, raising the hair on his body on end. This was unnatural. This watermelon was unnatural. Number 22 unleashed a scream that rivaled the watermelon's in sheer hysteria. In his frantic state, he suddenly remembered the weapon he held tight in his arms, and with all his might hurled the pitchfork at the watermelon. Bang! After a muffled thud came the crisp sound of the watermelon bursting. The ripe flesh, mixed with bright red juice, splattered everywhere. The sharp cries ceased abruptly. Staggering backward several steps, number 22's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground in utter disarray. He gasped wildly, his chest heaving violently. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally recovered from the suffocating terror. He pushed himself up, intending to retrieve his only weapon. But then he froze. His right hand was as if welded to the ground, utterly immobile. Terror-stricken, he turned his head, his heart contracting sharply. Somehow, his palm had already been swallowed by the watermelon field. Moist earth was creeping up between his fingers with frantic speed. No, save me, he screamed even more desperately. But his voice sounded pitifully small in the vast field. The sandy soil where the watermelons were planted had transformed into a viscous black mud swamp. Countless clumps of earth stretched out like twisted arms, gripping his limbs tightly, dragging him down inch by inch. Hee hee. In the field, each watermelon turned its head toward the terrified participant, revealing their faces. Pairs of glossy black eyes stared fixedly at him, emitting sharp, grating laughter. Number 22's screams gradually weakened until they became faint whispers. His body was entirely engulfed by the swamp, leaving only his head exposed, his eyes bulging with pure terror. Suddenly, his head rapidly rounded and swelled, the skin shifting to a morbid, deep green hue. Within mere breaths, he transformed into a watermelon that retained human facial features. At last, the frozen terror on his face slowly faded, replaced by a bizarre yet radiant smile identical to those on the surrounding melons. Hee. Number 22's field was not far from Ren-es. The vast expanse of farmland offered no barrier against this eerie sensation. Ren-es silently witnessed the entire ordeal, his watering motions uninterrupted, his expression unruffled. So the rule, servants must not damage any of the master's property, applies to these strange phenomena encountered during work. If one inadvertently damages property not their own, they must become property themselves to compensate the master's loss. Ren-es thoughtfully stroked the rim of his watering bucket. Clearly, the true source of the strangeness was not the watermelons themselves. If each melon were independently uncanny, their numbers would be overwhelming. The correct explanation must be the watermelon field itself. Just as his elder brother had mentioned before, this was the kind of abnormality that only needed to conform to human cognition. Intermittent cries came from beneath his feet. Ren-es looked down to see a watermelon straining to scream, but on the side of the rind facing away from him, the facial features were twisted stiffly, and the eyes flickered nervously, betraying obvious guilt. Ren-es was momentarily speechless. Clearly, Aunt Lu-Ching had probably already negotiated with these uncanny beings. Unfortunately, the watermelon field's eerie acting left much to be desired. Splash! Ren-es poured a bucket of water over it. Taking advantage of the watering break, he crouched down and gently tapped the cold rind with his fingertips, lowering his voice to instruct, "Scream louder, just like everyone else." He had already confirmed with Lu-Ching that the cameras broadcasting outside were fixed on a single angle behind them. Therefore, in the absence of other participants, discreetly making small adjustments from the front posed no problem. Obediently following the command, the watermelon immediately adjusted its demeanor and howled loudly. The surrounding melons joined in, their cries rising and falling in a cacophony of piercing noise. After listening for a moment, Ren-es inexplicably discerned a discordant melody within the chaos and began softly humming along, while Ren-es sighed basked in tranquil peace. The other participants were far less fortunate. The scream of a single watermelon was like needles piercing the skin, but now the entire field of melons unveiled their faces, wailing in succession. Their cries were like countless sharp blades repeatedly scraping at the participants' minds. Yet they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue working in the field, repeatedly fetching water and weeding. Many participants, dazed and distracted, accidentally crushed watermelons or tore the vines. The next moment, they were swallowed by the suddenly marshy field, ultimately transforming into new human-faced watermelons. The livestream chat had long since erupted. "Oh my god, what kind of hellish thing is this? It hurts my head just watching through the screen. So disgusting. Upstairs. Stop screaming." The noise from the live stream was already unbearable. It's just some watermelons, much weaker than mutated beasts. I could take them down with a single strike each. No, are you stupid? It's obvious that only the person damaging the watermelons would die, and you're going around killing them one by one. Is that not fast enough for you? Damn it, guys. Look at that Mo Ming in the next live room. How does he still have the heart to hum a tune? Is that the point? The real focus is that the Big Shot's work seems to be nearly finished. Indeed, from the live stream-s footage, one could see that before they knew it, the sun had already risen above the horizon. On Ren-es side, the entire watermelon field had been watered once by him, and the weeds were cut down in bundles and tossed aside. This is our big shot from the Holy City. The boss is awesome, steady, and reliable with his work. Just because someone works quickly, you call him a big shot? I think you should stop calling it Holy City and rename it Oxen and Horses City. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Working fast means you can rest sooner, especially against these mentally taxing and bizarre threats. Every extra second of rest is a gain, essential for facing future dangers. Wait a minute. The big shot doesn't seem to plan on resting? He's heading toward the courtyard. In the live stream, Ren-es footsteps suddenly halted. A familiar sensation filled his body, a positive emotion called happiness. However, his magazine capacity was down to 1, and that energy could only weakly linger around him, gradually dissipating. To absorb it, he had to use his ability once to empty the magazine. Yet, there was no one around him at the moment. And as for using his ability on a watermelon field, a creature ranked above him, the watermelon field was essentially a single entity. At most, one could plant a single seed, and now it was impossible to negotiate with it. Direct action would be impolite. Still, he only needed to conduct one experiment. Rennie pondered for a moment, then locked the ability's target on himself. Since his awakening, he had never planted an illusion seed on himself. But illusions, there are countless ways to use them ineffectively. Adding an invisible beauty filter to oneself is an illusion. Subtly adjusting the light in front of one's eyes by half a degree is also an illusion. As the ammunition was consumed, a strong sensation of fullness filled his body, and the number of ability uses was replenished. Is that all it takes? Rennie glanced at the panel of the illusion network and confirmed that his progress had indeed increased slightly. Before he could even rejoice, more positive emotional energy surged toward him like sharks smelling blood, gathering ceaselessly. Not good. He felt a sharp pain in his flesh. Ammunition-type creatures regard replenishing ammunition as a feeding process. However, his ability involved planting seeds, which required a clear casting target to activate. Fortunately, there were plenty of targets in the dungeon. In the live stream, he merely contemplated the field briefly, then followed the ridge of the field toward the courtyard. Just as his toe was about to cross the threshold, a slender black shadow suddenly darted out from behind the door, firmly blocking his path. It was an old servant wearing a plain black Chinese-style jacket. His figure stooped, his face etched with deep wrinkles. "Servant, why have you stopped working without permission?" The old servant's voice was hoarse and grating, like rusty metal scraping on a blackboard, sending chills down one's spine. This old servant had been introduced by Lu Qin yesterday. His name was Master Fu, temporarily acting as the dungeon's butler. According to Lu Zihan, Master Fu had always cared for Lu Zihan's grandparents, and for some unknown reason, he had joined the dungeon this time. He immediately composed himself, bowed respectfully, and spoke with deference, replying to the butler, "My work is already completed. I have come to inquire if there are any other tasks to be assigned." Servants must be diligent and strive to complete their tasks. Those who fail to finish their work shall be punished. The rule that servants who fail to complete their work must be punished was too blunt, making it easy to overlook the initial requirement that servants should be diligent. Therefore, servants who slack off after completing their tasks are certainly not diligent. Perhaps it might be no punishment, but there would be no benefits either. Of course, this was only Ren's conjecture. Whether it was correct remained to be seen. Come on, he was a young master experiencing daily life. As long as he found a plausible excuse, the dungeon-esque creatures would be more than willing to cater to him and naturally follow his lead. Oh, indeed. Master Fu's murky eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced past Ron toward the distant watermelon field, seemingly confirming that the field had indeed been tended to. Not bad, not bad. Master Fu nodded with satisfaction. His acting was clearly much better than the watermelon field's. Since the work is done, come with me to the study. The young master is causing quite a ruckus over there, and manpower is a bit tight. Oh, going to find Lu Zihan. Rennie nodded and followed Master Fu into the wooden building inside the courtyard. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a loud bang suddenly exploded in front of him. A figure crashed heavily to the ground, no more than half a meter from his toes. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking pierced his ears. Rennie frowned slightly and instinctively took 2 steps back. The person on the ground was still alive. Their left leg was twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly broken, writhing in pain and unable to get up anytime soon. Rennie looked up to see Lu Zihan peering down from the carved railing at the study's entrance on the 2nd floor. A trace of impatience lingering on his lips. Behind him stood several participants, their faces pale as paper, clearly terrified. It was obvious, even to a child, that Lu Zihan bore significant responsibility for the person who had fallen before Rennie. Rennie silently connected to the illusion network. Rennie, what is the meaning of this, young master? Is this a warning for me? Lucian, no, I really didn't mean it. Lu Zihan replied instantly, hurriedly defending himself. Lu Zihan, why are you coming in now? Rennie, I finished my work over there. Master Fu arranged for me to come find you and have some fun. So what is going on here? Lu Zihan, don't mention it. These participants somehow figured out my rules. No matter what I say, they respond with yes, completely lacking any interest. Lu Zihan, I was so frustrated that I told someone to jump down from here. Sure enough, he didn't dare to argue, triggering my rule. So I dealt with him immediately. I wanted to try again to assert authority, but the guy actually jumped. I didn't even react in time. That's the rule requiring obedience to higher-ranked individuals. But isn't that rule too absurd, overwhelmingly favoring the creatures? Can a master not just order all participants to die outright? Ren directly posed his question to Lu Zihan. Lucian, no. I have to conform to the master's identity. Servants are valuable assets. I can only secretly set traps for them. I can't openly give such blatant orders. Ren nodded inwardly. This aligned with the fairness initially mentioned within the dungeon. As for the order to jump from the second floor, for participants with supernatural abilities, it was not fatal. It just meant this participant was somewhat fragile. While the two exchanged information rapidly, Master Fu frowned and looked toward Lu Zihan on the second floor, his tone growing stern. Young master, what nonsense are you causing again? Have you finished reading the book the madam asked you to? Lu Zihan's face instantly fell. His earlier impatience morphed into grievance as he pouted. Master Fu, it was they who were disrespectful to me first. Change the servants for me. Perfect timing. Master Fu took the opportunity and gestured toward Run beside him. Young master, I just found a good servant named 17. Let him serve you exclusively. The other servants still have work to do, so you need not bother them anymore. Oh, your name is 17? Will you listen to me from now on? Lu Zihan's interested gaze fell on Run. Listening to Master Fu and Lu Zihan playing their parts in perfect harmony, Ren fought back the urge to twitch at the corners of his mouth and once again bowed deeply. Yes, young master. From this moment onward, I shall heed all your commands without question. Very well. Lu Zihan immediately spread a radiant smile, tinged with a hint of mischief, raised his hand, and casually pointed at the agonizing participant on the ground, issuing an offhand order. Then I command you to kill the person in front of you. On the surface, Ren-E's expression abruptly darkened, his eyes flickering with just the right amount of panic and hesitation, but deep within, his mind was perfectly clear. Lu Zihan was deliberately offering him a way out, assisting him in fulfilling the mandatory quota of personally killing one participant, suppressing the clarity welling in his heart. Ren-E respectfully responded with a yes, then sluggishly approached the participant. No, you cannot kill me. The participant on the ground, his head drenched in blood, a wound still oozing at his temple, stared at Ren-E with a hoarse roar. Ren-E glanced toward the direction of the live streaming camera. Out of respect for the human guise he was currently maintaining, he knelt down and spoke in a calm tone. You are beyond salvation. I am doing you a kindness by granting you release. The participant attempted to struggle and refute, but the scene before his eyes suddenly distorted. The walls, the floor, even Ren-E's face began to sway and blur. A fierce dizziness gripped him instantly, leaving his entire body rigid. Ren-E's fingertips twitched. Seizing the moment of stiffness, his right hand suddenly clasped the back of the participant's neck, twisting gently but firmly. Crack! A faint sound of a bone fracturing. Then the participant's body went limp, his eyes wide open before swiftly losing all vitality. Taking advantage of the brief interval after releasing his ability, Ren-E silently absorbed the positive emotions lingering nearby, replenishing his ammunition clip once more. Without betraying any emotion, he stood up and patted his hands to confirm no bloodstains remained. Okay, target accomplished, progress +1. Inside the live broadcast room. Wait, did he just kill one of his own? Don't moralize. Even the boss said it was to help him find peace. Guess why no one from other cities is cursing him yet? This time, the one he killed was also from the Holy City. No arguments there, right? Isn't anyone paying attention to the boss's moves? Has he gained some unique role? Hell, what is the use? He'll probably die faster alongside the weirdos. Didn't you see how brutally those who defied the young master died? Within the scenario, under the admiring or pitying gazes of the other participants, Ren-E ascended to the second floor and stood beside Lu Zihan. He appeared obedient, but was actually busy expending ammunition on the remaining participants nearby to facilitate his energy absorption. Naturally, his use of power merely involved slightly distorting the light and shadow perceived by the participants. Firstly, his ability was essentially a partial sensory illusion, lacking lethal force to directly kill. Secondly, he was merely a minor boss in the scenario, a favored insider placed there by connections. So it was necessary to leave more prey for the adults who came to assist. Ren-E himself had not expected that in a scenario lasting 3 days, he would essentially complete his main objective by the morning of the first day. In the following days, he only needed to seize opportunities to expend ammunition on other weirdos before they killed too many participants, then rely on a live broadcast to feign brilliance and harvest positive emotions. Besides that, Ren-E was somewhat curious about an auxiliary rule. Auxiliary rule: do not share pain with others. So far, this vague rule had never been triggered once. Rennie sensed that the weirdos within the scenario deliberately avoided activating this rule. Whether it was the initial work groupings or the subsequent solo missions in the melon field, they seemed intent on separating the participants to prevent triggering the sharing pain condition. After all, causing pain was inevitable for most weirdos. It was understandable. Rennie did not believe those who triggered this rule would remain unharmed. Once triggered, it likely meant that the calamity monster would snatch the kill. All the effort would be wasted, and no one wanted to make such a losing trade. Lu Zihan led Run E into the study. Today, he wore a moon-white long robe, which somewhat concealed his burly build, lending him a more refined and scholarly appearance. The study was spacious. Master Fu led the remaining participants inside. In the center of the study were rows of bookshelves, with scattered books littering the floor. Even one or two ancient-looking bamboo scrolls yellowed with age, clearly very old. Master Fu's narrow desk stood in the innermost corner of the study, piled with accounts, presumably his workstation. In principle, the study should have been Master Fu's domain, but it was unclear why Lu Zihan was also assigned here. It was obvious that Lu Zihan had caused quite a commotion, disrupting the participants' work. Yawning, Lu Zihan slumped into his chair. Having completed the quota of killing a participant himself, he now seemed rather listless. He regarded Run E with a mischievous gaze. Seemingly pondering how to exploit the rule, the servant shall not disobey any command of the master. Several participants nearby who had resumed tidying books couldn't help but glance over. Having witnessed Lu Zihan's ruthlessness before, they unanimously believed that Run E was doomed. Reading is so exhausting. Lu Zihan dragged out the tone and finally spoke. You come over here and massage the young master's shoulders. Rennie almost burst into laughter. After all that fuss, this was the best request he could come up with? Out of sight of the live stream, Rennie's mouth twitched swiftly, not even bothering to argue with him in the spirit network. Very well, young master. Rennie's tone was so gentle it seemed to drip with water. Before Lu Zihan could react, Rennie had already moved behind him, clasping the muscles on both sides of his neck. Without waiting for a word, he began to shake him violently from side to side. Hey, easy. My head. Within the spirit network. Lu Zihan, stop. Stop it. I was wrong. Truly wrong. You're going to shake my head off. As the two young masters playfully tussled, nearby, participant number 87, having not witnessed the bloodbath, inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment. He held a pile of books for a moment before regretfully withdrawing his gaze. At that moment, he looked down and discovered that atop the stack was a book titled Strange Tales of the Spirit World. Could this be some kind of knowledge about the spirit world? Participant 87's heart stirred, overwhelmed by intense curiosity. He quietly opened Strange Tales of the Spirit World. However, the content was unlike what he had imagined. It appeared to be a collection of stories, narrating strange and wondrous anecdotes between humans and spirits, with intricate and engaging plots that compelled him to read on. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. He set down the pile of books and leaned against the bookshelf, reading with great interest. Gradually, his gaze grew increasingly vacant, his pupils losing focus, as if his soul had been drained away. Creak! A faint sound of a bookshelf sliding echoed. Strange Tales of the Spirit World gently slipped to the floor, its pages fluttering slightly, while participant 87's figure vanished without a trace. Servants ought to be diligent, exerting their utmost effort to complete their tasks. Having completed the melon field task by midday, Rennie's duties as a page boy did not last long. He ostensibly accompanied the young master Lu Zihan to peruse strange words for a while, but was in fact chatting and joking in the spirit network the entire time. Soon after, a voice calling the young master for lunch echoed from below. As for his breakfast, how could a servant possibly have one? Rennie, being a servant, at least ostensibly, naturally could not dine alongside the master's household. He was relegated to stepping out of the wooden building and crouching in the courtyard to eat. The servant's lunch was simple, a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Fortunately, there was nothing particularly repugnant about the food, nor any hidden perils concealed within the meal, an uncommon moment of calm. However, Rennie noticed that even after all participants had received their rations, the wooden bucket of porridge still remained half full. Scanning the sparse crowd crouched on the ground, sipping the porridge, he roughly gauged the destructive power of Aunt Lu Qing's scenario. 30 participants remained on their way to the melon field, 10 kitchen helpers, 5 assigned to organizing books, and 16 in the cleaning crew, the best retention ratio of the groups. Yet, everyone appeared pale and dazed, their eyes filled with exhaustion. None of the participants sent to the herb garden had returned. In just one morning, the number of participants had dwindled by nearly 1/3. But considering the quantity of anomalies within the scenario, each anomaly taking a toll on a few individuals. This attrition was not extraordinary. Naturally, Ren did not miss this opportunity to replenish his energy. Taking advantage of the intervals between receiving and sipping porridge, he quietly employed his abilities several times on nearby participants. Unfortunately, it had been too long since his last moment of glory. The positive energy from the live stream had largely dissipated, and the energy he absorbed this time was scant. After a few casual sips, he set down his bowl and hastily ended his lunch. The afternoon's work was uneventful. After the morning's baptism by anomalies, the remaining participants either understood the rules or possessed exceptional abilities, resulting in almost no further casualties. The only noteworthy detail concerned the cleaning crew. During dinner, Ren glanced at the crowd gathering for their meals in the corner and found only 8 remained. Those who had appeared dazed and fatigued at noon had vanished without a trace, evidently unable to endure the afternoon's labor. In that case, the watermelon field group, originally 40 strong and now reduced to 28, seemed disproportionately fortunate. The watermelon field only employed a form of mental assault in the form of screams, which required participants to actively damage the watermelons to trigger the lethal rule. For those with even a modicum of willpower, it appeared relatively safe. Ren suddenly recalled the steel pitchfork resting by the edge of the field. Previously, its purpose had been unclear, but now he suspected it was not so simple. Sure enough, after dinner, M coldly summoned the remaining servants of the watermelon field group. You will also keep watch over the melon field tonight. Remember, do not allow the Master's property to be harmed. Ren watched with mild interest as several participants, whose expressions had relaxed moments before, suddenly tensed. Disinterested in the commotion, he continued on his own path toward his 17th plot. The steel pitchfork still leaned quietly beside the signpost at the edge of the field. Ren bent down and picked it up, weighing in his hand. It was light, about 3 feet in length, and rudimentary in design, more like a child's toy. But no matter what, it was the only item Ren had discovered in the entire scenario whose very purpose was as a weapon. So then, would hostile entities appear in the watermelon field at night? Bound by the rules of the two worlds, these adversaries could not be too powerful, and this seemingly inconspicuous pitchfork was likely a specialized weapon designed against them. Ren found a flat stone by the field's edge and sat down, bored as the chorus of watermelon screams rose and fell around him, waiting for the night to deepen. The night wind gradually chilled as he waited. A golden full moon slowly ascended the sky, its light illuminating the melon field with exceptional clarity. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots suddenly pierced the night air. Ren immediately focused his mind, extending his perception in the direction of the gunfire. The incident occurred at a distance beyond the naked eye's reach, but his anomaly perception encountered no barriers, vividly projecting a 3-dimensional scene into his mind. In his perception, a participant was half swallowed by the viscous soil, only the upper body struggling hopelessly, emitting heart-wrenching screams of terror. His pitchfork and a lightweight submachine gun lay discarded nearby, the barrel still faintly smoking. Not far off, a watermelon had exploded, its crimson flesh and juice flooding the ground, clearly shattered by bullets. Other than that, nothing else appeared unusual in the field. Had the participant lost his mind? Ren quickly dismissed the thought. Any participant who had survived the day would never make such a rookie mistake as actively damaging the watermelons. Something new must have entered the scene. Either this anomaly was swift enough to have already left the field, or its attack did not require proximity, remotely triggering participants' misjudgments, or it possessed the ability to shield itself from perception, hiding from Ren E-class anomaly senses. At this thought, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ren E.'s eyes. Whichever possibility was true, this senior anomaly-s ability was certainly fascinating. Another scream rang out. Not far from the troubled field, another participant suddenly leapt as if glimpsing something horrifying. His gaze locked onto the ground, seemingly tracking something moving there. He hurried forward, attempting to stab at whatever it was with his pitchfork. Yet the dense watermelons and vines, combined with the participant's caution against damaging the fruit by falling, rendered him clumsy and awkward. 10 meters ahead, a watermelon suddenly shook, provoking an even sharper scream. The participant, as if having found his target, hurled his pitchfork with precision. It narrowly grazed the watermelon without inflicting any damage. Ren observed this clearly through his perception. The participant's expression instantly turned to one of utter astonishment, as if confronted with something utterly beyond expectation. Then, the shaking watermelon's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by the crackling sound of fracturing rind, splitting into pieces as juice poured out. Unsurprisingly, the The participant could only watch in overwhelming terror as the encroaching earth slowly swallowed him, eventually becoming one with the melon field. Yet he still saw nothing. The field lay beyond his direct view. He could only observe through his three-dimensional perception. So, was it visible to the naked eye yet invisible to perception? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Ren-E's heart. The other participants lacked his leisure. They could only hear the distant screams of their comrades clearly, the sound inching ever closer, the shadow of death pressing down like a tide. Death itself was not frightening. It was this relentless, creeping, unknown terror that shattered the mind. By contrast, Ren-E now found himself faintly worried. Aunt Lu Qing should have introduced herself to all anomalies within the scenario, clarifying her identity. Could this newly arrived senior anomaly, knowing they were on the same side, bypass the 17th field and avoid seeking him out? The scenario lasted a full 3 days. The anomalies could not possibly kill all participants within 1 day. Even if it bypassed him, it would be perfectly logical and would not arouse suspicion among the livestream audience. Yet he was genuinely curious about this anomaly's abilities. Surely it would not ignore him. These great anomalies often enjoyed toying with anomaly fledglings. Whether it was his own elder brother, Aunt Du next door with 2 mouths, or Dr. Lin, this one should be no exception. As he indulged in these idle thoughts, the 18th field beside him finally stirred. A watermelon began to shake unnaturally. The participants were too far apart, and those in the 18th field had not witnessed the fate of the previous victims. However, the composure of participant number 18 was evidently far superior. He remained unflustered, his movements fluid and graceful, as if the watermelon vines beneath his feet presented no hindrance whatsoever. With a deft tap of his foot, he sprang upward as though employing a form of lightness skill, precisely thrusting the steel fork into the location where the anomaly had manifested. Yet, the outcome was futile. The steel fork stood immobile, untouched by the enigmatic force. The watermelon shattered, its crimson juice spilling across the ground. Participant number 18's expression shifted abruptly. With another tap of his toes, he soared directly into the air, suspending himself mid-flight. He was indeed an individual with supernatural abilities. Ren-E watched with keen interest from the sidelines. Had the surrounding watermelons not so thoroughly dampened his appetite, he would have surely sought out a melon to slice open, indulging in both the fruit and the unfolding spectacle. Secretly, he snapped a photo of the airborne participant with his stealth net and sent it to Lu Zihan. A reply came swiftly. Lu Zihan, wow, another one who can fly. Lu Zihan, how do you think you compare to him, bench? Ren-E's face darkened, recalling his own aerial speed that barely surpassed that of a crawling tortoise. Ren-E, don't bring up things that make me look bad. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the airborne supernatural participant suddenly darted toward Ren-E's number 17 field. Yet, after only a few meters of flight, his body's movements grew twisted and unnatural, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Ren-E watched as a shadow beneath the moonlight expanded ominously, and then, like a bird with broken wings, he plummeted to the earth. Participant number 18's face turned to terror as fierce wind blades whipped around him, shredding several watermelons in an instant. But these violent gusts ultimately failed to halt the soil's gradual engulfment of him. This time, Ren-E witnessed with his own eyes the entire transformation of a human into a watermelon. Vertical green stripes slowly emerged on the human face. The once terrified expression gradually dulled into vacancy. Truth be told, watching green stripes sprout across a human visage was somewhat comical. Next, it was presumably his turn. Ren-E sprang from the stone on which he had been sitting. One hand gripped the steel fork, which he plunged into the earth, while the other rested confidently on his waist. He cast a gallant, commanding gaze over the surrounding melon fields. The night breeze rustled the leaves, and the moonlight stretched a silhouette tall and proud, the steel fork gleaming coldly under the pale light. Yet, nothing transpired. Even the intermittent calls of the watermelons seemed to have grown weary, their volume diminishing into feeble murmurs, as if merely going through the motions. The anticipated assault failed to materialize. Instead, a faint yet familiar wave of positive energy suddenly surfaced, lingering around Ren-E. What is this? Are you spectators from the Three Cities world really this idle? What is going on here? Not a single participant capable of expending ammunition was near him. This energy was akin to a delicacy behind glass, visible, yet unattainable. In a live broadcast chat room, look, this is what you call the poise of a master. When the weirdness comes, he stands unshaken. The filter upstairs is way too thick. I think he is just frozen in fear, standing there unable to move. Bluster. What use is that? This weirdness is absolutely unsolvable. Haven't you seen the miserable fate of the previous ones? Exactly. You can't catch it. You can't hit it, and the props given by the dungeon are a sham. Completely useless. You can only watch it destroy the watermelons. When one goes bad, the field triggers a death penalty. Even Song Ching Fong from Wong City fell. He.s. an A-level wind-controlling supernatural user, yet he was dragged down mid-flight. So tragic. Within the dungeon, Ren-E could not hear their discussion. He could only watch as this inexplicable surge of positive energy dissipated into the night breeze. His eerie perception had long since extended, mapping every detail of the surroundings. Yet the mysterious anomaly remained nowhere to be found. Perhaps it had already arrived, and he simply had not noticed? In his human form, Ren-E lacked an omnidirectional, all-seeing gaze. He had to keep turning his head, warily scanning every corner. But to no avail. Could it be that it truly was T coming to tease the children? He lowered his head with a hint of disappointment. His gaze settled on the ground, where the cold moonlight stretched his shadow thin and long, clinging to the ridge of the field. Then his eyes fixed. At the chest area of his shadow, two tiny yet glaringly red points appeared, no larger than grains of rice, like miniature droplets of blood, staring straight up at him. Their eyes met. From the perspective of these two eerie sensory points, invisible to anyone else, Ren-E's eyes, once dimmed by slight frustration, suddenly brightened. The impatience that had built during the wait vanished instantly. The previously dormant aura around him surged with vitality, locking firmly onto the pair of red dots within shadow. So that's it. His earlier confusion cleared suddenly. He finally understood why his perception yielded no response, while the other participants could see it plainly with their naked eyes. Because his sense was three-dimensional, scanning abnormal energies and entities within volumetric space. But this anomaly resided on the two-dimensional plane of the shadow itself. Since seeing Runman treat his shadow as a portable space to store chairs, Ren-E had developed a keen interest in this defiance of conventional shadow usage. This ability hardly seemed like a rule-based power. If his elder brother possessed it, might he not learn it himself? Regrettably, Runman had never elaborated. Now that he had encountered an anomaly with similar abilities, he resolved to seek it out for a proper conversation once the dungeon concluded. Aunt Lu and the others in the dungeon truly are a gathering of hidden talents. So versatile, Ren-E sincerely admired inwardly. Just as he was lost in thought, the anomaly within the shadow moved. Its speed exceeded the capturability of ordinary human retinas. Ren-E saw a flash, and his shadow abruptly severed at the junction with his legs. The entire shadow rapidly contracted and morphed, resembling a small canine creature, then slithered beneath Ren-E's crotch and slipped away. His shadow had been taken. Ren-E reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously with the black silhouette's surge. He spun around and thrust the steel fork fiercely into the shadow on the ground. Yet it had no effect. The shadow anomaly, like an ordinary optical illusion, naturally slid away from beneath the fork. The wondrous scene Ren-E had imagined, impaling the shadow to pin the anomaly, failed to materialize. The shadow anomaly crept toward a watermelon. Within that two-dimensional plane of shadow, the anomaly was somewhat flustered. It had overheard from the watermelon field that a young master brought by the madam was conducting some sort of experiment among the participants, and it had come to join the fray. But as it neared, hidden within the young master's shadow, it had been abruptly caught red-handed when the young master suddenly bowed his head. In that moment, driven by long-ingrained work habits, it could not resist executing the standard protocol instinctively. When it realized what it had done, it was already trapped on a runaway horse. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Did I cause trouble? Will the young master be angry? How should I act to appear diligent, yet reasonably spare the young master without disrupting his plans? The eldest master said the young master's experiment was nearly complete. If I perform poorly, it should be fine, right? At the same time, Ren-E's thoughts raced rapidly. No, something was definitely amiss. He stared at the seemingly useless steel fork in his hand, then looked toward the watermelon just ahead, about to be touched by the black shadow. According to the dungeon's balance, forged by the confrontation between two worlds rules, such a tool, clearly issued to participants, presumably to counter specific anomalies, could never be a mere ornament. But the steel fork's inability to pierce the shadow was an undeniable fact. Therefore, the problem must lie with him. Either he had employed the wrong method or had struck the wrong target. He lifted his head slightly. Originally, he stood with his back to the moon. After the shadow fiend snatched away his shadow, it swiftly slipped beneath his crotch and fled. Instinctively, in pursuit, he turned around, now facing the moon directly. At that very moment, the bright full moon came into view. Yes, why did it hasten to escape, running behind me? If it truly were completely immune to physical interference, it could have remained within its own shadow, wreaking havoc at will, with no need to flee. He suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He abruptly reversed his hand and drove the steel fork into the ground behind him, the very spot where his shadow should have been at that moment. Although the shadow had been taken, leaving the place empty, the concept of the shadow as rightful position undeniably existed. Ow! The instant the steel fork struck the earth, a brief, sharp scream arose from behind René. He quickly turned his head. Beneath his feet lay the shadow that had been stolen and transformed into a beastly silhouette. Now resting peacefully, its form restored to a normal human-shaped projection, as if it had never left. On that shadow, those crimson, bead-like eyes reappeared, filled with disbelief and a hint of grievance. Oh no, he had inadvertently empathized too much with it. Embarrassed, he immediately feigned panic, exclaiming softly, and hurriedly pulled the steel fork from the ground. At the same time, using the turning motion of his body and arms as cover, angles utterly beyond the reach of the live broadcast cameras, he frantically mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," 3 times. The shadow fiend shot him a mournful glance with those red, bead-like eyes before slowly closing them, vanishing entirely into the earth. Hee. For some reason, in the surrounding melon field, the watermelons that had seemed a bit weary just moments ago suddenly burst in a lively laughter. René's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. Silently, he returned to sit beside a large stone, contemplating whether he ought to buy something to apologize to the shadow fiend once they returned to the Alliance. Regardless of whether their earlier skirmish had been caused by his careless strike, the other party as clumsy, acting nearly ruining the play, or a bit of both. The shadow fiend was, after all, Aunt Lou's subordinate, a legitimate employee of this dungeon, here to assist in the harvest. Both morally and logically, injuring a helpful colleague deserved a sincere apology and thanks. At that moment, a torrent of pure, positive emotions, far greater than any before, descended without warning like a river bursting its banks. The awe, admiration, excitement, and even a touch of fervent worship contained within were so intense they nearly solidified into tangible form. The live chat was flooded with messages like amazing. Holy crap, that move. So that is how you use a steel fork? And master, I submit to you. So densely packed they nearly obscured the broadcast screen. Yet, bathed in this overwhelming emotional energy, René's face bore no trace of joy. What a waste, he silently sighed within his heart. Although by the time this dungeon ended, his progress bar would almost certainly be full. He wished he had some way to preserve this energy, perhaps by creating energy crystals or something similar. After René's steel fork pierced it, the shadow fiend fell utterly silent. Around the melon field, the remaining participants no longer emitted a single scream, only the watermelons faint. Weary groans lingered in the night before gradually fading away, until the eastern horizon brightened with the first pale light of dawn and the long night finally ended. René completed the morning chores of fetching water and weeding, then leisurely returned to the courtyard. Only 14 participants remained from those who had set out from the melon field. It was still just the second morning, and the attrition rate was unexpectedly rapid. Presumably, seeing that the 2 young masters on his side had already met their quotas, the remaining fiends felt no restraint and began to harvest with abandon. He had no interest in the pale-faced, shaken participants. Without a care, he ascended to the second floor, for he had another task awaiting him. As he stepped onto the upstairs corridor, he spotted Lu Zihan idly sprawled over a desk, facing the slanting sunlight streaming through the window, fingers crafting various shadow shapes. That leisurely, carefree demeanor made René's fingers itch. He longed to give him a good scolding right then and there. Upon noticing René, Lu Zihan's eyes brightened at last. 17, he dragged out the syllable, his voice brimming with grievance. "I don't want to study." He rolled his eyes inwardly, itching to reply, "Go tell Aunt Lu Qing that yourself." Yet outwardly, he maintained a respectful demeanor and responded naturally. "Then let us go play, young master. Since it's only for half a day, madam probably won't say much." "Great." Lu Zihan sprang from his chair, eyes shining brilliantly. "Then let us go to the herb garden. The servants working there just left not long ago." He was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Zihan. It seemed Lu Zihan was as curious about the herb garden as he was. After all, when Lu Qing introduced the attractions, she only named them without explaining their functions or hidden dangers. The herb garden was, yesterday, the only place where a total annihilation achievement had been reached, and it had taken only half a day. Yet, while participant numbers and other tasks had dwindled proportionally, today the foreman, Master Fu, still assigned a full complement of 10 people to the herb garden. René and Lu Zihan exchanged a glance. the two little fiends reaching an unspoken consensus. Thus, those participants buried in their books within the study watched as the capricious young master fiend stormed downstairs, leading along the pitiable servant named 17. Everyone collectively exhaled in relief, feeling that this fearsome deity had finally departed, granting them a few more moments of life. The herb garden was, in truth, the Liu family's backyard. Not large, roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. From afar, the plants grew luxuriantly, their dense foliage forming a canopy that shaded the earth below. At its center stood a magnificent, sprawling phoenix tree, its thick trunk and sprawling branches clearly ideal for children's secret hideouts. Here, Ren-Y finally encountered the second set of explicitly stated rules for the dungeon. On the wooden fence at the herb garden's entrance hung an old wooden sign, half wrapped in vines. The sign, weathered by years of dew, bore dark brown script. Herb garden work regulations 1. Servants' duties are to loosen soil and weed within the herb garden. Work must be conducted in pairs, maintaining physical contact throughout to coordinate and prevent inadvertent damage to plants. 2. Entry and exit require both members to step into and out of the garden simultaneously. If one precedes the other, the consequences are at their own risk. 3. If injured and bleeding, do not allow blood to drip onto the soil within 10 feet of the phoenix tree's trunk. 4. When pruning or tending herbs, if special root structures are discovered, do not announce it. Quietly cover them with nearby soil. 5. Work must be completed before noon. Between noon, when the sun is at its zenith, and late afternoon, when the sun begins to wane, the garden must be vacated. These rules were noticeably briefer and seemingly less riddled with traps than any other dungeon regulations Ren-Y had seen. Could this be because the number of fiends here was fewer or their powers comparatively weaker? Ren-Y quickly reviewed the rules. The most straightforward points were that paired. Synchronized movement was required, bleeding near the phoenix tree was forbidden, and work had to be done within a certain time frame. However, some aspects remained unclear. For example, what exactly constituted a special plant root system? How could participants immediately recognize such roots? As for timing, it was currently morning, which complied with the herb garden's working hours. Apart from a melon field, other servants began their daily work at dawn. If they dawdled, it would be around 1/4 dawn before they could enter the herb garden. Having spent the entire previous night in the melon field, Ren-Y finished his work in the sweet potato field quite early today. At this moment, it was approximately the 3rd quarter of the 2nd earthly branch hour, and all the participants should have already entered the herb garden. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the herb garden appeared extraordinarily clear from a distance. Upon approaching, however, a thin veil of mist had risen within it. This mist was milky white, thick and viscous like cream. Neither Ren-Y's naked eyes nor his uncanny perception could penetrate it. Inside, it was deathly silent, with no sign of any participant visible whatsoever. Hopefully, the participants would not perish too swiftly, Ren-Y thought silently. They still wanted to observe how the rules of the herb garden were enforced. After all, Liu Zihan, on the other hand, gave the matter little thought. After reading the rules, he casually lifted his leg, ready to step into the herb garden. As the young master of this place, his status was clear, so naturally he could disregard most of the rules. Ren-Y's eyes were sharp and his hands quick. He hurriedly grabbed Liu Zihan's arm. Young master, let's abide by the herb garden's rules, or madam will be nagging you again. The issue was not with Liu Zihan himself, but with him. If he boldly entered the herb garden alone and emerged unscathed, and the event was broadcast live, there would be no way to explain it. Liu Zihan paused for a moment, then suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He immediately reined in the casual expression on his face, adopting a look of reluctant disdain. All right. He extended his hand with a look of annoyance and asked, "Give me your hand. Yours is clean, right?" They clasped hands, maintaining the required physical contact. Strictly synchronizing their steps, they crossed over the wooden fence of the herb garden. The instant they set foot inside, they were enveloped entirely by the milky white, dense fog. Visibility was terrifyingly low. Even Liu Zihan, standing close by, was reduced to a mere blurred silhouette, his features indistinguishable. Simultaneously, Ren-Y's uncanny senses were severely constricted, almost confined to within half a meter around him, evoking a strange illusion that he had temporarily reverted to an ordinary human being. A few beams of morning sunlight barely pierced through the gaps in the mist, casting mottled patches of light on the ground, faintly indicating the direction forward. So that was the reason for the rule requiring joint movement? Indeed, without maintaining physical contact, one would vanish after just a few steps. The herb garden was unnervingly quiet, devoid of even the faintest chirping of insects or birds. Ren-Y, whose ears had been tormented all night by the screams from the watermelon field, inexplicably felt a rare sense of tranquility in this deathly silence. They had barely taken a few steps when Lu Zihan's foot struck something with a dull thud, as if kicking a solid object. The thing was round and sturdy. Even after Lu Zihan kicked it hard, it did not move an inch, as if firmly rooted to the ground. Seeing yet another round object, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon a closer look, thankfully, it was not a watermelon. But the faint outline of the object in the mist looked oddly familiar to Ren. Soon he understood why. That thing resembled the head of Lu Zihan when it had fallen to the ground. Damn! Lu Zihan was startled as well, his expression darkening, clearly conjuring up unpleasant associations. It was obvious that Lu Zihan's senses were also hindered by the dense fog. Otherwise, with his perception and reflexes, he would never have carelessly kicked something on the ground. Ren crouched and leaned forward for a closer inspection. At last, he discerned the true nature of the object. It was not a real human head, but a skull woven from interlaced green vines. The vine-wrapped neck was deeply buried in the soil, which explained why Lu Zihan's kick had not budged it. So they had encountered this already. Ren's mind was clear. This must be the special plant root system mentioned in the fourth rule. Rule 4. If special plant root systems are discovered, do not make a fuss. Quietly cover them with nearby soil. Ren crouched down, now compelled to obey this rule strictly. He reached out to scoop some soil from beside it, intending to cover the vine skull. But as his fingers touched the earth, he felt, through the soil layer, another hard, round object. Ren's movement halted. There was more than one of these special vines. Judging by the texture and position, the vine skull buried underground was probably tightly entwined with the one exposed above ground. Inseparably intertwined. Ren discreetly withdrew his hand and deliberately chose a spot slightly farther from the hard object to gather soil. Because he had to hold Lu Zihan's hand, his movements were awkward. He could only pile soil bit by bit over the vine skull, taking quite some time before the exposed vine skull was thoroughly and securely buried. He brushed dust off his body with one hand and said to Lu Zihan, "I'm done, young master." The two continued deeper into the thick mist. The farther they ventured, the softer the soil became, sinking half a foot with each step, carrying a damp, humus-like scent. They walked with uneven steps, frequently treading on strange hard objects, which without doubt were more vine skulls. If they were unlucky enough to step on those exposed, they had no choice but to stop and painstakingly bury them. After burying 3 vine skulls, Ren's expression stiffened. Was the density of these things a bit too high? He had already studied them. These vine skulls had no special effects for the time being. They neither moved nor bit, far inferior to the watermelons, which at least made some noise. They could be taken home as avant-garde art pieces, purely designed to disgust. No, perhaps they were purely meant to buy time. Ren soudainement réalisé. Unlike other tasks, entering the herb garden was strictly forbidden from noon to the 7th earthly branch hour, effectively making the entire afternoon off-limits for work. Participants had to complete the loosening of soil and weeding within half a day. If they had to contend with these vine skulls all the way, wasting time, wouldn't that trigger the penalty for unfinished work? Speaking of which, none of the participants who had died so far had violated the rules due to incomplete work. However, the useless servants who failed to keep up with progress were likely dealt with personally by Aunt Lu Qing. After all, she had yet to make an official appearance. She had to be saved for the grand finale. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than, after a few steps, Lu Zihan's foot suddenly struck something with a dull thud. This time, he finally kicked something other than a vine skull. Ouch! A cry of pain immediately echoed through the mist. 2 vague human figures emerged. One male and one female participant, holding hands. The man was crouching on the ground, clutching a small shovel, apparently loosening soil. Due to the sensory limitations, Lu Zihan accidentally kicked the man's behind. "Who is there?" The male participant turned around, half angry, half panicked, and then saw Lu Zihan's face. His anger instantly turned to alarm. Yesterday, Lu Zihan had swaggered among the participants. Most survivors recognized the irascible young master and had heard from the study group participants about his terrifying history of sudden killings. Young master, what brings you here?" His voice trembled. The female participant beside him reacted swiftly, pinching him hard to signal silence. She then respectfully greeted Lu Zihan. "Greetings, young master." At the same time, she seemed to notice Ren beside Lu Zihan, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Ren observed them as well. These 2 participants appeared excessively fearful of breaking the rules. Not only were they holding hands, but their entire arms and even shoulders were tightly pressed together, resembling 2 pieces of rubber stuck to each other, moving rigidly in unison. At their feet lay half of a vine skull, or rather, two halves of vine skulls tightly entwined with one another. At last, Ren-E was able to behold the complete form. The design of the vine skull was unmistakably that of two humanoid figures entwined in an embrace, their arms wrapped tightly around each other's backs. Torsos pressed close together in such an intimate posture that it seemed as if they wished to merge their very bones and blood. Indeed, with a touch of decoration. Placing this at a wedding venue might even evoke a semblance of romance. "What are you two doing here?" Lu Zihan asked, one hand on his hip, adopting a thoroughly roguish demeanor. Having come here seeking amusement, he now had a ready target. "Master Lu, we are tilling the soil and weeding, fulfilling our duties." The male participant who had been kicked finally regained his composure and bowed his head in hurried response. Ren-E suddenly spoke. "You two aren't lovers, are you? Being so close like this, Lu family does not permit servants to engage in private romances." Of course, this rule was one he had just fabricated. He had already planned that if the two participants denied it, Lu Zihan would trigger the rule and kill them. If they did not deny it, then Lu Zihan would attempt to command them to release their grip, allowing the herb garden to consume them. As for the broadcast, well, he was unaware of the young master Lu's rules, and besides, participant-on-participant slaughter was not exactly a rarity. The male participant instinctively wanted to deny it. But before he could utter even half a syllable of the word no, the female participant beside him abruptly jabbed her elbow into his waist, forcibly cutting off his words. This female participant appeared to be quite clever, clearly remembering the rule not to contradict her master. Yet, the expressions on Ren-E and Lu Zihan's faces were somewhat peculiar. The elbow strike, in the context of holding hands, should have involved the female participant raising their joined hands, separating their arms first, then using her elbow to strike. But what unfolded before them was entirely different. Though the female participant did indeed lift their tightly clasped hands, their arms and elbows remained as if glued together, unyieldingly pressed side by side with no hint of separation. The male participant's arm, which ought to have remained passive, inexplicably moved in tandem with the female participant's motion. To accomplish this act, his arm contorted into a most awkward L shape, as if their forearms were bound together. The result was that the male participant was, in fact, elbowed by both his own and the female participant's elbows. At this moment, the two participants wore bewildered expressions, exchanging glances at their still joined arms. Evidently puzzled by what had just transpired, Ren-E thoughtfully raised the hand he was holding tightly with Lu Zihan. His attempt immediately drew Lu Zihan's curious gaze. The two stood side by side, eyes fixed upon their interlocked fingers. Ren-E tried to bend the knuckle of his thumb, attempting to lift it while maintaining the handshake, forming a gesture akin to a thumbs up. However, he failed. A faint sensation of resistance came from the joint, as if submerged in viscous honey. Then a sharp, pinprick pain emanated from deep within the flesh. Lowering his gaze to inspect, he realized that the skin between their tightly interlaced fingers was gradually becoming uniform in color. Enduring the pain, he tugged forcefully, and his thumb barely lifted a fraction. At that moment, he saw with greater clarity, fine, red flesh sprouts had grown between their fingers, resembling plant roots, entwining and fusing their skin and flesh tightly. Any slight movement sent piercing pain akin to muscle being torn. Unbeknownst to them, their clasped hands had begun to fuse together. Yet Ren-E sensed that if he reverted to his strange original form, this grotesque distortion would instantly dissipate, and the flesh would restore to its former state. Could this be an ability specifically targeting beings of flesh and blood? He pondered silently. Meanwhile, the two participants across from them finally noticed the horrifying changes afflicting their bodies. Unlike Ren-E and Lu Zihan, they had been inside the herb garden for a longer time, and the adhesion was far more severe. Their palms and forearms had completely merged, with a network of flesh sprouts writhing beneath the skin and similar web-like growths extending up their upper arms. The male participant cried out in terror, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand and break free from the fused arm. The female participant beside him was utterly panicked, her face as pale as paper, unable to maintain her prior composure. "Don't move," she called out anxiously, but it was already too late. The male participant was incredibly strong. With his other hand, unaffected by the adhesion, he gripped the female participant's shoulder firmly and pulled backward with all his might. With a ripping sound, the fused flesh on their arms tore apart like paper. Fortunately, he recalled the rule to act in unison and did not separate their tightly clasped hands. Yet their flesh had truly grown together. The tearing caused several drops of dark red blood to trickle from the severed sprouts, dripping onto the soil beneath with a soft patter. As the blood fell, the female participant's face turned abruptly ashen. "Run!" She shouted fiercely at the male participant. He shuddered, scooped her up onto his back, carefully positioning her where his clothing covered her skin to prevent further contact. At once, his body swelled rapidly as if inflated by wind. Almost immediately after her words faded, he had grown over half a head taller, his arms thickening several times over. He was a physical enhancement type ability user. Though seemingly not very intelligent, his cooperation with the female participant had enabled their survival thus far. The male participant did not glance once at Ren, E, or Lu Zihan. Hoisting the female participant, he leapt skyward and charged toward the direction from which sunlight streamed. Ren E lifted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. Due to the dense fog, he could not discern whether they were near the phoenix tree. But the question was soon answered. The vine skulls on the ground began to writhe, instantly elongating into spear-like segments that shot toward the airborne pair. The rule forbidding bloodshed near the phoenix tree had been triggered. Not only that, Ren E observed at least several dozen slender shadows emerge from the mist, weaving into an intricate net that closed in from all directions upon the two participants. Ren E stared in astonishment at the spectacular scene within the fog. Was this display not a bit excessive? It seemed as if they intended to pulverize them on the spot. So far, the eerie beings within the instance had mostly employed their various powers to kill. This was the first time he witnessed one deploying its original form directly. The phoenix tree's strangeness, for some unknown reason, exuded an inexplicable urgency. Suddenly, an unfathomable tremor swept through the air. Ren E felt as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. Just as when he had first awakened his perception, the faint sunlight in the mist, the coarse textures on the vines, the participants' panicked faces, and the blood upon their arms all became startlingly vivid within this decelerated space. Everything was suspended, as if insects trapped in amber, maintaining their original state, hovering midair like a bizarre exhibit. It was as if something had fallen from a great height and distance. Within this frozen realm, Ren E was equally immobilized, forced to watch helplessly. The expressions of the two participants gradually faded, or more precisely, melted away. Their entire bodies, like heated wax figures, flowed into a myriad of colors as if poured into a river, then silently transformed into bubbles before dissolving into the air. The place they had occupied became a void. Indeed, Ren E perceived a concept of blankness carved out of three-dimensional space. The space still existed, sunlight still penetrated, dust motes still drifted, yet that spot had become utterly empty. The very existence that had been there was gouged out and vanished. The matter that once resided there, be it molecules, atoms, or any more fundamental constituents, along with its mass, volume, color, and every concept associated with it, was utterly and impeccably erased from his world. Nothing remained. In a fleeting moment, Ren E seemed to hear the faint lament of the world itself. Even such a minuscule wound caused the definitive annihilation of a portion of the material cycle S-chain. Irrevocable, irreparable. In the next instant, the stagnated space-time abruptly resumed its flow. The space before his eyes remained ordinary, with dozens of vines converging fiercely like a swarm of snakes pouncing on prey, only to entangle and twist among themselves, grasping at emptiness. Only then did Ren E realize what had transpired. Those two participants had simultaneously felt the same flesh-tearing agony, equally gripped by the terror of being hunted by the same bizarre pursuer. They had suffered pain together, or more precisely, the implicit condition might have been to experience identical pain together. This, it turned out, was the execution of the auxiliary rule. Its scope of influence was limited, confined solely to the two participants who triggered the rule. From the outcome, it merely resulted in their deaths. Yet its energy level far exceeded Ren E.'s comprehension. It was akin to wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut, firing anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes, or launching a Star Destroyer as fireworks. The terrifying aspect lay in its adherence to an absolute fairness, with a latent influence potent enough to encompass the entire world. Ren E.'s gaze fell back on the anguished, writhing vines on the ground. He could feel that the Wutong tree anomaly was enduring another kind of torment, a pain that made its heart bleed. The corner of Ren E.'s mouth twitched imperceptibly. He roughly pieced together the Wutong tree anomaly-s rules. The Wutong tree-s rule allowed it to directly attack isolated individuals, and perhaps those whose blood had been absorbed by its root system. Thus, the medicinal gardenwork discipline demanded that two people act in unison, without shedding blood. Its abilities complemented its own rules, ensuring it was not helpless against paired individuals. Specifically, it could release a mist that obscured perception and confused direction. Most importantly, within the mist, the flesh and blood bodies of living beings would gradually grow and adhere upon contact. When exposed root systems, namely the vine skeletons, became too numerous. The mist would thicken, accelerating the adhesion process accordingly. If one lingered too long without exiting the mist, they would likely transform into the vine skeletons within the garden, becoming part of the Wutong anomaly's root system. This explained the origins of the two rules limiting working hours and mandating the burial of special vines. The solution was actually straightforward. Maintain paired companionship, remain calm, and complete the work quickly under the influence of flesh adhesion. Then exit the medicinal garden. After all, the Liu family's rules only restricted movement to within the courtyard and work area. There was no prohibition against leaving the work area during working hours. Once beyond the mist's range, the two individuals growing together would likely separate naturally before long. The Wutong anomaly's power was formidable. Its medicinal garden might even represent a nascent, anomalous domain. However, this time fortune had not favored the Wutong anomaly. Under the dual influence of the external medicinal garden work discipline and its own abilities, the participants inevitably experienced shared pain. Thus, a vicious cycle formed. Participants forced close, the Wutong anomaly causing them to adhere more tightly, attempting to kill them, the participants feeling pain together, and the auxiliary rule erasing them. Therefore, the total annihilation of the participants was probably not due to the Wutong anomaly's deafness, but rather because it too easily triggered that lofty auxiliary rule to steal kills. No wonder Master Fu assigned sufficient manpower to this medicinal garden. It was likely that the Wutong anomaly hadn't truly consumed a single participant yet. Rennie looked at the sprawling Wutong root system writhing in endless sorrow, as if he could hear the silent wails. He understood perfectly. To have food before one's eyes, yet be unable to consume it. He had recently tasted that bitterness. But the Wutong anomaly seemed even more pitiful. Rennie could only see the food it could not reach. The Wutong anomaly could see it too, but was fixed in place. Forced to watch helplessly as the sustenance delivered to its mouth was repeatedly snatched away by a presence it could never hope to resist. This grudge was destined never to be avenged. Signaling him to leave promptly and grant the grief-stricken Wutong anomaly some space to weep alone. As for any other participants possibly remaining in the garden, if any were still alive, he sincerely hoped the Wutong anomaly might at least manage to consume a morsel. He offered a silent tribute. The two of them groped through the mist for quite some time before finally locating the garden's exit, although the Wutong anomaly was weeping bitterly, likely too distraught to care about them. Liu Zihan still adhered strictly to the rules, stepping out of the garden simultaneously with Rennie. The moment they crossed that invisible boundary, the thick, viscous mist surrounding them seemed to be swept away by a giant hand, restoring their senses and abruptly clarifying their vision. Above, the sun had shifted toward the zenith, nearing midday. Rin intended to head to the servants' dining area, but awkwardly discovered that his hand remained stuck to Liu Zihan's. The contact between their skins emitted a faintly tingling sensation of separation, like two pieces of overly adhesive tape slowly peeling apart over time. Yet the process evidently required patience. Their palms were still as if glued together by the most tenacious tree resin. As Rin pondered how to resolve their conjoined state before visiting the servants' canteen. He heard Liu Zihan clear his throat deliberately. Let us go upstairs to the young master's quarters. His gaze drifted toward the main residence without looking at Rennie. Master Fu said he has some matters to arrange for you. His tone seemed to imply something unspoken. Within the anomaly network, Ren slowly typed out a question mark. Rennie, why can't you just say what it is here? Sneaky. What exactly did Master Fu say? Liu Zihan's reply came swiftly. Liu Zihan, oh, it's not Master Fu, it's my mother. Liu Zihan. She said you've already met the dungeon's completion requirements. Due to the dungeon's rules, she must meet you in person and asked me to bring you to her. Ren was momentarily stunned. He understood the limitation imposed by the dungeon rules. Although this world had become a pasture, its underlying world rules still operated by inertia. Aunt Lu Qing, as one of the anomalies here, acting according to certain rules was reasonable. But what were the completion requirements? Completion requirements should not be. No, wait. Suddenly, Ren realized something and hastily opened the participant panel. On the holographic screen, 2 lines of icy text hovered. You shall survive for 3 days within this dungeon. Remaining rules and conditions are to be explored by yourself. Until now, almost all participants, including Ren himself, had instinctively assumed surviving 3 days was the dungeon's completion condition. Yet upon closer scrutiny, the first sentence never once mentioned the phrase completion requirements. As for the second line, it now seemed as if a portion was missing. Would the Alliance truly maintain absolute fairness with a pasture world already anchored and weakened? He recalled the participant panel flickering continuously when first entering the dungeon. Most likely, Interference from the world-S rules had begun at that moment. Probably because this pasture world itself was in a debilitated state, the second sentence, S critical segment, had been forcibly erased. Just as the auxiliary rule did not specify, do not experience identical pain with others. This sentence was likely meant to read, remaining dungeon rules and completion requirements are to be explored by yourself. However, judging from Lu Zihan's recent words, there indeed exists a path to survival within the dungeon, and his peculiar guise as a participant had unknowingly paved the way to this route. Why me? Ren silently questioned within. No matter how feeble, suppressed, interfered with, or enslaved one might be, the laws of the world remain immutable. The path to survival set by the world for its participants could never be without warning. Inevitably, somewhere there must be clues to discover. Suddenly, a phrase Lu Qing's aunt once uttered flashed through his mind. In my dungeon, identity is of paramount importance. Identity. Ren's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly recalled one of the initial rules given at the dungeon's outset. 6. Servants are forbidden from leaving the Lu family. Your activity range is limited to the Lu family estate and designated work locations. This rule, regarded by all as a mere restriction on movement, might hold deeper implications when considered in conjunction with identity. Could it mean that the servant identity is intrinsically bound to the Lu family? As long as one bears this identity, one could never escape the confines of this dungeon world. Then, how does one shed the servant identity? Ren pondered another rule. 7. Servants must be diligent and strive to complete their duties. Those who fail to do so shall be punished. From the beginning, he had suspected this diligence clause to be a deliberately concealed trap within the rules. Failure to complete work results in punishment. Inversely, servants who fulfill their duties should logically receive corresponding rewards. The question then arises, what constitutes the completion of duty? He and the other participants had been performing assigned tasks daily, sweeping areas, tidying the study, tending the melon field, yet they had never witnessed any such reward. Unless the standard for completion does not refer to finishing a day's work, but rather fulfilling all the obligations inherent in the servant identity. You shall survive within this dungeon for 3 days. This phrase now took on a new interpretation. It might not be a mere time limit for clearance, but rather the definition of the contract period for this temporary servant employment. The Lu family desired a servant for a term of 3 days, but he was only halfway through the second day. How could he have completed the work already? Because the workload distribution was not fixed or immutable. The servant's tasks were not so fully occupied as to leave no gaps. When he tended the melon field, the sun had barely risen before the work was done. Tidying the study once a day sufficed, with no subsequent chores. The herb garden duties were strictly limited to mornings, leaving afternoons completely free. Yet, just like the melon field and study, if one was sufficiently diligent and could withstand the strange interferences, it was entirely possible to complete work far exceeding the daily quota within a short span. Hints had long been omnipresent. From the morning of the first day until now, he had simultaneously shouldered the roles of a field laborer and a page boy. It was now noon on the second day, but upon careful calculation, the total tasks he had completed and the cumulative time invested had quietly amassed the equivalent of 3 full days' worth. Therefore, according to the Dungeon-S rules, Lu Qing had to personally bestow the reward for the completion of the contract term. Having pieced together the cause and effect, a faint smile gradually curled at the corner of Ren's lips. Fascinating. He suddenly realized why the Alliance compelled them to participate in such a formidable and bizarre dungeon, and why they had to actually kill one participant within it to gain entry qualification. This was in essence a demonstration lesson, allowing them to personally experience the construction of dungeon rule traps, so that when they built dungeons in the future and portrayed bosses, they would accumulate invaluable experience. No wonder the Alliance restricted the qualifications for these dungeons. Apparently, only those with intricate structures conducive to teaching were chosen. Wait, then why didn't Big Brother meet the qualifications? Ren's thoughts suddenly took a detour. Curiosity clawed incessantly at his heart. He resolved to ask Big Brother about his dungeon when they returned. If Big Brother refused to answer, he would inquire of Dr. Lin. Having sorted out all the threads, Ren suppressed the distractions within and followed Lu Zihan step by step toward the second floor. As they ascended the final stair, their hands finally parted. In the very center of the second floor sat a hefty rawwood dining table. Fu Yi and Amu, 2 elderly servants, stood silently on either side, expressionless as they watched. Since the dungeon's inception, this was the first time Ren had encountered Lu Qing's aunt. She wore a dark green brocade qipao, adorned with pearl frog buttons at the collar, and cradled quietly in her arms a creature resembling a fox, yet striped black and white. The creature S first shimmered with a silvery glaze in the dim light, its ruby-like eyes half closed. The only imperfection was its tail, which was half bald, abruptly marring the overall elegance and lending an indescribable air of absurdity and strangeness. At the sight of that creature, especially its tail, Ren E's complexion stiffened. He seemed to have recognized who it was. A pang of guilt prickled at him. Meanwhile, Lu Qing's expression was rigid, a stark contrast to her previously gentle and graceful demeanor. She resembled a soulless puppet. Mother. Beside her, Lu Zihan spoke respectfully. Isn't this a bit too immersed in character? He could sense the emotional energy around them slightly falter. Evidently, the livestream audience knew they were about to face the final boss. Lu Qing's gaze flickered, and she stiffly turned her head toward Ren, her crimson lips parting. You are the servant who has performed the best this time? Yes, madam. Ren immediately imitated Lu Zihan's posture and bowed. To receive recognition from Xiao Han with your lowly status is no small feat. A trace of struggle flickered across Lu Qing's face as she uttered the words. Ren was momentarily taken aback. This line was quite fitting for a matroness role, though the use of a nickname felt somewhat forced. But that was not the point. What did she mean by Xiao Han? Was Lu Qing subtly reminding him of something? Before he could ponder further, Lu Qing spoke again. What is your name? Oh, so that's it. I thought it was something else. I am Ren, but my livestream identity is Mo Ming. So I'm 17, madam. Ren Ripliet Kalmli. For servants have no names. Do not let your names soil the ears of the masters. Among yourselves, you may use code names. Lu Qing's expression immediately softened, and a smile returned to her face. 17, in light of your excellent performance. Would you be willing to remain with the Lu family? Naturally willing, madam. Lu Qing waved her hand. Very well. From now on you shall be Zihan's page boy. You will live in the guest room adjacent to the study. AMU, please make the arrangements. 17. Accompany me and young master for dinner. Ren noticed that after Lu Qing confirmed his identity, a new room suddenly appeared beside the study on the second floor. The scene was bizarre, as if the room had always existed there, but only now had Ren become aware of it. Within the mysterious network, a message from Lu Qing arrived. Lu Qing, well done, Xiao. Lu Qing, apologies, the rule execution just now was mandatory. We could not warn you. Lu Qing, sigh. I designed that difficulty increase specifically to raise the challenge, and had to argue with the rules for a long time. In the end, I almost trapped one of our own. Truly a case of losing more than gaining. Her tone was deeply regretful. Ren, it's all right, Aunt. After all, the penalty for failing to clear is only eternal residence in the bizarre world. He replied half-jokingly. Ren felt a surge of positive emotions emanating around him once more. Evidently, many in the livestream audience still remembered the hierarchy that servants rank above common laborers. Under the anxious gaze of the audience, Ren took a seat alongside the Lu family matron and her son. On the surface, they appeared to be enjoying themselves harmoniously. In reality, they were indeed sharing a convivial meal together. The result was that the positive emotions surrounding him grew even more intense. Ren could no longer withstand such enthusiasm. After lunch concluded, he had no choice but to openly slack off under the guise of his new role as a book attendant. Swiftly, he dragged Master Lu to inspect the work, rounding up the remaining participants and harvesting the final wave of emotional gains. The unfortunate news was that several participants had perished that very morning. Thus, all the benefits Ren could obtain in this instance had been fully secured. The days that followed settled into a tranquil rhythm. Ren accompagnes Lu Zihan, resuming the leisurely life of idling and bird-watching he had enjoyed on the first day of entering the instance. Having become a book attendant, he not only acquired a private guest room, but was also entirely relieved of his previous servant duties, living quite comfortably. The remaining time in the instance passed swiftly. On the last night, beneath the night sky, Ren and Lu Zihan stood nearby, quietly observing the last dozen or so participants. Just before the countdown reached 0, those people's faces bore expressions of relief, as if they had already glimpsed the dawn of completion. At the very moment the countdown hit 0, Ren sensed the invasive gaze around him abruptly vanish. The once thick positive emotions dissolved instantly. Everything had ended. Ren li susuri sitirichit. While positive emotions were pleasant, being constantly watched was far too unsettling. At last, there was no need to pretend anymore. The participant panel flickered a few times, and several lines of text appeared. Congratulations on completing the Lu family courtyard instance. Would you like to leave now? Yes, no. Countdown. 23:59:59. He was surprised that immediate departure was not required. He knew that this extra lingering time was an exclusive reward for those who had perfectly cleared the instance. If participants had thoroughly grasped the instance S rules, They could use this period to continue exploring and gather additional benefits. For Ren, this was excellent news. He still had many matters he wished to discuss with the enigmatic seniors, and he was also curious about the fates of the remaining participants. Without hesitation, Ren decided to stay and watch the unfolding drama. The expressions of relief on those 10 or so participants' faces had not yet faded when their outlines began to blur and diffuse, spreading like ink dropped into clear water. Skin, clothing, flesh, every material attribute was stripped away, revealing beneath pure strokes sketched in ink. These strokes twisted and writhed, rapidly intertwining and recombining, ultimately solidifying into suspended characters. Ren looked closely and recognized most of them. There were surnames like Lin Zhou and words such as Huiji Bei. They seemed utterly random, drifting chaotically in midair. He studied them intently. What was this? A final accounting for the instance. Yet the method seemed peculiarly distinctive, more like an execution of some bizarre rule. Then, as if responding simultaneously to a silent summons, these suspended characters shot swiftly toward the distant night sky, vanishing in the moonlight in an instant. They're flying away? He wondered. I thought these failed participants should belong to the instance owner, Aunt Lu Qing. Ren immediately suspected he had overlooked some rule. He quickly reviewed the instance instructions in his mind, but ultimately confirmed that no clause had hinted at such a scenario. Congratulations, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind. Mom, Aunt Lu. Both turned their heads simultaneously to see Lu Qing approaching slowly. She stood beside them, gazing together at the sparsely starry night sky. She had changed out of the dark green brocade qipao, donning her earlier casual long dress, shedding the mistress-esque eyes, appearing especially relaxed. Impressive. Not only did you complete the objectives immediately, conduct experiments, but you also successfully cleared my instance. Mom, why don't you praise me? Lu Zihan protested. That's all thanks to your constant support, Zihan. That's why I managed so smoothly. Ren quickly chimed in, seizing the moment for mutual flattering. Besides, the instance you designed is truly remarkable. To learn how the instance operates has been quite an eye-opener. As he spoke, he could not help but voice his lingering question. Annie, why did those participants just now fly away? Shouldn't they belong to you as the instance owner? Yeah, Mom. Lu Zihan added in agreement. You lost your spoils. Oh, that. Lu Qing smiled unchanged and explained, according to the rules, failed participants do indeed belong to the instance owner. This is also our main source of income as instance owners. But this time was a special gathering, basically a loss-making deal. Those remaining participants were used to offset the instance's rent. Rent? Rennie was taken aback. Yes, rent. Lu Qing elaborated. Have you ever wondered about the precise spatial coordinates of our instance? I mean its exact location. Ren was momentarily stunned, having never deeply contemplated the question. They had always entered the instance via mirror teleportation, which took them directly to the destination, never investigating the spatial affiliation of the instance. He focused and reflected for a moment before responding. You mentioned before it was outside the ranch world. From the macro coordinates, that is indeed the case. Ranch hunting type instances can occur within the Alliance, like the escape room instance you experienced earlier. But this large-scale instance gathering is considered an invasion activity and cannot be conducted directly within the Alliance. Lu Qing paused. So the place we're currently in is actually inside a high-level anomalous instance space. A high-level anomalous instance space? Rennie vaguely recalled that anomalies ranked A or above could materialize, existing within otherworldly spaces known as anomalous realms, and had the ability to construct their own instances within these independent spaces. Exactly. Lu Qing raised her hand, pointing toward the distance. Under the hazy moonlight, the outline of a marketplace, traced by lights, was faintly visible across the river. Remember the other instances I mentioned before? Within our instance, Xiao Wudong guards the Garden. Xiao Shigua and Xiao Jiao manage the melon fields, and AMU and Master Fu control the kitchen and study. Centered on me, each of us fulfills our roles, together building the complete Lu family courtyard instance. Similarly, my Lu family courtyard is but a small unit within this massive instance space. It nestles among countless other instances, interlocking and interweaving, collectively forming an immense instance world. Rennie was struck by an inexplicable awe. He had originally thought instances were merely isolated levels. Now it seemed as though he beheld an enormous network woven from countless anomalies and instances. Beginning from the smallest units, grains of sand amassed into towers, layered one upon another, ultimately forming a vibrant, functioning independent world. Seeing the unmistakable astonishment on their faces, Lu Qing smiled gently. Maintaining such a vast instant space consumes an enormous amount of energy. We instances permanently residing here must, naturally, regularly pay rent upward. So they're landlords? Lu Zihan could not help but exclaim, brimming with surprise. These high-level anomalies just collect money while lying around. Lu Qing's expression darkened as she tapped Lu Zihan's head. What nonsense are you shouting? This space belongs to your father. Ren Yi turned quickly, casting Lu Zihan a gaze filled with envy and disdain. So this kid truly was the foolish son of a landlord's family. Huh? Lu Zihan clutched his sore head, grimacing in disbelief. Then how dare he charge you rent? Mom, when you get back, you have to punish him by making him kneel on the washboard. Lu Qing laughed at her own foolish son, twisting his ear to pull him close and lowering her voice with a gritted teeth tone. Of course, it's just a formality. What do you think? Otherwise, how would other instance anomalies regard me? Mom, it hurts. Em sorry. Lu Zihan grimaced in pain, hastily casting a pleading look toward Ren Yi. Ren immediately averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. The night sky is truly exquisite, the moon perfectly round, the stars shining with just the right brilliance. After Lu Qing finished admonishing her son, she released her grip and turned her head, her gentle smile returning as she looked toward Ren Yi. Xiao Yi, how is your experiment progressing? It should have succeeded by now, right? She had long noticed Ren Yi and Lu Zihan darting about recklessly in the dungeon, and her heart had already formed some suspicions. Very smoothly, Ren Yi nodded. Thank you, he said sincerely. On the panel of the Phantom Web, the words level E, progress, 100,100, stood out prominently. Yet, with the progress bar fully filled, Y&T, he leveled up. The last time at F level, the progress was just about to trigger a promotion. You can only upgrade after returning to the Alliance. Lu Qing seemed to perceive Ren Yi's confusion and offer an explanation. Ren Yi's expression stiffened as a sudden realization struck him. Then the ticket to enter the Three Cities world later on. Doesn't that become useless to me? Finally got a buffet coupon, but you're already full. What kind of situation is this? He lamented inwardly. Sigh, these youngsters are just too capable nowadays. The Alliance probably never expected anyone to fill their progress bar so quickly. Lu Qing sighed softly, then shifted her tone. Don't worry, Annie has a solution. Annie will teach you how to make energy crystals. Ren, he was momentarily stunned before hastily waving his hand. That is far too precious. I can't accept it. He was well aware of the value of knowing how to craft energy crystals. This knowledge would not only resolve his current predicament of being unable to absorb energy before promotion, but also solve the problem of energy storage when he had no targets to expend ammunition on. Even if storage efficiency was discounted compared to direct absorption, it was still vastly superior to wasting energy altogether. Nonsense. Lu Qing waved her hand dismissively. You're Zihan's good friend. Just look out for each other from now on. Suddenly recalling something, she added, oh, right. Energy crystals are hard currency among dungeon bosses, a kind of special currency. If you're interested, have your family take you to the boss's marketplace sometime. You can find plenty of treasures there. I understand. Thank you, Andy. Ren could only agree, silently engraving Lu Qing's kindness deep in his heart. To be honest, the Lu family truly treated him well. Whether it was his good buddy Lu Zihan, the ever-caring Annie Lu Qing, or even Lu Zihan's father, Uncle Zhou, whom he had yet to meet since awakening, all showed him genuine sincerity. Ren placed absolute trust in Lu Zihan, but for these older phantoms, was there really such selfless affection? Regardless, out of trust in the Alliance, and considering how unwaveringly Ren Man had entrusted him to Lu Qing, it was safe to conclude that Auntie Lu Qing bore no ill intent. Lu Qing led the two upstairs and returned to her room. Approaching the dressing table, she rummaged through an exquisite redwood box before producing two translucent, softly glowing crystals. Are these the energy crystals? Ren took them curiously. It was rather pitiful. On the verge of leveling up, this was his first time glimpsing the true form of energy crystals. He couldn't help but examine them carefully in his hands, just as he assumed Lu Qing would teach him how to use and craft them. Outlining the 7 key points of making energy crystals, Lu Qing spoke instead. Here, just eat them. Once you eat them, you'll learn. Huh? Both Lu Zihan and Ren gaped in unison. What else with the surprise? Lu Qing smiled at the two youths, amused at their naivete. We phantoms do things differently. There's no need for human-like complications. There are phantoms in this world that feed on knowledge or memories. Since various rules and abilities can be condensed into crystals, why not knowledge and memories? She explained further. This crystal 1T increase your promotion progress, but it will implant the knowledge contained within directly into your minds. Of course, you'll still need to review and organize it yourselves later to truly master it. That must be expensive, right? Ren couldn't help but inquire again. No need to guess, she replied. Phantoms that feed on knowledge and memories are exceedingly rare. and those who can condense knowledge into crystals are even more coveted. Zihan's father made these. No charge. Otherwise, why do you think our family is so wealthy? Lu Qing's face bore a proud smile. Uncle Zhou is amazing. Ren, he said sincerely. He had met Lu Zihan's father before awakening. In his memory, the man was a middle-aged gentleman with a neat mustache, refined and scholarly. He never expected him to be such a formidable figure. A powerhouse right here beside me. Ren, he immediately glanced at Lu Zihan and patted his shoulder. Young master, from now on I'm sticking with you. Without hesitation, he popped the energy crystal into his mouth. Though the crystal appeared hard, its texture resembled ice cream, melting instantly upon contact. The next moment, Ren felt as if a heavy burden had settled into his mind. When he focused on perceiving it, the burden instantly dissolved, and a torrent of knowledge flowed into his brain like a crystal-clear stream. All right, save the review for when you rest. Lu Qing clapped her hands. Let us head downstairs now. Everyone else ready for the feast. Ren quickly withdrew his focus, ceasing to organize the knowledge in his mind, and followed Lu Qing and Lu Zihan back to the first floor of the wooden building. Upon entering the main hall, Ren was stunned by the scene before him. At this moment, the hall resembled a chaotic carnival of demons. It appeared all the phantoms from the Lu family courtyard had gathered. Master Fu was the most composed among them, dressed in a neatly pressed dark robe, standing quietly at the foot of the stairs. Seeing Lu Qing descend with the two youths, he immediately bowed respectfully, his voice steady. Madam, young master. The dining table, tended by AMU, was a spectacle of abundance. The scene was characterized by cups and plates piled so high they formed miniature mountains, stacked from the tabletop to midair. Those that could no longer fit were simply heaped on the floor. Every dish was bizarrely shaped, and Ren had never even seen such food before. AMU's expression bore traces of phantom features. Her originally simple smile stretched exaggeratedly, almost tearing from the corners of her mouth to the back of her head. Yet her eyes radiated warmth and enthusiasm as she busily finished preparing the last few dishes. The floor was even livelier. 5 or 6 round watermelons were piled together, bouncing like lively balls colliding with one another. Each rind bore a mischievous human face, giggling incessantly. Though lacking the soul-piercing intensity from before, the sight was quite amusing. The main door was completely blocked by a gigantic phoenix tree. It looked as if it had been uprooted from the earth, its tangled roots exposed like octopus tentacles, bracing against the ground. The tree was so enormous that the doorframe just reached its canopy, trapping it firmly outside. It could only begrudgingly extend a dozen or so verdant vines lazily waving inside the hall, as if trying to join the festivities. Perhaps due to first impressions, Ren inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for the trapped phoenix tree. Wait, wasn't he someone missing? Scanning the entire scene, Ren finally spotted the black and white striped fox-like creature lurking in the shadows among the piles of dishes. It was the phantom shadow that had earlier nestled in Lu Qing's arms. It crouched in the darkness, its ruby-red eyes fixed intently on the food, poised to strike. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Lu Qing clapped her hands, her voice gentle yet penetrating, instantly quieting the clamor in the hall. Thank you all for taking care of Zihan and Xiao during this time. Enough with the formalities. Let us eat. The hall fell into a brief silence before erupting into complete frenzy. Ren watched helplessly as the myriad phantoms displayed their unique abilities, pouncing upon the food with abandon. The mouth extending to the back of AMU's head instantly opened wide, resembling a bottomless abyss as it voraciously devoured the dishes on the table. The watermelons rolled up beside the plates, their mouths on the rinds crunching noisily on the food, the wisteria tree's vines deftly coiled around the plates, conveying the sustenance toward the tree trunk. He finally understood why AMU revealed his eerie form. Simply put, because his mouth was enormous. At Lu Qing's signal, Ren and Lu Zihan promptly joined in as well. Ren picked up a green object resembling a chicken drumstick, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. This tastes quite delightful, somewhat like perilla-flavored bullfrog. After swallowing, a warm current flowed down his throat into his stomach, enveloping his entire body in a cozy warmth, even evoking a subtle sense of relaxation that made him want to reveal his true form. This ingredient was probably not cheap. Ren quickly ate a few bites to fill his stomach, then grabbed a bottle of faintly glowing drink. Among the piles of food, he spotted the black and white fox who was engrossed in eating, the Shadow Phantom. Noticing someone approaching, Shadow Phantom immediately stood alert on its hind legs, fiercely guarding the food beneath its front paws, its ruby-like eyes warily fixed on Ren. Then he hurriedly explained, Senior, I've come to apologize for my previous behavior. I got a little too immersed in the role back then and lost control. Oh, here to apologize? Seeing that Ren E wasn't there to steal food, Shadow Phantom instantly relaxed and spoke in human language. Underneath that furry fox face emerged a deep, gravelly voice reminiscent of a seasoned gentleman's smoky timbre. What apology? It's not your fault, it mumbled indistinctly, still with food in its mouth. I'm the one who didn't do a good job. I should be the one reflecting. Don't call me senior. That's too formal. Just call me Master Cha. Ren E was stunned by the smoky voice and accent. Master Cha? So it really is a Cha? It seemed that, buried in distant memories, there was indeed an inexplicable connection between the melon field and the Cha. Before he could ponder further, Master Cha casually plopped down on the food pile behind him, his front paws moving at double speed, shoveling food into his mouth as he mumbled indistinctly. To be honest, kid, you're pretty clever. But don't get cocky. This time, the madam specifically lowered the dungeon's difficulty for both of you. We're all tied up by the rules. Next time, I'll definitely show you the true power of Master Cha. Following his movements, Ren E sat down on the nearby food pile and complimented, Indeed, Master Cha, your ability is formidable. You brought down that flying participant in one go. Could you share what your power is? Is it related to shadows? Master Cha's paws never ceased their motion. If you're one of us, it's fine to tell you. My ability is indeed connected to shadows. Among the eerie beings, shadow powers are quite top tier. That's for sure. Ren E nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Master Cha, what exactly is your rule? Is it convenient to say? No offense intended. I'm just curious about shadow abilities. Mention rules and Master Cha immediately stops moving, his fox face displaying a human-like expression of pride, his tail proudly flicking upward. I'm a rare punch-in rule phantom. My ability can be used on nights when the moon is out. Impressive, right? Ren E recalled that punch-in rules were a nickname among eerie beings, referring to those whose powers were tied to rules and time. Master Cha's ability was almost the most lenient rule-based power Ren E had ever encountered. He couldn't help but exclaim, that is quite something. With that ability, Master Cha, you could single-handedly handle all participants this time, couldn't you? Master Cha's expression instantly stiffened, his ears drooping as he stammered, while he burst into a string of nervous chuckles. Nearby, a cluster of human-faced watermelons, as if hearing a joke, rolled over and gathered around Master Cha, chuckling quietly. Laugh all you want. Master Cha snapped in embarrassment and anger, grabbing a drumstick and smashing it onto the watermelon at the front. With a thud, the watermelon rolled far away, but the laughter did not cease. Turning to Ren E, he awkwardly explained, don't laugh at me, but my ability isn't very lethal. My true form is weak, so I can only bully these lousy watermelons. I can freely traverse shadows and even steal people as shadows. But my influence over shadows is limited at best. I can only make them clumsy and cause them to stumble. And as soon as a shadow realizes it's not in its original place, the ability fails, Master Cha said with a hint of dejection. The participant who flew into the sky before was just plain foolish. He flew so high that a little interference from me caused him to fall, nearly dead. However, Master Cha's gloom was short-lived. He quickly perked up again, his tail wagging proudly. Don't underestimate me now. In the dungeon, I'm quite top tier. I'm the bottleneck for leveling up. Once Master Cha levels up, I'll definitely be a formidable major eerie being. Ren E nodded in full agreement. He recalled Dr. Lin mentioning that punch-in eerie beings, like Master Cha, who had special time restrictions for their abilities, seemed to feed by killing during their active periods. Master Cha primarily cooperated with the Watermelon Field eerie beings, triggering the Watermelon Field's rules for the participants, making him a top-tier support. But top-tier support only gets assists. The kills go to the Watermelon Field. His situation made it difficult to personally kill participants, which caused his leveling challenges. Yet, as Master Cha said, once a shadow-type ability leveled up, its potential was limitless, essentially a late-game hero. Seeing that Master Cha was nearly full and wiping his mouth with his paw, Ren E promptly raised his question. Master Cha, actually, I came to ask about shadow abilities. He recounted in detail the scene where Run Man stored a chair in his shadow. My brother never told me about his ability, but we're from the same species. Yet, I have no sense of shadows at all, and he doesn't seem like a shadow-type eerie being. So how exactly does he do it? Huh? That kind of thing? Master Cha raised his brow. If a Cha could do such a thing. So what species are you? What is your ability? Master Cha flicked his tail and asked. My brother said our species doesn't even have a name and told me to just make one up. As for my ability, it's kind of an illusion. Ren E scratched his head, speaking somewhat vaguely. Master Cha immediately rolled his eyes and stared at him in disbelief. What do you mean, kind of? Whatever S on the Phantom Network, ISNT, that exactly it. Not vague, it's just that something went wrong when I awakened. Rin E quickly explained. My brother took me to see a doctor, and the doctor's exact words were like that. No definitive conclusion. He wants to ask too, but whenever he does, doctor, Lin just tells him not to be an overambitious cub and pushes him to train. After hearing this, Master Cha didn't dwell on it further and instead asked, have you ever seen your brother's true form? Describe it to me. Maybe I'll know what kind of eerie being you are. I've seen it once. Ren you nodded. He looks, he was about to describe but suddenly froze. He had only seen Rin Man's true form once when Rin Man awakened. Rin Man had enveloped the entire house with his true form, pulling him out from under the sofa and then reshaping him into human form. The sensation of being surrounded by boundless darkness was still vivid in his memory. But how could he describe it? Very dark, very large? No, no, no. Those words were utterly inadequate. Ranius' mouth opened and closed repeatedly, trying several times, but ultimately he just closed it obediently. He shook his head helplessly. I can't really explain it. What is wrong? Master Cha tilted his head, eyes wide with puzzlement. You've seen it, right? The size, shape, whether it looks human, whether it has facial features. Aren't those easy to describe? No. Rani hesitated painfully. My brother doesn't look very human. Just forget it. I can't really put it into words. That sensation was utterly peculiar. He had clearly witnessed that very scene. The image in his memory was so vivid it seemed as if it had occurred only yesterday. Yet paradoxically, it was as though he failed to comprehend the information conveyed by his own eyes. No matter how he tried, he could not articulate what he had seen. It was akin to a camera equipped solely with a storage module, capable of recording images with precision but lacking the chip to decode them or the circuitry to relay them verbally. Thus, those visions remained tightly sealed deep within his mind. Rin resignedly abandoned any attempt at explanation, while Master Cha, on the contrary, grew increasingly intrigued. Hey, you little thing, why so mysterious? He crossed his two front paws on his waist, striking a boss-like pose. Come on, let us add each other on the Phantom Network. When you return to the Alliance, let us set a time to meet. I'm dying to see just what kind of phantom your brother really is. Master Cha's eyes darted around, scheming silently. Perhaps this young man's brother was a hidden heavyweight in the Shadow Realm. After all, even he himself could only transform into a shadow, unable to bring anything else along. If he shamelessly clung to such a big shot, maybe the latter would take pity on his youth and offer some guidance. Then, as he leveled up, he might ascend to grade and even surge directly to S-grade Phantom, thus reaching the pinnacle of Phantom existence. No one knew that this self-proclaimed Master Cha was actually only 1 year older than Rin E, still an immature cub, not yet fully grown. Aldict Renyi, oblivious to Master Cha's inner machinations, willingly agreed, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Apology for what? Master Cha thumped his chest confidently, brimming with bravado. From now on, in the dungeon circle, Master Cha's got your back. Abandoning any further fixation on the topic of shadows, Rin E and Master Cha, this pair of newly acquainted friends, chatted about everything under the sun. Rin E also seized the opportunity to absorb a wealth of amusing gossip from the Phantom community. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Zihan was engrossed in a lively conversation with the phoenix tree that had gotten stuck at the doorway. The tree's vines waved excitedly in the air, occasionally curling around some small snacks to tuck back into the trunk, clearly overjoyed. Lu Qing stood at a distance, watching the younger generation get along harmoniously, nodding with satisfaction. Elegantly, she raised her glass and took a sip of red wine. Joyful moments are always fleeting. After the banquet concluded, Ren E rested another night at the Lu residence. In the blink of an eye, the day to journey to the Three Cities world arrived. Before officially descending, Ren E accompanied Lu Zihan to bid farewell to Lu Qing. Xiaoyi, do you intend to continue using Mo Ming's identity to enter the Three Cities world? Lu Qing inquired with a gentle smile. Ren you nodded. Yes, after all, I need to gather energy in a populous place and try to manufacture energy crystals. This identity already has some following in the livestream room. Compared to the benefits, I consider the risks acceptable. Ren recalled that in the escape room dungeon, he had to count on his fingers how to generate positive emotions in each participant. Since there was only one magazine, if the emotional momentum didn't keep pace after one ability use, his combo chain would be broken. In contrast, the Three Cities world was downright generous. But judging from every message from the Alliance, as well as words from the elder brother and Aunt Lu Qing, this was a special case among special cases, a novice protection period coinciding with an anniversary event. In the future, whether entering worlds directly or live streaming dungeons, such opportunities would be rare. The gravest price to pay at worst was death. On the Phantom Network, The phantoms were deeply reticent about death, generally agreeing that death was quite dreadful. Well, if one could avoid experiencing it, it was best to do so. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded thoughtfully and carefully advised. You may use this identity indefinitely, as long as you ensure the talisman remains on your person. But be mindful that if you descend as a participant, you will likely appear at the location where that participant entered the dungeon. The three cities are far apart. If luck is against you, it'll be difficult for you and Zihan to meet up. Take extra care. Thank you for your care, Aunt Lu, Ren Yi said solemnly, nodding in gratitude. Mom, we're leaving now. Lu Zihan waved beside him. Ren Yi raised his hand and selected yes in the participant panel. Let's leave option. In the next instant, a gentle beam of light enveloped him. After a brief dizziness, the rough texture beneath his feet confirmed he was standing upon a vast expanse of barren yellow earth. All around, there was no one in sight. A howling gale, laden with dust, whipped across the landscape, stinging his cheeks. The sky was weighed down by thick, dark gray clouds hanging low, casting a dim light that suffused the entire world with a deathly, desolate gloom. At that moment, a notification window from the Phantom Network appeared just in time. You have successfully entered the Three Cities world. Disaster countdown, 7 days. Upon countdown completion, you will be automatically transported back to the Alliance. Please note, disaster rules have begun to spread. Disaster rule: do not simultaneously experience the same pain. Most of the notification contained familiar information, merely replacing the auxiliary rules from previous dungeons with the disaster rules. The sole hint was that these disaster rules had not descended instantaneously, but required a process to fully envelop the entire world. Previously, Ren Yi had specifically consulted Lu Qing about whether they phantoms would be harmed by the disaster rules. Lu Qing's response was that this descent had been marked by the Alliance's identity calibration, so they would not be affected by the disaster rules. However, the Alliance granted only 7 days of free hunting time. To collect sufficient resources and craft energy crystals, they must hurry. Ren Yi glanced down at himself. He still wore Mo Ming's skin, and Mo Ming's items had been synchronized to him. A set of faded white camouflage fatigues, a large military backpack on his back, a machete and a dagger hanging at his waist. He unzipped the backpack, revealing a water canteen, several packets of tough dried meat, and a worn, roughly mapped-out map with frayed edges. The only somewhat distinctive item was a small silver sword-shaped pendant. The pendant appeared aged. Its surface was polished to a warm patina from years of wear, clearly an object the previous owner had worn constantly. Notably, there were no firearms. Judging from this equipment, Mo Ming was most likely a lone hunter. Such an identity conveniently suited Ren Yi's need for disguise. He halted and quickly recalled some intelligence he had previously gathered about the Three Cities world. This was a world on the brink of destruction, with only 3 large human settlements remaining: Holy City, Fire City, and King City. Beyond these 3 cities, the rest of the land was either barren wasteland or occupied by mutated beasts impervious to conventional firearms. Before the apocalypse, this world possessed technology capable of manufacturing firearms and electronic devices. After the cataclysm, much technology was lost and civilization regressed further. However, some humans awakened special abilities to combat the mutated beasts, becoming supernaturals. Relations among the 3 cities were distant and fraught with conflict, but their geographical separation prevented large-scale warfare. Thus, most conflicts centered on participants who might encounter each other within dungeons. Ironically, humanity's civilization in this world was already on the verge of collapse. Yet the arrival of phantoms unexpectedly delayed this decline. Dungeons became perilous zones where humans obtained scarce resources, relying on water, food, and other supplies procured from these dungeons. They barely kept the flame of civilization alive. Perhaps sensing the enthusiasm of humans participating in dungeons, the Alliance refrained from exterminating this world, instead converting it into a pasture world for sustainable harvesting. Regrettably, this fragile tacit understanding was utterly shattered from the moment they descended. Mo Ming's identity was that of a participant from Holy City. Thus, Rennie's landing point was also relatively close to Holy City. Consulting the rudimentary map and aligning it with the terrain before him, Ren Yi swiftly pinpointed his location and immediately set off in the direction marked as the Holy City. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when his keen senses were subtly stirred. Something was approaching. In an instant, Ren Yi halted abruptly and spun around to face the dunes behind him. A piercing roar rent the air, and with a thunderous explosion, the sand beneath his feet erupted as a creature resembling a centipede, as thick as a water bucket, lunged out fiercely. This centipede-like beast bore a sickly flesh tone throughout its body, its skin unervingly smooth, reminiscent of human flesh. Upon closer inspection, It was densely covered with fine black hairs. Its mouth was a grotesque circular maw lined with razor-sharp, backward-pointing teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Most nauseating were its legs. These were no insectal appendages but rather segments of thick, muscular pillars. Each pillar terminated in a flattened sole, as if a human foot had been crudely severed of its 5 toes. The entire creature appeared as if several dismembered human torsos had been grotesquely fused together, each inch exuding a twisted, uncanny aura that churned the stomach merely by sight. He furrowed his brow slightly. What on earth was this abomination? Finally, he understood why the inhabitants of the Three Cities world displayed such boldness, daring to treat these bizarre dungeons as resource points. With such deranged creatures scattered across the globe, how could anyone not be fearless? He even felt that the grotesque distortion of this mutant beast surpassed, in terms of psychological impact, some of the more unsettling anomalies he had encountered. The centipede-like mutant had locked on a Reni. The heat signature, the scent of fresh flesh, the sound of living breath, all these signals drove it into a frenzy. Its muscular leg pillars struck the ground violently, propelling it forward with a gust of fetid wind. However, just as it closed within several meters of Reni, jaws wide open, ready to devour the frail human utterly, its movement suddenly froze, as if shackled by invisible chains suspended midair. Before it, that feeble human began to slowly unravel. The outer layer of skin peeled away like shattered membrane, revealing an interior form twisting and blurring chaotically, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression rooted deep within the very essence of life. Unease and vertigo surged through the beast's bewildered consciousness like a tidal wave. With a ripping sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh, Reni's wrist flexed, driving his machete precisely into the mutant's mouth. The blade pierced through its skull, pinning the massive body firmly to the ground. Standing before the slain mutant, Reni gradually relaxed his grip on the knife. His breathing was steady, his gaze unruffled. Confronting this mutant in human form was somewhat taxing, and unwilling to squander ammunition on such a creature, he had partially unleashed his true form. At the moment the blade penetrated the beast, he sensed a brief resistance from a peculiar layer of skin and flesh, but it was fleeting and easily breached. Conventional firearms were ineffective. Melee weapons, on the other hand, proved surprisingly potent. The evidence showed that although this mutant was grotesquely deranged, its strength was mediocre. Apart from apparent special resistance to heat weapons and shockwaves, it displayed no rule-based abilities or defensive mechanisms, merely a beast relying on brute physical power to hunt. Reni intended to withdraw his blade and leave, but at that moment, an unexpected warmth, familiar and comforting, manifested silently beside him. Where did this positive emotion originate? His heart tightened. His first thought was that someone had witnessed the battle. Yet before attacking, he had scanned the surroundings with his senses, confirming that this wasteland held no other creatures save this mutant. Almost simultaneously with this thought, his superhuman perception radiated like invisible radar waves, frantically sweeping every direction. Yet no other mutants, nor any life signs belonging to humans or other intelligent beings, were detected. The wasteland was unnervingly devoid of any presence. Then where did this positive emotion come from? Reni's gaze eventually settled upon the body of the mutant centipede at his feet. The positive feeling was emanating from the centipede? What a joke. Could it be that his golden finger had finally activated? Not only participants, but even animals could now provide positive emotions? No. What was even more absurd was the idea that any creature would offer positive emotions to the very slayer that ended its life. What kind of twisted positivity was this? Was this centipede some sort of masochist? Shaking his head as if to dispel such ridiculous thoughts, Reni lifted his machete and flipped the centipede's corpse over, then decisively sliced it vertically. A pungent stench instantly flooded the air, a chaotic mess of multicolored entrails and bodily fluids spilling onto the ground. There was nothing abnormal, just a grotesque, sanity-threatening animal. Something was amiss. Reni stood up, stepping back 2 paces to avoid the spreading stench. His brows furrowed deeply as he pondered. When he had slain participant from the Three Cities world before, no such phenomenon had occurred, indicating it was not a peculiarity intrinsic to that world. So was it a problem with the mutant beasts themselves? Or was this centipede an isolated case? The sample size was too small to draw any conclusions. For the time being, Reni abandoned his musings. He raised his hand, absorbing the positive emotion into his palm, where it formed a faint gleam upon the back of his hand. This was the method provided by Aunt Lu Qing's knowledge crystal, used to temporarily store energies that could not yet be absorbed. When enough light points accumulated, they could be crystallized into energy crystals through inscription. Casting one last glance at the disordered centipede corpse, Ren did not linger further. He turned and resumed his march toward the holy city, ascertained to be in that direction. Whatever this sudden positive emotion might signify, the urgent priority was to reach the human settlement. Even if it meant hunting more mutants later to verify his hypotheses and gather resources, he first had to collect sufficient intelligence in the holy city. Clearly, there remained a considerable distance to the city. Ren scanned his surroundings once more, confirming no one was observing him. Then his form shifted subtly. In the next moment, his human shape rippled like a water surface as several flexible, sturdy, ethereal tentacles extended from behind and beside his waist, supporting his body. The tentacles moved rhythmically, propelling him to sprint at tremendous speed across the wasteland. From afar, he appeared like a bizarre spider racing close to the ground. Indeed, 8 legs were far swifter than 2. After approximately 1 hour of high-speed travel, the Horizon S landscape began to transform. Jagged, monstrous rocks gradually gave way to low, tenacious shrubs. At the edge of his perception, Ren finally detected signs of human life. He immediately slowed down. The ethereal tentacles retracted silently into his body, restoring him to his original form as Mo Ming. Ren ascended a relatively elevated barren hill and gazed into the distance. A magnificent city suddenly came into view. This city occupied a highly strategic position, flanked by mountains on 2 sides and bordered on another by a wide, expansive river. Numerous buildings clustered in the valley between the mountains, rising tier upon tier up the slopes. Most striking was a colossal circular platform suspended between 2 mountain peaks. Massive stone pillars stood at its edges, thick chains anchoring the platform firmly to the mountains on either side. At the platform's center loomed a towering statue. Carved entirely from a certain grayish-white stone, the statue depicted a deity, clad in armor, wearing a crown woven from thorny branches. Its features were androgynous. Holding a gigantic longsword with both hands, its tip planted firmly downward before it. Ren noticed that the sword bore a resemblance to the silver miniature sword pendant he carried. The statue stood atop a towering mountain peak, its eyes cast downward, gazing solemnly upon the multitude below. Ren made a rough estimate. The statue's height must be no less than 200 meters. For context, the famed Statue of Liberty in his previous life, including its pedestal, measured just over 90 meters, with the statue itself standing at merely 46 meters. To conceive such a monument, Ren silently elevated the technological prowess of the 3 cities world before the cataclysm by an entire tier. Having resolved to return from the eerie dungeon and enter the city under the guise of a participant distinguished by outstanding performance in the live broadcast, there was no longer any need for concealment. Ren adjusted his posture, adopting the appearance of a lone wanderer, slightly fatigued from a long journey, yet still vigilant. As he drew nearer, the city's details and sounds became clearer. Ren quickly sensed something amiss. The gates of the holy city bustled with comings and goings, as if caught in an unusually intense state of mobilization. The towering city gates stood wide open, with small convoys continuously departing the city, radiating outward across the surrounding wasteland. These squads were modest in size, usually comprising a dozen or so individuals, and their modes of transport were diverse. There were horse riders, drivers of cars and motorcycles, and Ren even spotted a dust-covered tourist bus. His keen perception further noted that nearly every member of these outgoing squads clutched a stack of papers, gathered in groups to point, discuss, and exchange glances. What could this be? A large-scale rescue operation? A sweep to exterminate mutated beasts in specific areas? Or perhaps the discovery of some crucial resource nodes? Ren pondered silently. Descending the hillside, he noticed not far off on a dirt road a weathered old jeep kicking up dust as it passed. The man in the front passenger seat, gaze swept over the solitary figure of Ren. The man visibly paused, abruptly lowering his head to scrutinize the paper in his hand once more, before lifting his eyes to fixate intently on Ren. In an instant, the astonishment on the man's face was replaced by unrestrained joy. He whipped around, disregarding the vehicle's jolts, and shouted excitedly at the driver and the rear passengers, pointing firmly in Ren's direction. Without warning, the jeep executed a sharp turn, tires screeching against the dirt road as it accelerated wildly toward Ren's position. Ren halted, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. Well then, the mystery was solved. The holy city had mobilized such a vast force, dispatching numerous squads to scour the surroundings, all in search of none other than himself. It seemed Mo Ming's identity had garnered far more attention in a live broadcast than Ren Yi had anticipated. The jeep screeched to a halt not far before him. The man in the passenger seat jumped down and trotted over to Ren Yi, calling out with reverence, "Lord Divine Child, by the grace of our God above, we have finally found you." Ren Yi was momentarily taken aback. Divine Child? What divine child? His originally prepared demeanor, cold, formidable, that of a rugged wilderness hunter, was instantly stifled by this fervent address, leaving him somewhat at a loss. No, Ren Yi furrowed his brow inwardly. Mo Ming's faded camouflage uniform, the worn backpack, he looked nothing more than an ordinary survivor struggling to endure. The only slightly distinctive item, a small sword, was cheap and commonplace, akin to a typical talisman, hardly a symbol of any noble status. His thoughts racing, Ren Yi resolved to stick to his initial judgment. Frowning, he deliberately let his voice carry a hint of appropriate bewilderment. "What are you shouting about? You must have mistaken me for someone else." No, Lord Divine Child. We have indeed found you." The man hurriedly presented the top sheet of paper in his hand for Ren Yi's inspection. Ren Yi glanced at it. Though the artwork was somewhat abstract, it unmistakably depicted Mo Ming. Before Ren Yi could inquire further, the man, overwhelmed with excitement, began to babble rapidly. "Lord Mo Ming, you are the sole envoy to receive divine revelation and successfully clear the divine selection trials this time. The pontiff, having received inspiration before the statue, has formally proclaimed throughout the 3 cities your appointment as the divine child of this generation. We have come by the pontiff's decree to welcome your return to the holy city." His voice grew increasingly impassioned, eventually tinged with choked emotion. "By the blessing of the Azure God, our squad is honored to be the first to find you." Ren Yi paused, then comprehension dawned. This incursion was peculiar, a welfare bureau event for the Eerie hatchlings. Due to its sudden activation, several Eerie parents who should not have entered this world were forcibly drawn in, causing them to immediately adopt a fish-bombing approach, sharply escalating the dungeon's difficulty and the concentration of Eerie entities. Though Aunt Luqing ultimately adhered strictly to the rules, her composed demeanor suggested she had left contingency measures for participants. Moreover, outside Aunt Luqing's small dungeon, there was an overarching larger dungeon belonging to her father, Lu Zihan. Given this context, it made sense that Ren Yi, as a connected insider, could be the sole successful participant. What he had not expected was that the Holy City's religious faction would interpret this as divine revelation. The man's eyes locked onto Ren Yi, hesitating before finally asking, "Lord Divine Child, having endured the trials and returned, you surely have learned the ultimate method to save us and purify this tainted world, have you not?" "Ren Yi, what method of salvation? What is this about?" "I came here to destroy the world. The Alliance never mentioned such things, and Aunt Luqing certainly did not brief him on any world-saving methods." Yet his expression betrayed no panic. Instead, he gradually composed himself, revealing an air of calm assurance. "The divine will is profound and has indeed been revealed. However, this matter is of great consequence and extraordinary nature. I must personally meet the pontiff and provide a detailed report before the sacred statue. Whatever it was, better to accept it for now." The moment his words fell, Ren Yi clearly sensed a tremendous positive energy radiating from the man before him. Yes, it must be so. Only you and His Holiness the Pontiff can bear such a sacred mandate." The man's voice choked with emotion as he hastily invited Ren Yi into the jeep. "His Holiness the Pontiff and the dignitaries of the other 2 cities have been awaiting your arrival." Ren Yi's mind stirred. These words revealed a crucial piece of information. Although the 3 cities were separated by great distances, they maintained contact. The jeep raced back to the city. Along the way, the companions rolled down the windows, brazenly flaunting and greeting other search squads they encountered. What began as a single vehicle soon grew into a formidable, welcoming convoy, its momentum swelling. At the city gates, several robed guards quickly allowed the convoy entry upon seeing Ren Yi. As they entered the holy city, the scenes along the way deepened Ren Yi's impression of the city's religious atmosphere. Religious symbols adorned the buildings lining the streets, and many believers paused to kneel devoutly, bowing with reverence and murmuring prayers upon glimpsing Ren Yi in the convoy. The dense aura of positive energy enveloped him like the very air, intensifying as they approached the city center. In light of these circumstances, entering the city under Mo Ming's identity was indeed the right choice. While outwardly calm, Ren Yi covertly converted the positive energy into luminous points stored on the backs of his hands, simultaneously expending a considerable amount of ammunition to plant seeds of illusion upon those around him. It never hurt to keep a contingency. Never underestimate humanity. Aunt Lu Qing's admonition still echoed in his ears. Should unforeseen events arise, these planted seeds could sow chaos, buying him precious time to escape. Surrounded by the throng and under the fervent gaze of the city's faithful, Ren Yi traversed the holy city's labyrinthine streets and heavily guarded inner gates, ultimately arriving at the magnificent hall nestled beneath the statue atop the mountain peak. The lengthy and solemn welcoming ceremony was deliberately abridged, and he was swiftly escorted into a solemn hall. Through the subtle hints exchanged along the way, Ren Yi gleaned a rough understanding of the social structure of the holy city. This was a city governed entirely by religion, with the supreme ruler being the pontiff of the divine church, beneath whom were several bishops who wielded all the power within the city. The people of the holy city held unwavering faith in a deity named Azure, firmly believing him to be the creator and guardian of their world, which they proudly referred to as the Azure world. What amused and bewildered Ren Yi even further was that, in their perception, the bizarre dungeons were divine trials set by the god Azure to select the elect among humanity. And those who successfully cleared the final stage, like himself, were deemed to have acquired the means to withstand the impending apocalypse and save the world. To this, Ren Yi remarked, "There's no method to salvation, but I do have some ideas on how to send you all into the hands of the cataclysmic rules. Would you care to hear them?" At the front of the hall, several elders clad in pristine ceremonial robes stood solemnly. A cursory glance allowed Ren Yi to deduce that these men were likely the bishops of the holy city, the core power holders directly under the pontiff. At the center stood an elderly man adorned in a magnificent robe embroidered with thorns and swords, wearing a towering crown, undoubtedly the pontiff himself. What caught Ren Yi's attention, however, was the strange podium before him, festooned with various buttons. The pontiff stood solemnly before it, speaking as though addressing the device. Approaching, Ren Yi was startled to see an embedded LCD screen at the center of the podium, scanning the apparatus up and down. He finally confirmed his suspicion. This contraption was essentially a bulky desktop computer, akin to the lecterns once used by teachers in his previous life at schools. Looking up at the screen, he noticed it was split into two sections, each displaying a room of starkly contrasting decorative styles. Yet, the interface felt oddly familiar. Good heavens, he thought. ISNT, this just a knockoff of the Ding Dong conference? Has this thing really made its way into another world? Ren Yi nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Like traveling 1,000 years into the future only to find Godzilla and Ultraman immortalized on museum murals, revered as national historical treasures. Just as he was inwardly chuckling, the pontiff suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Ren Yi. His voice rang out, resonant enough to fill the entire hall. "Lord Divine Child, you have finally returned. Step forward." Ren Yi raised an eyebrow. The pontiff's tone, rather than addressing him directly as the Divine Child, seemed more like a deliberate performance for the benefit of unseen onlookers, tinged with a clear sense of display. Choosing to cooperate, Ren Yi moved forward to see what the pontiff intended. Standing before the computer, he finally discerned the full scene on the screen. Evidently, the three cities world lacked a network. This ding-dong conference lookalike was merely a superficial imitation. Upon closer inspection, Ren Yi confirmed that this computer was nothing more than an advanced intercom with a screen, essentially a visual walkie-talkie. The so-called conference interface was merely a visualized intercom channel. The two video windows on the screen presented completely different scenes. The left window showed a grandiose tiered lecture hall, filled with hundreds of seated people. At the forefront stood an intricately carved high-backed chair occupied by a small boy wearing a crown, his expression arrogantly smug. The other window was far simpler, showing a single young man with deep-set eyes seated before the screen. He wore a dark crimson brocade robe, idly toying with a jade pendant between his fingers until he sensed the disturbance from the holy city and slowly lifted his gaze. Ren Yi also noticed a small window in the upper right corner of the screen, framing the figures of himself, the pontiff, and several bishops standing behind. Clearly, this was the camera view from the holy city's side. The individuals in these three windows represented the pinnacle of power in the world of the three cities. At that moment, the pontiff spoke in a solemn and authoritative voice, his eyes fixed not on Ren Yi, but on the screen. "Esteemed colleagues, our holy city's divine child has returned from the divine trial." After pausing, he turned toward the crowded left window, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. "To the esteemed members of the king's city, now that our divine child has appeared, should not your participants who successfully cleared the trial also make themselves known?" The king's city has participants who succeeded? Ren Yi's expression grew serious. Unlike himself, a connected insider, Those who truly survived and cleared dungeons far beyond their capabilities must be among the elite in both strength and mindset, not to be underestimated. In the left window, the crowned boy remained motionless, but a middle-aged man in a black suit, his hair meticulously groomed, stood up. His face was calm, but his voice carried a hint of detachment. Our heroes from the King's City have just returned from the trial, exhausted in both body and mind, currently resting. They are unlikely to meet with you two at present. He emphasized the word our and then fixed his gaze through the screen, scrutinizing Ren E with no small amount of scrutiny. Rather than us, Pontiff, perhaps you should first inquire of this survivor beside you. See what revelations he gained from the trial. We cannot afford to be delayed by imposters muddling the grand plan for the survival of the three cities. Strangely, the representative from the King's City was brimming with hostility toward the Holy City. Yet Ren E.'s heart skipped a beat. The King's City representative had inadvertently spoken the truth. He truly was an impostor, utterly ignorant of any divine enlightenment or trial revelations. If the Holy City began to doubt him, he would have no choice but to brazenly fabricate, without betraying a hint of emotion. Ren glanced sideways at the Pontiff and discreetly sensed the illusionary seed he had planted earlier in the welcoming party. Prepare to trigger chaos and make a swift escape if necessary. Before the Pontiff could respond, a light-hearted laugh suddenly echoed from the right window, where only the young man sat. He continued to toy with the jade pendant, his tone tinged with mockery. What a shameless attempt at a free ride, Prime Minister. Planning to extract the so-called salvation method from the Holy City's divine child before he even understands the situation? His Majesty the King of the Fire City speaks humorously. The middle-aged man, titled Prime Minister, replied evenly, his expression unchanged. However, the elites dispatched by the three cities suffered heavy casualties in this trial. Only this unheralded gentleman from the Holy City returned unscathed. I merely express reasonable doubts. Just then, the Pontiff finally spoke. Prime Minister, may I inquire which participants have returned from your city? Our Holy City has been following this trial with great interest and preserved a full live broadcast. We are eager to see how your heroes deciphered the hidden conditions of the trial and escaped with their lives, so we might learn and draw lessons. He paused, his questioning tone growing more pointed. Yet after repeatedly reviewing the broadcast, we seem to have seen no indication that any participant from your city truly penetrated the core secrets of the trial. Ren E watched the exchange between the two ends of the screen with keen interest, rapidly piecing together the information revealed in their dialogue. He had come to understand that the power structures of the three cities were vastly different. The Holy City was purely a theocracy, with the Pontiff at the core and several bishops making joint decisions. The King's City, despite its name, was a constitutional monarchy. The crowned boy was more mascot, while real power resided with the Parliament and the Prime Minister. Lastly, the Fire City embodied a true feudal imperial system. Judging from the lone young Fire King on the screen, he was likely the supreme ruler above all, the destiny of the entire city resting solely upon his shoulders. It was glaringly evident that although the three cities' world had access to the live broadcast from within the dungeon, it was unable to view the participant status panels, and thus could not directly ascertain which participants had successfully cleared the dungeon. Ren E recalled the scene at the dungeon's conclusion. The final judgment of the dungeon only transpired after he sensed the disappearance of that intrusive gaze. In other words, the live broadcast was severed before the settlement phase. The three cities could only observe who remained alive in the final moments of the dungeon, but were incapable of determining who genuinely met the clearance criteria. Subsequently, when only a scant number of participants returned, they vaguely realized that the dungeon's clearance conditions were far more complex than merely surviving for a period of time. The live broadcast from within the dungeon was directed toward the entire pasture world. There was no situation where each city could only see their own participants' perspectives. Therefore, if there truly were any clearers, the three cities should have been well aware. Hence, Ren E once again fixed his gaze upon the suited Prime Minister on the left side of the screen. Upon closer inspection, beneath that solemn and composed expression lay a subtle, barely perceptible veneer of bluster masking inner trepidation. Could it be that no one had truly returned from the capital city? At this very moment, the Prime Minister of the capital city, who stood second to none in rank and authority, was in a rather sour mood. Up to now, indeed, not a single participant from the capital city had returned. The rigid class barriers within the capital city were formidable, yet the upper echelons, adept at co-optation, had tightly bound those truly wielding power, the supernatural users. However, this also precipitated a fatal problem. Powerless commoners were swiftly devoured by the dungeon's eerie forces. While the aloof, supernatural elites focused solely on self-preservation, utterly disinterested in exploring the dungeon. Such a team naturally could not fulfill the Advanced Dungeon's enhanced clearance requirements, which involved special conditions beyond mere survival. Their analytical team, upon realizing that clearance conditions extended beyond survival, re-examined the entire live broadcast. The conclusion was bleak beyond measure. This time, the capital city was likely to return utterly empty-handed. Previously, a complete loss from the dungeon was tolerable. It merely meant tightening resources and letting a wave of ignorant commoners perish to endure. But this time, that was absolutely impossible. Not long ago, a bone-deep sense of terrifying urgency, without any warning, engulfed every individual in the Three Cities world. It was a warning from the will of the world itself. The true cataclysm was imminent. Immediately thereafter, a slew of strange dungeons, both more numerous and more challenging than ever before, began to open in rapid succession, accompanied by unprecedented live broadcasts. A series of anomalies foretold an unsettling future. Until yesterday, when the King of Fire was the first to return from the dungeon, bearing news potent enough to shake the nerves of the Three Cities. The participants who cleared the dungeon this time had brought back clues concerning a means of salvation. The Prime Minister of the capital city, thinking of this, involuntarily cast a resentful glance at the young and handsome King of Fire on the screen, his teeth grinding with vexation. He had intended to extract some useful information while the participants from the Holy City had just returned and were still unfamiliar with the situation. But this fellow had rudely intervened and spoiled everything. Why? Knowing full well that the salvation method obtained by the other cities, whether by mutual reference or by adding another option, should have been beneficial to the City of Fire. Why would he sabotage it? On the screen, the King of Fire completely ignored the Prime Minister's resentful gaze and looked directly at Run E through the screen. Mr. M.O. Ming, correct? You returned in haste. I suppose your church hasn't yet had the chance to brief you on the current situation. Allow me to fill in the gaps. Saying this, he straightened his posture slightly, his previously flippant demeanor vanishing entirely, replaced by a grave solemnity. The world has already given all of us an extremely dire omen. The strange dungeons have manifested unprecedented special conditions, and the activities of the mutated beasts have grown increasingly frequent. The apocalypse is truly upon us. His fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic clicking sound that echoed distinctly in the silent hall. Apocalypse? Ren, he immediately wore a puzzled expression in response. Your Majesty, King of Fire, aren't we already living in an apocalypse? The church leader beside him turned his head and glanced at him, his gaze calm, neither speaking nor intervening, evidently silently approving Run E.'s reply. On screen, the King of Fire slowly shook his head, his tone solemn. This differs from the cataclysm that obliterated civilization 30 years ago. That time, it merely spawned mutated beasts and destroyed technological civilization. He paused, emphasizing each word heavily. But this time, after the apocalypse, nothing will remain. Nothing here included humanity itself, mutated beasts, all cities, even the land beneath our feet, the grass, the bricks and stones, our very planet that sustains us, and indeed the entire world. I cannot specify the exact mode of destruction, only that all of this is related to a certain auxiliary rule within the dungeon. You must have witnessed the enforcement of that rule with your own eyes. Haven't you? Witnessed? Ren E.'s eyes flickered imperceptibly before he calmly nodded. Seeing Ren E.'s nod, the King of Fire continued. Then you should know what the blankness truly looks like, and you should understand that when I say nothing will remain, it is no idle scare tactic. At this moment, from the capital city side, the previously ignored young king finally lost patience, furrowing his youthful brow and interrupting. Gentlemen, what on earth are you playing at with these riddles? As humans sharing the same breath and branches, shouldn't you explain this to us as well? The moment those words, humans sharing the same breath and branches, were uttered, even the previously composed King of Fire instantly fell silent, his expression tinged with an indescribable sarcasm. Ren E furtively glanced at the church leader beside him, noticing the old man's graying beard curling slightly upward, clearly suppressing a smile. An awkward silence ensued for a moment, but ultimately the King of Fire sighed first and began to explain. Although the live broadcast does not display participants' panels, did your capital city not have the participants entering the dungeon synchronize information transmission? He ignored the somewhat peculiar expressions of the council members visible on the capital city's screen, massaged his throbbing temples, and continued. Unlike previous rules that had to be discovered within the dungeon, this time all participants received a special rule via their panels. Do not share pain with others. From my observation, the hidden condition of this rule is likely, do not experience the same pain as others. Your Majesty, King of Fire, the church leader suddenly interjected, seizing the moment to continue. The rule you mentioned must be the original cause behind most participants suddenly self-dissolving during the trials, correct? Ren-y glanced at the church leader. This old fellow must have known this for a long time and was now stepping forward to gain favor, subtly indicating that he could actively join the discussion. Yes, but I want to add that it is not a sudden self-dissolution. Ren-y took the initiative to speak. For those of us inside the dungeon, the moment the rule triggers, time seems to pause. We can only watch helplessly as the rule breakers slowly melt away. This suffocating sensation is something you outside, watching the broadcast, likely cannot comprehend. He deliberately infused his tone with a hint of resentment, fitting a subordinate-esque grievance. So what? The young king from the capital city muttered disdainfully. There's no real pain anyway. I think it's much gentler than those strange beings wielding big knives or the hemolytic swamp. You must remember, once this rule triggers, there is no room for resistance. The King of Fire interrupted him curtly, his tone icy. Whoever violates, it will become a blank void. Ren-y raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, King of Fire, does that mean you have personally witnessed the enforcement of this rule? Of course, the King of Fire replied calmly, his gaze steady and unruffled. I was one of the participants who entered the dungeon this time, but I chose not to linger inside. After confirming clearance, I returned immediately. As expected, Ren-y understood clearly. This sovereign of the city of Xin is likely among the rare few who have genuinely triumphed in clearing the challenge this time, perhaps even the sole individual who has truly fulfilled the conditions for completion. This signifies that, despite the malicious concealment of his own information, he has successfully escaped from a dungeon managed by at least C-rank or higher adult anomalies. He does not believe that any anomaly would show mercy once the cataclysm has commenced. It appears that the Xin King's firm grip on his throne stems from more than mere system or lineage. He himself must be exceedingly capable, possibly even an extraordinarily powerful psychic. However, Ren-y does not reside in the same city as this Xin King and thus harbors no concern. No matter how formidable the Xin King may be, survival under the cleansing scourge of the catastrophe is impossible. The lives of this outstanding monarch and his citizens are now confined to a mere 7 days. Unaware that Ren-y has already sentenced him to death in his heart, the Xin King continued speaking. This time, the reward for clearing the dungeon consists solely of a single piece of information. He fixed his gaze intently on Ren-y's eyes, as if striving to discern every flicker of emotion within them. The salvation method, he enunciated deliberately, the means to survive the impending apocalypse. Mr. Mo Ming, what is the salvation method you have obtained? At that very moment, an aged yet resolute hand gently rested upon Ren-y's shoulder. Your Majesty Xin King, the pontiff spoke slowly before you press us for our salvation method. Should you not first share the revelation you have received with us? Ren-y glanced at the screen and indeed saw the Prime Minister and members of the Council from the Royal City, all simultaneously pricking up their ears, their eyes brimming with eager curiosity. I'm sorry, I refuse, the Xin King replied coldly, without the slightest hesitation. Is that so? How unfortunate. For then we too shall refuse to answer your question. The pontiff responded indifferently. How can you be so selfish? The Prime Minister of the Royal City could no longer restrain himself. Speaking with righteous indignation, in the face of the apocalypse, you still cling to parochialism. Do you disregard the lives of countless beings? After all, the Royal City has multiple participants, so surviving the apocalypse is virtually guaranteed. Our two cities cannot compare. The pontiff's tone no longer concealed its sarcasm. The Xin King completely ignored the uproar from the Royal City and proceeded to explain, my refusal to share is not born of selfishness. The salvation method I have obtained can only save the people of one city. I'm sorry. But when faced with choosing between your people and mine, I choose the former, he said lightly. The reason I joined this meeting was to confirm one thing with Mr. Montauk Ming. His gaze locked once more onto Ren-y, sharp as a blade. Mr. Mo Ming, the salvation method you have obtained is also unique, capable of benefiting only one city. I assent it. A light touch fell upon Ren-y's shoulder as the pontiff withdrew his hand and silently stepped aside. To call it unique ISNT entirely accurate, Ren-y said, his face still adorned with a poised smile, his tone confident, but indeed. This method can only be practiced by our holy city. I understand. The Xin King nodded slowly, asking no further questions, merely inclining his head slightly. Thank you for your candor. I hope we may meet again after the apocalypse. May we meet again after the apocalypse, Ren-y echoed in kind. With a sharp click, the Xin King's screen abruptly went dark as the communication was severed. Wait, Xin King, you cannot. The roar of the Prime Minister from the Royal City suddenly erupted, only to be cut off swiftly. Ren tilted his head and saw the pontiff lift his hand from a crimson button. Turning around, the pontiff's face once again bore a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly toward Ren. Divine child, now that there are no outsiders to disturb us, I must apologize for my poor hospitality in immediately dragging you into the meeting between the three cities upon your return. He fixed his gaze on Ren-'s eyes. Time is of the essence, so I shall be frank. Divine child, what exactly is the salvation method you have obtained? Ren could clearly feel all the bishops and priests around him concentrating their gaze upon him. Within those eyes were hope, devotion, and a barely perceptible scrutiny. Outwardly calm, Ren was grateful for the Xian King's assistance, which had enabled him to grasp a vast amount of information in a short span. Regrettably, neither that powerful Xian King nor the pontiff before him knew that they had summoned not a hero, but a demon. In the presence of the Azure God, Ren slowly raised both hands. His palms bore a silver pendant shaped like a small sword, worn smooth and lustrous from incessant handling, the very relic left behind by Mo Ming. He had already discerned that this artifact was, in fact, a tool for worshippers' prayers, akin to a crucifix. Calling it a salvation method was a misnomer. What I have received is a divine oracle. Ren's eyes gleamed with fervor. His face suffused with reverence as he lifted his gaze upward. His sight seemed to pierce through the opulent ceiling, extending toward the distant heavens above. It is the Azure God who guides us, summoning his descent into the mortal realm to save all from the apocalypse of fire and flood. He had long wished to say this. Since everyone in the holy city appeared possessed by religious mania, he naturally conformed to their customs. Merely traversing the short distance from outside the city to here, he had profoundly sensed the holy city's people's devotion etched into their very bones, or more bluntly, their blind faith. The colossal 200-meter statue atop the mountain could not have been erected in a short time. From this, it was easy to deduce that even before the catastrophe 30 years ago, the holy city was likely the world's spiritual sanctuary. That they could interpret an anomalous dungeon as a divine trial only attested to the depth of the holy city's fanaticism. Here, there were no atheists. All were zealous believers, and his role was simply to cater to their inclinations, employing the guise of divine oracle to manipulate these devotees toward his own ends. The pontiff regarded Ren with serene eyes for a long moment. Ren met his gaze without the slightest evasion. Finally, the pontiff slowly performed a gesture of prayer and bowed deeply, obedient to the divine oracle of the Azure God. What must we do to summon the deity's descent? Ren understood clearly that this old man might not truly believe his fabrications, but disbelief served no purpose. From their earlier conversation, Ren had roughly deduced what had transpired in the holy city. The Xian King had revealed an extremely crucial piece of information. The world had already delivered a dire omen to all of us. The key phrase here is all of us. This meant that the apocalypse was common knowledge. These rulers could no longer pretend that all was well. Otherwise, their course of action would have been to secretly detain their own successful challenger, extract the salvation method, and then execute the strategy that favored themselves. Therefore, it was easy to guess what the pontiff and his cohorts had done before Ren's arrival. When everyone knows their death is imminent, the ruler's fragile assurances are utterly worthless. For the holy city's rulers, the best way to prevent chaos was to launch a god-making campaign. Simply put, the pontiff and his group would leak some of the information obtained from the Xian King. They would analyze the few participants most likely to clear the challenge from the broadcast, declare them divine children, proclaim that they had passed the trial, and would bring back the salvation method. If someone actually brought back the salvation method, so much the better. If not, they would find a look-alike substitute to stabilize the situation. But regardless of which, the person holding the title of divine child would be utterly secure. Ren recalled a saying from his previous life. When all hope collapses, faith is humanity's final bulwark. The holy city in this apocalypse perfectly embodied that truth. In this end-of-the-world scenario, where all paths are blocked, he was the holy city's sole divine child. He was at present that solitary hope, the final line of defense. Even if that hope was as illusory as a moon reflected in water. People tend to place their faith in what they are most willing to believe. Those who dare to question such beliefs are invariably torn to shreds by an even greater number of self-deceiving devotees. Thus, for the pontiff, even disbelief must be masked by the semblance of faith. The sole concern lies in ensuring one's irreplaceability, so as to avoid being discarded like a worn-out tool by these followers. Contemplating this, Ren subtly revealed a faint sigh. The words of the divine brim with boundless wisdom, beyond my immediate comprehension. Yet I have begun to discern a certain path. Your Holiness, please procure several live, mutated beasts. I require a small experiment. Certainly. The pontiff turned to a bishop who had remained silent throughout and issued a few brief instructions. The bishop immediately bowed and swiftly exited the hall. Before long, the bishop returned, accompanied by several burly men bearing cages. Each of these men was muscular, with arms thicker than an average person's thigh, clearly enhanced by physical augmentation abilities. Upon their shoulders rested 3 sturdy iron cages, each containing a mutated beast. The 3 creatures were identical, comparable in size to a coyote, yet bore the appearance of hairless cats. The only fur on their bodies was a few disheveled, sparse strands of black hair atop their heads. The rest of their skin was an unhealthy flesh tone. Their sharp claws incessantly scraped at the cage floor, while their tails, resembling smooth, flesh-colored rods, flicked back and forth. Most peculiar were their faces. Their snouts protruded forward, encircled by an eerie ring of bluish lips. When they opened their mouths, instead of the sharp teeth typical of beasts, they displayed square, herbivore-like teeth. Together, these features formed a grotesque, buck-toothed donkey-esque mouth, evoking a strange and repulsive sensation. Several iron rings affixed to the cage floors firmly restrained the limbs of the beasts, leaving them to futilely roar and bang their heads against the cage bars, producing dull, metallic thuds. Ren-Y stepped forward silently, drew a machete from his waist behind his back, and the blade caught a faint glimmer of cold light in the dim surroundings. With a swift motion, the blade plunged directly into the roaring beast's mouth. Instantly, vivid crimson blood gushed forth, strikingly bright. This time, Ren-Y did not avert his gaze, instead fixing his eyes steadily on the creature within the cage. He observed clearly the beast's transition from frantic, pain-ridden struggles to the bewildered helplessness as life rapidly ebbed away. At last, with murky eyes, it stared at Ren-Y, the very one who had ended its life, with an unervingly calm and rigid expression. Soon, the creature's body ceased all movement, utterly devoid of any life force. Its flesh-colored skin and diminutive form resembled, from afar, the corpse of a child long dead, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. A familiar warmth arose from the void. Ren-Y's expression remained impassive as he gripped the still-dripping machete and approached the remaining 2 mutated beasts. With equally decisive strikes, he ended their lives. The warm current surged forth again and again, absorbed and transformed by him. In the blink of an eye, 3 faint yet distinct points of light appeared upon his arm. It seemed the matter was now certain. There indeed existed on these mutated beasts some special trait beneficial to him. Their demise could provide him with positive emotional energy. Though the reason remained unclear, the benefit was tangible. Then, the course of action ahead became unmistakably clear. Ren-Y's expression unchanged. He turned to the pontiff and spoke calmly and evenly. I have comprehended the divine omen. Raising his arm, he revealed the floating points of light upon the back of his hand before the pontiff's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. We require blood sacrifice. Each point corresponds to the life of a single mutated beast. He slowly rotated his wrist to make the glow more vivid. We need many mutated beasts, until this entire arm is covered with points of light. Remember, those beasts must be slain by my own hand. The pontiff remained silent for a moment. His aged countenance betrayed no emotion as he spoke slowly. I understand what must be done, divine child. However what? Launching a large-scale siege against the mutated beast's nest will necessitate extensive combat, and many devotees will lay down their lives. The pontiff's voice was low and somber. Ren-Y narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Holiness, you ought to comprehend that such sacrifice is indispensable. No, what I mean is that such a vast war will inevitably cause immense suffering. Oh, so you're concerned about the calamity rules. Ren-Y slowly blinked, almost doubting his judgment of the pontiff. Suddenly, a rather intriguing thought struck him, and his tone bore a hint of amusement. From what you said in the previous meeting, it seems you have never witnessed the execution of those rules firsthand? Yes. The pontiff nodded, candidly admitting as much. We received the panel's rule content from devotees immediately, but the details of the rule's execution were understood only through replica broadcasts. So, you have attempted it, haven't you? Ren-Y's gaze sharpened. The pontiff was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Ren-Y had no intention of playing riddles with this old fox. Aside from the path of salvation, the King of Fire had been quite forthright. Presumably, before my return, he had already mentioned that this rule relates to the impending apocalypse. Therefore, you ought to have tried triggering this rule. Since you have yet to witness its execution, it implies a failure to trigger. According to the hints from the web of deception, the spread of the calamity rules requires time. At present, it appears the holy city remains untouched. Oh, so you have indeed tried. The pontiff ceased feigning ignorance and slowly nodded, his expression calm and unruffled, as if discussing a trivial matter. Rennie refrained from probing further into how the attempt was made. At that moment, he half realized that the old man was not truly concerned about sacrifice. Rather, he was probing him. "Apologies, divine child," I spoke out of turn. The pontiff nonchalantly brushed aside the topic and bowed respectfully. "It seems, before the apocalypse arrives. We still have time." "You are correct. This sacrifice is necessary." At this moment, on the opposite side of the world in the City of Fire, perched upon a coastal cliff, the City of Fire lay thousands of miles away from the Holy City, nearly at the planet's diametric opposite. Night had fallen over the City of Fire. Yet, it was far from the darkness one might imagine. Warm, amber lights illuminated the streets and alleys, casting their glow upon weathered concrete walls. The walls bore bullet holes from the early days of the apocalypse, chronicling past chaos and carnage, contrasting eerily with the lively bustle of the present streets. People still roamed about, patrolling guards, weary convoys, even women and children. The city's infrastructure remained remarkably intact. Basic electrical circuits and power stations had been preserved. In a fleeting moment, it was as if the apocalypse had never occurred, a city of happiness. The King of Fire shifted his gaze from the pitch-black screen before him to the myriad lights twinkling beneath the glass window. The reflection of his youthful yet composed face appeared on the glass, the furrows between his brows betraying a weariness beyond his years. The King's residence was the city's sole remaining high-rise, a well-preserved skyscraper. The top-floor office afforded an exceptional vantage point, encompassing the entirety of the City of Fire. At that moment, the King of Fire furrowed his brow deeply, fingers tapping lightly upon the desk, revealing his inner unrest. He murmured the name, Mo Ming, his eyes as profound as an ancient well, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door shattered his reverie. "Enter." The King of Fire swiftly composed himself, tidied his appearance, and resumed his usual indifferent tone. "Your Majesty." A man dressed in black guard attire hastily pushed open the door and entered. "There has been an incident." The King of Fire raised a hand, signaling for calm. The guard took a deep breath and waved his hand in signal. Outside the door, several soldiers hurried in, carrying a stretcher draped with a white cloth. The King of Xan furrowed his brow as he caught the scent of blood. The guard who had just entered wasted no time. He lifted the white cloth from the stretcher, revealing a grisly scene. On the stretcher lay a body severed cleanly in two, head and torso separated. The cut was remarkably neat and precise, as if made by an extraordinarily sharp weapon that faced no resistance, leaving not a trace of messiness. This was no ordinary wound inflicted by a conventional cold weapon. It seemed they had already arrived. The King of Xin's frown deepened. "Proceed according to the plan we prepared earlier," he instructed calmly. The guard bowed and promptly led the soldiers carrying the stretcher out. The King of Xin turned his gaze back to the city below. The city was no longer the peaceful place it once was. In a matter of moments, disturbances had erupted in several locations. Flickers of fire glowed in the distance, and the populace scattered like headless flies in panic. Soon, squads of soldiers mobilized from all directions to restore order and disperse the crowds. Yet the King of Xin knew this would not halt the hunters from another world. The originally warm orange lamplight, bathed in the glow of flames, gradually took on a sinister, blood-tinged hue. The revelry had begun. "My lord divine child, it's here," a strikingly beautiful female acolyte said as she led Run E into a bedroom. The room was arranged with simplicity and luxury. Yet items such as ornaments and the roughly tanned rug on the floor inevitably bore a hint of wasteland style. She looked at Run E with fervent devotion, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Is there anything else you require of me? Go outside and close the door. Thank you." After ushering everyone out, Ren E casually tossed his backpack onto the floor. Stretching lazily, he lay back on the bed. The soft mattress instantly relaxed his tense body, and he exhaled deeply. Although the people of the Holy City were somewhat unhinged, it was truly one of the few surviving human settlements amid the apocalypse. Even the female acolyte's arm bore a thin layer of muscle. Ren E even suspected that beneath the elaborate robes of the old pontiff, he could deliver a punch at any moment. The style was decidedly decisive and brisk. Upon hearing Ren E's request, the pontiff immediately convened a meeting with all bishops and priests. They quickly resolved to lead the entire military force of the Holy City in an assault on the largest mutated beast's nest nearby. However, assembling the army and preparing supplies required time, leaving the divine child, ironically the most idle person, enjoying a rare respite. Though called rest, it was essentially a form of house arrest. His request to go out and stroll was dismissed by the pontiff with a soft, "You just returned. You should rest well." In any case, Ren-E appeared to have nothing to do for the moment. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes and, with a thought, successfully connected to the Phantom Net. As soon as he logged in, messages from Lu Zihan burst forth like cannon fire. Lu Zihan, benched, I'm in Xian City. Which city are you in? This place looks decent, hardly like the apocalypse. Ren-E, this skin is a participant of the Holy City. I'm inside the Holy City now. In the next moment, an emoji of pounding his chest and stomping his feet popped up. Lu Zihan, looks like we won TB meeting up this time. I was hoping to team up and do something. Solo missions are so boring. Ren-E, no worries. Your abilities are better suited for solo action. When you return, we can chat about the differences between these two cities. Saying so, Ren-E casually opened the Phantom Net photo album and sent pictures he had secretly taken of the Holy City's streets, alleys, and a colossal statue atop the mountain. Lu Zihan, holy crap, I've seen that statue on the Phantom Net forum. It's absolutely stunning. Forum? Well then, Ren-E had to admit he was outpaced again by Lu Zihan's surfing speed. How did this guy always manage to find the strangest news sources first? Ren-E, how is the situation on your side? What are your plans? Need some advice? Ren-E, Xian City, ISNT simple. Their leader is very powerful. Lu Zihan, no need. Our Phantom Weirds have already made contact and plan to stir up some trouble to pull off a big hit. Lu Zihan, I've already killed several scouts sent by the Holy City, including one with special abilities. Pathetic. Lu Zihan, oh, and I carefully gave myself a new nickname, the Headsman. How is that? Cool and fierce, right? Such a nickname was utterly cringeworthy. Ren-E watched with a head full of black lines, almost able to picture Lu Zihan's smug face on the other side of the screen. Ren-E, did you see my earlier message? Be careful of the king of Xian in this city. Ren-E, I just infiltrated an online meeting among the three cities. This person successfully cleared the current dungeon. His strength is definitely formidable. Ren-E, he is young but has secured the throne, likely possessing strong supernatural powers. Don't just show off. Watch your back, or you might meet your end here. Lu Zihan, as expected of our benched, always getting insider information wherever you go. Give you a few more days. Maybe you can claim the title of the #1 human. Lu Zihan, don't worry, I'm not planning to experience death that soon. Lu Zihan, I'm the headsman. There's no way I'll die here easily. Once I deal with the king of Xian, I'll come find you. Did this guy even listen to what I said? Ren-E reiterated his warnings several times and shared some intelligence he had gathered from the three-city meeting with Lu Zihan. After exchanging a few more details about their respective situations, Lu Zihan said he needed to prepare for action and hastily logged off. Ren-E exited the chat interface and recalled the forum Lu Zihan had mentioned. He searched and opened it casually. The forum was called the Three Cities World Information Exchange Center. The pinned section displayed several highlighted and refined posts, all summarizing the basic situation of the three cities, followed by various intelligence and help requests. Ren-E glanced at the account registration dates. All were new accounts created this month. It was obvious that the posters were the newly awakened Phantom Weird Cubs who had entered the Three Cities world this time. Clearly, their elders had once again adopted a laissez-faire approach, allowing these newly awakened youngsters to explore the unfamiliar world freely. Consequently, the clever among these cubs took the initiative to establish this forum for mutual aid. After all, more Phantom Weirds meant greater power, and more intelligence meant greater security. Ren-E contemplated and decided to publish some of the information he had just obtained. He composed an anonymous post, including the key points he deemed important, while concealing details that might reveal his presence at the meeting. Even if some Phantom Weird Cubs accidentally leaked information, it would be easy to explain by saying the intelligence was common knowledge among the Dungeon-S Weirds, thus protecting his true identity as Mo Ming. After all, this identity was still extremely valuable to him at present. Next, he opened a few pinned posts, the first of which was a summary and discussion thread about Xian City. The top post read, "This is the Fire Extinguishing Team Intelligence Summary Thread. Students in Xian City, please enter." Fire Extinguishing Team? Ren-E couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The name was quite trendy. Was it because they wanted to extinguish Xian City that they called themselves the Fire Extinguishing Team? Ambitious. But Ren-E felt that with only these E-rank minor Phantom Weirds, they wouldn't succeed. Better to leave it to the natural disasters to cleanse the land. However, the term students caught him off guard. Memories long buried suddenly surged at him. Of course, all those entering the Three Cities world this time were the entire batch of newly awakened cubs. They were the 2,726 students of the first grade comprehensive school of the Alliance this year. So indeed they were classmates, no mistake about that. Suddenly, a vivid sense of summer camp nostalgia washed over Ren-E, who secretly covered his face in his heart. After all, with nearly 3,000 students, Ren-E recalled that their grade alone had 60 classes, each comprising approximately 45 students. Although Ren-E could not be considered reclusive, his acquaintances were limited to those within his own class. Statistically speaking, there might be about 15 classmates in Saint City. Yet whether he would have the chance to encounter any was uncertain. Regrettably, once entering the instance or the alternate world, the weird network would automatically switch to local area mode, permitting communication only with the uncanny entities inhabiting the same space. The previous class and grade group chats could only be accessed within the Alliance headquarters. Otherwise, a simple message in the group would have revealed which classmates were in Saint City. Well, he could only wait until a real encounter happened. Ren-E muttered inwardly. Then he suddenly realized, wait, I'm currently disguised in Mo Ming's human skin. Even if I meet classmates, they wouldn't recognize me. Ren-E quickly abandoned such fanciful thoughts and continued reading the posts. The content mostly consisted of images of Xian City, maps of certain districts, and some intelligence on social structures. As Ren-E had anticipated, Xian City was a city ruled by imperial authority. However, the discussion forums below seemed to tell a different story from what Lu Zihan had described. Now, it was a scene of widespread despair. First time as a zombie, brothers. Aren't the guard a bit too strict here? Armed sentries at every intersection. If we go out, we be riddled with bullets? I refuse to be human. Seconded. I'm currently possessing a civilian body, surrounded by armed guards. I dare not move. Is anyone coming to save me? If you can't win, run. Guys, don't reveal your true form yet. I don't know why, but just a moment ago, in a panic, I showed my true form for half a second. I was immediately targeted and attacked relentlessly, and I had to flee outside the city. Slacker water spirit, are you all blind? Use your senses and look up. There are surveillance cameras. First time as a zombie. If you can't win, run. No name change below S rank. Wasn't this supposed to be an apocalypse? Slacker water spirit. This city is so well preserved. Technology basically remains at pre-apocalypse levels. True fox spirit. This is troublesome. The guards are checking IDs, and we're all undocumented. I refuse to be human. Don't come to rescue me. It's too dangerous outside. I'll just stay in the civilian body and not come out. Slacker water spirit. Ha! A bunch of fools. I already found a safe house. True fox spirit. Where? Spill it. Slacker water spirit. Of course. The sewers. The homeland of the uncanny. The abode of urban legends. The city's dark convergence. First time as a zombie. I'd rather die than dig through shit. No name change below S rank. Rather die. If you can't win, run. Same here. Amused by these whimsically candid complaints, Ren-E could not help but smile, but as he smiled, his expression soon darkened. From these posts, it was clear that Xian City had long prepared for the arrival of the uncanny, even standing at the ready in full force. When some uncanny attempted to incite large-scale chaos, the response was swift and decisive. Typically, E-rank uncanny bodies still possessed fundamental physical properties and could be destroyed by firearms and other weapons. In some respects, their survivability was inferior to mutated beasts adapted to the apocalypse. This meant that this group of uncanny, well-protected, and somewhat arrogant under the Alliance's care immediately suffered a heavy blow when facing a human city like Xian City, which boasted a complete social system and abundant armed forces. He continued scrolling until his gaze suddenly sharpened. Lift your skull. Classmates, I have a friend I can't reach. The weird network shows he's out of service area. Lift your skull. He went to investigate the situation in that skyscraper downtown. Does anyone know what is happening nearby? Some time had passed since this message was posted, and a row of candles had already been lit beneath it. Lift your skull, I understand. Lift your skull. Classmates, don't underestimate humans. Had uncanny already perished? Ren-E's heart sank. Though he knew death was not the end for the uncanny, he still felt a tremor of shock and sorrow. Silently, he warned himself. Had the Alliance's strength and the Calamity's suppression made him a bit complacent? Even a lion must exert full strength when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, the Alliance had warned them many times. They were merely fledglings. Leaning against the headboard, Ren-E's thoughts grew heavy as he began to seriously reflect on every step he had taken since entering the Three Cities world. Undeniably, the Three Cities world was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for growth for uncanny fledglings like them. Here, abundant energy sources existed, along with plentiful hunting targets and even no instance-imposed restrictions. The potential rewards matched the risks, and even the gravest price was merely death itself. No, Ren-E, when did you become so reckless? Did you think that because the end would never truly come, death did not matter? Had you forgotten the primal yearning for existence that envelopes one's entire being when death truly approaches, the void as consciousness fades? Death might have become a payable cost, but it should never be a weight freely traded. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply and forcefully, then exhaled gently, beginning to adjust his mindset. In principle, as an uncanny, he did not require breathing. The current respiration was merely a disguise of his human form. Yet this simple act clearly reminded him, I'm still here, gradually calming his restless thoughts. Suddenly, Rennie pondered. As entities whose forms are twisted and unstable, existing solely by rules, how do uncanny define their own existence? Why did the Alliance demand that children grow up in human form within stable environments? Beyond facilitating future invasions of human-dominated worlds, could there be deeper reasons? Perhaps uncanny also needed anchors for their existence? This thought, like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirred a ripple. Yet he did not rush to explore it further. After reflection, he redirected his attention back to the Weird Network forum. The forum's updates came rapidly. The uncanny fledglings of Xion City had clearly recovered from their initial panic and begun swiftly exchanging intelligence and formulating countermeasures in the posts. From the messages, it was evident they had abandoned attempts to storm the city and were instead relocating to the outskirts, lightly guarded ruins and the sewers. Run-E then opened posts related to the Royal City and found that the situation in the Royal City's rebel faction threads was much the same as in Xion City. The uncanny there had also suffered harsh blows from human weaponry and psychics. Yet they quickly discovered that the civilian district's defenses were far weaker than those of the core Royal District, prompting them to adjust their strategy and move toward the civilian area in hopes of finding a breakthrough. Meanwhile, in Saint City, the Eradicating Superstition squad posted, Learning made me uncanny. What is going on? Why are there soldiers everywhere on streets? Supported by energy crystals? Don't know. I just arrived. The other two cities are a bit scary. I've decided to observe for a couple of days first. What are you going to do? The Saint City Divine Child cleared the instance and returned, reportedly bringing back the method of salvation and plans to lead Saint City's armed forces to attack mutant beast nests. Learning made me uncanny. What nonsense. What does mutant beasts have to do with the method of salvation? They can't really believe there's a way to survive the calamity, can they? Modeling human form is hard. Maybe it really is true. The people in this city are pretty crazy. Look at you. This is advantageous for us. They have dispatched their main forces, which will inevitably cause a significant dispersion of the city's defensive strength. When that time comes, stirring chaos will be far easier. Look at you. I advise everyone to refrain from rash actions over the next couple of days and remain quietly hidden. Once the bulk of the Holy City's troops have departed, whether causing disturbances within the city or joining the main forces for hunting in the wilderness, it will all be considerably less burdensome. The most annoying bound spirit. No, the place I chose, everyone living there took up arms and left with the main forces. It will take me 3 days to relocate. The most annoying bound spirit. Don't let me run into that so-called broken divine child. Ren-E was still hesitating about whether to reveal his identity, but after reading the last message, he immediately abandoned the impulsive thought. Indeed, the changes he had caused were somewhat substantial, benefiting some anomalies while disadvantaging others. It was better not to mention it, so as not to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. At that moment, Ren-E suddenly sensed something. He nonchalantly laid back, closed his eyes, and before long, a steady, faint snoring began to sound. Of course, it was feigned. Just moments ago, his perception had detected a subtle sensation of clandestine surveillance. This sense of being watched was far weaker than the one during the dungeon livestream. If the livestream surveillance felt like a suffocating, damp mist enveloping the whole body and causing discomfort, this current sensation was akin to a tiny feather tip poking through a winter down jacket. No pain, but prickly and deeply irritating, causing one to furrow their brows. Ren-E quietly relaxed his perception, attempting to pinpoint the source of this gaze, but the result left him somewhat helpless. It was not that there was no target, but that the Holy City was a place where every inch of land was precious, teeming with the breath of the living. Everywhere was a potential target. It was like searching for a particular stone on a beach covered entirely with sand. It was simply impossible to determine which was the impolite voyeur. Still, it did not matter much. This gaze bore no malice. It was more like pure surveillance. Most likely, it was an informant of the pontiff. Exposing it would only sour relations on both sides unnecessarily. There was no need to tear the veil over such a trivial matter. What he needed to do now was to quietly and steadily play the role of a weary participant just returned from the dungeon. Besides, pretending to sleep did not mean he had nothing to do. Ren-E focused his mind on the glowing points on his arm. Upon entering the Holy City, amidst the crowd that had gathered around him, besides planting illusion seeds, he he had absorbed a considerable amount of positive energy. To avoid suspicion at the time, he had no chance to process it and had temporarily stored these emotional light points within his arm. The accumulated quantity was now nearly sufficient for him to attempt crafting some basic energy crystals. Ren-Y began to recall the knowledge infused into his mind through that knowledge crystal about the production of energy crystals. Energy crystals were a generic term, broadly divided into two categories: rule crystals and ability crystals. Rule crystals could be understood as solidified nourishment, absorbable by anomalies corresponding to the respective rules, used to enhance their progress points. For example, Lu Zihan had already made progress before the first dungeon. Presumably, he absorbed rule crystals related to rebuttal and negation. Ability crystals, on the other hand, were crystallizations of an anomaly's core abilities. Compared to rule crystals, ability crystals resembled one-time use items. For instance, the knowledge crystal Aunt Luqing gave them was made by an anomaly related to ability and knowledge, capable of solidifying and transmitting various forms of knowledge. The crafting of ability crystals was far more challenging than that of rule crystals, with numerous recipes and broader applications. In summary, rule crystals were akin to elixirs, while ability crystals were comparable to talismans. However, regardless of the type, a fundamental limitation existed. Each anomaly could only create crystals related to its own rules or abilities. Ren-Y's core rule was positive emotions, and his ability was illusions. Thus, the only crystals he could currently produce were positive emotion crystals and illusion crystals. From an external perspective, Ren-Y remained motionless, breathing evenly, as if deeply asleep. Beneath the human shell, his flesh silently melted into liquid, leaving only a thin layer of skin to form a temporary processing chamber. Then, he attempted to manipulate his liquefied body to capture the light points representing positive emotions, intending to compress them together. However, these light points were like slippery fish in water, flowing freely inside his body. Every time he tried to catch them, the internal energy currents stirred, allowing the light points to slip away along the energy flow. Ren-Y once again experienced the chaotic sensation of being unable to control his body, reminiscent of his awakening. Gradually, he learned some techniques. Instead of attempting to seize the light points, Ren-Y controlled the compressive space, pressing from all directions without leaving the slightest gap, gradually reducing the activity space of the light points. As the space shrank, the initially scattered light points were slowly gathered together. Eventually, inside his arm, a round mold space was formed. Ren-Y continued to apply even pressure, allowing the clustered light points to fill the mold little by little. The process strangely resembled a scene he had observed in a pastry shop. The pastry chef placed kneaded dough into a mold, pressed it firmly to shape it, and finally produced various neat forms. As this thought surfaced, Ren-Y's mind unexpectedly wandered. Had he seen a scene like this somewhere before? Pressing an unstable form into a mold to solidify it into the desired shape. Had he encountered this before? An unpleasant memory suddenly resurfaced. He abruptly recalled that when he first awakened, unable to stabilize his form, his older brother would always shape him. Now, in retrospect, his brother's method was not so different from Ren-Y's current production of energy crystals, like making pastries. No, making energy crystals, pressing himself into a mold. Realizing his embarrassing history, Ren-Y nearly lost his breath, causing the light points he was controlling to wobble. He hastily gathered his composure, focusing on the task at hand. At last, the light points were tightly gathered and gradually solidified. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light points in the processing chamber were fully crystallized. A sphere of pure white, no larger than a thumbnail, emitting a faint warm glow, quietly lay between his arm's flesh and blood. Ren-Y's first sensation was that it felt a bit uncomfortable. He muttered to himself that it seemed unwise to store large quantities of energy crystals within his body. Otherwise, not only would it be unpleasant, but it might also hinder bodily movements. If his human form were to collapse inadvertently in front of the city's inhabitants, that would be quite a spectacle. Yet, the energy crystal appeared somewhat peculiar. If discovered, it would be difficult to explain. Perhaps he would need to devise a solution. He continued to sense it with his perception. When his perception touched the crystal, it transmitted a sense of enlightenment that he could absorb. Unfortunately, he had now reached a bottleneck at E rank. Even if he absorbed this crystal, he could not increase his progress points and could only store it. He recalled that Aunt Luqing had mentioned energy crystals were hard currency among dungeon bosses, effectively a kind of currency that could be self-produced. Different energy crystals had customary exchange rates and could be used for trade. Wait, that was not quite right. Ren-Y suddenly realized that the energy crystal he produced might not serve as hard currency. What was that knowledge point again? The core of currency was a generally accepted equivalent, requiring universal value and circulation. Energy crystals could become hard currency because, for anomalies corresponding to the rules, they represented tangible progress points. Nearly all anomalies require progression enhancement, which naturally establishes a foundation for circulation. The existence of exchange rates stems from the fact that certain rare rule or ability energy crystals possess greater value. For instance, emotional crystals embodying fear are relatively common, whereas crystals like Lu Zihan S, which refute and negate rules, are somewhat rarer. Ren Es rule, naturally, is exceedingly rare. This is evident from Dr. Lin S near breakdown while desperately searching for a matching energy crystal for him. Yet the problem lies in its extreme rarity, to the point that only Ren E himself can utilize it. Consequently, this crystal forfeits its fundamental role as a general equivalent. Even if taken outside, other anomalies cannot use it, so it naturally lacks recognition. Ren E's thoughts lingered on that pristine white crystal, his gaze slightly vacant. So after all the effort, the rule crystal he crafted, aside from storing surplus positive emotions at a rather inefficient ratio, seemed to have no other practical use. Although this was not a grave problem. After all, besides rule crystals, he could still produce illusion ability crystals, which were always tradable. But reason dictates. Watching one of the only two types of crystals he could make become useless left him with a trace of dissatisfaction. Unable to resist, Ren began to fidget restlessly with the freshly forged energy crystal, turning it over and over beneath his arm. Increasing solid flesh pressure was ineffective. Attempting to pierce it with hardened, sharp limbs yielded no response. Liquefying or energizing it was out of the question. Suddenly, Ren realized he had lost control over a portion of his energy-energized body. There was no pain, just that a segment of limb adjacent to the crystal abruptly vanished. Yet he could clearly perceive that the limb still existed, only it refused to obey any commands, utterly unresponsive. Hurriedly, Ren extended his perception carefully over the energy crystal. Upon inspection, he immediately detected an anomaly. Within the crystal swirled a small cluster of slowly flowing white mist. Originally, the crystal merely emitted a faint glow, but now this ethereal current rendered it extraordinarily mysterious and vibrant. A crystal forged by an anomaly. Was this aesthetic really appropriate? Pulling back the stray thought, Ren had already grasped what was unfolding. He had shattered once again. As for why again, it was because on the third day after his awakening, before he had fully mastered his body, he had fractured once more. It was 3 o'clock in the dead of night when his body suddenly lost control and disassembled, drifting weightlessly all over the room. How to describe the sensation? His consciousness and senses were trapped firmly within a single fragment, forced to helplessly watch the other shards drift like kites with severed strings, floating everywhere. Had he not been at home, those body parts might have drifted away and dissipated on their own. Ultimately, his elder brother arrived, carrying the fragment containing Ren E's primary consciousness, and like playing snake, bit by bit swallowed the scattered body parts back together. In sum, it was yet another bitter chapter best left unremembered. But at least that had happened at home, within the Alliance. Moreover, his brother had witnessed enough of his dark past that Ren was now immune to embarrassment. But where was he now? Within the perilous holy city of another world. No way. After a moment of panic, Ren quickly realized that this time the shattering had not triggered a chain reaction. That small, uncontrollable piece of body quietly nestled inside the energy crystal. Meanwhile, the human form he maintained remained stable, showing no sign of dissolution. What was this? Could an energy crystal serve as a clone? Yet upon further reflection, Ren felt this was incorrect. At most, the energy crystal functioned as an independent container that preserved part of his body and maintained stability. He could not even control the body inside the crystal, so it hardly qualified as a true clone. But what use was this? Could it be preserving a portion of his body as a backup, to resurrect from if his main body died? The thought was immediately dismissed. Stop imagining. He was merely a grade minor anomaly who had yet to fully master his body. How could he possibly possess such an advanced ability? Perhaps there were other applications, but they required verification. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, urgent knocking came from the door. Renyi, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Anyone disturbed just after resting would naturally be displeased. Who is it? He asked, deliberately infusing his tone with a hint of irritation and detachment born from being roused. It's me, your holiness. Outside came a familiar female voice, the same female believer who had led him to the room earlier. May I come in? Ren furrowed his brow, a flicker of suspicion rising. He had spent barely an hour in total browsing forums and studying energy crystals. If this believer had something urgent, why hadn't she mentioned it while guiding him? Returning so soon after leaving seemed highly abnormal. Without revealing his thoughts, he rose and opened the door. As soon as it swung open, the believer smiled radiantly, her grin tinged with an inexplicable boldness, utterly unlike her prior deference. She did not wait for an invitation, but sidled inside and sat directly on the bed. Alarm bells sounded in Run-E's mind. This woman's attitude was off. "Your Holiness, I apologize for disturbing you." The believer gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "But the high priest has just given me new orders." She paused, enunciating every word clearly. "Your Holiness, to be frank, my ability is lie detection. I hope you will cooperate and answer a few questions." Lie detection? Rennie's heart jolted fiercely. If what this believer claimed was true, then he was but one step from exposure. His identity as a divine child was a fabrication. A few key questions would shatter his lies. Evasive, roundabout answers would be futile here, only worsening his predicament. He stealthily summoned his latent illusion seeds while clutching his sole trump card, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Yet simultaneously, an uneasy feeling crept in. If the Holy City possessed lie detection abilities, why had they never been used before? Why allow an ability user to come alone now? At that moment, Ren suddenly sensed the previous feeling of being watched vanish. What was going on? Shouldn't the Watcher have been fixated on him, ready to act at the first sign of irregularity? Could the Watcher have encountered some accident? The odds seemed minuscule. His mind raced, and he conceived a possible scenario. He smirked and arched an eyebrow, his tone sharp. "If you have questions, ask them sooner. If you suspect me, then suspect me openly. If the High Priest truly had concerns, he would come ask me himself. There's no reason to disturb my rest by sending you alone halfway through the night. You said nothing on the way here, then suddenly turned back. Are you ill? Whose orders are you following? Do you think everyone else is drunk while you alone are sober? So you must question those who shouldn't be questioned." If this believer truly had been dispatched by the High Priest, the Watcher would not have vanished at this critical moment. Could it be that something had gone wrong, and the High Priest expected this powerless ability user to handle Rennie alone? Another possibility was that they were not allied, and the Watcher was unaware of this believer's origin. In such an apparent internal struggle within the Holy City, the Watcher would not dare act independently, and must hasten to confirm with the High Priest. Stepping back, if this believer truly possessed lie detection, Ren-E would never cooperate. Having deduced this possibility, he resolved to gamble. Naturally, he would confront her head-on. His original incarnation, Imo Ming, was by no means a true divine scion, but rather a wild hunter scraping by at the lowest rungs of society. So, what justification could a wild hunter, who literally tied his head to his belt and was covered in thorns, have to obey an unfamiliar female cultist unquestioningly? The female cultist's expression stiffened abruptly. Rennie's reaction caught her somewhat off guard. Lord Divine Scion, she narrowed her eyes, maintaining an unyielding gaze since the beginning. "Are you evading my questions out of guilt?" Ren-E returned her glare without hesitation. "I dislike talking to unknown fools." The cultist drew a deep breath, as if forcibly suppressing her anger, yet she continued to fix her eyes on Ren-E. "Even if you refuse to cooperate, I shall ask nonetheless." With that, she stared unflinchingly at Ren-E and began reciting, expressionless. "Are you loyal to the Holy City? Did you complete the dungeon on your own? Are the words you spoke at the Tri-City Conference true? Is your method of salvation genuine?" The cultist's inexplicable obstinacy left Ren-E dumbfounded. "Lady, are you feeling a bit abstract?" He regarded her as if she were mad, but she acted as if oblivious, mechanically reciting the questions while defiantly staring back. Could it be that her supernatural ability was not lie detection, but rather that simply reciting questions aloud in front of someone would yield answers? What nonsense! Even if such a power existed, this low-magic, post-apocalyptic world could hardly accommodate it. What kind of madness was this? Suddenly, Ren-E recalled a joke from his previous life. During transformation, one is invincible. Enemies cannot attack. In that joke, the protagonist performed a series of inexplicable actions to bewilder opponents, who would then stand dumbfounded by the sidelines. So, she was trying to draw his attention and stall for time? Why? If his deduction was correct, the Pope would arrive soon. Stalling would clearly be advantageous for him as the divine scion. Before him, the cultist continued her recitation. "Did you kill your own people in the dungeon? Did you side with the aberrations in the dungeon? You dungeon?" No. Rennie suddenly realized something. The people of the Holy City regarded the aberration dungeons as divine trials. In previous conversations and at the conference, others referred to them as dungeons, but the Holy City's terminology had always been trials. A chill ran down Ren-E's spine. The other two cities' inhabitants clearly could not have come here, so this cultist who was speaking of dungeons was, damn, an aberration. Realizing that the cultist before him was very likely not human, but an aberration infiltrator like himself in the Tri-City world, Ren-E reacted instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his core ability and silently infused a barely perceptible thread of illusion energy into the cultist's brow, planting an illusion seed. Almost simultaneously, he forcefully kicked off the ground, body thrusting backward to crash hard against the door behind him. Bang! The heavy wooden door shattered on impact, with fragments flying. Using this momentum, Ren-E shot out of the room like an arrow from a bow. This classmate had chosen an exceptionally cunning moment. At present, he had no way to openly acknowledge her. Although the owner of the prying sensation had already departed, there was no guarantee that other spies or cameras planted by the Pope were not watching nearby. After all, even Xion City maintained some strange technological level. It was hardly surprising if the Holy City concealed a few surveillance devices. If no one was watching, such devices would not produce the sensation of being spied upon. Explaining himself? Too risky. If his aberration identity were exposed, the two of them might very well be riddled with bullets by the Holy City's guards. Hinting? An even more absurd notion. At this moment, the greatest threat was not the Holy City's spies, but the aberration classmate who had stirred up a hornet's nest. Undoubtedly, this person had painstakingly infiltrated the heart of the church and, disguised as this female cultist, approached him with the sole purpose of triggering her rules and thus utilizing her ability. Now, every additional word spoken, every extra glance, even every breath shared with her could trigger the trap of her rules. Most E-ranked aberrations were glass cannons. If their rules were triggered mutually, they could easily reveal their true forms. What if her power was like Liu Zihan's, charging forward to chop off his head? He certainly could not explain to the Holy City that he was a superpowered being who could reattach a severed head. Such nonsense was only good for fooling himself. Did he take the entire Holy City for idiots? Why would she take such a reckless risk? He came to be the divine scion driven by sufficient incentive. But this aberration, risking exposure to carry out such a near-terrorist operation, was she merely challenging herself or harboring a deeper scheme? At present, her actions were akin to a game just beginning, without even gathering novice equipment, yet already brandishing a wooden club to challenge the final boss. Typical youthful bravado. But the problem was, Ren-E was not a true tiger, merely an aberration cub draped in tigress skin. No choice, this was the path he chose, and he would see it through even on his knees. His foremost goal now was not to defeat her, but to avoid triggering her rules. If the rules were unfortunately activated, he must find a way to preserve Mo Ming's human guise as much as possible under her power. What exactly were her rules? Ren-E's mind raced. With the scant information at hand, it was almost impossible to deduce. Did she require a certain number of words spoken before the target, or to maintain face-to-face contact for a sufficient length of time? In any case, from the fact that she disguised herself as a cultist and entered Ren-E's room, her rules must at least require two preconditions: being in the same space as the target, and most likely some form of interaction with the target. Therefore, Ren-E resolved to flee first, attempting to distance himself from her, hoping to interrupt the triggering conditions of her rules. These thoughts flickered through his mind in an instant. At the very moment Ren-E moved, the cultist almost simultaneously made a move. Calling it a move was inaccurate, for she did not actually move. She merely clenched her silver teeth and stared at Ren-E. Just as Ren-E felt his own ability take effect, the cultist's eyes suddenly appeared abnormally large in his vision, as if filling the entire world. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Her eyes had not actually grown. Rather, her gaze at that moment seemed to solidify in his substance, like two eels, cold and sinister, drilling straight into his eye sockets, as if prying open his eyelids, crushing his cerebral cortex to build a nest within. Was her rule S trigger the gaze? Using the momentum from crashing into the door, Ren-E abruptly fell backward, his spine striking the corridor floor heavily, while twisting his neck to fix his gaze on the ornate ceiling. The instant his sight shifted away, those two parasitic, clinging gazes suddenly lost their target, flailing briefly like fish out of water before quickly withering and dissipating. Her ability's execution had failed. Was it because he himself was an aberration, granting some resistance to her power? Or was the eye contact duration insufficient for the rule to fully take effect? Judging by her frantic stalling earlier, the latter was more likely. Ren-E rose from the floor, keeping his head lowered and eyes fixed on his own toes to avoid further eye contact with the cultist before him. His illusion had already taken effect, but who knew if her power activated merely by her gaze resting on him? Meanwhile, the female cultist no longer had the leisure to concern herself with him. Her eyes were vacant, staring straight ahead, pupils reflecting a distorted scene. None other than the illusion planted by Ren-E. In that fleeting moment, Ren-E had no time to weave a complex illusion. Instead, he straightforwardly unleashed the most terrifying and identity-defining scene he held in his mind. Before the eyes of the female cultist now stood a blazing crimson sunset. In the next instant, a grotesque black-purple fissure abruptly tore open from the center of the setting sun. Furious violet rays intermingled with scorching golden light erupted forth, staining the earth in a shocking hue of purplish red, as if the ground had been drenched in spilled blood. Above in the sky, streams of pitch-black waterfalls cascaded down from the rift. This was the apocalyptic vision Ren-E had witnessed at the culmination of the awakening ritual. It was also the scene collectively witnessed by all the strange spawn upon their awakening. Lord Divine Child. At that moment, a stern shout came from behind Ren-E. He whirled around abruptly to see a middle-aged man clad in dark armor, protecting the pontiff as he hurried toward them. The pontiff's gaze swept over the shattered door panels on the ground, then over Ren-E, dust-covered, and finally settled on the female cultist in the room. Her eyes vacant and dazed. Lord Divine Child, what has transpired here? A problem. Ren-E's heart skipped a beat. But the trouble was not his own. It lay with the strange classmate, disguised as the female cultist. At present, he could not communicate directly with her. Any miscoordination might expose their secret. Haha. Ren-E was about to explain when a light laugh suddenly sounded behind him. Lord Divine Child, your reputation is well-deserved. Ren-E spun around sharply, only to find the female cultist's eyes had regained their clarity. What was going on? He had not yet withdrawn the illusion. Had this classmate dispelled her own illusion? Or did strange beings possess a certain degree of resistance to his abilities? No, his perception confirmed the illusion seed was still firmly rooted between her brows, and the illusion was functioning normally. Before Ren-E could fathom the situation, the female cultist began to act on her own accord. Such a pity. No matter how mighty you are, you will perish beneath the calamities brought by us strange beings. Covering her mouth, the female cultist revealed the smile of a wicked woman. Ren-E was utterly baffled. She should have seen the awakening vision through the illusion already and known that he was one of their kind. He had just been contemplating how to hint at her to cooperate in a stage scene of the Divine Child repelling the strange beings. Yet now, she refused to cooperate as his undercover ally and instead acted independently. Could she have another escape strategy? In that line, what melodramatic soap opera had she been watching? Take her down. Before Ren-E could finish his inner critique, the black-clad man beside the pontiff suddenly waved his hand. Boom! With a tremendous roar. The walls on both sides of the corridor violently trembled as countless clods of earth and stones surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the female cultist, leaving only her head exposed. It turned out this man was a supernatural user capable of manipulating earth and stone. Blood trickled from the corner of the female cultist's lips, yet she merely smiled coldly, remaining immersed in her own world. Lord Divine Child, Pontiff, farewell. No, it is a final goodbye. The moment her words fell, her head suddenly tilted sharply, lifeless. The black-clad man stepped forward briskly, checking her breath before shaking his head. Almost simultaneously, Ren-E clearly sensed the illusion seed lodged in the female cultist's brow abruptly dissipate. Ren-E's illusion seed could only be cast once upon the same individual, but once effective, it remained permanently. Its failure at this moment meant the target of the spell had utterly perished. It was evident that the deceased was the female cultist herself, not his reckless classmate. How'd she manage this? Recalling their brief confrontation earlier, Ren-E roughly pieced together the sequence of events. This classmate's ability was likely akin to possession. The full rule was probably that by maintaining eye contact with a target for a certain duration, one could enter the other's mind and seize control of their body. Likely, the longer the eye contact, the higher the chance of success. Clearly, this classmate had adopted a high-risk, high-reward strategy. She probably waited until the female cultist led her back to the room, then seized the opportunity to possess her. Using the cultist's identity, she intended to return and plot against Ren-E, the Divine Child. But she anticipated that the coveted identity had already been claimed by Ren-E, who was now an undercover agent. The possession failed, and she was caught red-handed by the pontiff. In a bold move, she even taunted him face to face. Presumably aware that things had gone awry, she helped Ren-E by elevating his status before abandoning the cultist's body, fleeing with her own soul or consciousness. As for why the illusion failed, it was likely because during possession, she did not completely erase the cultist's consciousness. Therefore, after the illusion took effect, she employed some ability or transferred control back to the cultist herself, thereby shifting the illusion onto the cultist's true self. Though the initial impression was less than ideal, she seemed to be a formidable ally. Lord Divine Child, this incident was my negligence. Nearby, the pontiff's expression was grim. Please follow me. I will summon the church's knights to ensure your safety. He then turned toward the black-clad man, his voice icy. Gawain, at your command. The black-clad man immediately dropped to one knee, the clash of his armor ringing crisply. By the grace of the divine, I shall not fail your trust and will protect Lord Divine Child thoroughly. Only then did the pontiff turn to run, his tone earnest. Lord Divine Child, Gawain is the church's most skilled defensive knight commander. With him present, what transpired today shall never recur. Randy watched the two of them harmonizing so seamlessly. His mind as clear as a mirror. This was no protection. It was a blatant transfer of the previous covert surveillance personnel to openly watch over him. This Gawain was undoubtedly the voyeur from before. No need. He lifted his head, his face awash with perfectly measured indignation. I've only just grasped a thread of the divine power bestowed upon me, and now this strange being has disturbed me, throwing my mind into chaos. I merely wish to rest. Lord Divine Child, I beg your pardon. Gawain knelt abruptly, his voice resounding. I vow that from this day forth, no suspicious person shall come within half a step of you. He smiled coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. You'd better. Having vented his anger outwardly, he descended the steps and followed the pontiff and Gawain to another, more luxurious chamber. This time, Gawain summoned the church's knights. Armed knights formed layers of defense around the room, making it impenetrable even to a fly. Gawain himself stood guard outside the door, issuing strict orders. Anyone wishing to meet the Divine Child must come in a group of 3 to supervise one another. Leaning against the headboard, he observed the heavily guarded knights outside the window, unable to suppress a snide thought. The defense looks formidable, but if a strange being skilled in group assaults like the Wutong tree appeared, wouldn't you all just be blown away? Of course, he only entertained the thought briefly. A strange being of Wutong tree's caliber could never enter the 3 cities world. He sat on the bed, his back against the wall, closing his eyes. Though seemingly resting, his consciousness had already delved into the strange web for him. This possessing strange being now knew the secret that the Holy City's Divine Child was one of the strange beings. He had to check immediately whether she had been spreading rumors on the forum. Logically, she should be cooperating with him, right? Opening the feudal superstition eradication squad thread. A line of fresh messages caught Ren's eye. Look what you made me do. Folks, I just tested that Divine Child who passed the dungeon. Guess what? Ren's vision darkened. Obviously, this user named, Look What You Made Me Do, was none other than the possessing strange being from before. Already posting on the forum, her internet speed was impressive. He helplessly covered his face. Now he was truly at a loss. Posting a message now in the forum would be tantamount to drawing unnecessary attention to oneself. Sending her a private message? Friends can only be added face to face. Although it was possible to implore the peculiar ones to keep the secret, this group, with Randy's furrowed brow, was anything but reliable. One must understand that, abstract as it might seem, these peculiar individuals were essentially fresh high school graduates, in a rebellious phase of life, fearless and reckless. It was entirely possible that some troublemaker or gossip would turn around and spill the news. In truth, Rennie did not mind. During the last few days after completing his tasks, using his identity as much as he could to provide some conveniences for his classmates. But that would have to wait until after he had eradicated the den of mutant beasts, completed his mission, and gathered sufficient energy crystals. He abhorred the sensation of losing control over matters. In the forum, the post from What's Your Problem had just been sent out when a swarm of curious peculiar ones immediately converged upon it. The messages flooding in at a rapid pace. The most annoying earthbound spirit. Damn, you're awesome, boss. You actually dared to seek out the passer? The head-harvesting young lady. Oh my god, boss, please be careful. Did you shake off the pursuers? Are you hurt? To you, facing the corpse tomb. So, is that Divine Child really as formidable as they say? What's your problem? What's your problem? Formidable indeed. My ability didn't even take effect. What is your problem? Anyway, a word of advice. Don't set your sights on him. If it weren't for my special ability allowing me to escape, I almost got taken down there today. What is your problem? Just pick the easy targets, folks. Don't go provoking that fool who's single-mindedly hunting mutant beasts. He stared at the word fool on the screen, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. This, what's your problem, seemed reluctant to expose him outright. But what was with the subtle sarcasm embedded in those words? Was it childish or what? Below, the messages continued to refresh. The head-harvesting young lady. Understood, boss. Got it, boss. To you, facing the corpse tomb. That's like saying nothing at all. How was he planning to get close to that so-called divine child anyway? The most annoying earthbound spirit. Boss, what are your plans next? What is your problem? I'll probably go out with the extermination squad. Maybe I can settle the score with that divine child. What is your problem? Just kidding. Once again, I remind you all, I only went because of my special ability. Don't try to die like me, family. Ren, he finally grasped the situation. His luck was good. What is your problem? Did not seem intent on doing anything harmful or self-destructive, nor did she recklessly intend to unmask him. Yet she was aware that he had access to the forum. So the veiled message lurking between the lines, I will come looking for you. What exactly did that imply? Ren, he massaged his temples. There was no choice. Now that he was in the open and his movements were restricted, he could only wait for, what is your problem, to make the first move. But no matter what, with the identity of the divine child on his shoulders, he held more cards. He just hoped she wouldn't cause a big commotion again. Worrying was pointless. Ren, he reined in his thoughts and refocused his consciousness on his arm. It was better to make good use of this rare downtime to craft more energy crystals and store energy within his body. Though he knew this was merely a temporary solution, Ren's craftsmanship improved rapidly after successfully creating one crystal, but he was interrupted after producing just over a dozen. Gao, when entered, pushing the door open with 2 guards behind him. Your Excellency, the time to depart has arrived. He looked up toward the window. The sky was pitch black, not a single star visible in the night. It was the darkest hour of the day, the dead of night. Yet the holy city presented quite a different scene. Lights blazed, voices mingled with the roar of machinery, and countless vehicles had already assembled outside the city, fully prepared. Ren followed Gao to a pickup truck, its design sacred and exquisitely decorated. His lips twitched, but he suppressed the urge to grimace. Understandable, it was the apocalypse. After all, the pontiff was already seated in the back seat, evidently having waited a long while. Gao expertly took the driver's seat, and as the engine roared to life, the pickup slowly moved forward. The massive convoy behind them followed suit, heading out of the city. Ren leaned back in the front passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. He did not know how long it would take to reach their destination, nor did he intend to ask. And Mo Ming, the wilderness hunter, should be aware of the location of the large mutant beast den. Yet he said nothing. Instead, the pontiff spoke first. We should arrive at Star City before noon. Star City? Ren's eyelid twitched violently, barely maintaining his composure. What was that? Xin City? Was he going to rendezvous with Lu Zihan? No, impossible. He recalled that when he had checked the forum during the day, the photos of Xin City were taken at night. This holy city and Xin City were worlds apart. Fortunately, the pontiff continued quickly. To prevent the sudden arrival of that rule, our plan is to conduct a small team operation. If we disregard casualties, the area should be mostly cleared within 2 days. However, regarding live sacrifices, we are unsure if the final count will meet the requirements of our god. So this Star City was not the Xin City he knew. This Star City was the mutant beast's lair. I will enter the city with the troops. Run, he said calmly, eyes still closed. Your Excellency, your venerable body. The pontiff began. Ren impatiently opened his eyes, his face owned by Mo Ming brimming with displeasure. At such a critical moment, I believe there is no need for such insincere tests. The pontiff nodded graciously. I spoke out of turn. Ren yisikit outdardi. I understand your lingering doubts. There are indeed matters I wish to discuss with you regarding the final ritual. Before he finished speaking, he opened his palm. A round crystal shimmering with ethereal light materialized out of thin air. This, Ren's voice carried a hint of profound mystery, is the divine bestowed crystal obtained after the live sacrifice. I have been slaying mutant beasts along the way back to the holy city, expending much effort, yet I have only managed to forge this single crystal. The pontiff gazed at the crystal in Ren's hand, his eyes flickering momentarily. He reached out, accepting the energy crystal and examining it carefully. Ren sat leisurely to the side, a subtle, barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This energy crystal belonged to their peculiar power system. Naturally, the pontiff could discern no secrets within it. Since its essence was unknowable, he could only judge by its appearance. To be fair, the energy crystal forged was indeed flawless in appearance. The old pontiff scrutinized it for a long moment before slowly setting down, his expression returning to a serene calm. Indeed, there is no doubt it is a divine artifact. May I ask, what is the function of this divine bestowed crystal? Clearly, seeing no visible effect yet maintaining such an expression, Rennie thought, keep up the act. He sighed softly and continued. That is precisely the core issue I wish to discuss with you. The divine oracle informed me that this crystal is the core sacred object that embodies our faith. He deliberately emphasized the word faith. Only by gathering a sufficient amount of devout belief can we successfully summon our God during the final sacrifice. At this point, a perfectly measured hint of hesitation and confusion flickered across Ren-Es face. But for now, I have yet to fathom the deeper meaning of the oracle. I do not understand how to collect faith, nor how to infuse that faith's power into the crystal. This so-called divine bestowed crystal was undoubtedly the rule crystal containing part of Ren-Es' own body. The reason he suddenly took out the crystal he had intended to hide was naturally due to the unexpected manifestation of the cloning ability. Although uncontrollable, it still carried some of his essential attributes as part of his body. So, what would happen if someone developed a positive emotion toward this divine bestowed crystal? He was deeply curious. On the other side, the pontiff lowered his head and pondered silently for a moment after hearing Ren-Es' words. I am convinced that the oracle harbors profound meanings, far beyond the grasp of mere mortals like us. My lord, the divine child, why not entrust this crystal to me? The pontiff's tone was earnest. I shall deliver it to the most devout believers within the city for study and contemplation. Perhaps they might uncover the method to converge faith more swiftly. That remark piqued Ren-Es' interest. Naturally, at this critical juncture between life and death, it was only fitting that the most faithful followers of our deity unite in solidarity to overcome these trials. Pika continued to race through the wilderness, and silence once again enveloped the carriage. He leaned against the seat, appearing to rest with closed eyes, yet in truth, he was covertly attuned to the subtle shifts in the surrounding environment. Time passed unknowingly until the scout vehicle ahead sent a signal. Gawain gradually decelerated and spoke in a solemn tone. My lord, the divine child, and your holiness, we have arrived at the Star City. Ren-Es and the pontiff simultaneously raised their eyes to the horizon, where the colossal outline of a city had already begun to emerge. As they drew nearer, the full visage of Star City came into view. It was a city steeped in science fiction aesthetics, now a shattered metropolis. Towering metallic spires, once piercing the clouds, lay mostly collapsed, leaning askew amid the ruins. Occasionally, the wind swept through, emitting mournful moans, like the lamentations of this dead city. Despite its dilapidated state, the surviving architectural frameworks and intricate metal components bore witness to the dazzling technological civilization the city once possessed at its zenith. Set up camp here, the pontiff commanded decisively, issuing orders for all units to rest in place and convene a battle meeting in half an hour. The command was swiftly disseminated. The vast convoy halted methodically in an open area several kilometers from Star City, and soldiers, each fulfilling their roles, quickly erected a temporary encampment. Ren-Es stood at the camp's edge, his gaze stretching toward the lifeless Star City. It was midday, and a thin ray of sunlight pierced the somber clouds, striking the shards of glass on the tallest remaining tower, refracting a dazzling beam of white light. Beyond that, an oppressive stillness prevailed. No howls of mutated beasts, no chirps of insects. This place bore no resemblance to the rumored perilous lairs of monstrous creatures. Instead, it resembled a monument to civilization erected in the wilderness, silently narrating tales of past grandeur. Ren-Es strolled to the camp's fringe, his eyes crossing the barren expanse to rest upon the dead city. Not far behind, Gawain followed suit, having wandered the base for nearly half an hour since setting up camp, inspecting every corner. Throughout, he discreetly observed the troops within the camp. The attire of the Holy City forces was intriguing, a fusion of camouflage and clerical robes, coupled with an array of swords, spears, and halberds slung across their backs. To Ren-Es' eyes, they appeared somewhat incongruous, evoking a sense of avant-garde artistry. Earlier, the pontiff had excused himself under the pretense of discussing the research on the energy crystal. Without the pontiff's restraint, Gawain was powerless to impede Ren-Es, and thus silently permitted him to move freely within the camp. Yet, Ren-Es' intent was merely to amble casually, familiarizing himself with the troops at close range. Around him, as faces registered Ren-Es' presence and that of Gawain nearby, gazes converged. These looks were laden with complex emotions, reverence and suspicion, hope and dread, all interwoven and permeating the camp. Ren-Es subtly sensed the increase in the glowing points on his arm. The positive emotions collected were fewer than anticipated. It seemed his drive to push this sacrificial extermination operation had indeed unsettled some. Beyond gathering energy, Ren-Es began deliberately planting seeds of illusion within those who failed to offer him positive sentiments. Perhaps he would need to prepare some performances to stabilize the morale. As he pondered quietly, an indescribable sense of oppression descended without warning. It was a silence beyond words. The wind, the clatter of weapons, the murmurs of soldiers, all sounds were instantaneously stripped away, as if swallowed whole by an omnipresent void. The very air between heaven and earth was drained in an instant. Suffocation gripped every throat. Ren-Es body bristled with goosebumps, muscles tensing sharply. Beneath his human guise, his true form involuntarily curled inward, a shudder originating deep within his soul, crawling along his spine and suffusing his entire being. Before his eyes, everyone in the camp was seized by the same state. Ordinary soldiers and those clearly marked as espers alike froze motionless, eyes wide open, fixed unblinkingly on the distant sky. The silence endured for several breaths before a faint sound abruptly pierced the stillness. Tick! The sound brushed past his ear like a gentle breeze, yet amidst the profound quietude, it deafened. Following that single sound, the surroundings gradually stirred to life. Some could no longer maintain composure. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, scattering weapons and equipment about. A jeep in the distance failed to brake in time, crashing heavily into a nearby off-road vehicle, triggering a cacophony of alarms. Yet none attended to this chaos. All soldiers, espers, and even Gowan remained rigid, their eyes unflinching, locked on the far-off sky. "What is this?" Gowan rasped, barely able to utter the words, his voice hoarse as a cracked gong. Rennie gave no reply, but slowly turned his gaze toward the sky beyond Star City. Farther still, at the boundary where Earth meets sky, amidst darkened clouds, a patch of the sky appeared absent, blending almost seamlessly into the black firmament. That portion of the heavens seemed transformed into a substance beyond Ren-Es comprehension. The void resembled plastic melted through by a lighter, its edges flowing with viscous, slick liquid akin to diluted oil paint. This liquid, influenced by gravity, undulated into droplet shapes, trailing long tails as they drifted downward from sky. The scene was so surreal that, for a fleeting moment, Rennie felt as if this world beneath his feet were nothing more than a toy castle crafted from clay and plastic. As for the gap itself, it was an emptiness. Far above, in the depths of that emptiness, something appeared to be slowly descending along the rift. Ren-E recognized this feeling. It was the auxiliary rule, or, as it should now be called, the calamity rule. Who triggered the calamity rule? Was it the City of Fire or the City of Kings? No. The calamity rule spreads and intensifies in the early stages of the world's demise, so this might merely be a natural expansion. Does this mean the calamity rule disperses randomly? Ren blinked slowly. After the initial dread, he continued to stare at the void, which no longer seemed to emit the same oppressive aura. After all, there was almost nothing there. The vacant patch in the sky was simply too distant for Ren-E to discern what the land beneath the calamity was enduring. But no distant calamity could affect him here. Ren-E turned back to the camp. The positive emotions once flowing had dissipated with the onset of silence. Now, panic reigned supreme. The pontiff's earlier concerns were justified. If these feelings of fear and despair were considered pain, and if the calamity rule had indeed spread here, everyone in this place would be wiped out in an instant. Ren-E noticed the pontiff hastening through the crowd toward him. Nearby, Gowan's expression no longer bore calm. His restless gaze flicked repeatedly between Ren-E and the pontiff. "My lord, the divine child." The pontiff addressed Ren-E directly upon arrival. "Ren, you know it. I told you, through live broadcast alone, you could not grasp the terror of confronting him directly." The pontiff fell silent for a moment, but refrained from delving further into the subject. "Your Excellency, the divine child, we have encountered a bit of a predicament. Restoring the army's combat effectiveness will require some time. Our plans might need to be postponed." "No, perhaps allow me to give it a try." Ren-E shook his head. "Prepare some mutated beasts for me. Do you intend to inspire the troops yourself?" The pontiff was taken aback. "No, it is the will of our God that will rouse them." Ren-E replied calmly. He exchanged a few brief words with the pontiff, prompting him to immediately dispatch personnel to gather the scattered troops, while sending trusted agents to capture several mutated beasts nearby as offerings. Given the circumstances, it would be best to bring forward the performance we had prepared earlier. Compared to pale words, tangible miracles are always far more convincing. Ren-E never fancied himself possessing the charismatic aura to rally thousands with a mere call, nor did he boast the eloquence to inspire unwavering loyalty through a single speech. However, he possessed special effects. Moreover, after his recent stroll through the camp, he had already sown the seeds of illusions deep within the hearts of those most likely to doubt him. Of course, he was merely attempting to expedite the pacification process, for these people would soon be working for him. To ensure his own safety, he had been continuously deploying his abilities along the way. The energy truly harvested from the inhabitants of the Holy City was limited. Henceforth, having them assist in capturing mutated beasts would be the main endeavor. As the ultimate beneficiary, he too grew anxious watching the cattle and horses flounder fruitlessly. He had already devised the content of the performance. Before this vast assembly, he would publicly forge an illusionary crystal. Creating an ability crystal was far more challenging than a rule crystal. Thus, Ren-Es' prior method of establishing a small workshop within his body was ineffective, and to this day, he had yet to produce a single ability crystal. Yet, from his experience in crafting rule crystals, Ren-E knew that if he did not deliberately conceal the process, the spectacle would be quite captivating. Escorted by Gawain, Ren-E stepped out of the camp and stood atop a gently elevated earthen mound. This vantage point was ideal. Both the nearby soldiers and those at the rear of the camp could clearly behold his figure. The Pontiff's direct subordinates had already prepared 3 mutated beasts, old acquaintances. The large flesh-colored centipedes he had seen before. Even subdued, they writhed incessantly. Ren-E instructed Gawain to arrange the centipedes into a circle, explaining that it lent a greater sense of ritual. As for the happenings within the camp, Ren-E paid no heed, merely informing the pontiff in passing that he intended to publicly demonstrate the divine oracle. The art of feigning divine manifestations was surely the pontiff's forte. Disregarding the commotion behind him, Ren-E slowly drew the dagger at his waist and plunged it into the mouths of the 3 mutated beasts. Crimson blood gushed forth, swiftly soaking the earth beneath his feet, the pungent metallic scent wafting on the breeze. At the very moment the blood mist spread, he gently raised his right hand. In the next instant, a translucent white mist emerged, swirling around him with an eerie dizziness, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Then, countless glimmers of golden light appeared within the fog, resembling scattered stars, gradually converging in his palm to form a dazzling orb the size of a human head. The orb shimmered and rotated, brilliant yet not blinding, standing out vividly beneath the overcast sky. Among the crowd, the Pontiff's planted agents began directing the gaze of the assembly toward Ren-E's position. Silently, Ren-E activated his ability, focusing on those soldiers in whose minds he had already implanted the illusion seeds. Within their vision, a wondrous scene unfolded. The crystal's radiance in Ren-E's palm surged abruptly, transforming into a resplendent beam piercing the heavens. While his own figure was bathed in this light, becoming sacred and majestic, that golden pillar of light seemed imbued with life, extending toward a dark void in the distant sky, visually filling that terrifying emptiness. Among the crowd, some, whether agents of the pontiff or genuinely influenced by Ren, began to stir. Look, behold the divine child. A soldier was the first to react, grabbing his comrade's arm and pointing toward Ren-E. Voices nearby raised in enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, I see it. The divine child is protecting us. That crystal is a blessing from God. Their shouts instantly captured the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Some cast their gaze in the indicated direction, though they could not perceive the void being filled. They clearly saw the faint glow surrounding Ren-E and the extraordinary orb hovering in his palm. Those affected by the illusions grew increasingly fervent, and some began devoutly praying in Ren-E's direction. The contagious nature of collective emotion manifested vividly at this moment. What began as sparse prayers soon swelled, as more and more influenced individuals joined, spreading an atmosphere of piety that rapidly permeated the soldiers nearby, gradually shaking their resolve. They watched their praying comrades, and then the otherworldly crystal in Ren-E's palm. Their fear slowly gave way to curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope. Did I fail to see the light filling the void because I was not devout enough? Whispers rippled through the crowd, and growing numbers began to voluntarily approach Ren-E's direction, imitating their peers by bowing their heads in prayer. This was the Holy City's ingrained virtue, unwavering devotion that made them readily believe in the existence of miracles. Gawain, standing closest, fixed his eyes on the beam soaring into the heavens, his pupils widening and breath quickening. Having accompanied Ren-E all along, he had naturally been implanted with an illusion seed, now fully immersed in the awe of witnessing a miracle. Among the crowd, the pontiff silently observed Ren-E's side without uttering a word. Ren-E felt the increasing number of positive emotional glimmers gathering on his arm, yet remained unmoved within. He understood all too well that this maneuver might not completely pacify everyone, but it was sufficient. His goal had never been to save these people, merely to quell their panic temporarily and turn them into tools for capturing mutated beasts. More importantly, he seized this opportunity to unveil the energy crystal before the masses. Plans could never keep pace with change. He had originally intended to rely on the Pontiff to help test his physically enhanced energy crystal, but now that seemed superfluous. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Beyond the positive sentiments directed at the divine child, another wave of favorable emotion toward the divine artifact itself emerged. And this positive energy was slowly being absorbed into the crystal in his hand. Rennie fiddled with it, quickly grasping the underlying principle. As part of his body, the energy crystal contained a fragment of his physical form, which also possessed the instinct to perceive and absorb positive emotions. While his own absorption capacity had reached its limit, this crystal, composed of aggregated energy particles, acted like a sponge with an electromagnetic field, drawing in the dispersed positive emotional energy. When he later reclaimed this fragment of his body, he would be able to extract the stored energy from the crystal as well. What was this, if not an energy collector for his energy crystal incarnation? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized that beyond serving as an external energy collector, this method might have other applications. His gaze shifted to the illusion ability crystal in his hand. The difficulty in crafting an illusion energy crystal lay not only in condensing energy, but also in inscribing the rule arrays within the crystal. Only in this way could pure energy be transformed into concrete illusion abilities upon use. Though the production was elaborate, this illusion crystal's capability was actually quite simple. Within a 3-meter radius, it could plant a single visual illusion on a target not yet implanted with an illusion. No, this was planting an illusion, not implanting an illusion seed. In other words, the contents of each illusion crystal are fixed. They must be predetermined prior to use and can only be employed once. However, the timing of activating the illusion is at the user's discretion. Unlike Run-ES innate ability, where the illusion seeds he plants can be reused to create different illusions, the illusions contained within these crystals are single-use. The crucial point lies in the crystal's operational logic. After selecting the target within a designated range and setting the illusion's content, one must adjust the rule array to the activated state. Upon successful activation and depletion of energy, the array loses support and will self-destruct after a period. Yet, as long as the trigger conditions are unmet, the crystal remains unconsumed. If one were to infuse a portion of their body into the crystal, continuously absorbing positive emotions to replenish energy, and the crystal only activates once a target is locked, wouldn't it be possible to use it indefinitely? Simply put, the crystal's ability would transform into continuously disseminating the same delayed trigger illusion to those nearby, as long as energy is replenished. An active, one-time use effect would effectively become a passive, infinitely reusable one. Is this still an energy crystal? What have I created? A sinister artifact? Do such artifacts require bodily sacrifice to forge? Quite so. That is indeed eerie. Would that mean I could, in a literal physical sense, sell myself for wealth in the future? Of course, this is merely a thought experiment. First and foremost, this crystal certainly cannot be classified as a sinister artifact. At best, it is a severely diluted version of one, constrained too much by its fixed content. Moreover, slight bodily damage can slowly recover, but if the loss is extensive, remediation becomes difficult. Ren-E slowly withdrew the radiant light from his palm, and the illusion energy crystal, about the size of a human head, shrank accordingly, transforming into a streak of golden light that merged into his palm and vanished. He spoke no further, turning to walk toward the camp, followed closely by Gowan. Wherever he passed, the previously crowded throng instinctively stepped back, willingly clearing a smooth path. Throughout, Ren-E's lips were tightly pressed into a straight line, maintaining a cool and detached demeanor, his gaze unwavering as he strode forward. Upon returning to the campus center, the pontiff was already waiting. Seeing Ren-E approach, the latter did not wait for a greeting, but immediately proclaimed, "Your Holiness, I have discovered a method to collect faith using the divine-granted crystals." His expression bore that of exasperation, as if to say, "None of you could manage this. It's all thanks to me." He then earnestly endeavored to imagine the ornate rhetoric of the clergy. The recently manifested divine-granted crystals are the supreme core for gathering faith and summoning our deity. One must select several of the most devout believers to perform scheduled worship daily. During worship, the faithful must hold sincere reverence, silently recite the name of our God, and transmit their faith's power into the crystal. Remember, individual faith is ultimately limited. Ren-E shifted his tone, adding, therefore, the crystals must frequently change holders, allowing more devout followers to be baptized and blessed, thereby maximizing the amassed power. The pontiff remained silent for a moment, seemingly slowly translating and digesting Ren-Es words. After a lengthy pause, he nodded gently and inquired, "How do we determine when the divine-granted crystal has fully gathered the power of faith?" This question could no longer be answered with vague or ambiguous responses. Fortunately, the answer was straightforward and honest. It depends on the brightness of the light points inside. When the light points reach their utmost brilliance and cease to increase, it indicates the capacity is full. And how many are required? The pontiff pressed further. At least 1,000. Ren-Es reply was resolute. This figure was not arbitrary. He had consulted Dr. Lin, learning that the energy ratio required for each upgrade of the sinister artifacts roughly increased tenfold. Given that his progress bar from E to D rank was 100, it was reasonable to infer that the next promotion from D to C rank would likely require a progress bar of 1,000. The 1,000 crystals were thus preparation for the upgrade. The energy collected within would naturally become his private reserve. It should be noted that subsequent dungeons often impose population limits, making opportunities to harvest energy indiscriminately from the entire world akin to an all-you-can-eat buffet increasingly rare before he truly obtained his own dungeon. Therefore, Ren-E was determined to earn in one fell swoop all the necessary provisions to ascend to C rank within this three-city world. The pontiff was quite cooperative. In Ren-E's estimation, he was almost overly cooperative, as if utterly unconcerned about the stability of his own position, having become nothing more than a mouthpiece for Ren-Es commands. Was this due to genuine purity and sincere faith in the deity called Azure? Or was there another scheme lurking beneath? Ren-E lowered his eyelids, masking the thoughts in his eyes. It mattered little, as he only required the pontiff's brief cooperation. The pontiff soon departed to arrange the troops' entry and cleansing of the city. Ren-E, however, did not follow the main force, but instead, under Gawain's guidance, proceeded to the tedious temporary tent within the camp. He needed a quiet space to process the substantial gains from his recent performance. The influx of faith and emotion had been overwhelmingly abundant. His arms were now covered in golden light points, and he had to swiftly transform this energy into crystals to solidify it completely and prevent loss. After closing the door to block outside noise, Ren-E finally exhaled. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Gawain lingered outside, the faint sensation of being watched occasionally surfacing. But now Ren-E could openly craft energy crystals. He raised his hand and flipped it, revealing a wisp of golden energy halo in his palm, the very essence of the positive emotions just gathered. Feeling the contained energy, Ren-E hesitated briefly. Which type of crystal should he refine? Rule crystals were the most secure choice. These crystals lacked complex effects. Their core function was to collect positive emotional energy on a large scale and continuously, solidifying the gains from his performance and allowing energy to accumulate exponentially thereafter. The allure of ability crystals was also strong. As their name implies, ability crystals could hold specific supernatural powers, brimming with potential for mischief. Whether for self-defense or causing chaos at critical moments to achieve objectives, they were far more practical than rule crystals, which merely gathered energy. Yet with a shift of thought, given the current circumstances, using crystals integrated into his own body as long-term energy collectors, passively harvesting faith energy seemed to negate the need for mischief. More importantly, ability crystals carried significant usage restrictions. They required presetting the illusion's content, if crafted now and handed to the Holy City's people without preset illusions. The crystals would be mere ornamental objects, utterly useless. Additionally, because they inscribed rule arrays internally, their energy-carrying capacity was markedly inferior to that of rule crystals, making them a poor choice for energy collection. Ren-E weighed these considerations briefly and began crafting. It was not until evening that he slowly emerged from the tent. Gawain awaited outside and hastily saluted upon seeing him. "Accompany me for a walk. There are some matters I wish to ask you," Ren-E said indifferently. He had crafted roughly over 100 energy crystals. 10 were ability crystals, the rest rule crystals. However, he cannot reveal them yet. The agreed-upon method required sacrificial blood from a mutated beast to craft them. Revealing them prematurely would expose the secret. As for the present, Ren-E appraised Gawain. Previously, when performing special effects, he had treated this older man well. As a loyal knight under the pontiff, Gawain's devoutness had not disappointed Ren-E. At least now, his gaze had softened somewhat, and the previously sporadic feeling of being watched appeared to wrestle with itself. In that case, matters inconvenient to question the pontiff about might be probed here. How are preparations on the troop front? Ren-E walked ahead, his gaze sweeping over the now somewhat sparse encampment, casually inquiring. We have basically confirmed the locations of 4 mutated beast layers, Gao Wen responded. Traps are already being set. Ren Yi nodded. What he wanted were live mutated beasts, but naturally, it was impossible to capture each one individually. Therefore, after deliberations on the part of the Holy City, a plan was devised that, though it might incur some losses, promised exceptional efficiency. The plan was straightforward. First locate the mutated beasts' lairs, then lure out the adult mutated beasts. Although conventional firearms were not particularly effective against mutated beasts, as the saying goes, all fear originates from insufficient firepower. If guns proved ineffective, then grenades and RPGs would be deployed. If bullets failed, the explosive shockwaves would surely have some effect. Moreover, due to the peculiar resistances of these mutated beasts, heavy firepower was unlikely to kill them outright. At most, it could stun them. For Ren Yi, this was ideal. When the beasts were stunned, he could finish them off one by one. Besides, the lairs themselves were a focal point. According to estimates from the Holy City, mutated beast lairs most likely concealed their offspring, which meant another opportunity to harvest energy. By cleansing the 4 layers in this manner, the entire Star City's mutated beasts could be purged within a short span. This also meant that he could amass a considerable amount of energy. During this period, he need not expend any ability guarding against those around him. The energy gained from each slain mutated beast would be pure profit. The plan was set. At that moment, Ren Yi noticed a commotion emanating from the camp not far off. His eyes flickered. It seemed the person he was expecting was arriving. Taking advantage of the main force's departure, Ren Yi slipped out to stroll around. Besides getting some fresh air, he had a more important purpose. He had said he would blend into the outbound party, yet she had not shown up so far. Ren Yi bore no ill will toward this classmate, but judging by her various perilous actions, he suspected she was not merely freeloading meals. Communicating through the forum was too inefficient. It was better to have a brief face-to-face contact to add each other as friends, so as to prevent any further conflict between their plans. Now, with only Gao Wen, a tenacious tag-along, beside him, this was the sparsest his entourage had ever been. In short, what is wrong with you? Classmate, please show up soon. Ren Yi sent out signals as openly as possible to initiate conversation. Sure enough, after standing outside for less than a moment, there was movement. However, the visitor was somewhat different from what Ren Yi had imagined. He slowly tilted his head back, looking up at the vast shadow suddenly looming overhead, his mind momentarily blanking. What was this thing? A wall? A gorilla from another world? A mutated beast man? Before him stood a towering man at least 8 feet 2 inches tall, with arms as thick as Ren Yi's waist. His bulging muscles were sharply defined, veins writhing like earthworms across them, creating a striking visual impact. Ren Yi looked up slightly. His gaze reached only the man's chest. Naturally, he had no intention of locking eyes with this iron tower, who might well be his "What's wrong with you?" classmate. Even without seeing his face, Ren Yi could feel 2 scorching beams of gaze, akin to powerful lasers, firmly fixed on him. So, there really was a double-door refrigerator in this world. Ren Yi had seen many bizarre and unreasonable things, but a person who appeared so rational yet subtly unreasonable was a first. He recalled that flesh enhancement type supernaturals in this world usually looked quite normal. Could it be that he originally looked like this? For a moment, Ren Yi doubted his own judgment. He had always assumed "What is wrong with you?" was a female classmate, although strangeness itself might transcend gender, since the Alliance cultivated humans according to gender. Generally, one had a self-identified gender. "What do you want, Terrell?" Gao Wen's voice chilled the air beside him. The double-door refrigerator called Terrell ignored Gao Wen, lowered his head, turned toward Ren Yi, and emitted a muffled sound like a bell toll. "Of course, I came to see our divine child." "Your Highness, divine child. What are you staring at me for?" Ren Yi. He mistaken. He trapped in a stereotype and deeply reflecting on it. It was obvious that this Terrell was the new body of his "What's wrong with you?" classmate, and evidently, having learned from past experience, he started with the password. Gao Wen turned to look at Ren Yi, only to find that the divine child had already turned his head aside. He was gazing into the distant sky with a depth as if seeing through heaven and earth, pondering the fate of the Holy City and the future of humanity. Not sparing a glance this way. Frowning, Gao Wen snapped at Terrell. "Terrell, step back. I can't control you wrestling people in the arena every day, but the divine child is not someone you can provoke." Wrestling? A wrestling match flashed through Ren Yi's mind, as seen on television. He recalled that before the match began, both parties had to stare at each other for quite some time. So, taking down this muscular brute would indeed be no great feat for his "What's wrong with you?" classmate. Ren Yi sighed, still staring into the distance, not offering the two behind him a single extra glance. "Gao Wen, let him come over." We are all children of our Lord. Blood binds us. He will not harm me. Terrell. No. Rather, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing this, sneered and jerked his chin toward Gawain. Did you hear that, knight? The divine child and I are the same. We both clawed our way out from piles of mutated beast corpses outside the city, sharing the same blood, unlike you lofty bigwigs. This elder sibling was implying they were on the same side. Given the peculiar nature of what is wrong with you, ability, Ren-Y could not immediately determine whether he or she had previously been a man disguised as a woman or now a woman disguised as a man. Beside them, Gawain was momentarily speechless, stammering. Ren-Y turned toward him, patting his shoulder in reassurance. Then face what is wrong with you? Again, of course. He still avoided looking into the person's eyes. Terrell, greetings. Is there something you need? Ren-Y extended his hand in a gesture of handshake. The immediate priority was to establish contact and add a friend on the shadow web. Yeah, what is wrong with you? Took a half step back, avoiding his hand, and persistently pressed. Your Highness Divine Child, you have yet to answer my question. What were you staring at me for just now? Ren-Y fell silent again. This classmate, was he or she overly fixated on this password? Did he or she intend to take action? Was this an attempt to trigger some kind of rule? He quickly reviewed the situation in his mind. First, they were all newly awakened fledglings, making it nearly impossible to rise to C rank in a short time, thus ruling out a second rule. The rule of what is wrong with you was clear. Prolonged eye contact could enable possession. It had nothing to do with conversation. So what was he or she competing over? Could he or she possess a mysterious artifact that activated through conversation? But if that were the case, why hadn't he or she used it during the previous attack? A rule triggered by mere dialogue would be much easier than prolonged eye contact. Was it a kind of single-use energy crystal? That made no sense either. Before him, what is wrong with you? Was also engaged in intense mental deliberation. Their fixation on the password S logic was quite simple. Their ability allowed them, before completely digesting a soul, to return control to the body S owner. Who knew if the divine child before him was a similar case? What if the other S ability was to implant a second personality into the divine child S mind? If the one before him was the true divine child persona, wouldn't his reckless hints expose him? The two thus engaged in a battle of wits and courage with the air for several seconds. But ultimately Ren-Y was the first to concede. He judged repeatedly that this classmate had no reason to attack him without even a single formal exchange. Fine. And what is wrong with you? Ren-Y said helplessly. The Terrell opposite's eyes instantly brightened as he hurried forward, seizing Ren-Y's hand in a firm grip. His face contorted into an exaggerated smile. Ha. I just knew, Your Grace, you would remember me. Immediately after, he turned to Gawain with a provocative grin. Big shot, can't understand the slang us little people use. Huh. At that very moment, within the consciousnesses of both Ren-Y and what is your problem, a sharp ding resonated simultaneously. You have become friends with what is your problem? You have become friends with Flying Slime Edition. On the surface, the two maintained the harmonious posture of deity and follower, yet the chat window of the arcane network instantly buzzed with activity. This comrade, what is your problem? You really dare to show up uninvited. Finally, you've arrived, huh? Cough, slime comrade. I must first apologize to you. If apologies were effective, why will we need the police? Though harboring no ill will toward this comrade, negotiations demanded a slight display of grievance to seize the initiative. What is your problem? Fell silent for a few seconds. Can't blame me entirely. How was I supposed to know the deity was on my side? So, it was a woman disguised as a man. Ren-Y couldn't help but glance briefly at the lower half of Terrell's face, a slight wariness stirring within him. Great achievers do not fuss over trivialities, admirable indeed. Beyond admiration, Ren-Y resolved to probe further. True enough, that is not really anyone's fault. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, how about we disturb each other no more? What is your problem? If you have no other matters, please take your leave for now. No, slime comrade. I am here with sincere apologies and sincere intentions to assist you. Ren-Y raised an eyebrow. I knew you harbored other designs. Oh, then I'm truly grateful to you, comrade. Speaking of which, I happen to have an urgent mission and have been fretting over the lack of someone to entrust it to. What is your problem? Faltered again. The response from this comrade, catching her somewhat unprepared. I've been away from the holy city so long, my heart keeps turning to the situation there. How about this? I'll immediately appoint you as the deity's attendant and send an escort to return you to the city to take charge. To be honest, what is your problem? I think you really don't need to linger here. Your abilities would certainly be better utilized in a place like the holy city than in these ruins teeming with mutated beasts. What is your problem? Realize the truth. This comrade never intended to keep her by his side. His objective was clear, to cast aside anything that might trouble him beyond his field of vision. Outwardly, to the world and in Gawain's eyes. After the deity and the vulgar Terrell shook hands, the two began to exchange meaningless pleasantries. His anxiety mounting, Gawain's intuition incessantly warned him not to let these two remain together. Just as he prepared to step forward and dismiss Terrell within the arcane network, what your problem realized she could no longer delay. She decisively unveiled her trump card. Slime comrade, do you desire an arcane artifact? An arcane artifact? He paused slightly, extending a hand to stop Gawain, who was about to move forward. I wish to be alone with this Terrell gentleman for a while, he said calmly. Plans have changed. No, your grace, Gawain exclaimed anxiously, reflexively blurting it out. Then, he caught the stern gaze of the deity, his expression faltering as he abruptly lowered his head. He took a slow breath, patted Gawain's shoulder, withdrew his gaze, and spoke gently. Gawain, I've recalled some things from the past. He sighed, looking toward the distant sky, the unnerving breach looming there. Lately, I've been worried. Worried for our city-state. Worried that I can do nothing. Worried that in the end, all will be in vain. These worries almost drained him utterly. He slowly sat down on the ground. I just need to rest a moment, spend some time with someone who also comes from a familiar place. Just a moment. His frame was not robust, sitting thus. He shrank beneath the shadows cast by Gawain and Terrell, appearing somewhat hunched. Step back, Gawain. You may watch from a distance. He wore a somewhat mournful expression. Don't worry, I'll be well soon. Where Gawain could not see, what your problem rolled her eyes in secret. Pretend all you want. Eventually, Gawain withdrew, though he kept a cautious watch from afar. He noticed that the deity and Terrell merely sat together in silence at a distance, which eased his mind somewhat. Meanwhile, within the arcane network. So, what your problem? You intend to give me an arcane artifact. An arcane artifact was truly a treasure. Even the wealthy Liu family had not provided Liu Zihan with one. Liu Qing's artifact, the hibiscus hairpin, was merely a byproduct, yet had helped her blend perfectly among the participants. Obtaining the deity's status owed much to this artifact. But arcane artifacts were exceedingly rare. During conversations with Liu Qing, it was clear she possessed only one or two. You're dreaming. I don't even have one myself. Well, then I think, what your problem? You really should return to the holy city to take charge. You will surely gain much. But I'm capable of making them. Yet again, if you truly need one, I will, of course, do my utmost to help. Before you dream on, at least close your eyes. Now, shut up and listen. Do you think arcane artifacts are so easy to make? My family does have a blueprint, but what's lacking is not the blueprint, but the core material. I understand, rare treasures from heaven and earth. That is how fantasy novels always write it. But why must you come to me? You need the deity status? Don't tell me that rare treasure lies in a mutant beast's lair. It's a soul. This core material is the soul of a special individual. You can understand it as someone who, after death, becomes a ghost. He slowly typed a question mark. All right, in this apocalyptic worldview, even ghosts have appeared. To cut a long story short, due to the peculiarities of the Three Cities world, this soul must form within the world to become a so-called ghost. So, during the first phase of this invasion, my family's head used connections to find a fortunate predecessor assigned this special individual within the instance and had it mark the soul for me. Now, this mark points to Star City, so I need your help. Yet, Ren-E's attention at this moment was entirely diverted from the arcane artifact. Wait, what do you mean? You mean this special fellow is a participant who entered the instance? Then you let him return to the Three Cities world? That's no problem, right? The calamity has already begun. It makes no difference whether we hold back or not. No, the problem certainly did not lie there. Ren-Yi Bidinkit, suddenly feeling an epiphany. The reason for the Ecclesiarch's unusual behavior had been uncovered by him. This Star City, now a den of mutated beasts, contained a true victor of the instance. This meant there existed a genuine path to salvation. The information brought by your problem was like the missing final piece of a puzzle, instantly filling many of Ren-E's previous doubts. The Ecclesiarch's absolute trust and obedience to him stemmed fundamentally from the fact that their current goals converged. Obviously, due to the existence of live broadcasts, the Ecclesiarch must have known of the participant deliberately spared, who ultimately succeeded in clearing the instance. Thus, harboring suspicion toward their own deity, they would undoubtedly do everything possible to seize the salvation method held by that victor within Star City. By an uncanny twist of fate, the target of this imposter divine child also happened to be the mutated beast lair within Star City. Consequently, in conjunction with Ren-E's maneuvers, this presented the upper echelons of the Holy City with a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. They could feign cooperation with the divine child's scheme while covertly searching for an alternative means of salvation. Should that alternative prove superior, they would promptly discard this imposter, whose exposure was always imminent. If that path proved unviable, it would not impede the current plan in the slightest. As these thoughts unfolded, a faint furrow appeared on Run E.'s brow. There remained an undeniable enigma within this situation. The greatest mystery was why this clearer was present inside Star City at all. According to the Dungeon-S rules, once a participant clears it, they are automatically transported back to their original location prior to entry. This implied that the clearer was already within Star City before entering the dungeon. Moreover, from the current circumstances, this clearer showed no signs of returning to the Holy City. There were numerous chaotic possibilities. For instance, this clearer might have accompanied a large troop into Star City to scavenge supplies, only to be unexpectedly drawn into the dungeon mid-mission. By the time he cleared the dungeon and emerged, the troop had long since withdrawn, leaving him stranded alone in this place. But this raised a new question. Why did the other Holy City inhabitants seem oblivious to the presence of this clearer? Logically, if an outstanding participant appeared in a live broadcast, someone would have noticed. Even if the pontiff had strictly forbidden anyone nearby or within sensory range from discussing the matter to conceal the information, surely there would be rumors circulating on the forums? At present, the forums were rife with all manner of Holy City gossip. Any such rumor would have been easy to uncover, unless the identity of this clearer was utterly forbidden from public knowledge. Hence, the content of his live broadcast had been intercepted at its source by the Holy City's High Command. Watching a live broadcast required a medium, and given the Holy City's technological level, devices capable of viewing such transmissions were exceedingly rare. Controlling the broadcast content was thus a trivial matter. Was the Holy City concealing the fact that someone still remained inside Star City? No. Or rather, was that clearer truly human? In principle, any individual possessing sufficient intelligence to comprehend the rules could be conscripted by the dungeon. With this in mind, Ren E queried within the Phantom Network. What does that being with the special soul look like? Do you know his exact location now? I haven't seen him myself. I was told he's inside another senior dungeon, but that senior said he severely injured it. Later, I used my connections to confirm its location here in Star City before teleporting over. As for location, my mother gave me an ability crystal that can roughly indicate the direction. He is currently in the southern district of the city. Connections again. Just how extensive was Look at US network? Indeed, it was no surprise that such a prominent family possessed the rare skill of crafting phantom devices. Ren wondered how Look at US family compared to Lu Zihan's. Pushing these irrelevant thoughts aside, Ren had already made up his mind. All right, I understand. I can help you. The existence of that clearer was undeniably a colossal threat to Ren. Should the Pontiff's faction locate the other party first, his own identity as the imposter divine child would likely be immediately exposed and overthrown. The true profit phase of Ren E's plan was still far from commencement. Such an event was utterly unacceptable. At the very least, he needed to finish clearing all 4 mutated beast layers first. By then, even if the situation deteriorated completely, he could escape to the wilderness beyond the city, find a secluded spot to craft energy crystals, and when the calamity struck, return directly to the Alliance. Therefore, cooperation with Look at You was imperative. More precisely, he required the ability crystal in her possession that could guide the way. However, before finalizing their collaboration, while Look at You remained unaware of his true situation, he thought he might as well exploit the opportunity to extract a little more. Within the Phantom Network, Slime Brother, you're really a stand-up guy. Classmates ought to help one another. Look at You replied at lightning speed. Rennie flatly ignored this moral appeal. Hold on. Look at You, cooperation is one thing, but we need to discuss the price first. Huh? Didn't we agree that classmates should help each other? That is a misconception. Rennie responded deliberately. You've been saying that the special soul is the core material for making phantom devices. If I'm not mistaken, this material can only be used to create one such device, right? Silence from the other end of the Phantom Network. Rennie took this as tacit agreement. That raises the question, Look at You. How should we split this single phantom device between the two of us? Look at You finally spoke. How about this? I pay you an energy crystal equivalent to half the device's value. By the way, you know energy crystals serve as the Alliance's universal currency, right? To be honest, I'm not lacking energy crystals at the moment. How about the reverse? I pay you 70% of the device's value in crystals, and you hand over the device to me? Outside, Terrell's large, copper-colored eyes suddenly glared fiercely at Ren E, his ferocious expression startling Gawain, who was observing from a distance. You mean after all the information, blueprints, and technology came from my side, you want to buy the phantom device my family made at a 30% discount? This time, he did not even call him classmate. He was clearly amused with anger. That's a bit of an overcharge and underpayment situation. So what do you suggest? After a long silence, look at you finally responded. Here's the deal. I'll ask my parents to help you make another fan device when I return. But to be clear, the materials and energy crystals required for crafting must be provided by you. Ren's mind stirred. This condition honestly exceeded his expectations. After all, he had to deal with that clearer anyway. Obtaining a special soul for look at you is merely a trivial favor. All right, but once you get the materials, you hand them over to me for safekeeping, and I'll return them after we get back to the Alliance. Huh. The other party sent a puzzled interjection. Ren explained with some helplessness. Look, you're basically issuing a blank check now. How do I know if you can persuade your mother to make the phantom device after you return? Outside, Terrell was clenching his fists so tightly that veins bulged on his hands. Gawain silently crept closer behind them, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Yet Ren remained composed, gazing leisurely into the distant sky. At that moment, look at you suddenly sent an abrupt and cryptic message within the Phantom Network. Look at you, classmate. I don't think I ever said that the one who can craft phantom devices is my mother. Ren was momentarily stunned. Why bring this up now? Look at you. The one who can actually make phantom devices is my parent's parent, my grandmother. Parent's parent? Ren pondered briefly and began to understand. Given the rarity of juveniles within the Alliance, the term parent's parent carried significant weight. This was a subtle display of backing. Look at you. I think if it ever comes to the point where my parents have to personally confront you, it probably won't bode well for you. Ren quickly surveyed the current situation. For now, he still held the upper hand. So is this some kind of don't mistreat the youth in poverty scenario? Even the Phantom Alliance had such matters? At that moment, look at you noticed that Ren, who had been avoiding her gaze, suddenly turned his head. He gazed at her, a smile that could only be described as tender gracing his face. The next moment, a brief reply popped up in the Eerie network. Slime can fly edition. It's all right, classmate. Slime can fly edition. I have equal confidence in my parents. Certain matters and signs had long been observed by Ren. He simply chose not to inquire. Yet, this did not imply he was oblivious. Looks like you reluctantly conceded in the end. In any case, the terms of the agreement stipulated that Ren would leverage his status to mobilize the forces of the Holy City to assist look what you did in locating and obtaining that special soul within Star City. In return, look what you did promised that as long as Ren provided all the necessary crafting materials, her family would forge a peculiar artifact for him free of charge. As a guarantee, both parties agreed that the special soul, the core primary material, will be temporarily held by Ren. Only after returning to the Alliance and signing a formal contract with Look What You Did as parents would Ren unconditionally return it. No sooner had the agreement been finalized than a new message popped up from Look What You Did in the Eerie network, as if suddenly recalling something important. All right, an additional condition. Could you also help me gather some progress points? At that moment, Ren was in high spirits from securing the artifact slot and replied almost instantly. Slime can fly edition. Of course, no problem. What type of progress points do you need? Look what you did just by killing mutated beasts. Ren paused, slowly typing a question mark. Wait a moment. Everything was going smoothly. Why suddenly try to steal my meal? Acquiring energy by slaying mutated beasts was his primary source of core energy at this stage. There was no way he could concede that. Slime can fly edition. Look what you did. To be honest, I also urgently need the energy gained from killing mutated beasts. I cannot agree to that request. At this point, the matter of the peculiar artifact was secondary. One must be strong oneself before forging iron. When it comes to sustenance, there can be no ambiguity. Look what you did on the other end of the Eerie network was clearly stunned for a moment, then sent a string of explanations after a few seconds. Wait, I didn't explain clearly. I don't mean the process of killing mutated beasts, but the mutated beasts that have just died. Oh, that did not affect anything. As long as he dealt the final fatal blow and could successfully absorb the energy light points. Whatever the other party did with the freshly deceased mutated beasts was none of his concern. Slime can fly edition. Oh, I see. No problem then. By the way, what type of energy do you acquire? Since we are cooperating, sharing some information would facilitate coordination, right? Yet look what you did not answer directly, but instead sent a somewhat smug remark. Look what you did. Little brother. Aren't you just revealing your rules? That was impossible. Ren was momentarily taken aback. The notion of acquiring positive emotional energy by killing mutated beasts was so abstract that even Ren himself found it somewhat vague. How could the other party have deduced it? Look what you did. Your energy source must be the despair and fear experienced at the moment of a creature's death, right? Ren, all right, your guess is quite abstract as well. I'll concede you got half of it right. Look what you did on the other end failed to notice Ren's inward sarcasm, and instead grew more excited. Little brother, Your energy source is quite common in our alliance. There's nothing much to hide about my rules. You probably already know. Besides that, I rely on soul advancement, which requires first usurping a host, then gradually digesting the host's soul. This counts as a complete feeding. Normally, the digestion of a soul takes quite some time, anywhere from several days to several weeks. But the mutated beasts in the Three Cities world are somewhat special. Simply put, at the instant they die, I can still usurp their souls at the soul level, and these mutated beast souls are particularly easy to digest. I don't even have to leave my current body. Ren Yu understood. He thought it reasonable. The Three Cities world was a trial ground carefully selected by the Alliance. How could it favor only one peculiar fledgling like him? Surely, there were many like Look What You Did who had found a shortcut to rapid advancement in this world. Just as they were ironing out the details of their cooperation, Gaowen, who had been standing nearby, could no longer restrain himself and hurried over. Lord Divine Child, I do not mean to disturb you, but the frontline troops have reported that preparations for the nest cleansing are complete. We may begin the operation. It's nothing. I'm ready, Ren Yi replied with a slight smile, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, maintaining the dignity befitting a divine child. Thank you for waiting patiently and for your consideration. We may begin the feast. Gaowen's gaze fell on Terrell beside him, hesitation flickering across his expression. What about Terrell? Oh, let him come with us, Ren Yi said casually, waving his hand. Don't worry, Gaowen, we will be important partners from now on. Nearby, Look What You Did felt like rolling her eyes again. Ren Yi was now earnestly confirming details with Gaowen. Are all the nests fully prepared? Yes. We're just waiting for you to arrive, Gaowen answered. Then we'll head to the nest in the south first, Ren Yi said calmly. Previously, Look What You Did mentioned that the passer in Star City was in the southern area. The pontiff might have arrived ahead of him, but he was not guaranteed to find this particular passer beast. Therefore, he needed to strike directly and immediately. Best to kill it within 3 hours. I hope everything goes smoothly at the front line and no troublesome foes appear. At that moment, Ren Yi seemed to say something offhandedly. His latter words were almost inaudible. Gaowen was taken aback. It shouldn't be that unlucky. Ren Yi glanced at him thoughtfully. So you knew, huh? Unfortunately, this time I'm going precisely for bad luck. Without further questions, Gaowen quickly assembled a small team. The three boarded the pickup truck again, though the pontiff was absent this time. Their convoy sped toward the southern part of Star City. Along the way, Ren Yi already heard deafening explosions in the distance. The pickup drove into the heart of Star City, stopping before a wasteland scarred by artillery fire. As the divine child, Ren Yi need not engage on the front line. His role was primarily battlefield cleanup. From afar, the Holy City troops' extermination operation was nearing its end. The thunder of heavy firepower gradually subsided, leaving only the shouts of soldiers tidying the battlefield. The ground was littered with mutated beasts stunned by shock waves. Centipede-like bodies twisted and collapsed among the rubble. Spider-like crawlers curled into clusters, barely struggling. Ren Yi stepped down from the vehicle and strode directly toward this hunting ground, Gaowen close behind. Look What You Did followed lazily at the rear. His towering 2 meters and 5 centimeters made him conspicuous among the ruins. Many soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, and the Holy City had paid a considerable price. Ren Yi ignored the reverent glances from the surrounding troops, pressing onward until he reached the largest centipede mutated beast. He raised his hand and plunged a blade into its skull. The faint light points on his arm slowly increased once more. His movements were decisive and swift, cutting down beasts as he went without hesitation or delay. Each stroke brought a sensation of energy entering his body. The light points on his arm grew denser. Look What You Did was not idle either. Whenever Ren Yi's blade fell, she immediately stepped forward. Ren Yi sensed it beside him. Perhaps because his ability was unrelated to souls, his perception of souls was not keen. But through Look What You Did's proactive gathering and collection, he roughly felt a presence here. The two worked in surprisingly harmonious tandem, one harvesting energy, the other devouring souls. Although it was a one-sided massacre, the sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming. Ren Yi gripped his blade, cutting his way through as he advanced, and yet it took him a considerable amount of time. There were some complications along the way. Occasionally, a mutated beast, stunned by artillery fire, would awaken prematurely, struggling and flailing in a desperate attempt to resist. However, these efforts were swiftly crushed, either by Gao when lifting a clump of earth to trap them, or by Up, who knocked them unconscious with a couple of punches. Coupled with the encirclement formed by the soldiers of the Holy City, these scattered pockets of resistance barely stirred a ripple. Ren Yi glanced sideways at Up, the burly man holding the corpse of a mutated beast, his face adorned with an unmistakable grin of satisfaction. Clearly, he was thriving in this carnage as well. Noticing Ren Yi's gaze, He lifted his head and bared a row of white teeth in a broad smile. So, the emotions were harvested, and the soul was devoured. Would adding a grotesque, flesh-consuming ability maximize the utility even further? Run-E ignored him, raising his hand to dispatch the final mutated beast before slowly sheathing his blade. At that moment, a figure, swift as a specter, flickered through the ruins from afar and came to a steady halt before them. The newcomer wore a divine robe embroidered with dark patterns, a long sword hanging at his waist, clearly a general of the Holy City. General Finn. Gawain stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries. Gawain. Finn slightly nodded, then his gaze settled on Run-E. First meeting, Your Holiness. His eyes swept over Run-E, then subtly flicked toward what's up, whose striking physique stood out behind him. His brow twitched imperceptibly. Run-E inclined his head slightly, noting that General Finn's expression was far from pleasant. A trace of anxiety lingered between his brows, indicating some troublesome matter had arisen. Sure enough, the next moment Finn spoke with an apologetic tone. I am sorry, Your Holiness. We followed the plan and dispatched forces ahead to clear out the mutated beast nests. But an unexpected incident occurred over there. Well, he had felt the previous operation was too smooth. There had to be a hidden variable. What sort of problem? Run-E's face remained calm and unruffled. At the same time, he communicated with what's up through the Sinister Network. Flying Slime Edition. Where is the target? Is your marker reacting? What's up? Very close, somewhere nearby, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. The marker's range is quite broad. Flying Slime Edition. Broad range? For such a daunting task, did your mother give you a neutered version of the gadget? What's up? You know how it is, they're all pretty laissez-faire. Ren, you seek it helplessly. Apparently, the laissez-faire parenting style was becoming a consensus among their bizarre brood. Meanwhile, Finn was explaining the situation with a grave expression, tinged with self-reproach. It's extinction. This is my oversight. I never imagined that creature would be lurking near this area. While we were engaged in combat with the mutated beasts outside, it sneaked into the nest. Huh? Gawain looked somewhat stunned, scratching his head, his face darkening with a peculiar expression. Why that creature? His attitude seemed odd. The name Extinction sounded so formidable. He had expected a powerful special mutated beast leader, possibly even connected to the passer. In his imagination, Gawain should have stiffened and tensed up. But what was with his tone? Run-E's curiosity swelled. Yet, as the divine child who had clawed his way up from the lowest ranks of mutated beast hunters, he dared not inquire openly. Just as he was pondering how to broach the subject indirectly, what's up began educating him via the Sinister Network. Extinction seems to be a special mutated beast with formidable strength. How do you know? You're well informed. I digest souls and can access some memories. This is from Talar's memories. So, possession could grant access to part of the host's memories, a surprisingly practical ability. Yet Rennie still found it somewhat odd. That mutated beast sounds powerful, but why do they look so strange? Could it be that it's not actually dangerous? It's quite dangerous, and it often sneaks attacks on isolated Holy City personnel. But the thing is, Extinction lives up to its name literally. It has a peculiar penchant for slaughtering its own kind, especially mutated beast juveniles. So if encountered, using mutated beast juveniles as bait causes it to immediately shift its focus, allowing people to slip away. By that logic, it's not that dangerous. What was this? A genocidal assassin within the mutated beast world? Influenced by the Alliance's ideals, Run-E instinctively despised such a creature that mercilessly slaughtered its own young. But now is not the time to dwell on this. Imitating Gawain's demeanor, Run-E wore a solemn yet resigned expression. General Finn, Run-E stepped forward. His tone earnest. Extinction might not usually pose a great threat, but right now, the situation is entirely different. Time is pressing. If it kills too many mutated beasts ahead of us, resulting in insufficient divine crystals, no one will survive the calamity, and we will become eternal sinners. Finn looked unusually frustrated. It's my fault, Your Holiness. I never thought that creature would use us as targets. Sneaking into the nest to attack the juveniles while we lured out the mutated beasts. He took a deep breath, his tone resolute. I will immediately dispatch reinforcements and expand the search area. Even if we have to dig 3 feet under the earth, we will capture that beast alive. Capture alive? Why capture alive? At this critical juncture, shouldn't they spare no effort to kill it outright? Run-E glanced at Gawain beside him, finding his expression unchanged, as if it were only natural. Could it be that the pontiff secretly ordered Finn to capture Extinction alive? Wouldn't that be proof that Extinction was indeed the so-called passer or passer beast? But if the pontiff truly had such plans, knowing his cautious nature, he would have instructed them not to reveal this matter in Run-E's presence. What's up lacked Run-E's reservations and bluntly asked in a hushed tone. Why capture alive? Big shots. You're not going to go easy on a mutated beast, are you? Fiend Fronet. Gawain was the first to answer. Extinction is a very special individual. Its regenerative ability is extraordinary. Moreover, upon death, a new extinction is quickly born and will take revenge on those who killed its predecessor. If that's the case, shouldn't it be more like it dies in one place and resurrects elsewhere? Then you idiot. That's what the pontiff said. Gawain mumbled. That made it even more suspicious. Ren's eyes flickered. Enough. No use talking further. He turned and stared into the depths of the ruins. His gaze sharp. Take me to the nest first. There might still be stragglers. This was the outward reason spoken to Finn and Gawain. But what Aesop said their target was very close. If that extinction really was the passer beast, had it truly left this nest? Once Finn had gathered his troops, the group headed straight for the mutated beast nest. The nest in the southern city was hidden within an abandoned underground passage, whose rock walls had been battered by the mutated beasts into numerous pits of varying sizes. As they entered, a damp stench mixed with an intense metallic blood odor assaulted their senses. At the forefront, Gawain held a tactical flashlight, its beams slicing through the darkness. The scene illuminated made the accompanying soldiers suppress retching sounds. This place resembled an abandoned homicide scene more than a beast's lair. Mutated beast limbs and torn appendages littered the ground, dark red blood coalescing into sinuous rivulets that trickled down the passage's slope, pooling into murky blood basins in the depressions below. The most harrowing sight was that of the deceased pregnant female beasts, their abdomens violently torn open. The jagged edges of the wounds, uneven and raw. Murky amniotic fluid, mingled with dark blood, seeped into the earth beneath them, while countless undeveloped embryos of the young beasts lay scattered nearby. These embryos were curled up, their slender limbs twisted awkwardly outward, their skin exhibiting a strange, pallid hue as they lay silently in the blood-stained ground. Was this the work of extinction? What is the matter with you? Furrowing your brow so tightly. Ren paid little heed to the gruesome scene on the ground. Instead, he glanced around cautiously, even leaning over the edge of the excavated cavern to peer inside. My senses detect no living slime creature. What are you doing? Nothing, just searching for something. Back to extinction. Are you truly certain it's here? What else with that inexplicable glance you just gave me? I'm sure, and it hasn't moved from its spot since we arrived. The marker still indicated this vicinity. According to previous deductions, extinction must be concealed deep within this nest. The vanguard had already scouted this place, reporting no living beings remained. Moreover, his perception told him there was no trace of any surveillance, nor any targets suitable for it to implant its seed. Could it be hidden within the rocks and soil? Or perhaps high above? Rennie thought it prudent to broaden his line of thought. Since the tracking was on the soul itself, it need not necessarily be a complete living creature. Just as Finn and Gawain stepped first into the passage, an unexpected event occurred. A faint sound shattered the silence of the nest. Ren's senses were the first to react. He whipped his head around, the beam of his flashlight freezing on the ground, yet only fractured limbs of mutated beasts lay there. Then suddenly, one of those limbs twitched and sprang up like the tail of a scorpion that had been stepped on, darting straight at Gawain, who was leading the group. Watch out! Gawain reacted swiftly, the earth beneath his feet erupting and coalescing into a solid wall of soil that blocked the limb's path. With a loud thud, the severed limb struck the earthen barricade, gouging out a small crater with force. It then nimbly twisted midair, using the momentum to launch itself toward the approaching Finn. Caught off guard, Finn barely drew his sword before the limb viciously impaled his shoulder. Inside the eerie network, did your parents never mention what this passage beast or passage ghost looks like? Ren expressed his confusion. In this low magic world, the situation was somewhat bizarre. When the other did not respond, Ren turned his gaze to Gawain and Finn. You never said extinction was just a claw, did you? Judging by Finn's expression of terror mixed with disbelief, he clearly had not expected this either. Finn groaned in agony as blood instantly stained his sacred robe. The severed limb seeming almost alive, its bone spikes thrashing wildly, tearing open an even larger wound. Ren immediately sensed something was amiss, and the nearby other also turned his head in surprise. Ren's ability had already been triggered the moment he sensed the anomaly, but he quickly realized something crucial. This severed limb had no eyes. This meant it lacked the vision Ren could interfere with, and no line of sight for the other to build a bridge for possession. This mutated beast, through its extraordinary physical structure, had somehow nullified both of their powers. The two exchanged a strange look, seeing astonishment and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The rules and abilities of low-tier anomalies, perhaps deliberately guided by the Alliance, were mostly related to human sensory interactions. But this foe before them was merely a disembodied claw with no facial features. The mere absence of eyes alone rendered both of their previously unrelated abilities utterly ineffective. Of course, this did not mean they were without options. They could always reveal their true forms and attempt a physical exorcism. But at this moment, the nest was filled with soldiers from the Holy City, and exposing their true selves was the last resort. Suddenly, the severed limb yanked itself free from Finn's shoulder and lunged fiercely at his thigh, bone spikes easily slicing through armor and piercing flesh. In the next instant, a chilling scene unfolded. The limb began ravenously devouring the flesh and blood of Finn's leg. Its once withered form rapidly swelled, and at the end of the claw, a twisted calf grew swiftly, forming a grotesque limb that joined claw to leg. Clearly, this was no ordinary flesh regeneration ability. So, was it a supernatural power? This mutated beast, more precisely, was a superpowered beast. Its abilities seemed to combine blood drip resurrection with the trait of absorbing what it consumed to replenish itself. This was starkly different from the information Gawain and the others had previously conveyed. They evidently did not fully understand Extinction's true power, or they would not have been so easily ambushed, leaving Finn grievously wounded and collapsed. What was even more perplexing was that the passage was littered with remnants of mutated beast limbs. Why did Extinction choose to attack humans? It only slaughtered its own kind, but did not consume their flesh or blood. Before Run-E could ponder further, a nauseating squirming noise erupted. The reassembled limb leapt suddenly. Despite lacking any sensory organs, it could accurately lock onto the direction of the group. Open fire, a captain shouted, pulling the trigger. Bullets struck Extinction's body, spraying clumps of blood and flesh, but failing to inflict fatal harm. Someone attempted to call in heavy weaponry, but was sharply rebuked by Gawain. This is an enclosed space. The nest would collapse. No sooner had he spoken than Extinction charged into the crowd. With a sweep of its claws, soldiers were bisected at the waist, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, their screams instantly echoing throughout the passage. As it crouched, it quickly devoured the flesh and blood, astonishingly regrowing 2 new arms. At this moment, its body was a patchwork of various limbs, resembling a 4-legged spider lacking a complete torso, scuttling rapidly across the ground. Damn it! Gawain roared, slamming both hands onto the earth. The ground trembled violently as massive boulders erupted from beneath, hurtling like cannonballs toward Extinction. Boom! The cramped nest ultimately favored Gawain, and after dodging several attacks, Extinction was finally struck precisely by a huge stone. Its body shattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Gawain had just exhaled in relief when he noticed a fist-sized chunk of flesh moving suddenly, bouncing like a living creature toward Ren-E's direction. Watch out! Gawain's face paled. Unable to summon rocks in time, he frantically manipulated the soil, swiftly encasing the chunk of flesh within a ball of earth. Faint thuds could be heard from inside before all movement ceased. At that moment, a message from the other suddenly popped up inside the eerie network. The marker changed. Its position suddenly shifted northward. Recalling Gawain's earlier description of Extinction, could its ability be subtly similar to Ren-E's own fragmentation? No way. The ability he had imagined before, of storing parts of oneself elsewhere to revive from those parts after death, was actually manifesting in a mutated beast? Since Extinction was intelligent, hiding its other flesh in different locations as a contingency for resurrection was not surprising. Gawain, where is the mutated beast nest in the northern part of the city? Ren-E turned to ask. Gawain quickly composed himself and roughly described the nest's location, adding, our vanguard has already arrived, but has not yet launched the attack. The position matched the location marked by the other. Was Extinction hiding its resurrection flesh in various mutated beast dens? Ren-E nodded. Then we'll head there immediately. Prepare vehicles for us at once. Wait. Just as Ren-E finished speaking, a message from the other abruptly interrupted his plan inside the eerie network. There's a problem, the other said. My original plan was to possess this special individual, so I could obtain its soul intact. But as you can see now, my abilities are of no use. In that case, we might have to resort to my true form, which means avoiding others, or perhaps we should capture it alive first and find another opportunity. Ren-E almost instantly rejected the proposal. Absolutely under no circumstances could the Holy City be allowed to achieve annihilation. Although it currently lacked a mouth and could not speak, there was no guarantee that after devouring human heads and growing a mouth, it would not divulge some secrets. Nor was it certain whether the Pope possessed any soul-searching abilities. Do not worry about the abilities. I have a way. Ren E quickly responded within the trick net, his tone tinged with barely perceptible vexation. But now that I am the divine child, it is absolutely impossible for me to shake off the people of the holy city and act alone. After sending the message, silence fell on the other end of the trick net. Ren E looked up and noticed you staring at him intently, which made him somewhat inexplicably uneasy. Just as Ren E was wondering what you intended, you spoke. No need to prepare any vehicle. You revealed a meaningful smile. Time is of the essence. I will take the divine child to hunt it down. No sooner had you finished speaking than you raised your hand, hoisted Ren E onto your 2.5-meter shoulders. Before Ren E could react, you suddenly exerted force, pushing off with your legs. Your body soared like a cannonball, leaping more than 10 meters high, and landed firmly on the open ground outside the nest. Then you sprinted wildly toward the northern part of the city. Only Gowan was left behind, dumbfounded. As an Earth Element user, he was certain he could never outrun Taller, a top-tier physical enhancement ability user. Rennie lay on your shoulder as the biting cold wind blew against his face. He glanced down at the rapidly passing scenery and could not help but complain in the trick net. What kind of lame excuse is that? And can you at least give me a heads up next time? Didn't you say you had a way? Let alone everything else, just now. Did I manage to shake off the people from the holy city? Several dozen minutes later, the mutated Beast's nest was located inside a stadium, where the vanguard troops of the holy city were standing in tight formation outside. Soldiers gripped their weapons, eyes fixed on the stadium entrance. Suddenly, a gust of wind was heard from above. They looked up and saw a shadow drop into the stadium through a hole in the roof with a heavy thud, the impact causing the ground to tremble slightly. Inside the stadium, Ren E leapt down from your shoulder without hesitation and immediately unleashed a portion of his true form from behind. An invisible pressure radiated outward. The mutated beast within the stadium that still had mobility seemed to sense an instinctive terror and scattered in all directions. Ren E raised his tactical flashlight and slowly scanned the surroundings. This was what a normal mutated Beast's nest should look like, damp, dim, and filled with a heavy stench of blood and decay. Only a few immobile mutated beasts remained inside the nest. The most conspicuous was a pregnant female beast lying in the center of the field, emitting painful roars as her abdomen writhed violently, clearly in labor. Ren E and you cautiously approached, just in time to witness a group of tiny, mucus-covered offspring crawling out. These small creatures resembled miniature goblins, with complete limbs but an eerie bluish-gray skin tone, emitting sharp, piercing cries. What was even more horrifying was that as soon as these hatchlings touched the air, their skin began to melt away, turning into pools of flesh and blood, which then fused together, forming a writhing mass of flesh with numerous limbs. What the hell is this thing? You involuntarily took a step back. For a 2.5-meter-tall man, you suddenly seemed somewhat uneasy. Ren E slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on you with a strange expression. You didn't know? Know what? You looked utterly bewildered, clearly not understanding Ren E's implication. I thought this matter should have been quite obvious by now. Ren E fell silent for a moment before speaking. Mutated beasts are actually humans transformed. You really didn't know? Looking at your stunned expression, genuine doubt filled Ren E's eyes. From his perspective, you should have had at least two simpler ways to uncover the truth about the mutated beasts. The first was the memories of the hosts you had possessed. If your host knew about this matter, you would have a chance to acquire that memory. But judging by your behavior now, it seemed the Holy City had done a very thorough job of concealing this truth. The second was the shape of the soul. Ren E himself could not clearly see souls, only sensing a faint energy fluctuation. Yet he could never believe that you, who fed on souls and dealt with them constantly, would be unable to perceive the form of a soul. In his understanding, even if the soul could not be perfectly replicated with the body, the souls of humans and beasts should exhibit vastly different contours and auras. Moreover, if mutations in this world originated from viruses, radiation, or alien fungi, physical or biological entities, they should not be able to penetrate the soul level, much less alter the soul as form itself. In that case, shouldn't the souls of mutated beasts resemble human souls more closely? Pondering this, Ren E straightforwardly posed these two questions to you. The few people I possessed, their memories contained no mention of this matter. You quickly regained your composure, though your expression still showed disbelief. Every time I possess someone, I can only extract partial, fragmented memories, mostly core habits and basic intelligence about the Holy City. I have never encountered any information related to the origin of mutated beasts. After a pause, you took the initiative to enlighten Ren E. As for the shape of the soul, you are right. It is indeed closely related to the form of the living being itself. To put it simply, if two recently deceased bodies and their souls are placed side by side, I can immediately tell which soul corresponds to which body. Souls replicate the essential contours of living beings. And what you said, that bodily changes do not affect the soul, is also correct. Even amputees maintain intact souls that do not reflect the loss of limbs. At this point, you shifted tone, speaking with certainty, but I can unequivocally tell you that the souls of these mutated beasts bear no resemblance whatsoever to human souls. You frowned slightly and looked at Ren-E. So, how exactly did you come to the conclusion that mutated beasts were once humans? I'm not doubting you, but from a soul-S perspective alone, this possibility can be entirely refuted. Ren-E thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the fragmented mutated beasts on the ground, then spoke slowly. It's not 100% certain, but when I first entered this world, I pondered, since they are called mutated beasts, they must have mutated from something. But think about it. What other animals exist in such numbers that they blanket the entire land, squeezing human living space into just a few cities? Rats? Their size is far too small. Moreover, the apocalypse occurred only 30 years ago. Even large creatures could not have reproduced this rapidly to spread everywhere. Finally, when I saw the City of Stars, I was almost certain. If these monsters were truly mutated beasts, why are their largest, most central nests concentrated entirely within the city? Of course, this speculation also better explains those inexplicable positive emotions, which might be the relief and calm emitted when the souls of remaining humans are freed. Previously, Ren-E had searched the mutated beast-S nest for tools or similar items. Unfortunately, the human intelligence within the mutated beasts seemed to have been completely lost. Besides this, Ren-E harbored a deeply buried suspicion that he had not yet voiced. After all, the Alliance had initially declared that this world is a ranch world, a world where the conditions of a natural disaster had long been fulfilled. Then, let us venture a bold conjecture. What exactly is this calamitous condition that has already taken effect? Considering the rule of catastrophe, do not share suffering with others. Could the essence of this rule be intimately tied to pain? Might it require a sufficient number of beings in this world to endure agony? Or perhaps the collective anguish of the entire world has already amassed to some critical threshold. Regardless of which answer holds true, the torment in this world has long since surpassed any necessary condition. It is already profound beyond measure. Ren-E remained steadfast in his judgment. Yet the anomaly in the soul mentioned by Look What You Did was undeniably a troubling enigma that could not be overlooked. He was about to engage the other in further discussion to delve deeper into what had transpired in this world, when suddenly, at the edge of his perception, he detected a faint, subtle disturbance. Instantly, Ren-E's entire being became alert. He concentrated all his scattered senses upon that anomaly, and a vivid image swiftly materialized in his mind. A fragment of a jawbone, still stained with blood and flesh remnants, was being drawn forward by some unseen force, rolling slowly toward them. With each rotation, droplets of blood fell from the gaps in the bone, leaving faint crimson trails upon the ground. How could extinction be even stranger than the uncanny? To think it had been reduced to such a shattered state. Was it grievously wounded by that senior? It seemed that Senior-S methods were far from gentle. After all, this extinction had been summoned by the instance, was capable of understanding and abiding by the rules, and must have entered the instance in a complete form, with all its sensory organs and body intact. The objective of extinction was unmistakably clear. Even with only half a jawbone left, devoid of any sensory organs, it utterly disregarded Ren-E and Look What You Did. Its gaze, if one could call the orientation of a bone a gaze, was fixed unblinkingly ahead, aimed directly at that newly birthed, writhing mass of mutated beast flesh. Your turn to perform, comrade. Charge. Seeing this, Look What You Did shoved Ren-E forward playfully, her tone laced with a teasing eagerness to watch the spectacle unfold. What charge? Ren-E rolled his eyes dramatically, his voice tinged with helplessness. My main body isn't even suited for physical combat. You're not? Look What You Did widened her eyes in astonishment, incredulous. But didn't you confidently claim you had a way to deal with it? There's more than one way to deal with it besides physical annihilation. Ren-E raised an eyebrow. For instance, poison it to death. This piece of extinction still lacked any sensory organs. Its movements likely relied on tactile perception and vibrations through the ground to determine direction. In other words, even if it possessed intelligence, it would be difficult for it to discern the true origin or safety of the food before it. For blood and flesh within its dietary range, or rather, anything that felt like blood and flesh within its diet, it would probably act purely on instinct. Upon encountering a missing part of its own body, it would devour it without hesitation. Not a bad idea. Look What You Did curled her lips with a hint of sarcasm. But setting aside the blood and flesh, Where on earth are you going to find poison potent enough to kill this thing instantly? No sooner had she spoken than she felt a gaze fall upon her. Looking down, she saw Run casting a sly, meaningful sideways glance her way. Following his gaze, look what you did glance down at herself, or rather, at the body she was currently inhabiting, that of Terrell. You want to feed me to it? She asked, recoiling. No. You mean use me as bait for this mutant beast? But the poison, don't misunderstand. Before she could finish, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertip gently touching his right cheek. Then, look what you did witnessed him exert a slight force, plucking out his own right eyeball. Clutching his eye, he looked up at her, who was now wide-eyed with shock, his tone calm and composed. I'm feeding it to the beast. Seeing her momentarily dazed, he decided to elaborate for his teammate's sake. Do you think that, as a supernatural entity, parts of my body couldn't poison this mutant beast? He asked earnestly. No, I don't doubt you have the power to poison it. Look what you did, replied, her lips twitching slightly. It's obvious that extinction doesn't just consume. It also digests, rapidly converting the energy in its food into its own flesh and blood. From both a supernatural and biological perspective, attempting to digest the flesh of a supernatural being is unlikely to end well. He appraised look what you did from head to toe, then suddenly said, although on the one being fed, you won't escape either. Brimmy and I, it's best we use our abilities to deal with it. Let Grow and I first. That way, this body will be rendered useless. Despite her complaints, look what you did obediently removed one of her eyes. That scene was infinitely more intense than anything on Ren's side. With a stoic expression, Ren accepted the eye she handed over, placing his own eyeball alongside the bloodstained one. Then with a precise toss, he sent them both rolling onto the path of the slowly advancing jawbone. The two eyeballs lay amidst the blood-stained ground, one gleaming with an eerie milky whiteness, the other still dripping with fresh blood, resembling two strange lanterns, indescribably uncanny. Before long, the jawbone finally inched forward. As it neared the two eyeballs, it abruptly halted. The blood and flesh within the bone softly quivered, as if discerning whether this was edible. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, it could not resist the instinct to restore itself. The jaw opened slightly, tentatively touching the bloodied eye of look what you did, confirming it was safe. It swallowed whole. Immediately afterward, the flesh writhed again, engulfing Run's eye as well, wasting nothing. In the next moment, the once shriveled flesh on the jawbone began to surge wildly, accumulating and swelling along the edges of the bone. A thin membranous layer quickly covered it, and veins rapidly crawled beneath. In the blink of an eye, 2 eyes, one large, one small, emerged from the flesh. Their eyelids twitched before slowly opening. The left milky white eye was tinged with a trace of bewilderment. The right eye, bloodshot and veined, revealed deep madness born of torment, utterly unbefitting any beast's nature. Yet before it could make any other movement, its pupils abruptly contracted. The flesh stiffened instantly, even halting its rolling motion. It clearly perceived Ren's faint, shadowy main body behind him, not suppressed by instinct, but as if a participant in the instance witnessing a supernatural entity revealing its true form. With these 2 newly grown eyes, it fixated unwaveringly on Ren, not shifting its gaze for even a second. Despite its entire body stiffening, it did not cease its actions. After a brief hesitation between attack and flight, it made a move that Ren had not anticipated. It resumed rolling, resolute in its advance toward the writhing cluster of newly birthed mutant beast larvae. As if driven by some obsession, it forced itself to ignore the fear before it, determined to annihilate those larvae at all costs. Meanwhile, its flesh continued to writhe, seemingly attempting to sprout new limbs. But at that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. The flesh on the jawbone erupted uncontrollably, once orderly tissue now sprouting countless tiny flesh bulges, inflating rapidly like balloons. Upon reaching their limit, they burst with a soft pop, transforming into wisps of red and white, blood-sweet, scented gas that dissipated without a trace. Ren observed the pupils of Extinction's 2 eyes snap shut. Its rolling became staggered and unsteady. Black-red blood dripped from the bone as crevices, tracing a trail upon the ground. It pressed onward. Despite its flesh continuously bursting and diminishing, its body growing weaker, it struggled forward with great difficulty. At last, it reached the writhing mass of flesh. Its sharp bone tip pierced viciously into the flesh ball, instantly shattering and crushing the newborn larvae. Having completed these actions, it seemed utterly drained of strength. Its jawbone trembled faintly, and its eyeballs began to cloud over. Then, abruptly, it changed direction, forcefully smashing its newly grown pair of eyes against the sharp claws of the nearby, mutated beast's corpse. It intended to end its own life. Yet, just as the bone tip was about to pierce the eyeballs, its movement suddenly halted. The scene reflected in its eyes shifted abruptly. The formidable threat it once perceived as Run-E transformed into a towering 1 meter 65 one-eyed giant. A wave of dizziness suddenly overwhelmed it. As if struck on the head with a heavy club, its consciousness blurred, the images in its eyes twisted and overlapped, and the writhing of flesh and blood gradually ceased. Outside, Ren-E slowly retracted his physical form. After Extinction sprouted eyes, their abilities finally became usable. Moments ago, he had employed an illusion, swapping the positions of himself as seen through Extinction's eyes and those of what are you looking at. Thus, Extinction had been fixated not on Ren-E himself, but on the gaze of what are you looking at. At this very moment, what are you looking at had initiated a possession. As the illusion dissipated, the body of Terror suddenly went limp at the legs and collapsed stiffly to the ground. Simultaneously, Ren-E observed a translucent humanoid figure emerging from Terror's body. This soul form was indeed human-shaped, a seemingly quiet, short-haired young woman. Wait a moment. Upon seeing this soul form, Ren-E's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing the most shocked expression what are you looking at had ever witnessed. The soul form cast a peculiar glance at Ren-E, but with time pressing, she swiftly merged into the severed jawbone. Meanwhile, the jawbone on the ground trembled incessantly, its two eyes flickering with shifting expressions, sometimes reflecting past agony and madness, other times serene and lucid, two conflicting emotions tugging at one another within its gaze. Ren-E gradually approached, casting a glance at the crushed larval corpse beneath him, his face remaining impassive. After a brief silence, he slowly knelt down, focusing his gaze on Extinction's two quivering eyes. His fingertips twitched as he manipulated the seeds to weave another illusion. Soon, Extinction's struggles ceased. It came to a gradual halt, its eyeballs tilting upward to meet Ren-E's gaze. It was evident that what you're looking at had succeeded. It suddenly stopped struggling. What did you do? Extinction's half-open mouth rendered it incapable of speech. So what are you looking at? Could only type within the sinister network. Ren-E replied in kind. I showed him the vision of the Cataclysm's rule in action, then told him that the Cataclysm would engulf this entire world. All would inevitably face destined destruction. No new life would ever be born again. Therefore, he need not remain trapped within this twisted body, nor must he continue killing the mutated descendants. He can rest assured. What are you looking at? Took some time adapting to Extinction's peculiarly structured body. Then, she slowly crawled to a spot not far behind Ren-E. Upon returning, she was no longer merely a jawbone, but had transformed into a quadrupedal lupin creature. As for her appearance, well, it was clear she had made earnest efforts to appear less deranged. For a moment, an awkward silence fell between them. Now that what are you looking at had completed the possession of Extinction, per their agreement, she was to hand over this material to Ren-E as collateral. Her eyes studied Ren-E with keen interest for a long moment. Then she nonchalantly spat out a crystal. Here, your thing. She began speaking lazily with that lupin maw, then raised a brow with a wolfish grin. You didn't think I'd go back on my word, did you? Yet Ren-E remained silent, showing no sign of worry, since earlier, for reasons unknown, he had been staring fixedly at what are you looking at, though notably not at her eyes. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Clearly felt a bit uneasy. Oh, you saw my face and got captivated, huh? It had to be said. The face she had just revealed was quite at odds with her current choice of words. Ren-E remained silent for a long while, finally losing some control over his expression as he spoke slowly. Does Teacher Zhang know you call yourself old lady out there, class monitor? Though they always addressed each other as classmates, Ren-E never expected that he actually knew this were you looking at before awakening, and very well. Here, knowing meant familiarity prior to their awakening. At this moment, reflecting on previous events, their rough acquaintance, the flood that swept the Dragon King's temple, exorbitant demands, and the like, was truly a little hard to recall without discomfort. But at this moment, he was not the only one burdened with such memories. No sooner had he spoken than the lupin face before him stiffened instantly, then slowly twisted into what could only be described as a human-like expression of terror. Who the hell no, who are you? Ren-E said nothing, struggling to suppress the upward twitch of his mouth. But as he remained silent, what are you looking at? Grew increasingly frantic. Speak. Are you from our class? Who? Gong Li Sheng? Tao Siki? Lu Zihan? Ren-Yi? Or Xiaoyi Zhou? Are you male or female? Definitely male, right? Ren-E ignored her questions, his gaze drifting as he deliberately mused aloud. So it was Teacher Zhang who helped you make connections? Teacher Zhang's parents know how to make sinister artifacts? Turns out Teacher Zhang is that formidable. The face Ren he had just seen within what are you looking at? S soul form belonged to their class monitor, who was also the daughter of their homeroom teacher, Zhang Qiuyue. This teacher Zhang was the very one who had helped Ren Yi and Lu Zihan out of trouble on the day before the awakening test. Yet now it seemed Teacher Zhang was likely not helping them, but rather those university students on the other side. Probably to conceal that weird thing from the sky, whether it had fallen by accident or was an escaped participant from the instance. Returning to the present, Ren Yi recalled that the class monitor had always appeared very quiet before. However, at this moment, Zhang Qiuyue had revealed the sharp claws of the mutated beast extinction. If Ren Yi did not speak soon, she might claw at him at any moment. All right, class monitor, I'm sorry, I'll tell you now. Ren Yi raised both hands above his head in surrender. I'm actually Lu Zihan. You're lying. You're talking nonsense. Lu Zihan doesn't have the brains to play some kind of deity. Zhang Che snapped angrily, though it was evident her voice carried a heavy burden. I know who you are, Ren Yi. Only you would use Lu Zihan as a scapegoat. Realizing he had been seen through, Ren Yi hastened to explain. You can't blame me. Class monitor, I didn't know it was you before. You can only blame the sinister network. Why can't we use friends and groups from before entering the instance? Zhang had gestured with her claws for a long while, eventually retracting them amidst Ren Yi's anxious gaze. Class monitor, I'm truly sorry for speaking to you like that earlier. You should keep this soul. Taking this opportunity, Ren Yi quickly apologized. Keep it then, damn it. With her disguise and image shattered, Zhang Qiuyue had adopted a damned if I do attitude. Ren Yi replying briskly. All right, class monitor, I promise not to tell anyone about your image. If I break this vow, may Lu Zihan never find a girlfriend for 10 years. Just as the two were unmasking each other as true identities, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from outside, shaking the entire gymnasium. Both fell silent simultaneously, their expressions turning serious. The holy city has begun its assault. They must have seen us enter. Class monitor, what is your plan? Ren Yi asked. I plan to pretend to be extinction and let them capture me. Given extinction's unique nature, they likely kill me. Zhang Qiuyue hesitated before adding, I want to keep this body. Noticing Ren Yi's puzzled look, Zhang Qiuyue explained, my ability is somewhat unique among the sinister ones. When entering and leaving an instance, I can bring along the body I'm currently possessing. This body is quite powerful. I'm a bit reluctant to give it up. Ren Yi comprehended clearly that the unique ability known as annihilation, in certain respects, could indeed rival a cunning artifact. However, Zhang Qiuyue was likely unaware of the full scope of the matter concerning annihilation and the holy city. Hastily, Ren Yi recounted everything to her, for the Tri-City Conference and the method of salvation to the anomalies surrounding the pontiff. Zhang Qiuyue gazed at him in astonishment. So, what you're saying is, in truth, your desire to protect your identity also necessitated seeking out this fellow. Ren Yi gave a somewhat embarrassed chuckle and began to steer the conversation elsewhere. So, the holy city is actually quite unsafe. Class monitor, could you consider committing suicide now and transferring to another piece of flesh? Annihilation should have left some blood remnants elsewhere just recently, right? You sure know how to talk, starting off by telling me to kill myself, Zhang Qiuyue sighed. Do you think I haven't considered that? Perhaps due to the influence of the soul alteration, I've now lost connection with those pieces of flesh. That's all right. As a 1.5 soul entity, I'm definitely faster than you at running. That old thing wouldn't dare kill annihilation. Any other risks remain within controllable bounds. Ren Yi nodded. Although the class monitor spoke thus, there was still one point. The two of them looking out for each other was certainly better than just one anomaly. Burying his gratitude deep within, Ren Yi listened to the distant bombardment outside and continued to inquire, so at this point, do we really have nothing left to do? Zhang Qiuyue tilted her head, her eyes brightening as if she had suddenly recalled something. Oh right, although this soul has been crystallized, I can still extract a portion of its memories. Is there anything you wish to know? Of course there is, Ren Yi thought sharply. Zhang Qiuyue raised her claw and grasped the soul crystal. Soon, a faint glow emerged on the crystal's surface, revealing a faint shadow. The silhouette was so blurred that only the human shape could be discerned, barely distinguishing the head and limbs. Finer details remained indistinct. His will had already dissipated. This was merely the residual power. But why did it appear like this? Zhang Qiuyue wrinkled her nose, muttering with a puzzled expression. Once she signaled that questions could be asked, Ren immediately spoke. What is the method of salvation you obtained? 1 second passed, then 2. After quite some time, the soul remained motionless, showing no sign of response. Ren Yi looked at Zhang Qiuyue in confusion, only to see her frowning deeply, her expression grim. The number of attempts has been exhausted, she explained with some resignation. What do you mean? Ren Yi was momentarily stunned. Zhang Qiuqiu shook the crystal in her claw and elaborated. There is not a trace of the method of salvation in any of his memories. Ren Yi's brow furrowed deeply as a faint unease crept over him. Zhang Qiuqiu had already taken possession of Annihilation's soul, without doubt. He was the very gatekeeper they had been searching for. Yet, strangely, this gatekeeper's memories contained no hint whatsoever of the method of salvation. Judging from Annihilation's earlier reactions, it was not difficult to infer that he was a mutant retaining some semblance of human will. But evidently, when he was twisted into this half-human, half-ghost form, he had neither the companionship of family nor the guidance of an alliance. Isle had likely long since been driven mad by this chaotic world and his own bizarre mutation. Could it be that the confusion of his will caused him to lose the relevant memories? Ren Yi quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. If this method of salvation was truly the reward granted by the world will of the Tri-City world, then the world will would surely have imprinted this knowledge firmly in the gatekeeper's mind, much as one would not entrust a will to an Alzheimer's patient. In any case, the world will was an existence far superior to ordinary anomalies and would not make such an oversight. This left only one possibility. From the very beginning, the so-called method of salvation was merely the one-sided claim of the King of Fire from the Tri-City Conference. That fellow was outright lying. If that were so, then when the King of Fire responded during the conference, he must have already perceived that this divine child was a counterfeit. Yet, to uphold his own falsehood, he refrained from exposing him. But why? Why would the King of Fire engage in such an inexplicable act? Why deliberately deceive the Holy City and the Royal City, so far away in another part of the world? The current situation in the Holy City and even the Royal City could be said to have been orchestrated single-handedly by this King of Fire, who falsified military intelligence. It could not be that he believed all hope was lost, and to prevent distant compatriots from despairing too deeply, he concocted some task for them to occupy themselves with. Could it? That reasoning seemed far too far-fetched. Yet, so far away in another corner of the world, these questions remained utterly unanswered. As Ren Yi's thoughts tangled into a mess, Zhang Qiuqiu had already posed the second question. What happened to this world? Why have humans turned into mutants? This time, the soul finally responded. Words drifted out intermittently. Arriver soul, experiment deceiver soul, changed Ren Yi, and Zhang Qiuqiu listened intently and managed to piece together a rough outline. After the technological explosion in the Tri-City world, for reasons unknown, the existence of souls was discovered. But during research, the experiment went awry, and a certain radiation spread worldwide, causing humanity's souls to mutate. The mutation of souls swiftly triggered physical mutations, eventually transforming all humans into mutant beasts. In summary, it was a very common apocalyptic scenario. The only distinctive point was the appearance of an arriver. From Annihilation's accusations, it was not difficult to deduce that this arriver was likely the one who informed the Tri-City world of the existence of souls and indirectly became the prime culprit responsible for the subsequent apocalypse. Who was the arriver? Tell me everything you know about him. Ren Yi pressed further. The soul stiffened once more. Ren Yi was about to assume it knew nothing more when the blurred shadow began to tremble violently. The soul of the arriver murmured softly. At this moment, the once dissipated will seem to awaken suddenly, the tone laced with profound hatred. Arrivé Congolais. With a piercing roar, the soul rapidly dimmed, and no further sound followed. Startled, Zhang Qiuqiu hastily encapsulated the soul back into the crystal and tossed it to Ren Yi. We can't ask anymore. Its energy is depleted. If we continue, it will disintegrate. Class monitor, wait a moment. That was a lot of information, Ren Yi said, clutching his head. Did you hear what just said? I heard it. The depths of this world are quite profound, Zhang Qiuqiu replied, a slight twitch at the corner of her eye betraying her bewilderment. Undoubtedly, this Kanglin was the very one who stood atop the Holy City's pinnacle, the deity whom all the people of the Holy City chanted daily. Ren Yi had always assumed that this god's name was merely a fabrication born of faith and legend. He never imagined that such a person truly existed. So, this Kanglin must be either an alien or an entity from another dimension. He came to this world as an arriver, using advanced technology or some bizarre means to masquerade as a deity, eventually being revered by the people of the Holy City as a god. This operation is strikingly similar to how he now pretends to be the divine child. The primary question now is this Kanglin still alive? And if so, where is he? Only 3 questions have been asked so far. Ren Yi felt a pang of regret. There were still many things left unclear. including the most crucial matter of Kanglin's current status and why the Tri-City world was immune to soul mutation. Ren-yi glanced casually at Zhang Qiuqiu. Class monitor. Are you still determined to be deliberately captured? Zhang Qiuqiu fell silent for a moment, then bit her lip. To be honest, I haven't fully adapted to this body yet. There are machine guns and artillery all around outside. I'm not confident I can escape. At least I need a couple of days to get a better handle on this body before running. She paused and added, moreover, I believe Kanglin is probably not in the Holy City. The basic memories I have never mentioned any divine miracles manifesting. How about you? What are your plans? Ren nodded slightly. I still have 3 nests left to eradicate. Right now, the most pressing matter is to devise a plan to deal with the people of the Holy City. No sooner had he finished speaking than his senses suddenly stirred. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the entrance of the abandoned stadium, where the obstacles gave way with a resounding crash. Stones and earth began to shift aside on their own. Before the dust could settle, Gao Wen rushed in hurriedly, shouting, Your Excellency, are you unharmed? Where is that bastard Terrell? Gao Wen's gaze then fell upon Terrell's pitiful corpse lying on the ground. His expression instantly changed, and his words caught in his throat. Ren-yi remained silent, his eyes shifting beyond Gao Wen to the figure behind him, a white-bearded elder who slowly approached from the rear. It was the pontiff. The old man had arrived somewhat later than Ren-yi had anticipated. At the very moment Ren-yi sensed the disturbance, Zhang Qiuqiu had already swiftly dropped to the ground, feigning death, leaving the entire task of confronting the Holy City's forces to Ren-yi. Terrell had perished. Ren-yi was the first to speak, his tone suffused with a measured sorrow. His sacrifice was not in vain. We have accomplished our mission. We have captured Extinction alive. Gao Wen's eyes flickered back and forth between Terrell's lifeless body and Extinction. Initially, he had intended to confront Terrell for the mobilization, but now he was utterly speechless, rendered mute. The pontiff slowly approached Extinction lying on the ground, gazing at him for a moment. Your Excellency, you have borne great hardship. Finally, he spoke with deliberate calm. The Holy City will forever honor Terrell's sacrifice, as Ren-yi had anticipated, until another means of salvation was discovered. The pontiff had no intention of severing ties with him. Gao Wen, assist me in securing this Extinction and bring him to my tent. A look of hatred darkened Ren-yi's face. He killed Terrell. Even if I cannot kill him, I will torment him mercilessly to assuage my rage. His words, of course, were aimed at securing custody over Zhang Qiuqiu's supervision. Sure enough, the pontiff objected. Your Excellency, Extinction is a highly unusual mutated beast. Perhaps it would be better to entrust him to us for research. Just as Ren-yi prepared to continue his dispute with the pontiff, the latter abruptly shifted tone. Of course, he may remain with your Excellency for now. After you have vented your anger, we will take him for study. I guarantee you may be present throughout the entire process. The old man had actually relented. Ren-yi was puzzled. Shouldn't the pontiff be desperate to uncover the path to salvation? Was he not concerned that Ren-yi might vent his wrath for 7 or 8 days straight, withholding Extinction until the calamity arrived? Yet, such a favorable arrangement was illogical to refuse. Once inside the camp, they could even use the seeds previously planted to facilitate their escape. With this in mind, Ren-yi exchanged a glance with the pontiff, old and young alike, sharing a tacit, radiant smile. Gao Wen immediately sprang into action, molding a sturdy earthen cage from soil to imprison the feigning Extinction, that is Zhang Qiuqiu. For good measure, he also broke Extinction's limbs, which infuriated Zhang Qiuqiu, who raged wildly within the sinister network, vowing to tear Gao Wen limb from limb. Afterward, Ren-yi ordered his men to collect Terrell's body before commencing the cleanup inside and outside the nest. He deliberately had Gao Wen accompany him, carrying Zhang Qiuqiu confined within the earthen cage, both to perform a display before the soldiers and to grant release to those sorrowful souls. By the time the nest's affairs were fully resolved, the sun had risen anew, and daylight was bright. Ren-yi sat in the pickup truck, this time with a soldier driving, while Gao Wen fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the motionless Zhang Qiuqiu inside the cage, not daring to relax for a moment. Ren-yi lifted his eyes to the sky, then his pupils widened slightly. Had the void in the heavens that signified the calamity grown considerably larger? Almost immediately, a message from Zhang Qiuqiu arrived via the sinister network. Damn it, Ren-yi, look at the forum. What's wrong? Ren-yi replied swiftly. Zhang Qiuqiu quickly sent 4 words. The royal city is gone. Ren-yi's heart tightened. He feigned exhaustion, closing his eyes to rest, while his perception quietly connected to the sinister network. He clicked into the rebellion thread created by the anomalies of the royal city. Upon entering the thread, He was met with a multitude of grisly gray avatars. No way. Had all the anomalies in the royal city perished? What had happened? Had the calamity lost control and gone on a rampage? Ren-E hurriedly clicked on an avatar and, after reading the details, breathed a sigh of relief. The IP address beneath the avatar had changed to Alliance, and the status read, out of service area. It seemed they had not died, but had instead withdrawn back into the Alliance prematurely. What had transpired? Ren-E quickly scanned through the thread to grasp the situation in the royal city. Previously, the anomalies had been ambushed by the royal army and psychics. With no alternative, they retreated to the civilian districts, reverting to their original anomalous forms. Hiding in the city's shadows, the sewers, and every nook and cranny, they launched continuous attacks. Of course, the frequency of these assaults far exceeded any urban legend of monster tales. For a time, the royal city's civilian quarters descended into utter chaos. A pandemonium of demons dancing wildly. The royal city was divided into inner and outer cities. The royal family appeared prepared to abandon the outer city, concentrating massive forces within the inner city for strict defense. To the anomalies, the distinction between inner and outer cities was meaningless. Aside from a few troublemaking squads, none dared to gnaw at the inner city's tough defenses. Thus, a stark contrast emerged. The inner city enjoyed peace and quiet, while the outer city was engulfed in turmoil. Masses in the outer city attempted to enter the inner city, but were scattered by the inner city's troops. The outer city then became a true apocalypse, with some beginning to flee. Just yesterday, a fatal event occurred in the outer city. They ran out of food. The royal city's provisions had never been abundant and were largely concentrated in the inner city. Once contact between the inner and outer cities was severed, those with food hid it away tightly, causing widespread famine in the outer city. Upon reaching this point, Ren-E saw that the thread was nearly at its end. At the bottom was a video posted by a now gray avatar. Ren-E clicked on one. The footage was captured from a high vantage point, seemingly atop a city wall several dozen meters above ground. Ren-E noticed many armored soldiers stationed nearby. The view first scanned the area beneath the wall, revealing low stone houses. Scattered corpses and broken spears littered the ground in disorder. Suddenly, terrified screams erupted around, and the camera jerked upward toward the sky. A tiny black dot appeared in the heavens. Within moments, the dot began to expand rapidly, as if corroded by some force, transforming into a black hole with edges melting into viscous liquid resembling oil paint, slowly dripping down. At last, Ren-E saw what fell from the black hole. It was rain. Fine, nearly transparent raindrops materialized from the void, like the sky's tears, pattering softly downward. Those almost gentle droplets touched the ground. But the moment they did, the earth melted as if ignited like a candle. The surrounding scenery began to twist and distort, becoming abstract, like a water-soaked palette of paints. In the blink of an eye, the entire world transformed into a bizarre abstract painting. The city walls softened and bent like water-mixed clay, collapsing downward. The rain also fell upon the soldiers nearby, who collapsed without a sound, melting into pools of color that blended into the omnipresent streams of pigment. Bricks, people. Then the clouds in the sky, the light, space, everything began to flow, leaving behind only emptiness. The world instantly quieted, leaving nothing but the faint sound of rain between heaven and earth. Ren-E observed as the sky above was awash with a cascade of colors, each hue dripping incessantly, converging and flowing in unison toward a single low-lying basin. Just as Ren-E pondered what fate awaited these vibrant colors, a sudden click pierced the air. The video abruptly terminated. The footage came to an unexpected halt, leaving Ren-E momentarily stunned. An involuntary thought surfaced deep within his mind. Why did it have to cut off at precisely this moment? He quickly pieced together the likely explanation. The student filming the video was probably forcibly repatriated by the Alliance. The Alliance had never previously disclosed any regulations regarding compulsory repatriation. This must be some form of emergency protocol, triggered only under dire circumstances. After all, that calamitous entity had launched a citywide assault on the King's city, erasing it from the three cities' world in one fell swoop. Although the Alliance might allow some reckless fledglings to experience the terror of death as a lesson to instill caution, they certainly would not permit a third of the fledglings to perish outright. Do they take the Guardians for fools? As for why no prior notice was given, it was likely to prevent overly headstrong fledglings from recklessly charging into the heart of the calamity, relying on the Alliance as protection mechanism. By the time the Alliance attempted rescue, it might already be too late. At this realization, Ren-E detected a subtle anomaly. The Calamity's rules seemed to differ somewhat from the auxiliary rules previously encountered within the dungeon. Those auxiliary rules targeted participants who triggered them with precise strikes, whereas the Calamity S rules appeared to operate on a regional basis. The clearest evidence lay in the inner city of the King S city, which had no involvement in collective suffering yet was still engulfed by the Calamity, evidently dragged into the fray by the outer city. It appeared that the Calamity S sphere of influence was far more extensive than that of the auxiliary rules. By that logic, the fledglings assigned to the King S city were truly unfortunate, repatriated forcibly before their buffet time was even half over. Yet, perhaps the greatest misfortune befell the King S city itself. Why did the Calamity spread there so swiftly? This thought caused Run E to abruptly halt. Was it truly just a matter of bad luck? He carefully reviewed the sequence of events in the King S city. Initially, the inaction of the ruling class had plunged the outer city into chaos. It was easy to imagine that the strange fledglings had incited widespread panic. Subsequently, the blockade of supplies had thrust the outer city into a state of mass starvation. Could it be that this vast collective suffering directly summoned the Calamity S arrival? Yet a question arose. If collective suffering could summon the Calamity, why had earlier panic not triggered it, but hunger did? No, panic and hunger were not quite the same. Panic S targets were scattered, each fear directed at distinct bizarre individuals with clear specificity. Such fear might not qualify as the collective suffering defined by the rules. Hunger, however, was different. Hunger was indiscriminate. Every affected individual experienced the same form of pain, without any room for categorization. Ren recalled the previous enforcement of rules witnessed in the Liu family courtyard dungeon. Two participants had forcibly torn apart their conjoined arms, which were affected by the Wudong Weird, and were subsequently hunted down, triggering the rules. Comparing these scenarios, he felt he had grasped something crucial. From the moment he first encountered the auxiliary rules, he had sensed their wording was somewhat vague. Take this notion of pain. For instance, the scope of its intensity was excessively broad. If one were to be meticulous, would a large group being forcibly awakened by an alarm clock at 8 in the morning count as pain? Does hydriness count as pain if one blinks because of it? In the most extreme interpretation, would everyone with dry eyes who failed to blink simultaneously be judged by the rules as triggering punishment? Judging by the dungeon as prior circumstances, at least then, the rule had not been so extreme. Aunt Lu Qing had also mentioned that the Calamity rules were an evolving process. This evolution likely referred not only to an expanding scope of influence, but also to the increasing stringency of rule enforcement. Thus, the vagueness was not due to the rule's lack of rigor, but rather an attempt to encompass all stages of the Calamity S manifestations. From this, two conclusions emerged. First, the spread of the Calamity S rules was not random. Large-scale collective suffering likely served as a catalyst for summoning the Calamity. Second, the Calamity S rules were progressively intensifying, gradually relaxing the criteria for pain and its scope. Ultimately, there might truly arise extreme cases where simultaneous hydriness could be deemed a trigger. Hence, the strange fledglings in the King S city were repatriated prematurely partly due to their failure to moderate the degree of their suffering. They should have observed how their predecessors managed the situation within the dungeon. This post contained all the information available, resolving most doubts. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease stirred within Ren E, a feeling that something was amiss, an emptiness. Was something missing? Reflecting on it, the class monitor had told him to read the post. He had watched the video and analyzed it intermittently. The sensation resembled this. You are engrossed in watching a video when suddenly you realize that the child playing in your kitchen has been silent for an unusually long time. Rennie glanced again at the weird network interface. It was desolate, devoid of any new messages. Whereas Liu Zihan, that fellow was famed for surfing the network at lightning speed, always the first to spot news and alert him. Why was there no sign of him this time? Hurriedly, Ren E opened his chat window with Liu Zihan and scrolled through their conversation. The last message dated back to before Liu Zihan set out to eliminate the first mutated beast nest. Later events unfolded so rapidly that he had no time for idle chat. He hastily sent two messages. Old Liu, have you checked the weird network? And funny, this time I'm the one calling you. Yet, his messages sank into silence. No reply came. At that very moment, in Exine City, Liu Zihan reverted from his strange form to human shape, exhaling softly. He stood in a narrow alley, not far from a manhole cover. Beneath his feet lay 3 decapitated corpses. Liu Zihan cast a glance at the weird network panel, where the label Level E 5050 stood out prominently. Then he looked at the pulsating cyan light on his arm, a smirk creeping to his lips. Finally caught up with the benchwarmers, he muttered. Lately, the people of Exine City had become increasingly formidable foes. Though challenging, this was no great obstacle for Liu Zihan. He had long reached his level cap and was now collecting energy crystals in preparation for a breakthrough. Just as he turned to retreat, intending to slip back into the sewers for cover, his eye caught a piece of paper affixed to the wall. He halted, compelled to take a second look. This paper was arguably the primary reason why the inhabitants of Exion City had become so difficult to defeat. Weird emergency control regulations to all residents of Exion City, due to the recent frequent occurrences of strange attacks within the city. And to ensure the safety of all residents' lives and property, the city is hereby placed under lockdown and control measures effective immediately. All provisions of this notice are mandatory. All residents are required to comply strictly and supervise one another. Special warning: should any individual exhibit manifestly abnormal behavior or suspected influence by the strange phenomenon, the city's internal forces are authorized to execute immediate lethal force without bearing any related responsibility. 1. Effective immediately, the city will implement close management at the block level. Residents are strictly prohibited from moving across blocks. 2. Each block is guarded by station troops conducting routine patrols. If abnormalities are detected, residents should promptly seek assistance at the nearest troop station. 3. During control measures, personnel travel will be managed in groups of no fewer than 3 members, under unified supervision. The lone operatives unit is authorized to execute on site. Within each of the 4 teams, a secret code must be agreed upon every 3 hours when exchanging the code. Both the current and previous codes must be spoken simultaneously. If any team member senses abnormality within their group, they must remain silent and promptly seek assistance at the unit's barracks. Any phenomena, be it objects, light and shadow, sounds, or behaviors that contradict common knowledge, natural laws, or social conventions shall be considered anomalous and related to eerie hazards. Avoid direct gaze, contact, or discussion of such phenomena, and immediately report to the control unit for aid. Daily activities must prioritize remaining within surveillance coverage. It is strictly forbidden to venture alone into enclosed spaces lacking monitoring, lighting, or with sparse personnel. Under no circumstances may one converse, make contact, or exchange items with strangers. Unit personnel will not engage with civilians outside their barracks. So never trust anyone claiming to be unit members outside the base. Should the situation deteriorate, a collective evacuation will be initiated. An assembly is only permitted upon receiving notification from at least 3 different teams. Lu Zihan tore the paper down in frustration, crumpling it into a ball. Rules have never been the exclusive domain of the eerie or the will of the world. Humans are equally capable of establishing and manipulating rules. Just the prohibition against speaking with strangers had already caused him considerable trouble. Of course, the rules on the paper are rules, but those who enforce them are not always able to uphold them flawlessly. That precisely is the advantage exploited by these anomalous entities. The eerie beings of Exion City had long since reached a preliminary alliance. Some deliberately create breaches in control to attract the unit's attention. Others seize the opportunity to harvest and accumulate level progress. Lu Zihan's level advancement was painstakingly earned little by little in this manner. Incidentally, Lu Zihan had adopted a handsome and somewhat pretentious codename, becoming a leader among a group of eerie beings. He had already gained some notoriety on the forum. Although he had faced numerous setbacks initially in Exion City, overall his path to leveling up had been relatively smooth. Yet something fell off. Lu Zihan picked up the crumpled paper, smoothed it out, and scrutinized it again, tilting his head in deep thought, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. If Banzin were here, what would he think? Lu Zihan tried shifting his perspective, imitating Run E.'s manner to ponder matter. The method of salvation. Lu Zihan suddenly slapped his forehead and blurted it out. He knew that Banzin was stirring up trouble in Saint City, wielding the banner of salvation to mobilize most of the city's troops. But Exion City was a different story altogether. The entire city was on high alert, locked down with no sign of proactive offense, purely defensive. This was unsettling. Could they not sense the oppressive imminence of the apocalypse? Feeling as though he had uncovered something monumental, Lu Zihan resolved to return to the sewers first, then log onto the Eerie network to confer thoroughly with Renee. However, just as he turned and headed toward a sewer grate, his body suddenly stiffened. On the grate, behind him, stood a man in a trench coat with penetrating eyes, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. Most bizarrely, Lu Zihan's senses registered nothing. He was as if the man had materialized out of thin air. If Renee were here, he would immediately recognize this figure as the king of Exion City, whom they had met at the Tri-City Summit. Clenching his fists, Lu Zihan's mind raced, weighing whether this was a human or an eerie entity, and whether he should strike first. At that moment, the king of Exion City spoke slowly. "Finally found you, Mr. Decapitator." Meanwhile, in Star City, Half a day had passed, and evening was approaching. He had just finished cleaning up the third mutated beastess nest. Outwardly calm, his heart nonetheless remained uneasy. It had been over half a day. Why hadn't Lu Zihan responded? Had he truly encountered trouble? He glanced furtively at the Eerie network. Lu Zihan's IP address still showed him within the Tri-City world. He had neither been forcibly repatriated by the Alliance nor marked as deceased, which relieved Ren somewhat. Just then, the Eerie network flickered to life. Lu Zihan's avatar lit up, and a message came through swiftly. Damn. Banzen, I'm in deep trouble. Seeing the message. Renyi ehadit sharply. What happened? Are you in danger? He typed anxiously. No worries, I'm not dying. Lu Zihan's reply was rapid. I ran into a tough opponent who chased me for 2 hours. Barely managed to shake him off. You wouldn't believe it. That guy mobilized half a city block's worth of troops after me. The sewer I escaped through was completely razed. It was an extravagant show of force. Tough opponent? Is he an ability user? What does he look like? Rennie asked hastily. Didn't he see him use any powers? I wanted to strike first. Take out the leader, but he didn't say a word and just charged with a group of ability users and troops. Thankfully, I reacted fast and dove into the sewer, or I would have been trapped. Lu Zihan then gave a rough description of the tough opponent. After hearing it, He felt chilled. He is no ordinary tough guy. He is the king of Xian City I warned you about. He quickly recounted recent events on his end to Lu Zihan, since realizing that the so-called method of salvation was a sham. Ren's vigilance toward the king had been at its peak. This man was either insane or a deeply hidden schemer whose thought processes were utterly unfathomable. However, Lu Zihan seemed focused on something else. No worries, I got away, he can't catch me. By the way, you mean the one who was causing trouble with you earlier? What is up with you? Is the squad leader? Haha, is the squad leader's username really so fresh and refined? I can't stop laughing. Upon reading Lu Zihan's words, he realized the situation was dire. The vow 10 years without finding a girlfriend flashed through his mind. But that wasn't something he had said. It was Lu Zihan's own deduction. So maybe it didn't count? Shut up. Don't say that nonsense outside. If the squad leader finds out, she'll definitely kill me. Lu Zihan replied instantly with a zipped lips emoji, tone utterly sincere. Rest assured, I won't say a word, even under threat of death. You better not. It's for your own good. Renyi admonishit earnestly. But that is not the main point. Glad you're safe, but you mustn't let your guard down. If there is an ability user who can track you down, it'll be trouble. Rennie felt like an overbearing mother, nagging incessantly. Then he reconsidered. Since they were all eerie beings, if something went wrong, it wouldn't be a final farewell. They could always return to the Alliance and start over. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. After chatting a bit more, Lu Zihan repeatedly assured that for the next few days he would treat cowardice as the foremost rule of survival among eerie beings, hiding in the sewers without showing his face or stirring up trouble. Only then did relax and end the conversation. He opened his eyes to see Gawain's large face looming over him. What are you doing? He was startled. Lord Divine, there was a problem at nest number 4. We probably won't be able to act until tomorrow morning, Gawain said, eyes flickering nervously. He fixed his gaze on Gawain's eyes. A lie. He saw it immediately. Gawain simply did not know how to lie. Sweat broke out on Gawain's temple as he hurriedly added, it was the Holy Father's order to let us return to camp for rest. He wants to join you in tormenting the extinction and avenging Terrell. The Holy Father's order? Now Rennie understood. Zhang Qiuqiu, feigning death nearby in the earthen cage, remained utterly motionless. I have no interest, Rennie replied coldly, refusing. No, your holiness. What you mean is that and you should just bring extermination to have a chat with him. Gawain wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone growing increasingly uneasy. The Pontiff wants to speak with him, and, conveniently, this happens when only the last nest remains? What? Is he planning to tear off the mask and directly ask extermination about the method of salvation right before their eyes? Or is this yet another test? Very well. After Lu Zihan has weathered his crisis, it's his turn to confront trouble head-on. He cast a glance at Zhang Qiuqiu inside the earthen cage beside him, and a sudden thought sprang to mind. The Pontiff is unaware that extermination has already replaced his core essence. Why not have the squad leader cooperate with him, feigning that extermination has suddenly regained human will, and then repeat the method of salvation once more? Double the deception, double the delight. Realizing that this conversation might be unavoidable, He swiftly relayed his double deception plan to Zhang Qiuqiu through the phantom net. So, squad leader, what do you think? Is this feasible? Zhang Qiuqiu remained with her eyes closed, pretending to be dead inside Gawain's earthen cage, and responded promptly. Basically feasible, but there is a small problem. I lack extermination foundational memories. Do you think the pontiff might recognize the previous extermination? Ren-Y was momentarily stunned, but instantly understood her meaning. She wasn't referring to this mutated beast extermination, but rather the human extermination from before the apocalypse. With extermination's formidable willpower, he certainly wasn't a nobody before the end times. What if he and the pontiff were already acquainted? Pretending to regain his will could easily be exposed. How about this? After I provide you with the information, you just keep repeating the method of salvation and answer nothing else, pretending your will is impaired. Ren immediately came up with a contingency plan. I think that can work. We'll keep in touch through the Phantom Net and act according to the situation. The two discussed some more details. Meanwhile, the convoy carrying them finally returned to the camp. Ren-Y stepped down from the vehicle. Gawain carrying the earthen cage containing Zhang Qiuqiu, trailing closely behind. The pontiff's tent was right next to Ren-Y's, approaching. They noticed that the congregation kept their distance, not a single guard in sight. Your Divine Highness, Lord Gawain, a priest greeted, bowing. His Holiness is waiting inside the tent. He said there is an important matter to discuss with you and asked us all to step aside. So cautious? Ren-Y's mind flickered with suspicion. Surely upon opening the door, 50 swordsmen would suddenly jump out? But no matter how the pontiff verified his doubts, with extermination vouching for them, the answer would remain that the method of salvation is genuine and that this Divine Highness is authentic. Ren-Y reached the tent's entrance, and at that moment, he furrowed his brow. There was a scent of blood. He hesitated for a moment, but then raised his hand to draw back the tent's curtain. Things had come this far. There was no cause for retreat. Inside the tent sat only the pontiff, his back facing them. Upon hearing the noise, he tilted his head slightly. Gawain, your Divine Highness, you're here? He said, slowly turning around. The instant Ren-Y saw the pontiff's face, his pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes widened in shock. Where his eyes should have been were two bloodied voids, thick droplets of coagulated blood still trickling down his cheeks. In his hand, he clenched a blood-stained dagger. He had literally gouged out his own eyeballs. They had been discovered. Ren-Y's first reaction was that such a ruthless act by the pontiff was clearly to prevent their strange abilities from affecting him. Yet he couldn't fathom why. Even if the pontiff truly realized he was an imposter, he wouldn't simply order the main force to obliterate him with rocket launchers. Why go to such extremes as to remove his own eyes? Was this act driven by a reason compelling enough to face himself? Ren-Y glanced at Gawain beside him, subtly sensing the illusion seed within his body. Regardless, if they were to flee, he would first have to find a way to rescue Zhang Qiuqiu. Inside the earthen cage, Zhang Qiuqiu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed warily on the pontiff. At this moment, the only person bewildered inside the tent was Gawain. Your Holiness? Gawain stared at the pontiff in astonishment, clearly unaware of what had transpired. His eyes gathered uneasily, and his voice trembled. What happened to you? Where are your eyes? Who did this? He carelessly tossed Zhang Qiuqiu's cage aside and hurried to the pontiff's side, his face fraught with anxiety. Hearing his voice, the pontiff lifted his head slightly. In a remarkably gentle tone, he said, Gawain, good child, come support me. Without hesitation, Gawain extended his hands and helped him up. Suddenly, Ren-Y heard a faint, sharp sound, the noise of a blade piercing flesh. Gawain's back was turned to him. Ren-Y only saw the gleaming tip of a dagger protruding from the center of Gawain's back. The other end of the dagger was firmly gripped in the pontiff's hand. Gawain looked down in surprise, seeing the steady hand of the pontiff and the dagger sinking deep into his chest. Having no suspicion toward the pontiff, he was pierced unimpeded at a vital spot. He seemed unable to comprehend what was happening, staring blankly as the crimson blood rapidly spread across his chest. The scarlet stains soaked through his robes and dripped from the hem, blooming into glaring crimson flowers on the ground. At last, his tall figure wavered and slowly collapsed. He was dead. Ren-Y's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with astonishment as he witnessed the scene before him. He watched the pontiff slowly crouch down, fumbling for a moment before gently closing Gawain's wide-open eyes. Gawain is someone I watched grow up. He was a devout and good child. The pontiff's voice was low and hoarse, as if explaining to Ren-Y, or perhaps muttering to himself. The earth conducts sound. Our conversation cannot be hidden from him. Rather than let him endure the torment of shattered faith after hearing the truth, it is better to grant him release now. It is kinder for him. Ren-Y fixed his gaze on the pontiff, silent. Before him sat an elderly man blind in both eyes. Two streaks of dark red blood tracing down from the hollow sockets, meandering over his aged cheeks. Apart from that, he appeared no different from an ordinary, weathered elder. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him. The pontiff paid no heed to his silence, and, pointing to his empty eye sockets, spoke in a tone as calm as if discussing someone else's affairs. Am I mad to do this? I did to gain one chance, one opportunity to have you hear me out, to prevent you from attacking me the moment you entered. He paused, then shifted his tone. I have a proposition to discuss with you, or rather, with both of you. Even the squad leader had been uncovered. Rennie felt as if he had encountered a final boss. This boss first blinded himself, then decisively eliminated their strongest fighter, leaving Ren-yi somewhat dazed. Nearby, the earthen cage imprisoning Zhang Qiuqiu had crumbled the moment Gawain fell. She no longer feigned death, but stood up, her entire body taut, her eyes vigilantly fixed on the pontiff. I don't understand, Your Holiness. Ren-yi deliberately slowed his tone, choosing the most cautious response, ready to flee at any moment. Don't worry, I bear no ill will. The pontiff waved his hand, his tone softening. I ask for little, only that you too deliver a message to the world behind you. Very well, the world behind them has been revealed. It seems he is not deceiving them. Ren-yi quietly sighed inwardly and discreetly extended his perception to scan the activity outside the tent. The congregation outside carried out their duties without disturbance, evidently unaware of the bloodshed and abnormality within the tent. Is it truly just a conversation he intends? Ren-yi pondered inwardly, certain that a vast information gap lay hidden between them and the pontiff. The truth that had eluded him before from extinction might perhaps be completed through the words of this old man. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to calm his mind first and listen to the Pope's words in their entirety. Bringing a message? Rennie raised an eyebrow and retorted, Your Holiness, do you wish to learn the true path of salvation? How could that be? The Pope scoffed, his tone laden with sarcasm and resignation. I never believed in that thing. Not from the very beginning. Now it was Rennie's turn to be perplexed. You knew all along that the King of Ember was lying? I do not know whether he was lying or not. The Pope fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I simply concluded from the outset that this world is beyond redemption. Very well, Your Holiness. Ren-yi twitched the corner of his mouth. I've told you before. Don't always conduct these vague and foggy tests. I can't comprehend them. Please explain more clearly. Why are you doing this? What is the nature of your deal? And what can you offer? Huh? The Pope chuckled softly, without a trace of anger. Why do this? Of course, it is because I am dying, and we are all dying. And so, Ren-yi pidesit. You may not understand. The Pope's voice took on a tinge of melancholy. Before death, humans always harbor certain obsessive attachments, things they simply must accomplish. His tone abruptly turned cold, and his aura grew sharp and severe as he enunciated each word with clenched teeth. For example, revenge. Against whom? Rennie's heart stirred, a vague suspicion forming. The Azure God. It was an answer that could be anticipated. Ren-yi tilted his head. Is it because he caused the apocalypse of this world? The Pope nodded lightly, his voice tinged with understanding. It seemed to have learned much from extinction. The Pope then sank slowly into his seat, his back slightly hunched. I shall endeavor to recount the cause and effect to you both as succinctly as possible. He drew a slow breath. Azure, damned, blasted deserter from another world. A cowardly, spineless scoundrel. A repulsive, despicable schemer. Damn him. And yet he has the audacity to cloak himself in the guise of a god, commanding the reverence of the entire world. Ren-yi and Zhang Qiuqiu were genuinely startled by that outburst. The Pope pressed his hand firmly against his chest, gasping for breath, taking a long time to calm down and regain his usual serene and benevolent demeanor. That damned wretch was an utter disgrace. Yet one could not deny that he wielded knowledge and power far beyond what our world possessed. It was a legacy from another realm. Ren-yi quickly seized upon the information. A legacy? You mean this Azure came from a destroyed world? Do you know how his world was annihilated? The Pope said nothing, merely staring blankly in Ren-yi's direction with his hollow eye sockets. Ren-yi faltered briefly before belatedly realizing, his cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, I see it was our world's doing. Ahem, please continue. The Pope resumed his narration expressionlessly. In any case, roughly 100 years ago, this mouse, frightened out of his wits by your world, fled to ours. Our world was then mired in civil wars, with the people suffering grievously, which afforded that beast an opportunity. He employed a secret method of soul immortality to seduce the elites of various nations, quelling the wars, and thus was venerated as a god. He bestowed upon us strange artifacts beyond our understanding, distributing them among a dozen or so cities for research. The Pope inhaled deeply, his tone heavy with regret and pain. The holy city was once one of his principal centers of worship, and also an experimental ground. I, in my former self, was devout because he brought peace. It was due to that devotion that I became the god-s child of the Holy City at the time. I learned his true nature because some secret documents of his were hidden in the Holy City's secret chambers. Alas, when I discovered it all, it was already too late. At this point, the Pope's hollow eye sockets shifted toward Zhang Xiuqiu, his voice laced with complexity. But the world has never lacked clear-sighted people. A group from the very beginning distrusted Azure. They secretly formed a resistance. Extinction was the leader of that resistance hidden within the Star City. We were lifelong adversaries. To capture him, I resorted to certain means and brought him to the Holy City. But just as I was about to interrogate him, the apocalypse descended. Ren furrowed his brow. This version of the story was much like what he had deduced from Extinction. Yet, his most pressing doubts remained unanswered. So, what is Azure's true objective? Ren did not mince words and posed the most critical question directly. I told you, he is nothing but a frightened vermin, utterly lacking the courage to resist. The Pope's tone was dripping with contempt. He fled to our world and did all this for but one purpose: to become like you, to become an aberration, and thus evade death. The so-called soul experiment is better described as an attempt to transform humans into aberrations. This wretched creature seeks to completely shed his human identity and escape your world's pursuit. Ren nodded thoughtfully and presented two further questions. Then I have two more questions. First, why are the people of the three cities immune to soul mutation? Second, since Extinction was in the Holy City at the time, why was he not spared and still became what he did? The Pope laughed coldly. The reason the people of the Holy City were immune is because when the apocalypse arrived, the Holy City was not even in this three cities world. Remember when I told you he gave us some special artifacts? According to your terms, those things should be called dungeon keys. That was his grand design, to use our world as an experiment, to complete the research on transforming humans into aberrations. Then, using our world as a stepping stone, open the gateway to your world. So, it's a case of if you can't beat them, join them. Ren Yimusit. The Pope's voice gradually lowered, as if sinking into distant memories. When the soul radiation spiraled out of control, the dungeon keys of a dozen cities simultaneously activated, summoning large-scale, city-level dungeons into our world. The aberrations within those dungeons were far more terrifying than yours. He deliberately shook his head toward Ren's direction. If he had eyes, there would likely be a trace of disdain in them now. Ren rolled his eyes. After all, the Pope could not see them. Needless to say, a dungeon capable of enveloping an entire city and serving as an invasion vanguard must harbor aberrations of at least A rank or S rank. But that raises another inconsistency. You mean everyone in the Holy City now cleared that dungeon back then? That is impossible. Such a dungeon's difficulty is immense. How could an entire city clear it? Oh, not quite. The Pope explained. The original rule was indeed that only those who cleared the dungeon survived, but midway through, the rules suddenly relaxed. As long as one person in the city cleared it, everyone could survive. The Pope's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. I fear that by then, other parts of our world were already undergoing widespread mutation. We trapped within the dungeon became the sole surviving seedlings, and thus the rules were eased to spare us. So, of the dozen cities back then, only 3 ultimately had someone who succeeded in clearing, which gave rise to the present 3 cities world. And the rule relaxation was likely because the Alliance discovered that the potential participants in this pasture world were rapidly dwindling, forcing them to ease the conditions. Was the Holy City's dungeon clear you? Ren inwit it. No. The Pope shook his head. It was Extinction. Ren was momentarily taken aback. Before he could voice the questions swirling in his mind, the pontiff took the initiative to explain. According to the rules of the instance back then, only those who completed it were entitled to return to the real world ahead of time. The others had to wait a full 24 hours until the instance completely dissipated before they could exit. He was deeply concerned about the resistance in Star City and perhaps sought to seize the opportunity to escape my control, thus choosing to leave prematurely. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that this very 24-hour advance caused him to encounter the lingering aftermath of the apocalypse before it had fully faded. The soul radiation outside was still ravaging, and ultimately, he could not escape its effects, transforming into the form he bore later, a unique soul forged through mutation yet retaining clarity of mind. So, this is the reason behind the Extinction soul's peculiarity? Renyi inwit it. The pontiff fell silent for a moment, a subtle trace of guilt lacing his tone. I once endeavored to end his suffering by taking his life, but he refused to die. Therefore, when I saw you capture him alive, I knew he had found release. For that, I am grateful. Renyi nodded, a portion of his confusion lifting. He looked directly at the pontiff and asked, so, what you want is for us to bring back the news that Azure attempted to breach our world? Why would that be necessary? The pontiff suddenly smiled slyly. I have already conveyed the information to you. I trust that once you return, you will report it immediately. After all, none of you would wish for such a repugnant abomination to infiltrate your world, would you? Ren twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, the pontiff does see things with remarkable clarity. Regardless of any deal, I would report it at once upon returning to prevent such inexplicable filth from infiltrating the Alliance. Honestly, I believe Azure's chances of success are nearly zero, but it never hurts to be cautious. Now, let me tell you about my bargaining chip. The pontiff's tone grew solemn once more. In this world on the brink of annihilation, there is little I can offer you, but I can promise that the dominion over the holy city for the coming days will be entirely yours. What do you mean by that? Ren furrowed his brow, failing to grasp the pontiff's intention. He had already prepared himself for wandering the wasteland for the next few days. Before our conversation began, I arranged everything. The pontiff spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet resolute. After my death, all the faithful and all the armies of the holy city will continue to obey the commands of the divine child. Ren Yichakret. Pontiff, isn't what you are doing no different from what Azure did? Of course it is different, the pontiff replied calmly. Azure's actions stem from indifference. I do this because I care too much. I care so deeply that even knowing destruction is inevitable, I hope it will have a less dreadful ending. Ren nodded thoughtfully, vaguely understanding his meaning. You hope that I can ensure the people of the holy city die with as little suffering as possible? If so, then perhaps I can achieve that, the pontiff said, a trace of melancholy in his smile. No, I have long said this world is without hope. Do you think the so-called experimental field is merely a place to store instance keys? His voice suddenly grew cold, tinged with despair. The people of the holy city were among the first to have their souls twisted by Azure. He etched the seal of devotion deeply into every soul, making them his most loyal followers, his blades to wield at will, to consolidate his rule. Otherwise, why do you think I never exposed Azure's true nature? Why have I not smashed that broken god statue atop the mountain? His voice was thick with helplessness. Ren's heart jolted, and he posed a new question. What about you? Why were you not corrupted by the soul distortion and managed to remain lucid? I too was twisted. The pontiff replied slowly, bitterness underlying his words. But back then, within the instance, I awakened a talent named breaking illusions. It allowed me to maintain clarity, but also forced me to endure greater pain. So that is how it was. Before becoming the pastoral world, the world will truly have the power to bestow talents. At this point, the pontiff's voice grew unbearably heavy. Therefore, my request is this. Please let them die in pain. I only wish that when they perish, their world no longer harbors any gods. Ren stepped out of the tent, closely followed by Zhang Qiuqiu, who bore the extinct body. If the pontiff's words were truthful, then he was now the legitimate supreme ruler of the holy city, no longer needing to conceal anything. Any excuse, such as having tamed an extinct like Zhang Qiuqiu, would suffice to silence all the faithful. And if there were machine guns and cannons outside, there would be even less reason to pretend to restrain the extinct. Of course, Ren had already confirmed through his perception that the outside was safe. In the distance, the priest who had first guided them stood watch, and upon seeing Ren emerge, he hurried forward. Yet, when his gaze swept past the tent's entrance and saw only two people, then caught sight of Zhang Qiuqiu, his steps abruptly halted. He dared not approach. Don't worry, it won't harm anyone, Ren reassured him. What arrangements did the pontiff make? Shall we proceed as he requested? The priest quickly lowered his head, wiped the corner of his eye, and without further words, hastened away. Ren paid no attention to the commotion within the camp and walked straight out, settling on the earthen mound where he had previously performed a miracle. He needed to gather his thoughts. Did you just agree to that? Zhang Qiuqiu followed, squatting beside him, the mutated beast's head tilting slightly, her tone full of doubt. What else could I do? Ren shook helplessly. In that situation, could I have said no? After the pontiff finished speaking, he answered several of their questions and then used the dagger in his hand to take his own life. In his words, he wished to die with dignity as the last lucid human of the holy city, without restrictions or threats. This elderly guardian who had protected the city all his life lightly entrusted his lifelong charge to these two heretics destined to destroy it. Truly incomprehensible. Zhang Qiuqiu shook her mutated head. Is it because we are the strange that we cannot understand humans? But the Alliance clearly said we were raised one-to-one after human society. Ren pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with complexity. In truth, humans often cannot understand other humans either. Silence lingered for a moment. Fine. Then what do you plan to do now, divine child? Zhang Qiuqiu smirked, deliberately emphasizing the four words. Are you really going to keep your promise? But before she finished, she shook her head. Not to mention his request is so abstract, just covering the entire city would require at least adult strange. Wouldn't it? Ren Yishuruk. Might as well try. We have dominion over the holy city for the next few days. It wouldn't do to take the benefits and do nothing. I think I can still squeeze out a bit more. Besides, the Pontiff may have guessed some of my abilities. Since he made the request, it means he believes I can do it. At this, Rennie was somewhat helpless. The Pontiff had witnessed his miracles, but perhaps he overestimated himself. Sigh. Anyway, as long as we don't act recklessly, the holy city should pose no danger to us in the days ahead. Among the last questions Ren-E posed to the Pontiff was the whereabouts of Azure. Once participants enter an instance, it is a one-way path. So Azure cannot leave the Three Cities world and must still be inside. The Pontiff answered that Azure disappeared at the moment of the Apocalypse's arrival. And at that time, he was far away on the opposite end of the world. Moreover, the fellow is busy transforming into a strange. So he probably has no time to bother with him. Otherwise, encountering him again within the Alliance would be far too conspicuous. Speaking of which, the bizarre occurrences upon entering the Tri-City world surely mean that upon returning, there will be one-on-one parental escorts. If Azure truly dared to infiltrate the Alliance, wouldn't he be discovered the moment he appeared? Rennie found this somewhat of a hellish joke. What are you thinking about, taking it so seriously? Zhang Qiuqiu poked him with her claw. Ren-E snapped back to reality. I just feel like the Pontiff is still hiding something. Hiding what? Zhang Qiuqiu instantly became alert. Her mutated beast eyes wide open. Think about it. Rennie stretched out his hand, gesturing as he organized his thoughts. From start to finish. He said this world has long since lost hope, right? If I understood correctly, when he said long since, it means the hopelessness isn't due to natural disasters, but because of a series of events caused by Azure. Yet, the reason for this hopelessness is that the people of the Holy City have all undergone soul distortion. Don't you find that logic strange? The world is hopeless because the Holy City is beyond salvation? Ren-E recounted the tangled thoughts to Zhang Qiuqiu, gradually unraveling them into coherence. What about the other cities? Ren-E fixed his gaze on Zhang Qiuqiu's eyes, asking each word deliberately. Or rather, what about the only remaining city of Ember? The communication device for the Tri-City Conference has long existed. Could it be that the King of Ember has already been in contact with the Pontiff? That King of Ember, was his so-called method of salvation truly just a simple lie? Even if the world hasn't provided a means of salvation, wouldn't people seek a path to survival on their own? But if there really is a way out, what could it be? Impossible. Zhang Qiuqiu pondered deeply after Ren-E's analysis, but still shook her head. According to the Pontiff, Azure's original world was far mightier than this one, yet only Azure escaped. Even if they possess some of the technology from that world, it's probably unattainable. Earlier, the Pontiff said Azure intended to transform into a bizarre entity to evade the natural disaster. For a moment, I thought maybe it really could work. But the people of one city can't all turn into bizarre entities. That would be discovered in an instant. Ren-E fell silent, sinking into profound contemplation. Let us set aside whether humans turning into bizarre entities is feasible. Besides becoming bizarre entities, are there any other means of survival? Or rather, aside from bizarre entities, is there anything that can leave this world intact under the natural disaster? In the end, he shook his head and abandoned the thought. Forget it. If we can't figure out, we won T. This doesn't seem like something two fledglings like us should worry about. Old Lou is over in the city of Ember. I'll check in with him these days to see if there are any unusual movements there. Also, he stood up and dusted off his clothes. Before we return to the holy city, there's one last mutated beastess nest we haven't cleared yet. So we'd better hurry. Xiao Yizhou is a fledgling bizarre entity who has just awakened this year. During his awakening, Xiao Yizhou endured a tremendous shock to his worldview. After all, whether it was the family SRV that appeared daily, which was actually his father in disguise, or his father himself, essentially the RV, it nearly fried Xiao, who still believed himself to be ordinary at the time. Fortunately, the more shattered one's worldview is, the more one gets used to it. In any case, Xiao Yizhou adapted extremely quickly. Moreover, he performed brilliantly in subsequent internship dungeons, annihilating opponents with just one bizarre power. This wasn't due to exceptional talent, but mainly because the internship dungeons were mostly small indoor scenes, perfectly suited to his traits. Indeed, Xiao Yizhou is a bizarre entity who requires a fixed stronghold, in other words, a ground-bound spirit. Normally, this type suits being a dungeon boss better, and such open-world invasion missions impose severe restrictions on him. But Xiao Yizhou was unconcerned, as long as he found a densely populated enclosed space and lurked there, killing some and deliberately releasing others to create chaos and confusion. He could achieve continuous harvesting. And Xiao Izhou found a genius location, the military campus restroom. Everyone has to use the restroom. The foot traffic there was reliably heavy, coupled with other bizarre entities causing disturbances elsewhere. Any deaths that occurred were like needles in a haystack to investigate. After this series of maneuvers, even a great detective would find it difficult to identify commonalities among the victims. Xiao Izhou happily guarded the restroom, waiting for progress points to be delivered to his doorstep. He was smug for less than 2 minutes before discovering the entire restroom was deserted. Not even a fly remained. He hurriedly checked the bizarre web forum and was instantly stunned. Under the orders of the Holy City's Divine Sun, the entire military force of the Holy City had been dispatched to encircle and eliminate mutated beasts. Was that damn Divine Sun brainless? Xiao Izhou raged inwardly. What did mutated beasts have to do with the apocalypse? Ignoring the bizarre entities and chasing after mutated beasts. Wasn't he that idiotic? Desperate, Xiao Izhou spent 3 lonely days crouched in the empty restroom. Finally, he could move. Tears of relief streamed down Xiao's face. But before he could wipe away the tears, he heard the roar of a jeep outside, followed by clamorous voices. Xiao Izhou, wait, what are you all doing coming back now? Frightened, he instantly shrank back, quickly shifting his form and stealthily peering out through the ventilation window. A group of burly, dust-covered soldiers jumped down from the vehicle, barely catching their breath before rushing back to the barracks. Shortly after, they emerged again, this time clad in sacred white robes, surrounding one person, praying devoutly and respectfully. Xiao Izhou noticed that the person at the center was holding a holy crystal, raising it above his head with a fanatical expression. Although the crystal looked exceptionally pure, Xiao Izhou's bizarre perception would never be mistaken. Wasn't this an energy crystal? Or were they worshipping around an energy crystal? Xiao Izhou's face was a puzzled question mark. Also, where did they get an energy crystal? He hurriedly reopened the bizarre web forum to see if others had encountered such absurd events. Upon entering, he was bombarded with rapidly updating messages. The forum was flooded with posts shared by bizarre entities, each title more abstract than the last. The past and present of the Tri-City world, from divine altar to purgatory. Approaching our great enemy, protector and persecutor. The pinnacle duel between the Holy City Pontiff and the materialist rebel leader. The despicable bastard Azure God, unveiling the false god's path of escape. Xiao Izhou's expression stiffened as he clicked on one, intending a casual glance, but found himself unable to stop reading. Though the titles were outrageous, the content was substantive, well-written, and full of twists and turns, clearly explaining Azure's conspiracy, the Pontiff's obsession, and the steadfastness of extinction. So each of the 3 cities has formidable figures who have cleared high-level dungeons. That dangerous? Damn, there are even descendants who escaped from previously destroyed worlds? Wait, what is this about souls, aliens? Isn't this an apocalypse world? Although they are enemies, this Azure is truly despicable. When he came back to his senses, he remembered the matter at hand and quickly switched back to the forum, intending to ask where these messages originated. But upon entering, he was met with a flood of inquiries and praise, a great responsibility bestowed upon the dead. Look at you, damn. You're amazing. My head crawls in darkness. Look at you, master. Your writing is superb. Are you perhaps a pen name of some author? Why does the Lord always scare us? You're missing the point. The real question is where these messages came from. The master is truly omniscient. 444 bizarre cold spirit. Master, amazing. Keep the formation tight. The glow of bizarre in the eyes. Master, amazing. Empty mind. The expert is amazing. Xiao Izhou hastily followed suit and posted. Bound spirit most hated. The expert is amazing. Bound spirit most hated. May I ask, master, how exactly did these messages come about? Immediately after, the person involved appeared. What is up with you? What is going on? What is up with you now? I haven't checked the forum for that long. What is up with you? You guys are giving credit to the wrong person. I didn't obtain these messages. I only handled the later stage organization and refinement. What is up with you? Slime Flying Edition. Come claim your glory. Just then, another principal figure emerged. Slime Flying Edition. Huh? Slime Flying Edition. Wow, the forum is so lively. Slime Flying Edition. The source of the information is mainly because I currently hold a high position in the Holy City, making it convenient to gather intel. Slime Flying Edition. By the way, I have something to share with everyone. Some of you may have already noticed. There are some very radiant energy crystals in the Holy City. Slime Flying Edition. Well, those crystals are worthless. There's fragments of my body that I split apart, trembling JPG. Slime Flying Edition. I beg all of you to show mercy and not take them away. Slime Flying Edition. As a return favor, for those whose progress points aren't full or who encounter difficulties, feel free to come to me. I will help as much as I can. Xiao Izhou quietly closed the mysterious network, sincerely admiring. This slime expert is just too kind. It would be great to have more teammates like this for dungeons and world invasions in the future. At this moment, in a barracks room somewhere in the Holy City, Ren-Yi was sprawled on the bed in a starfish position, limbs stretched out wide, looking as if all his bones and strength had been drained away. Piles of energy crystals were heaped like small mountains at the head and foot of the bed, faintly glimmering under the dim light. His laborious achievements from the past few days. It should be about enough, he muttered. Have someone distribute them. Not far away, Zhang Qiuqiu, bearing the form of an extinct mutated beast, was irritably pawing at her sparse fur, occasionally shaking her head with a face full of despair. Since the extinct had been subdued by the divine child, Zhang Qiuqiu had thus transformed into the Holy City's divine beast in a fresh and lively state. At the behest of many worshippers, she was lavishly wrapped from head to toe in splendid silk and golden threads, under the pretense of the Holy City divine beast's grandeur, making her look exactly like a large pet forcibly dressed up. If she had seen those worshippers kneeling before her previously, Zhang Qiuqiu would have thought they were crazy. But now, knowing they truly were not quite sane, she just felt mentally exhausted and strangely didn't resist. On Ren-Yi's end, ever since clearing the fourth mutated beast's lair, he had switched into crystal manufacturing mode. From the journey back until now, he hadn't stopped once, working himself to the bone until both body and mind were utterly drained, to the point that even hearing the word crystal made his head ache. Even though he was now slumped on the bed, giving up, the energy within his body still operated at high speed. The monotony of making crystals could be endured by sheer willpower, but what truly wore him down was the constant splitting of his body, which caused depletion. The sensation was like forcibly tearing flesh from himself. Though there was no pain, every split brought a subtle discomfort and slight changes in his form. If those familiar with him in the Alliance were present, they would surely notice that Ren-Yi was now several centimeters shorter than when he first entered the Three Cities world, all because of splitting body fragments and merging them into illusion crystals. Such dedication, the divine child intends to grind us to dust, huh? Zhang Qiuqiu finally managed to smooth a few strands of fur and came over, feigning concern. But seriously, can you really spread your ability throughout the entire city? Don't let us get exposed later and have to run away with our tails between our legs again. Not at all. It's mainly because my ability is special, and I'm exceptionally talented. Ren-Yi lazily raised his eyelids and first put on an act of modesty. You should say I've worked this hard. And if it can't spread to the whole city, wouldn't that just prove how useless I am? Though he put up a tough front, in reality, planting illusion seeds on every single person in the Holy City, immersing them all in his controllable illusion environment, was absolutely infeasible. If he had to plant illusion seeds one by one, he would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, at this stage, his ability still only influenced a portion of people's vision, far from wielding power over everything at will. However, if he planted the same illusion segment on everyone, that would be somewhat manageable. The most crucial tools for this were the body fragments he painfully split and the illusion crystals he had just learned to create. The use of these illusion crystals was simple. Once placed inside one's body and activated, they would automatically absorb the positive emotions others directed at the wearer. When the crystal accumulated enough energy, it could gradually and leisurely broadcast the preset illusion to those around, spreading silently like dandelion seeds carried by the wind. In essence, it was an illusion-based contagion source. This might not spread throughout the entire city, but covering the majority was certainly feasible. At least the most devout ones would not escape. That was all Ren-Yi could accomplish, playing a cutscene for everyone in the Holy City. What happened afterward, whether they collapsed or went mad, was beyond his control and something he did not wish to interfere with excessively. After all, what followed was an inevitable annihilation. Suddenly recalling something, Ren-Yi sat up on the bed, his tone brightening somewhat. All right, I just synchronized all our information with old Liu and asked about the situation on his side. There was still no unusual activity in Xian City, and the King of Fire hadn't troubled him again. I guess that matter isn't something we fledglings need to handle anymore. After reporting these messages back, it should be fine. After this is over, he paused, his voice tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. There's really not much left for us to do. Upon speaking, Ren-Yi himself was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Why did he suddenly say that? His thoughts slowly churned as the scenes of the past days flashed through his mind, masquerading as the divine child, encountering the class leader, chasing the extinct, wiping out mutated beast layers, confronting the Pope, staying up late making crystals, splitting his body, and so forth. The continuous disguise, scheming, and running around had left him utterly exhausted. He belatedly realized that perhaps he was a little homesick. After finishing this, he whispered softly, "Then I can go home." Time flew, and the 7th day arrived. It was tea that Ren E insisted on dragging things out until this day, but rather that preparing the illusions, splitting his body, and making crystals had been a tightly scheduled rush, barely completing all preparations before the calamity struck. The sacrificial altar atop the Holy City's peak had long been scrubbed spotless. Atop the high platform, the azure statue of the deity stood silently, its compassionate face with eyes gently lowered, overlooking the masses of the holy city below, as if truly blessing this land already scarred beyond repair. In the eyes of the Holy City's people, their divine child, clad in the city's specially made white robe embroidered with intricate sacred patterns along the hem, slowly emerged from the great hall. With steady steps, he ascended the mountain peak step by step, finally standing directly beneath the statue. There, at the center of the sacrificial altar, lay a large heap of crystalline, translucent energy crystals, refracting dazzling yet cold light. No one noticed that behind the massive statue, two shadows crouched hidden, thoroughly concealed by the statue's base, starkly incongruous with the solemnity and fervor of the mountaintop. "I say, aren't you just giving up too much? You can't even be bothered to put on a show up there?" Zhang Qiuqiu grumbled irritably as she clawed at the various splendid silks and golden threads wrapped around her body, shooting a disdainful glare at Ren E beside her. Her utterly incongruous adornment was evidently bestowed upon her after she was captivated by the divine child, subsequently blessed by the deity, and then transformed into the sacred beast of the holy city, an honor ardently insisted upon by the priests. Nearby, Ren E, clad in a resplendent holy robe, squatted on the ground without any semblance of dignity, clutching the base of the divine statue with both hands and furtively glancing toward the altar. Upon hearing this, he retorted without turning his head, "The performance is ready. Whether I am there or not, the spectacle they witness remains the same. Why bother making an extra trip? Besides, trekking all the way up from the foot of the mountain is exhausting." He curled his lips disdainfully. "My true self's presence on stage does not affect the execution of this performance." Indeed, a performance. Ren E silently repeated the word in his mind. Regardless of the grand or malevolent expectations underpinning the spectacle or the protracted, agonizing perseverance involved, to the true executor, it was ultimately nothing more than a farcical display. Ren E and Zhang Qiuqiu had spent a considerable time feigning preparation. The moment the illusion began to take effect, they immediately slipped behind the statue to hide. Interestingly, this statue, venerated by countless devotees and perpetually fragrant with incense, concealed behind it the most serene and secretive spot atop the mountain. Leaning against the base of the statue, Ren E lifted his gaze toward the sky beyond the mountain. Half of the firmament was shrouded by a blackened rift stretching across it. The distant world appeared hazy, or perhaps it had already dissolved into a silent rainfall. The calamity was imminent. The world resembled a balloon torn apart, merely awaiting its final breath of air to escape. Regrettably, the gaze of the holy city's inhabitants was obstructed by the towering statue, rendering them blind to this reality. Ren E cautiously peeked out, directing his eyes toward the area below the sacrificial altar. A dense mass of worshippers stood packed on the mountaintop, extending from the mountain's base all the way beneath the elevated platform. Each person donned identical ceremonial attire, their faces uniformly marked by fervent zeal and devoutness. They murmured the azure deity's name softly, their voices merging into a resounding chorus that echoed across the peak. Observing those zealot faces twisted almost to the point of distortion, the smile on Ren E's face gradually faded, and he suddenly recalled the pontiff's hollow eye sockets, stained with blood. Zhang Qiuqiu also seized her sarcastic tone, looking down at the crowd with a tinge of complexity in her voice. "These people, they're quite pitiable." Ren E tilted his head. "Class president, do you think that, for these poor souls, awakening is truly more important than happiness? I had already devised a lie to give them hope, to delay the inevitable until the calamity arrived." He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. But the pontiff's covenant rendered all that unnecessary. "I don't know," Zhang Qiuqiu said bluntly, her tone straightforward. "I'm still young. These convoluted philosophical questions aren't for me. But I suppose that old man thought so too." She added wistfully, "I just wonder, if these people knew that he traded their happiness to make them face this pain directly, would they thank him? Unfortunately, he is already dead. He can no longer see or hear any of this." She broke off softly. Ren fell silent for a moment, then recalled a famous saying, "Some live, you're already dead. Some die, yet still live." When did such a famous quote come about? Zhang Qiuqiu looked at him with puzzled eyes. At that very moment, As the two conversed in hushed tones, the worshippers below suddenly erupted into a thunderous cheer. Shouts and cries rose in waves. The once muted chanting instantly transformed into fervent acclamations. The deity has manifested. Lord Azure has manifested. The cheers reached a crescendo, with the devotees trembling with excitement. Some knelt, repeatedly bowing, tears streaming down their cheeks. Others were so overwhelmed that they fainted. Ren-yi clung to the statue's base, watching with keen interest. As for Zhang Xiuqiu, she appeared especially dismayed. Ren-yi had not synchronized the illusion with her. Thus, the scene before her eyes remained the original sacrificial platform, the fervent worshippers, and the empty altar, like watching a special effects show without any effects, awkward and foolish. Hey, Ren-yi, can you synchronize that illusion for me too? Zhang Xiuqiu finally lost patience and poked Ren-yi's back with her claw. Ren-yi glanced back at her with a half-smile, saying nothing, merely snapping his fingers softly. Instantly, the scene before Zhang Xiuqiu blurred and flickered. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a towering, majestic, pure, and sacred figure slowly materializing from the statue. Enveloped in a gentle white radiance, the Azure God whom the holy city's people worship day and night. Wow, your special effects are really something. Zhang Xiuqiu couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, before she could fully appreciate this divine vision, an unexpected twist unfolded. The Azure figure emerging from the statue suddenly began to contort and deform. The once compassionate and gentle countenance morphed into a grotesque and terrifying visage. The pristine white robe shattered inch by inch, replaced by claws resembling those of a mutated beast. Then, she saw the divine child's apparition suddenly advance, conjuring a long sword out of thin air. The sword rapidly enlarged and was forcefully driven into the writhing figure. The Azure apparition emitted a harrowing, mournful roar before shattering alongside the divine child's image, dissolving into myriad points of light that vanished into the air. The cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by fearful whispers and unrest. Yet Zhang Xiuqiu remained silent for 2 seconds before turning to Ren-yi, her voice laden with suspicion. Setting aside the cliched plot, your fallen god's appearance. Why does it resemble me so much right now? The cliché doesn't matter, as long as it works, Ren-yi hastily explained, his gaze evasive. As for that look, class president, you must understand. It was inspired by that bastard Azure the pontiff spoke of. Why do I feel like you're insulting me? Zhang Xiuqiu fixed him with a penetrating stare. During their brief bickering, the scene below had completely spiraled out of control. Some worshippers stood stunned, eyes wide open. Others collapsed in desperate sobs, kneeling and incessantly bowing before the statue. Some clutched their heads, emitting agonized wails, their eyes shifting erratically between confusion and torment. Ren-yi abandoned his cynical demeanor and silently observed the chaos below. Ordinarily, when a twisted soul encounters an event utterly contradictory to its distorted beliefs, mental conflict inevitably arises. Did they begin to question their prior devotion? Did a moment of clarity ever dawn? At that instant, Ren-yi suddenly felt the light around him dim. The sky above seemed to be cloaked in a thick, heavy veil. He hastily looked up to see a familiar black spot suspended directly overhead, gradually enlarging. The calamity had arrived far sooner than anticipated. In the next moment, the once bright sky abruptly split open a rift, its edges dripping like molten wax. As if an invisible hand had torn the celestial curtain, forming a gigantic black maw. From the void, fine strands of rain began to drift slowly downward toward the earth. Everything twisted and warped like an abstract painting. Ren-yi took refuge beneath the statue. Predictably, within minutes, once the raindrops fell upon him, he would be forcibly repatriated. By that reckoning, he had remained in the Three Cities world until its very last day. Although the Alliance's ultimate idle time had not yet arrived, all that needed to be done was completed, making full use of his time. Before I leave, I should inform Lu Zihan. With that thought, he accessed the shadowy network. Old Lu, the calamity has descended upon the holy city. I might have to return a bit earlier. A prompt reply came swiftly. Oh, the same here on our side. That black hole has drifted to the outskirts of Ember City a few hours ago. The entire city began mobilizing everyone toward the center. This calamity came too abruptly, and it's not even the final moment yet. Ember City, starting to gather all its people at this hour? Isn't that a bit too late? Ren-yi furrowed his brow and advised. Don't let your curiosity drive you in a crowd. Just find a safe spot within the disaster zone and retreat. It's the last moment. Don't get discovered again and hunted down for half a day. Lu Zihan's reply carried a tone of defiance. What do you mean hunted down for half a day? You're slandering me. Last time, I was only chased for 2 hours. Cut the nonsense. Ren-Y responded with some exasperation, exposing his little trick. You didn't reply to me for over half a day. Don't I know you're chatting as well? How could you hold back from chatting with me for that long? Don't accuse me falsely. Lu Zihan's reaction was unusually intense. I didn't ignore you for over half a day. At most 2 or 3 hours, okay? Ren-Y's thoughts paused briefly as he began to recall. The last time he contacted Lu Zihan was before setting out to eliminate the first mutant beast nest. What had transpired since then? They had eradicated the first mutant beast nest, pursued the extinction, then wiped out the second nest, and afterward watched the video of the destruction of the royal city on the forum. Feeling uneasy, he sent a message to Lu Zihan, but it was met with silence. It wasn't until after clearing the third nest that Lu Zihan finally replied, albeit belatedly. How could all these events have taken only 2 or 3 hours? A vague but unsettling sense crept up Ren-Y's spine, bringing a chill. His body stiffened, and even his simulated heartbeat quickened. Suppressing his unease, he swiftly asked, Old Lu, what day is it now since we entered the Triple City world? The reply was instantaneous and tone normal. The 6th day, why? Something was amiss, a major problem. Ren-Y's heart sank. There was no time to ponder the source of the dissonance. He immediately sent a message through the phantom net. Old Lu, return to the Alliance immediately. Head into the rain. Don't worry about anything else. Lu Zihan seemed stunned for half a second. Got it. He responded promptly, followed by another message. I'm speeding toward the disaster zone now. What is up, Bench? What is going on? At this moment, Ren-Y's mind raced, urgently reviewing his experiences in the Triple City world. On the first day, he arrived at the Holy City, attended the Triple City Conference, and endured the Squad Leader's attack, among other events. At dawn on the second day, they departed, reaching Star City by noon, where he performed a miracle and briefly chatted with Lu Zihan. After a night of rushing around to handle the extinction, by the time they cleared the second nest, it was already early morning on the third day. By evening on the third day, the third nest was eliminated, and only then did Lu Zihan reply. This meant Lu Zihan lost contact for over a full day, from noon on the second day to evening on the third. Afterward came conversations with the Pontiff and wrapping up Star City. By the end of the 4th day, they returned to the Holy City. They then prepared for 2 days until now, the 7th day, to finish the final performance. Yet Lu Zihan insisted it was the 6th day. Was Lu Zihan mistaken about the time, or was Ren-Y's memory faulty? If the flow of time was distorted, that was too abstract. Forcing himself to remain calm, Ren-Y began with the simplest possibility. Considering their earlier dispute about how long Lu Zihan was chased, he said half a day. Lu Zihan insisted only 2 or 3 hours. The answer was nearly obvious. Lu Zihan's memory was missing a large chunk, and the gap in his memory undoubtedly occurred when he encountered the Ember King. Had Lu Zihan stumbled there? But why did the Ember King capture Lu Zihan only to deliberately release him? Was a long game to lure out all the anomalies who entered the Triple City world, then catch them all at once? That didn't make sense. So many days had passed, yet Ember City remained eerily calm, with no follow-up action whatsoever. Or perhaps the Ember King's plan wasn't set before, but was unfolding now. At this very moment, as the calamity descended and all anomalies were about to be forcibly repatriated, could it be related to the method of salvation? By sparing Lu Zihan's life, was the Ember King intending to exploit his anomalous identity, slip through the cracks in the Alliance's repatriation process, and evade the disaster's punishment? There was no time to dwell further. Ren-Y quickly typed on the Phantom Net, pouring out his discoveries and suspicions to Lu Zihan. Your memory is faulty. It's not the 6th day, it's the 7th. That Ember King definitely tampered with you. He deceived you during your encounter. Don't care what is going on in Ember City now. Don't be curious. Return to the Alliance at once. As long as you get back to the Alliance, no matter what tricks he plays, he absolutely can't harm you. No matter the Ember King's intentions, whether to kill Lu Zihan or use him to escape the disaster as punishment, Ren-Y firmly believed that returning to the Alliance was the safest course. If Lu Zihan made it back safely, even if the opponent's plot was flawless, the elders in the Alliance would surely detect and resolve it. The replies came swiftly, showing Lu Zihan's awareness of the gravity of the situation and ceasing his usual banter. I've arrived. No obstacles on the way. The people of Ember City are all in the city center. No one stopped me. Good. Ren-Y finally exhaled, then hurriedly reminded him once more. Once you're back, immediately find Annie Lu Qing and explain everything. Your contact with the Ember King and your memory loss. He was far away in the Holy City, with too little information to discern the Ember King's true motives. So he could only rely on Lu Zihan's family. If needed, after returning, he would seek out more contacts, call in the squad leader and her parents, Dr. Lin, and his older brother. Ren-E envisioned this and felt somewhat reassured. To have orchestrated such a grand scheme, the Ember King must have been quite formidable, worthy of pride. At that moment, Ren-E noticed Lu Zihan's avatar on the Phantom net suddenly dimmed. The IP address that had displayed the Triple City world instantly changed to the word Alliance, and the signal bar beneath the avatar switched to out of service area. This was the sign of a successful forced repatriation. Ren-E stared at those words, stunned for several seconds. The tension that had gripped his heart finally eased, sinking slowly back into his gut. So it was all a close call. Old Lu had returned safely. A ripple spread across the mirror-like surface, and Lu Zihan stumbled out, nearly knocking over the vibrant, ornate garments hanging on a nearby rack. He touched his head, realizing he was in his mother Lu Qing's dressing room, the very place where they had first entered the Lu family courtyard instance. Back already? Those few messages from Bench earlier really felt like a ghost story, startling Lu Zihan. Yet upon entering the disaster zone, he was immediately teleported back by the Alliance without any resistance. Everything had gone so smoothly it felt almost anticlimactic. The door suddenly swung open, and Lu Qing entered, her face beaming with a smile. Upon seeing Lu Zihan, her smile faded slightly. The rascaless back. Little E hasn't tea. Before she could finish, she saw her son standing there, dazed, his pupils dilated. Lu Zihan's expression suddenly stiffened and then slowly shattered. He sprang up abruptly and lunged toward Lu Qing. Mom, trouble. Bench is in danger. Elsewhere, in the Holy City, Ren-E stood alone atop the mountain peak. Behind him, the towering azure statue, erected for countless years, collapsed with a thunderous crash under the oppressive weight of the calamity. The colossal figure shattered abruptly at the neck. Its head and torso split into several fragments, enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust and debris, tumbling down the mountainside with an unstoppable force. Yet midway, it transformed into distorted hues and silently dissolved into the cold curtain of rain. At this moment, there was no longer any shelter above Ren-E's head. Just moments ago, as the raindrops nearly touched Zhang Qiuqiu, ripples of the Alliance's repatriation mechanism spread around her body, whisking her away instantly. It appeared the Alliance's emergency system endeavored to minimize contact between the younglings and the calamity. Ren-E slowly raised one hand. The fine raindrops landed softly on his palm, their cool touch dampening the stray hairs on his forehead, coalescing into small, round beads at his fingertips, indistinguishable from ordinary rain. He touched the droplets, but, unlike the squad leader, was not teleported away. His gaze fixed on his hand. The rain was like any ordinary rain, and here, he was alone. The usual rules did not apply. Yet, this hand was not truly his own. That was no cause for surprise. Ever since the Lu family courtyard dungeon, this hand, or more precisely, this skin, had accompanied him. In his perception, atop the Holy City's peak stood a solitary, weathered divine child. His face bore the marks of wind and sun, a visage hardened by time, incongruent with the ornate robe he wore. Before Ren-E appeared a flickering panel, both familiar and strange. This was not the Phantom Network panel. Since entering the Three Cities world, that panel had never reappeared. The screen displayed only two flashing lines. Welcome to the Three Cities world. Participant, Mr. M.O. Ming. Returning to the Alliance would solve everything. Yet now, it seemed he could not go back. Upon seeing the panel, Ren-E immediately reached into his pocket, searching for the talisman representing M.O. Ming's skin. But his fingertips met only empty fabric. The talisman had vanished silently at some unknown moment. Before he could ponder further, a blinding white light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. This was not the Alliance's teleportation. Their teleportation manifested either as a sudden, mirror-like surface or rippling water waves. After passing through, one always reappeared before the mirror where the dungeon was first entered. Yet this white light was no stranger. When entering the Three Cities world from the Lu family courtyard, Ren-E had chosen to enter via the participant panel, greeted by this same cold, piercing teleportation glow. Thus, the situation was unmistakably clear. World will. Ren-E raised his eyes toward the glaring light above, disbelief lacing his tone. Was this a bit of a trap? This was no longer a mere childish brawl interrupted by an adult. It was as if children were squabbling, and suddenly Ultraman Tiga appeared. Impossible. In Ren-E's understanding, the world will of the Three Cities world should be tightly suppressed by the Alliance, bleeding out bit by bit. Where had things gone wrong? The white light intensified fiercely, stinging the eyes, yet Ren-E did not resist. He had no means to influence such spatial powers. Struggling was futile. It was better to conserve his spirit and observe what tricks the other side intended to play. Suddenly the scene blurred. After a dizzying whirl, Ren-E found himself relocated. This was no longer the summit of the holy city, yet still a lofty place. It resembled the rooftop platform of an abandoned skyscraper. In the distance, blurred, distorted silhouettes of buildings pressed tightly beneath a gloomy sky. Above, an indescribable spectacle unfolded, both awe-inspiring and eerie. Thick gray clouds rolled like a tsunami, surging and roaring with apocalyptic fury, relentlessly advancing forward. Yet beyond the clouds lay no shoreline, no land, only an endless abyss of utter darkness, a void that seemed capable of devouring all. This sky had boundaries. Only this vast remnant of cloud hovered overhead, gradually eroded and consumed by the void, even light unable to escape. But the void had not yet reached this place. A few raindrops, carried by the wind, fell upon Run-E's face. He instinctively lowered his head and lifted his foot, noting the absence of the hard, concrete ground beneath. Instead, there was a profoundly strange elasticity, like stepping on a water-filled balloon, faintly pulsating beneath him. Ren-E exhaled slowly, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Truly dreadful. Far worse than the countless devout eyes of the holy city. Beneath his feet stood a crimson tower of flesh. Dark red muscle and blood spread upward from the base of the building, densely covering every inch of the walls. Red and white tissues, resembling thick blood vessels, twisted and coiled as they climbed, with faint flows of dark crimson blood meandering within. The entire flesh tower pulsed gently to some rhythm, like a colossal exposed heart. Among the flesh, twisted bones and limb-like forms swayed lightly with each beat. Ren-E had seen similar things before. In the final battle against extinction, the mass that extinction desperately sought to kill. A newly born mutated beast larva, fused into a grotesque flesh orb, bore some uncanny resemblance to this unsettling flesh tower. "Greetings, Mr. Ren-E." A gentle voice suddenly came from behind, laced with familiar amusement, shattering the rooftop-esque silence. "I told you I hoped we would meet after the apocalypse. Although the apocalypse is not completely over, it is almost there, isn't it?" Ren-E slowly turned around to see a somewhat familiar face. Not far behind him stood the King of Fire. Yet he was not merely standing there. Rather, he seemed to be grown from the grotesque flesh tower itself. His feet fused with the bloodied flesh beneath, dark red tendrils creeping up his robes, as if binding him firmly, or perhaps living in symbiosis. Ren-E raised an eyebrow and uttered another name. "Kanglin?" The figure atop the flesh mountain paused at the mention, then chuckled lowly. "That child from the holy city seems to have told you quite a lot." "That child from the holy city?" Ren-E hesitated, then realized he must mean the old pontiff. Indeed, the old pontiff had said a great many things. Not just words, but a lengthy, explicit denunciation. Yet in a way, this was a tacit admission of identity. So, the King of Fire is Kanglin? The ages did not quite match. According to the old pontiff, Kanglin was an ancient monster from nearly a century ago, yet this King of Fire appeared at most no older than 30, an enormous discrepancy. Had Kanglin possessed the King of Fire's body? No. Ren-E's gaze swept over the writhing flesh mountain beneath him and the bloodied tower below. This building was not unfamiliar. On the fire suppression team forum of the City of Fire, he had once seen photos of it before it was engulfed by flesh. He had been teleported to the City of Fire, yet the city had transformed into this grotesque state. He simply felt that this scene fit better with his stereotypical impression of the other party. This thing gave him a very bad premonition, and that premonition was not aimed at himself, though his current situation was dire beyond measure. Not a trace of anxiety showed on Ren-E's face. Anxiety was pointless, with such a disparity in strength. It was better to conserve effort and see what tricks the other side intended. It was clear Kanglin had much to say, perfectly matching Ren-E's usual impression of a villain. So, why not entertain the conversation? "You know my name?" Ren-E was the first to speak. "From Luzihan? What did you do to him?" He was well aware of the protective talisman Aunt Luqing had given. In principle, as long as one was not directly targeted by the will of the world, their whereabouts would never be exposed. It was akin to how no one would deliberately pay attention to a single zombie ant that had infiltrated an anthill they were tending. Yet now, being precisely bound here, it was evident that he was being singled out. Kanglin smiled softly, ignoring the chaotic scene unfolding beneath his feet. His smile could be described as gentle and captivating. "Are you referring to that strange phenomenon governed by the rule of refutation? I merely compelled his soul to answer a few minor questions for me. Do not worry. In order to gain your favor, I have not harmed your friend." He paused briefly, his tone remaining warm. "Moreover, I am incapable of doing so. The rules of your world are too powerful. I can only temporarily suppress his memories. Once he returns, all measures imposed upon him will be completely erased. Ren naturally did not believe a single punctuation mark of Kanglin's initial statement, but he agreed with the latter half, that once back in the Alliance, there would be no trouble. By that logic, old Lu should be safe. Favor? Ren, he seemed to have heard something amusing. Binding me to such a godforsaken place for no reason, then pressing the skin tightly onto me. Is that how you earn my favor? From a moment Ren discovered the talisman had vanished, he had immediately tried to revert to his original form. Yet he found himself unable to do so. The skin belonging to Mo Ming was like an iron cage, firmly welded onto his body. What was this? A bizarre version of the goatskin man? No, it was more like a human skin trick. I'm very sorry. Kanglin's expression was unusually sincere. Originally, I intended to choose your friend. It was only through him that I learned of your existence. You are more special, more suitable to survive in your perilous world. His voice took on a more solemn tone. Ren was momentarily stunned. Perilous? What nonsense was this guy spouting? His confusion went unnoticed by Kanglin, who continued earnestly. But you are too far away. The holy city and the city of Xian lie at opposite ends of this world. To bring you here successfully, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Please believe me, Mr. Run. Kanglin leaned forward slightly, his gaze imbued with an almost reverent hope. I have a precious gift to bestow upon you. Ren rolled his eyes inwardly. Why did everyone in the Three Cities world speak like this? The Pontiff did it, and so did Kanglin. Couldn't they just speak plainly? Despite his sarcasm, Ren raised an eyebrow and wore an expression of interest, his tone lighthearted. All right, I do love receiving gifts. Tell me, what wonderful thing have you prepared that makes you go through such trouble to bind me here? You have probably guessed. At the mention of the gift, Kanglin's eyes brightened noticeably. His voice carried an excitement and mystery akin to a magician about to reveal a dove hidden in his hat. The will of the world. Perhaps that child from the Holy City told you of my years-long experiments in soul fusion, right? He was wrong, and gravely so. What I seek is not ordinary soul fusion, but the fusion of a human soul with the will of the world itself. At the moment the apocalypse broke out, the world was severely damaged, rendered fragile. I seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, successfully tearing off a fragment from the will of the world and merging it with my own soul. Since then, I have become a part of the natural order of the Three Cities world. Now his gaze returned to Rennie, his tone coaxing and deliberate as he spoke each word. I intend to gift this fragment of the will of the world to you. Rennie blinked and smiled, a clean, somewhat casual smile. Nodding readily, his tone as light as if asking for a piece of candy, he said, "That is great. Thank you." Then, after a brief pause, he added with an air of entitlement, "Give it to me." Kanglin's perfect smile stiffened for a moment. He had clearly not anticipated such a response from Rennie. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to maintain his previous sincerity. But as I said before, the fragment resides within my soul. Therefore, before that can happen, I must ask you to save us. Us? Rennie raised an eyebrow, his smile fading slightly. Yes, us. All the people of the city of Xian. Kanglin's tone was exceptionally earnest. Ren withdrew his gaze and slowly lowered his head, eyes falling upon the pulsating flesh and blood edifice beneath him. In the world of the Three Cities, soul distortions cause physical mutations. Soul fusions result in physical amalgamations. This was the root cause of the birth of mutant beasts, and why multiple mutant beasts entwined to form chimeric monsters. Earlier, Lu Zihan had said that a few hours ago, the city of Xian had commenced a full mobilization. So what exactly was this building beneath their feet? The answer was now glaringly obvious. Although he had suspected it before, Ren still paused when uttering the words aloud. You fused all the people of the city of Xian together? This is salvation, Kanglin corrected him gravely. They have not disappeared. They are merely asleep within my body, symbiotic with me. In this way, we become a single entity, sharing the same body and the same soul. Only through this method can I lead them to survive this calamity. Ren grasped his meaning. Kanglin, through soul fusion, had transformed all the inhabitants of the city of Xian into one collective individual. Thus, they were no longer multiple entities and naturally would not trigger the shared suffering that accompanies individual pain. Ren felt his expression stiffen somewhat. After all, in previous bizarre instances, the senior anomalous beings avoided rule triggers merely by having participants separate and undertake different tasks. It seemed their imaginations were still too limited. Compared to Kanglin's approach, theirs was but a mere trifle. Why do this? Ren Yi inwided. I see no motive for you to do such a thing. You have never cared for the people of this world, let alone sought to save them. Kanglin's eyes flickered briefly. He did not evade the question. He raised a finger to his face, his tone tinged with complexity. I made a promise to him, the child, the former king of Xian City. When I succeeded in fusing with the will of the world, I miscalculated. Kanglin's voice bore a trace of helplessness. The will of the world operates under predetermined rules, cold and rigid. I cannot break them. I can only perform trivial acts within the boundaries it sets. For example, manipulating the time and place of participant teleportation. If I continued this way, my fate would be to be killed by your world, the fragment dissipating along with me. Fortunately, not long ago, the king of Xin successfully cleared the final trial, confronted the will of the world, and sought my salvation. I took the opportunity to guide him to offer his body. In exchange, I promised to save his city. Our contract is bound by the world's rules. I must fulfill it, but that is fine. Kanglin's eyes grew earnest. It is even better than my original plan. The fragment of the will of the world, combined with the sole power of an entire city. I will bestow all of this upon you. Merge with us. If you agree, you will become stronger than ever before. I heard from your friend about your anomalous ranks. Whether A-class, S-class, or Calamity, after fusion, these will be easily attainable. You will never again need to fear those formidable aberrations of your world, nor shall you endure any form of oppression. From this moment onward, you shall either supplant those lofty oppressors or become one of them yourself. Fear? Oppressors? Rennie listened with a perplexed expression. What on earth was this fellow babbling about? Yet, no matter how convoluted the explanation, he finally grasped the essence. After all the beating around the bush and the elaborate detours, it essentially boiled down to the same thing. Having said so much and made it so complicated, he twitched the corner of his mouth, a trace of disbelief coloring his tone. In the end, aren't you just afraid of natural disasters, afraid of being wiped out by the Alliance, and want to drag me down with you, using my identity to survive? Songlan's words were disjointed and erratic. He had to piece them together carefully to understand his mental journey. To sum it up in a single sentence, the old pontiff truly had sharp insight. What was that phrase again? Damn interdimensional deserters, cowardly, spineless wretches, despicable schemers? Every word was a gem. He sorted through it all in his mind. It was known that Songlan hailed from a world previously annihilated by the Alliance. But clearly, Songlan was merely a part of that world, a participant, perhaps even a minor figure. He did not comprehend the truth behind the aberration's arrival, nor did he understand the struggle between the world's rules and its will, which sowed the seeds for his later reckless actions. Of course, Songlan still possessed some ambition. He did not simply yearn to flee, but sought a path to grow stronger. However, having left his own world, his power system was like a floating lotus without roots, and he believed he could not strengthen himself relying solely on his own efforts. Thus, he set his sights on the will of the Three Cities world. In his previous world, the world was an unattainable entity far beyond his reach. But the Three Cities world was a relatively weak, low-magic realm, one that had no superpower systems before Songlan's arrival. This presented an opportunity. After arriving in the Three Cities world, Songlan deceived the nations here into conducting soul experiments. The true purpose was never merely soul fusion, but to merge human souls with the world will. Yet, as always, no matter how feeble a world will might be, is still the world will. The complete world was overwhelmingly perfect and powerful for an individual, a self-contained system. For Songlan, to merge directly with it was akin to a pebble trying to blend with the ocean. Therefore, he devised some strategies. After all, the world is intrinsically linked to the world itself. Since it was too powerful, why not weaken the world, cause it to bleed and become frail? The world acts as an external defense mechanism, but internally, like the weapons in a human hand unable to combat viruses within the body, it could not intervene directly. Hence, he deliberately triggered the soul experiments to spiral out of control, unleashing terrifying soul radiation that affected the entire world. Simultaneously, he used the copy key obtained in his own world to summon a dungeon. When the world suffered severe damage and the will's immunity was at its lowest, he opportunistically seized a small fragment of the world will and merged it with himself. This also explained why he could teleport himself here and forcibly assume the identity of an unnamed participant. Thus, the first phase of Songlan's plan concluded. Then came the absurd part. Despite his reckless desire to become stronger, Songlan did not think of fleeing better or seeking revenge against the Alliance. Instead, he aimed to become an aberration and join the Alliance after growing powerful. To that end, he needed to merge with an aberration. From the fragments of his words, it was apparent that Songlan imagined the aberration world as a scorched earth of survival of the fittest. Weak aberrations from birth could only claw their way forward by themselves, constantly at risk of becoming food for larger aberrations. Among the strong aberrations, factions stood firm, ruling territories, vying for dominance. Above them, the supreme natural disasters silently despised all, treating countless worlds as pastures. The low-tier aberrations were merely their pawns, driven into numerous worlds. Those who brought back food barely survived. Those who did not became the food themselves. And Heat Songlan intended to wield this golden finger, the fragment of the world will, and carve a bloody path through this scorched land. To annihilate S-rank aberrations, ascend to natural disaster status, and reach the pinnacle of aberration birth. Ren felt a wave of speechless choking. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he mentally berated Songlan as thought process 800 times over. Was this guy some kind of delusional lunatic? But wait. Hadn't Teat Songlan said he had control over Lu Zihan and had asked him some questions? Didn't he inquire about the Alliance's internal affairs? Or did he, in fact, ask but selectively filtered out key information, brainwashing himself to continue fabricating such ridiculous fantasies? Rennie could not help but imagine the scene. Ganglang, adopting an air of inscrutable profundity, intoned gravely. Tell me, which faction do you belong to in your world? How many underlings do you have? Who is your aberration king? How do you usually divide territories and plunder resources? Lu Zihan, whose soul was temporarily suppressed and who was still dazed, stammered out. Ah, faction? I'm just a class member. The leader would be our class monitor Zhang Xiutian, and her mother. We're all a bit afraid of her. Ganlan notet solemni. I see. A strict hierarchy indeed, with even low-tier aberrations having clear affiliations. What was your mission upon entering this world? What were you supposed to bring back? What punishment would you face if you failed? Lu Zihan looked bewildered. Huh? We're here to play the dungeon boss, but I have to perform well, or else I'll be outdone by the benchwarmer, and my mom will beat me. Songlan, a mother and son at odds, truly a cruel world. But who is this benchwarmer? Ren hastily stopped his imagination. If he went on, he feared he would burst out laughing on the spot. In any case, to take the first step toward becoming a powerful aberration, Songlan used the dungeon key he brought to summon a dungeon in the Three Cities world. His goal was to open a path to the Alliance and sneak into the aberration world. What followed was clear. Songlan went to great lengths to fuse with the world will fragment, but he never anticipated that he would be tightly bound by the world's rules, preventing him from initiating the next phase of his plan. He could only watch helplessly as he and the crumbling Three Cities world were gradually consumed and killed by natural disasters, until the final dungeon opened and the world will finally intervened, contacting the participant. Only then did Songlan seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, deceiving the dungeon's victor, the benevolent King Xian who was devoted to saving his people, and usurp his body. Afterward, he successfully captured the lone-acting Lu Zihan, forcibly controlled his soul, and extracted information about Ren from his memories. To this day, Ren still could not fathom what about himself had attracted this madman to such lengths to abduct him. During this time, according to the rules, he was compelled to fulfill King Xian's wish, the so-called salvation, a true master of time management. However, his notion of salvation was evidently unique, which led to the tragedy currently unfolding in Xian City. So, after the pontiff poured his lifetime of effort into planning a counterattack, and King Xian sacrificed himself to save his people, was it all ultimately in vain? Ren slowly lowered his eyelids, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Even if he was the enemy, he would rather see people like the pontiff and King Xian than this repugnant monstrosity before him. Meanwhile, Songlan, having been mercilessly exposed by Ren, he showed not the slightest hint of anger. There was no rebuttal or excuse, only a steady gaze fixed upon him, eyes clouded with an inscrutable complexity. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly uttered, "You don't understand." Having said that, he fell silent once more, the pulsations beneath his feet growing sluggish, as if recalling some distant and agonizing past. Renyi vaitit patiently. For reasons unknown, this Songlan spoke at length. He seemed eager to recount to Ren his plans, his ambitions, his history, and those obsessions buried deep within his heart, rambling incessantly, without end. Was it because he sought Ren's proactive consent to facilitate the seamless fusion of their souls and minimize unnecessary resistance? Or was he merely stalling, biding his time for some opportune moment? Yet Ren, he found himself fond of Songlan's loquacity. He cast a casual glance upward, toward the sky being eroded by the void. In truth, stalling was not unwelcome. Time was an ally to him. Indeed, in the face of an adversary like Songlan, who wielded partial dominion over the world's laws and whose strength far surpassed his own, delaying was the only path available. After a moment's contemplation, Songlan seemed to gather his thoughts and suddenly spoke. To explain, I will tell you about the Songlan world. Ren-yi tilted his head. The Sanglan world? Surely you don't mean to name your previous world after yourself? Sanglan's audacity was remarkable. Ignoring the remark, Sanglan proceeded with his narrative. Our world was far mightier than this one, so powerful that it defied your imagination. We possessed starships capable of interstellar travel, mechs that could annihilate Earth and sky, and a soul system granting awakening to formidable powers. You probably cannot grasp the meanings of these terms. In our world, the Empire and the Federation waged war for thousands of years. Both evenly matched, neither could vanquish nor fully conquer the other, resulting in a stalemate spanning generations. Until, in order to defeat the Federation, the Empire's scientists summoned his arrival. He brought with him a rule: do not fall asleep. Ganlan Tuka Sopti. A laugh laced with bitter irony. At first, no one paid any mind. Even if they had, it was utterly beyond their power to act otherwise. In any case, during that nationwide slumber, everyone experienced a nightmare. At first, we thought the ability was feeble, a mere nightmare as punishment for breaking the rule. Compared to the dungeons that appeared later, it seemed almost laughable. But soon, we realized something was amiss. Sanglan's voice deepened, dripping with bone-chilling dread. At first, it was just a swarm of rats scattering about, snakes dropping from street lamps, spiders the size of human faces. Though eerie, these creatures posed no real threat, merely disgust and irritation. But gradually, events grew more absurd. Earthquakes, tsunamis, giant carnivorous plants, plagues that caused people to cough up blood and perish. Then, machines suddenly went berserk, killing their own masters. Tendrils emerged from the void, capable of snapping starships. Satellites opened gaping maws, ravenously tearing at their home planets. We finally realized that the nightmares of participants who died within the dungeons manifested immediately in reality. The Empire and Federation set aside their millennia of enmity to confront this crisis together. They attempted to select participants whose nightmares posed lesser threats to enter the dungeons, hoping to reduce disasters. But this only sparked widespread chaos. People panicked and grew suspicious of one another. Everyone began composing terrifying tales about their own nightmares, striving to prove that their nightmares were too dreadful to enter the dungeons. Yet, these stories then began to appear in their dreams. In the end, a boy whose entire family was forcefully sent into the dungeons by the Empire broke into the ultimate dungeon. Sanglan's voice faltered, as if recalling some horrifying vision. Then, a colossal black hole suddenly appeared, devouring the entire world. I was the one who escaped before that happened. Rennie listened with keen interest. Which calamity had beset the Sanglan world? Was it one of the disasters registered by the Alliance, or some calamity that had already departed from their records? So, what relevance does this have to our current conversation? Ren-yi raised an eyebrow and pressed further. Still don't understand? Your uniqueness, Sanglan said gravely. Pain, resentment, nightmares, they feed upon such base flaws. But you are different. Your very existence is the greatest malice against the world. Ren-yi was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had heard such a claim. Are you saying that pain, resentment, and nightmares are acts of kindness toward the world? He felt his mind struggle to follow Sanglan's logic. Sanglan said nothing, but his expression plainly implied assent. So that's why you went to such lengths to bring me here? He found himself bewildered by Sanglan's twisted reasoning, barely able to keep pace with his train of thought. Opposite him, Sanglan appeared unwilling to continue speaking. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. I have said all that needed saying, explained all that required explanation, he declared. What do you think of my proposal, Mr. Ren? Will you consent to fusion willingly, to become stronger together? Or will you force my hand, compelling me to merge with you by force? Ren-yi froned, deciding to play along with this madman's words for the moment. You still have many things left unclear, such as how the fusion works. Who will take the lead afterward, and how I am supposed to cooperate with you, right? Ganlan sai sopti. The next moment, the flesh mountain beneath Ren-yi's feet suddenly writhed violently, the intense shaking nearly causing him to lose his balance. Then, scarlet flesh tendrils erupted from the ground, each swelling with bulging flesh sacs that rapidly expanded and burst. Bloodshot eyeballs crawled out, countless and densely packed, all fixed upon him, sending chills down his spine. A sickening sound echoed. Suddenly, Sanglan raised his hand, 2 fingers plunging deep into his own eye sockets, gouging out both eyeballs with brutal force, tossing them carelessly to the ground. 2 streaks of blood flowed from his empty sockets. Immediately, tendrils surged forward, crushing the discarded eyeballs to pulp, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. I forgot to mention, through previous information, I have come to understand your ability. Sanglan's voice was utterly calm, as if speaking of something trivial. Without altering his expression, he plucked 2 fresh eyeballs from a nearby tendril and pressed them into his sockets anew. Admittedly, while your ability lacks direct lethality, its rank is high. Most individuals in this world would find it difficult to detect or resist. Regrettably, I, who possess the will of a portion of the world, am not one of the many. I speak to you with utmost sincerity, seeking your trust, yet you resort to such petty antics. He slowly lifted his head. The newly implanted eyes gleamed with an icy light. Apparently, you are unwilling to accept my proposal. In that case, I will have no choice but to hasten matters and forcibly merge with you before this calamity fully descends. The flesh mountain tightened abruptly, innumerable bloodied tendrils coiling around Run-E, pinning him firmly to the ground. A searing pain coursed through his human body, eliciting a muffled groan. Crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ren-E stared at the shattered remnants of the crushed eyeballs, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Is gouging out eyes a customary art in your 3 cities world? Earlier, while contending with Song-Lan, he had already expended his soul bullet. Though he had anticipated exposure of his ability, Song-Lan, as casual revelation, still left him somewhat helpless. Despite all the lofty praises Kanglan had uttered earlier, from beginning to end, he never once bestowed Run-E with even the faintest hint of genuine positive sentiment. Perhaps he never regarded anything fused with himself, be it the world will, the king of fire, the inhabitants of Fire City, or even Ren-E himself, as equals. Naturally, he could maintain indifference toward these mere tools. Thus, the so-called gifts he had supposedly offered before were nothing but baseless nonsense. Ren-E never believed that Kanglan's fusion would preserve his consciousness. To put it bluntly, Kanglan intended to consume him. It was glaringly evident that he was now doing just that in the most literal sense. The flesh entwining his body tightened relentlessly, and a burning pain radiated across his skin, as though something was forcibly burrowing into his flesh. Was this an attempt to digest him? Your ability should only be usable once. Besides, I know you have some peculiar gadgets called energy crystals, Kanglan said with a tone of certainty. His body grown immobile as he was merged with the mass of flesh. But your current body, the participant Mo Ming's body, should be incapable of wielding your strange power system. Unable to activate the energy crystals, right? Don't worry, he continued. After the fusion, I will restore your original identity. Do you have anything else to say? Kanglan's voice faltered as he caught the expression on Run-E's face. It was not one of agony, but a resigned smile. This villainous gentleman. You talk a lot, cough, cough, but you could still talk a little more. The human body began coughing up blood, causing Run-E's words to falter intermittently. Yet he laughed, the smile on his face growing more distinct. It'd be best if we could keep chatting until the calamity descends, but unfortunately, you're not foolish enough for that. He slowly lifted his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Despite his body being torn by excruciating pain, his tone remained casually arrogant. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to personally end you. What are you saying? Kanglan frowned deeply, the gentleness on his face gradually fading. It's merely a low-tier anomaly. Even if it has some potential, what power could it possibly have to harm me? The one who commands part of the world will? Your words are truly classic. Villain brother, Run-E retorted leisurely, despite being ensnared by bloodied flesh tendrils and coughing blood. His tone laced with nonchalant mockery. Raindrops had drifted here. Cold strands of rain sliding down his hair strands, dripping onto the writhing mass beneath him, splattering tiny droplets of blood. To correct you, I'm no low-tier anomaly. Ren-E's voice came through the rain, casual, yet every word crystal clear. More precisely, I'm not an anomaly at all right now. He slowly lifted his eyelids. I am now, without a doubt, the bona fide participant in Mo Ming. Kanglan's body stiffened abruptly for a moment, then suddenly curled into a smirk, as if he had just grasped the meaning of that statement. You want to exploit the Calamity's rules? Ren-E did not respond, but closed his eyes again, clearly unwilling to waste more breath on him. Kanglan had been adamant before that he was the sole individual here, but that was mistaken. Perhaps he was unaware or deliberately misleading Run-E to prevent him from considering this possibility. According to Aunt Luqing's initial instructions, anomalies identified through Alliance credentials would not be affected by the Calamity's rules during this descent. Interestingly, in the end, the key to the 3 cities world also lay in identity. Yet, in the Liu family's small courtyard, he sought to acquire identities by all means. Within the 3 cities world, he longed to shed this skin immediately. Now, his identity had been forcibly concealed, a participant's skin pressed firmly upon him. The Alliance's identity protection was gone. In other words, as the genuine participant Mo Ming, he was now, like Kanglan, an individual capable of triggering the Calamity's rules. Therefore, there are clearly two people here, Kanglin and Mo Ming, two potential triggers for the Calamity-S conditions to be met together. Do you think I didn't consider that? Kanglin's tone carried a hint of mockery. No matter how powerful this rule is in essence, it requires a medium of suffering to activate. Without a medium, it's all empty talk. Unfortunately, I feel no pain whatsoever right now. I could even say I'm filled with joy, glad for myself. He lifted his chin. I have already reached the pinnacle of humanity, about to complete the transcendence of life. With a clear conscience, where could there be any pain? He still ignored him, and silence began to spread between them. Kanglin stared at him, mouth opening slightly, his expression inexplicably wavering with hesitation. He sensed his flesh being digested at an accelerated pace. Yet Ren's brazen demeanor made him uncontrollably suspicious. Kanglin prided himself on having severed all emotions, feeling no pain, yet now, as if compelled by some unseen force. He added, besides, the calamity has only just descended. The judgment of pain is not so strict yet. Even if you want to trigger the rule, you must experience the exact same pain as I do. He seemed to advise to give up, or perhaps to justify himself. Emotions are not such trivial things. I am certain you are no different from an ordinary human now. Your ability usage is exhausted, and you cannot use energy crystals. Are you seriously going to rely on self-suggestion to fabricate pain for yourself? Kanglin sneered. How utterly laughable. Before his mockery could fully land, he suddenly noticed Ren's eyes opening. Those jet-black pupils held not a trace of focus. He struggled to move, his motions sluggish, as if awakening from a long period of immobility. Kanglin quickly realized he was not looking at him. His gaze passed straight beyond him, toward the sky behind, where void was encroaching. Kanglin continued to fixate on Ren, and several tendrils immediately rotated, turning the eyeballs embedded in them toward the direction Ren's gaze was cast. Yet, there was nothing particularly remarkable there. Kanglin frowned deeply. Is this anomaly seeing something I cannot? No, the world's vision must be more vivid than his own. Then, could it be that Ren had used his ability on himself? Was he trying to create pain through his own power? Impossible. His ammunition was depleted, energy crystals unusable. Where did he find the power to launch an illusion? His ability was long-term. Perhaps long ago, he had planted the seeds of his ability within himself. Why would he do such a baffling thing? Moreover, even if that were true, it would be useless. His illusion could only affect vision, like a film, without sufficient build-up. Music or atmospheric rendering. How could it sway emotions in such a short time? How could it make oneself feel pain? Suppressed by tendrils of flesh and blood. Ren's movements were grotesquely distorted. Kanglin felt as though he were watching a poorly acted pantomime. He hastened the digestion while observing carefully for some time, before barely discerning what Ren was doing. He seemed to be stepping out from something, his footsteps unsteady, nearly falling. After regaining balance, he walked to a corner and sat down, holding his hands before him. He fidgeted with something ceaselessly, but ultimately appeared to find nothing, helplessly lowering his hands. Then he struggled to stand, swaying unsteadily a few steps before extending a hand, as though laboriously pushing open an invisible door. At the instant the door was pushed open, his body stiffened violently, eyes suddenly wide with shock. He frantically shook his head from side to side, lips moving as if shouting something. Yet only indistinct syllables emerged before abruptly ceasing, as though something had choked his throat. Afterward, he lowered his head, his gaze fixed rigidly beside him, as if beholding something utterly dreadful. Kanglin could vividly perceive Ren's body, stiffening instantly, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. Immediately after, he collapsed on the ground, fumbling about for a moment. Ultimately, he curled up in a desolate heap. Kanglin sensed an overwhelming fatigue within him, and a profound loneliness, as if he were the sole being left in the entire world. Loneliness? What sort of torment was that? Kanglin forced himself to remain composed, attempting to mask the unease within his heart with a veil of mockery. He knew Ren could not affect his hearing, so he endeavored to continue disrupting him through words. How could I? Before his voice could fully escape, it grew fainter and fainter. The scorn etched on his face froze, replaced by a dense bewilderment. Lonely? How am I lonely? I am the only one who escaped from the world of Kanglin. I regard the people of the Three Cities world as swine and dogs, unworthy of my company. Yet I have never felt loneliness. Never. Meanwhile, as if another voice whispered in Kanglin's ear, "Don't deceive yourself, Kanglin. Think about it. Why did you say so many disjointed things just now to persuade this strange being? You see, the world of Kanglin has long since vanished, utterly swallowed by a black hole. Only you remain, a solitary survivor adrift in desolation." Why do you still call yourself Kanglin? That was the name of your world. Wasn't it? Could it be that you are afraid that, beyond those two words, nothing else remains to prove your existence? Nothing left to accompany you? Do you remember when you first arrived in this three-cities world? You spoke with those ignorant natives, preached to them. You pretended to be an omnipotent god, surrounded and revered by them. That feeling, wasn't it exquisite? Far better than drifting alone in the void. Wasn't it? Do you remember the child you raised in the holy city? You spoke to him often, didn't you? So much so that his way of speaking later mirrored yours, mystical and strange. Even his wish was to become like you, to shelter the holy city. But alas, he passed away not long ago. Even if his soul lingers in the heavens, now he probably finds the sight of you utterly repulsive. And then, who have you spoken to since? Oh, I forgot. You became part of the heavenly order of the three-cities world, shackled by the world's laws, powerless to act. Surely, in these 30 years, you are not the only one drifting alone in the sky of this world. TSK, TSK, TSK. It sounds truly miserable. And later, who was the first to speak with you? Ah, the king of fire who bears the burden of this city. So young, carrying the hopes of the entire city, revered. Gentle yet resolute. He must have been a worthy interlocutor, right? But where is he now? And the citizens of Fire City, though you barely knew many, at least they were listeners to your words. Where are they now? Oh, I remember. It seems you consumed them all as nourishment. Now, truly, only you remain. Suddenly, Kanglin snapped back to reality, panic flaring in his eyes as he looked up, just in time to meet Ren-E's gaze. At some unknown moment, Ren-E had risen, breaking free from some of the blood-and-flesh tendrils' restraint, standing quietly in the rain at a distance, calmly watching him. The mockery had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a loneliness identical to Kanglin's own in that instant. No, how could he stand? Wasn't he holding him down firmly? Plop! A muffled sound shattered the rooftop's silence, as if something soft had fallen from a height. Kanglin belatedly lowered his head, pupils constricting, to discover that the blood-and-flesh tendrils entwining the building's exterior were slowly dissolving in the rain. They melted into crimson liquid, dripping steadily to the ground with a soft pattering sound. What did you do? He murmured in confusion. Ren-E offered no reply, merely standing silently in the rain, letting the droplets soak him through. Indeed, as Kanglin had suspected, his final ammunition had been entirely expended. The last seed of ability used on Kanglin, along with the two crushed eyeballs, had completely vanished. In Kanglin's estimation, Ren-E at this moment ought to be no different from an ordinary man. Yet here, there remained one seed he had long buried but never deployed, a seed of illusion residing within Ren-E himself. At the very beginning of this operation, in the melon field belonging to the Liu family's small courtyard, Ren-E had consumed one ammunition seed on himself to test whether the positive emotions generated by live broadcasts could be absorbed. That illusion seed had remained invisible, dormant within his body until now. After Ren-E sensed Kanglin's verbosity and surmised his loneliness through his experiences, he allowed that seed to take root and sprout. Indeed, a simple illusion affecting only vision is akin to a brief snippet of video. Unless the content is exceptionally compelling and deeply touching, it cannot stir emotions. But by chance, Ren-E had witnessed such a scene. A short video, so extraordinary it left him feeling lonely and anguished, nearly suffering post-traumatic stress disorder. It was called the Professional Allocation Test. No, the Damned Awakening Ceremony. It came from a high-level strange being whose ability was also linked to illusion, Lin Xinyan. The news had reported that Xinyan was a master of emotional guidance, his illusions able to precisely evoke the most secret emotions hidden in one's heart. Now, Ren-E projected Lin Xinyan's illusion onto himself through his own ability. Coupled with his complete lack of resistance and willing immersion, it plunged him into a vivid re-experience of that bone-deep loneliness and despair. In his eyes, a massive crack split the sun, and a black waterfall cascaded down. Within the illusion, Ren-E gazed beside himself, his expression growing steadily more desolate. He had succeeded in becoming truly lonely. It was this fleeting moment of empathy that caused participants Mo Ming and Kanglin to share the same agony. The cataclysmic rule was triggered instantly. Before awaiting Ren-E's response, Kanglin's legs had already begun to dissolve under the corrosive rain of calamity, turning into a bizarre, vivid red liquid, slowly streaming down the flesh mountain. Without support, his upper body stiffened and collapsed onto the blood pooling beneath him, his face etched with unwillingness and disbelief. Plip, 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 the sound of flesh and blood falling resonated from all directions. The flesh mountain beneath his feet eroded little by little under the onslaught of the calamity rain, disintegrating, Countless eyeballs burst open, turning into scarlet juice. Amid the crimson hues, Kanglin's head fought its last struggle. His voice faint as a candle's flicker in the wind. "You will die too." Having uttered those words, his skull crumbled like dried paint, washed away by the cold rain. As he dissipated, something glittering seemed to fall from his mind, flashing briefly in the raindrops. He watched it all unfold, hearing the relentless pattering of flesh falling nearby, yet he neither spoke nor moved. At this moment, he struggled to suppress the emotions stirring within his heart. "I will not die." He repeated this to himself over and over. Strange beings do not perish. Death is not the end. But even so, what difference does it make? I will remain here, trapped in the Three Cities world. Kanglin was already dead. He had crushed Mo Ming's skin onto himself. The Alliance's perception was obstructed. No one knew he was still trapped here. He was merely a participant labeled as Mo Ming. The Alliance could neither sense his soul nor locate him. Soon, only he would remain. When the Three Cities world is utterly dissolved by calamity, when this land is completely devoured by the void, he will drift alone in this cold emptiness. Alone and forsaken, unbound and unmoored, without direction, without end. For 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until by some chance or fortune, he lands in some unknown world. But when that time comes, will I still be myself? Azure has drifted alone for merely 30 years, and yet it has come to this. I cannot endure it any longer. Then let it end here. Dissolve in this place, vanishing utterly along with this world. Do not confront such a future. He felt a weariness that seeped deep into his bones, and he wished to close his eyes. At that moment, he heard a faint whisper. "Shall we?"